Powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Pittsburgh Penguins played yesterday, and they lost 5-4 in overtime to the New York Islanders yesterday. They still got a loser point, but that's a tough one because the Islanders and Penguins are very close in the NHL standings right now. They're both part of the Metropolitan Division. And with that result, the Islanders are now 1 point behind the Penguins. The Penguins have 68. The Islanders have 67. That's second and third place in the Metropolitan Division. The Metro is still led by the Carolina Hurricanes, who have 76 points. Tied for the best record, or not for the best record, sorry. Tied for the highest point total in the entire Eastern Conference. Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Family Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis, that comes your way next. You're listening to Sports Radio 937 The Fan.
Chris Muller and Donnie Football here. And Don, you know what's right around the corner, don't you?
Of course I do, Malsey. They don't call me Donnie Football for nothing. The big game, very, very close on the calendar.
And that means big game parties, and that also means lots of food and drinks. But thanks to Awaken 180 Weight Loss, we can still enjoy all of our favorites, even a few drinks, responsibly. Plus, you know I love to cook, Don, and the recipe portal on the Awaken 180 app has shown me a brave new world of healthy meals and snacks that also have the nice added benefit of tasting great.
That's another thing I love about Awaken 180, Chris. Besides the whole losing weight and keeping it off thing, you have so much help at your disposal. The recipes on the app, the coaching support that's free for life, even after you reach your goal weight, it all helps a ton.
Whether it's a big game party, a date night, or a cookout, Awaken 180 works with your everyday life, not against it. Find out more about the long-term solution for weight loss at awaken180weightloss.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at StraightTalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor.
Breathe happy, Febreze. La, 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 la. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
A little while longer.
A little while longer now. A little while longer now. A little bit longer now. A little bit longer now. Hey, 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 hey.
That's good. A little while longer now.
We also sneak it.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Get up with the Fan Early Morning Show, presented by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Hello. Good morning. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's Pittsburgh's hometown sports talk station. And it's a pleasure to be with you. We're halfway through the week. It's Wednesday. So I wasn't even keeping track of the Pro Bowl games anymore. I was like, aren't they on the weekend? But then I didn't see anything. And yeah, then I was seeing on social media yesterday that they were coming up and that the game was just played yesterday on a Tuesday. What? That's all I have to say about that. I mean, it's okay. So they did the flag football game. I heard there was a tush push ran in it, and I'm like, all right, well, great. I mean, I didn't even know. That to me is nuts. They played a flag football game, which I support. I think that's better than them trying to pretend like they're going to tackle each other in pads. So flag football is cool. But yeah, on a Tuesday night, yeah. I don't know. The NFL's failing at the All-Star game format there with the Pro Bowl. I think they're not doing a great job. And that's all I'm really going to say about that, but I saw it yesterday, and I was just like, what in the world? Is this really it? And the Pro Bowl never really interested me to begin with, and then they were doing the crazy, super minigame weekend where they'd have obstacle courses, dodgeball games. It seemed like it was just fun for the celebrities to participate in. It wasn't necessarily appetizing to watch over the weekend, and it was like a 4-day thing. Now they just had one flag football game on a Tuesday. Why during the week? Like, Tuesday doesn't even really represent your classic traditional days of football, your Thursday, Sunday, or Monday. Not even a Saturday. I mean, sometimes games are played on Saturday. Nope, just Tuesday. And that's all I got to say about that. A couple things on my mind this morning. Well, a few things, if we make it 3 technically. Penguins loss, tough one. I mean, the Islanders had the lead. Then the Penguins had the lead. Then the Islanders got the lead back. Penguins got the lead. The Islanders tied the game, went into overtime. Penguins lost. It's a tough one. Back-to-back losses now for the Penguins. I mean, after the game against the Senators, I mean, they seemed pretty darn frustrated with themselves, which makes sense. I mean, and this was just after I kind of talked about, like, I don't mind. I mean, I'm just going to enjoy the season for what it is at this point. And I don't mean to jinx them, and I hope not. But whether they make the playoffs or not, like, I'm good. I mean, this is a good season so far. It's an unexpectedly good season. I didn't have high expectations coming in. And so whatever happens is going to happen. They're exceeding expectations this season, and for that, I just sit back and enjoy. But it is a shame to see them lose a couple in a row. You can't win them all, and it's just a shame that the Islanders were able to beat them in overtime, and they're so close in the standings. Like, that seems like that's becoming a rivalry. And I mean, the Islanders lost a tough one this week as well before playing the Penguins, and so this one just seemed like two teams that really wanted to win, and they pretty much played like it too. I mean, it was back and forth, and the Penguins still got a loser point for sending the game to overtime. They just couldn't do it in overtime. So it's a bit of a bummer. 2 losses in a row now for the Penguins, who have one more game left before the Winter Olympics break. And that game is tomorrow on the road against the Buffalo Sabres. So we'll see how that one goes. And then they've got pretty much the whole month off. They don't play again until they come home and have a game against the New Jersey Devils on February the 26th. 412-928-9370. Give me a call. 3 ways to reach me. You can talk to me on the phone, 412-928-9370. You can talk to me on X by going there and tagging my handle at Callis_33 in a post. That's CALLAS_33. And you can go on YouTube as well. You can find our video live stream on YouTube. Just search 93.7 The Fan in YouTube's search bar. Find the live video feed, and then there's a live chat that accompanies that, and so you can join there as well. I do acknowledge those comments as well. I see somebody who comments, Gizmo, he says, why do the Penguins have 12 overtime losses? They're doing something wrong. I might tend to disagree with that. They've had this trend going for the last couple years now. Really, they were really bad in overtime before. They would have a lot of overtime losses, and on top of that, they would blow a lot of third-period leads and then just outright lose. At least this season, they're winning a ton more games. They're not blowing games late. I wouldn't consider this one blown, although technically it was. I mean, they had the lead later in the game, and then the Islanders tied it to send it to overtime. I mean, the Islanders are a good team. The Islanders are right there with the Penguins in the standings. I mean, if these things happen, I'm not necessarily going to say this season there's something wrong, because they have more points this season and they're hanging around more this season than they were before. The Penguins weren't going to be my main focus this morning, though. Yesterday got a pretty strong reaction on this show, on the morning show. I heard the PM team a little bit. I think on the Pomp and Joe show, too, this was the biggest topic. People want to talk about Will Howard and the quarterback situation for the Steelers. And there's a lot of weird conversations going around. It got so weird that yesterday on the PM team with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller, Pony made what I thought was an interesting argument. If Mike McCarthy's a new coach and is trying to revitalize the offensive unit, the offensive players potentially on the team, quarterback in particular as well, if Will Howard can be saved or developed properly by Mike McCarthy, Pony made the argument, well, why can't Mason Rudolph be revitalized by Mike McCarthy? That's extreme. That's a stretch. I don't know. I mean, Mason Rudolph's older. That's my just counter to that. But I thought it was a fun argument, considering that everybody in Pittsburgh who's a Steeler fan seems to want to talk about, even fans not in Pittsburgh who are Steeler fans, want to talk about, what is it about Will Howard that's so intriguing? What makes fans want him so much? And then Adam Crowley and I were talking yesterday on the morning show, and I didn't quite understand my perspective, so I'll try to clear it up. He seems to think that everybody in Pittsburgh just wants him just because they think he's entitled to the role of quarterback, titled to the title and the responsibilities of being the quarterback of the Steelers. I think that the majority of us want just a fresh face. Like Mason Rudolph, like I would counter Pony's argument too, and I would say, well, Mason Rudolph's not really fresh. He's older. It feels like he's gotten enough of a sample size. He might not have been developed properly. There's rumors that Ben Roethlisberger might have been stonewalling him and intentionally not giving him a certain level of support to allow him to transition to be the next Steelers quarterback when he was here. And that's possible, but that's kind of the thing. I mean, the Mason Rudolph start, like, I feel bad for how his career started. I feel bad for any drama that he may have been a part of that was apparent there. But like he's he's old enough now. He's older now. I've seen enough of him now where I would rather take a younger quarterback that has the opportunity to develop rather than him. So that's my counter to that in particular. But then my other point is I think I'm with the fans that clamor for Will Howard because I don't think it's people are just insane for this guy just because. I think everybody just wants something different. I think everybody wants not Aaron Rodgers because Aaron Rodgers, as I put it, for a while now, Aaron Rodgers is a safe choice at quarterback for the Steelers. Aaron Rodgers would be like, all right, well, Mike McCarthy knows Aaron Rodgers great, and Aaron Rodgers got the Steelers to the playoffs last season great, and he did enough on offense to make the previous offenses of the Steelers look way better because those were some of the worst offenses in Steeler history. I mean, do you remember Kenny Pickett's days where the team would go 3 and out 5 straight times to start a game? So Aaron Rodgers made the offense look like, I think his influence made the offense, that side of the ball, look like, all right, we can score. We can do it. So bringing him back would be that safe, comfortable choice, which is something that I wouldn't put past ownership. I wouldn't put past Art Rooney II's vision for the team. Omar Khan's ability to execute a deal, provided that Aaron Rodgers would want to come back. I wouldn't put it past them. So then I pivot and I think, okay, well, now let's assume Aaron Rodgers. We don't want Aaron Rodgers to come back. So all the Will Howard people out there, what options do you see at quarterback? Like, if not Aaron Rodgers or Will Howard, I guess, who would you want the quarterback to be for the Steelers? Because my point then was, my counterpoint in all these discussions was, okay, it's not necessarily that Will Howard is the guy that I would want, provided that there are other options for the Steelers going into this next season. I'm with Doug Whaley, former NFL GM, on the Fan Morning Show every Wednesday from 9 o'clock to 10, although yesterday was an exception because he was on Tuesday. I agree with what he said. He said you got to bring in competition for these guys. You can't just hand Will Howard the job. I agree with that. They got to bring in competition from different avenues. I would hope Aaron Rodgers isn't part of that competition, but that's a fair point. And I've agreed with that as well. Bring in the competition, see what options you have. But without Will Howard, let's say Aaron Rodgers or Will Howard weren't options, like who would be the quarterback then? Who are some of the quarterbacks you would bring in as competition for the Steelers? My whole point is, I think everybody also likes Will Howard because right now he's on the team. They wouldn't have to go out and get anybody else. They drafted a guy who was a national championship winning quarterback, and he's on the team right now. Like, what other options are there out there? I'm sure there are plenty, but like, who realistically could you put on the Steelers and say, yep, that guy, I would trust that guy to compete to win the starting job? And Will Howard right now, he's just in front of us. He's here. We know that. And the two guys under contract between Will Howard and Mason Rudolph, I'm going to pick Will Howard and leave Mason Rudolph as the Steelers' eternal backup. I think that's it. I don't think you guys are crazy. I'm not going to sit here and call you guys delusional or deranged. I'm not going to sit here and say that everybody is nuts for feeling this way about Will Howard, because right now he's here. He's on the roster, and he's got a good college resume. And apparently nobody could put it together how he had such a great college career, and then he was drafted in the 6th round. Took the Steelers drafting him in the 6th round to get him on the team and in the NFL. And then unfortunate circumstances had him hurt last season to the point where he didn't get enough reps where you'd really want to have him play at all. in any games. So he was just kind of there. Now, if we're talking about other options, and you can weigh in, 412-928-9370, open phone lines this morning, 412-928-9370. If we're talking about other options, I know Doran and I had talked about one of these previous weeks, Malik Willis, not that he's a realistic option considering what he's expected to get paid, but a quarterback like Malik Willis I would bring in for $10 million, maybe $15 million, maybe. Now, he's expected to make $20 million a season, but if he were available for a $10 million price tag, somewhere between 10 and $15 million, I would consider signing him and making him the quarterback competition. As part of the quarterback competition. Because he's a quarterback that backed up in Green Bay, and when he got in, when Jordan Love got hurt in Green Bay this season, he did perform pretty well. He was a pretty good quarterback for them when he got his opportunities. Like, that's the type of quarterback where I would also be like, you know what, yeah, put him in, give him a shot. Give him a try for the right price. And I wonder how you feel about that, because it's not necessarily, too, that I think it's Will Howard mania altogether. I think Steeler fans are misunderstood to the point where we just want somebody new and fresh and somebody younger, and Malik Willis would fit that resume, would fit that mold of what we want. It doesn't help, though, when respectable figures like Bruce Arians come out and say, too, that he thinks Will Howard's going to be the future of Pittsburgh. I mean, that was also something. But again, why would these guys just, like, what other quarterbacks in history have some of these guys come out and said things like that? Multiple people have come out and said, yeah, he's the guy. He's the guy. He's got the qualities. That just doesn't happen. Which I think also has Steeler fans riled up, which makes sense. Gizmo on the YouTube chat, he says, Will Howard is an unwrapped Christmas present. Yes. Is this the type of Christmas present that you get from your girlfriend, or the type of Christmas present you get from your aunt? It just depends. We don't know yet. But I think that's it. I mean, I can't sit here and say, like, oh, yeah, you guys are crazy. I mean, nobody's crazy. Nobody's crazy for thinking this. It's just give him a shot. I don't even think this is going to be like Mason Rudolph type of situation where we have years stretched over whether or not, he should play. You don't have Ben Roethlisberger bogging this situation down. I mean, I think that was the biggest thing. There were a lot of rumors that Ben Roethlisberger was disgruntled over Mason Rudolph getting drafted, and there were certain things that Ben Roethlisberger wasn't interested in helping Mason Rudolph with. Just allegedly. I've heard these rumors going around. I mean, you remember that one time that Mason Rudolph was in while Ben Roethlisberger was hurt, and somebody asked him if Ben had reached out to him, and Mason Rudolph gave the awkwardest no I've ever heard. I think fans, too, are kind of stung by that, when that situation happened, where they, we remember Mason Rudolph didn't get his opportunity because Ben may have been disgruntled with the situation. And I think now we just want a situation where we can actually put another quarterback in there that won't be hindered, that can be given an opportunity. And just see what he can do. Now, Doug Whaley on the morning show yesterday also brought up a perspective that I didn't quite think of, that I don't quite acknowledge as I have these discussions. But he said that you want the quarterback competition to come in there because guys like T.J. Watt and Cam Hayward, they're not going to – they also don't want to waste the season. Their careers are getting older and older with each passing year, and so they're not necessarily going to be super excited to have a rebuild either. They're not necessarily going to be as excited to try to reconstruct this team. They also want to win now. They want to win a playoff game. They want to go for a Super Bowl because their careers are on the back end. which I can understand to an extent, but in the same breath, if I'm keeping my same opinion strong, I mean, I wouldn't mind if T.J. Watt got traded at some point, which the Steelers are probably not going to do because aren't really the second, not trying to waste years rebuilding. So I'm sure that's off the table. I'm sure that's not going to happen. Cam Hayward didn't expect him to get his contract restructured at all, which is what he wanted, and he held out a bit for that, and he got his new contract, which was primarily focused on playoff wins, and they haven't gotten any, and so no real new money for him in that situation. So there's that. I mean they want to win in the playoffs. I think they've got some pride to win in the playoffs. I get that, but I mean, am I going to not give some of these newer quarterbacks a shot just because they want to compete in the playoffs? No. I wouldn't. That wouldn't be me. I would trade them off before I'd build around them because their careers are coming to an end. That's just, I don't like that viewpoint. That being said, again, we're trying to talk about what the Steelers would realistically do. And again, the Steelers aren't rebuilding. But if there are guys out there like Malik Willis would be available for the Steelers to bring in at the right price, that's kind of where I'd be interested in them going. But see, also the fact that these quarterbacks are getting so expensive, really, like Aaron Rodgers is the right price, a safe choice. That's why the Steelers would want to bring him back. If you're going to get another younger quarterback who's got promise and potential, kind of like Malik Willis, you're going to have to pay for that guy. It seems like the market for him is going to be at a point where a team is going to overpay to have him on their roster, which is another advantage of Will Howard as well, an unproven talent who's got a good college resume, who not expensive right now, still a rookie. Which is another reason why I think he's appealing to Steeler fans. 412-928-9370. Tell me what you think. That's 412-928-9370. Talking more about the quarterback situation. This was a huge topic of discussion across the board yesterday. Bruce Arians, former Steelers offensive coordinator, former head coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, won a Super Bowl. Quarterback whisperer kind of guy who was credited with developing a lot of great quarterbacks in his time, said that Will Howard, the future of Pittsburgh. Your thoughts, 412-928-9370. What options do the Steelers have at quarterback? Is Aaron Rodgers the true only option? Is Aaron Rodgers and Will Howard the only true options? 412-928-9370. Let me know what you think. Talk to me on X at Callis_33. And the YouTube chat's open too. Go to 93.7 The Fan. On YouTube, search that. You'll find our video feed, and you can find the chat as well. One more thing, too, I wanted to mention that I've wanted to talk about for the rest of the week, and I just never got to it because so many topics have been flying around. The big one is now kind of surfacing because Robert Kraft, now owner of the New England Patriots, was not elected to the NFL Hall of Fame, and that came after reports had a leak that Bill Belichick was not being inducted this season on his first time on the ballot. And so I'd just like to say, I think sports are getting silly to the point where if you've got the best and everybody universally agrees that somebody is the best, and you're not voting based on any type of cheating or scandals that were going on, you're keeping a guy out because you think he did this, but you can't keep him out because of that, or it's a silly thing. We all have this agreement. I think there's this universal thought that if you're not taking any scandals into consideration, and there's a whole different discussion, but the Patriots have done it the best. The Patriots had a great dynasty. The Patriots had one of the best dynasties in the history of sports. And they still got to do. This one's just after the Bill Belichick era. The team is back in the Super Bowl this season. But it's hard to deny. It's very hard to deny. It's one of the hardest things to deny that Bill Belichick is a first ballot Hall of Famer for all of the accomplishments that he's had in his career. And when everybody acknowledges that, yet you don't put him in, you got a bad system. Now, I think the NFL was, it was like last week, they had posted that message that said that the integrity of the Hall of Fame voting procedures needs to be protected. You know, because people are coming out, like I think voters are coming out and explaining why they did or didn't vote for him. And then the NFL's trying to be like, we have to maintain the integrity and we've got to discipline whoever violates the integrity clause. When you start, the problem is when you start acting like the Hall of Fame is this, is this big thing and this very sacred entity, but then you don't put in a guy that everybody universally agrees is the best of the best, then that's no good. I mean, they have one of Bill Belichick's plays in the Hall of Fame. Already. It's just there. One of his plays in the Hall of Fame. But not him. Not him on the first ballot. Well, they try to make it seem like, okay, everything they do is perfect and they've got a system and they've got everything great and they've got to keep things sacred. They got to keep things in the highest integrity. It's just like when you start acting like you've got the superior mind and you're not going to do the obvious thing, it just diminishes the credibility of the Hall of Fame. You act like you're the superior entity, but then you don't do the things that are the obvious things. It's just like, it's become like Major League Baseball's Hall of Fame to an extent has become kind of a joke in that sense. When you don't put Barry Bonds in, who is clearly one of the best players in the history of Major League Baseball, and he was never disciplined by Major League Baseball for the use of steroids, and you don't put him in the Hall of Fame, that's why Major League Baseball's lost a lot of credibility over time because of that whole situation and writers feeling morally justified. Not leave him in. So that's the thing. I mean, with Bill Belichick, I agree. I don't like the Patriots. I don't like the Patriots from that era. The Patriots stopped the Steelers from winning several Super Bowls and advancing in the playoffs. It's a bummer. But if I'm acknowledging who's the best, it's the Patriots. Put him in. No reason to not have him in the NFL Hall of Fame. All right, I'm out of time. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show with Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson. That's next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Crews dealing with an accident on the inbound Parkway West at the ramp to Business Route 60 and 2230. Things a little tight in that area as you're directed around it, but expect delays. Once you do get by it on the Parkway West, you're fairly steady into the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East, that's a little bit slow into the Squirrel Hill tunnels. And some great news, after being closed for a couple of weeks due to the snow, they've reopened the HOV lanes along the Parkway North across town and the North Shore Expressway. You can use those with 2 or more in your vehicle until 10 o'clock this morning. For the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this football season unforgettable. Enjoy our all-new app design and same-game parlay builder, which will take your experience to a new level. Earn BetMGM rewards points from your bets. Take advantage of football promos found nowhere else, like a second chance offer on a first touchdown bet, and keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for ordinary. Sign up today BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fans, Fan About Town.
Jurgles and Drusky Entertainment is putting the next big thing on stage. Check the calendar for the next Lodo show. Tickets for these are only $1 to see live and rising local talent on stage. Get your tickets now at jurgles.com. Schley Deck and Fence Company. Call today for an estimate on your rotten, rusted, paint shipping railings. Get your railings safe again by spring. Call 412-515-6575. Schley Deck and Fence. SchleyDeckCompany.com. Looking for an incredible Pittsburgh fresh-made hoagie? Visit Tim's Corner Market in Beachview. Fresh house-made bread stacked high with the finest meats and premium toppings and packed with Pittsburgh flavor. The hoagie you didn't know you needed at Tim's Corner Market on Broadway Avenue in Beachview.
For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and mention the 93.7 The Fan special.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
What's up, guys? Chris Muller here. It's frigid outside. We all know this to be true. One place you don't want things to be cold or frigid is the bedroom. If they are, heat them up with Blue Chew, because Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And guys, that means Blue Chew can help you be more confident where and when it counts. And Blue Chew really is that good. You're going to have flashbacks to your prime, to when you told everybody you were in your glory days. And your date nights, well, they just got longer and better for everyone. And guys, it isn't just about performance. You know that her group chat is always talking, so give them something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners as well. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Hey, it might be hard to believe, but you know it's going to be here soon. Spring. Oh, yes, spring. So get on into Schultz Ford. All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling, and get ready for spring. How about that Mustang convertible? When that weather hits, let's go. There's that. There's the F-150. There's an Explorer. Maybe you're taking that spring break trip. That is fantastic to head down south with the family. If you got a little bit of a bigger family, the Expedition works as well. Long story short, the weather's going to get a lot better. Get yourself geared up for spring and, dare I say, some summer fun. The people who work at Schultz cannot be beaten. They are fantastic. They will work with you. They'll hook you up. And also, all the inventory is there and it's ready to go. So all those great locations and always, and I mean always online, at SchultzFord.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Crews working to clear an earlier accident that was tying up the right lane of the inbound Parkway West at the ramps to Route 2230 and Route 60. So watch for some possible slowdowns around there. Once you are by it, though, you're going to be fairly steady into the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound looking good toward Pittsburgh International Airport. In the meantime, we do have an accident in Fayette County that has closed Route 982 in both directions in Bullskin Township between Longenecker and Shenandoah Roads. If you're traveling on the Pennsylvania Turnpike, that's looking good for you east and westbound between the Gateway Ohio line and Breezewood. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Staples.
Staples has hundreds of great ways to boost your brand, like spectacular signs, brilliant brochures, eye-popping posters, mouth-watering menus, and more. Shop now through April 18th and save up to $125 on all your custom prints. Staples. That was easy.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Check them out online, awaken180weightloss.com. It's Crowley, it's Dickerson, it's Nicholas Harry Callis. Callis, this might not be fair because I don't have this in front of me. Who's the lovely listener who sent this in to us? Do you have that over there? If not, I'll find it and pull it up. But we're not allowed to play Sandstorm anymore. And so this is an original techno tune.
This will work.
From one of our listeners. This will work. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I like it.
This is better than what we had been rolling with.
I like it.
Dixon.
Dixon?
Name's Dixon.
Dixon. Nice. Thank you, Dixon.
Thank you, Dixon. Doran, Harry, how we doing today?
I'm doing fantastic. Hump day, baby. No Whaley today. We had him yesterday. Got Mackey.
It's a Mackey hump day.
Yeah, Mackey hump day.
Yeah, the whole week's screwed up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm excited about this.
Yeah.
I'm happy that Mackey was able to shift things around. We got a nice Friday playing too, but it hasn't come together yet, so we'll tell you what that is. Probably spent a lot of time on a big game.
Yeah. Yeah.
Prop bets, odds and ends, things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
Lee. Oh, yeah. Talk about wardrobe malfunctions, Super Bowls from years gone by, Steelers Super Bowl moments, yada, yada, yada. Harry, how we doing today, buddy?
Yeah, I'm fun.
It's warm today.
It does feel warm.
It feels warm.
I got out of my car and I was
14
like, oh,
degrees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. 14. Perfect.
And you were telling me next week it's going to be in the low 40s and it's going to feel like friggin' springtime.
Yeah, it's going to feel great. It's going to feel great. All week, I think it's like 38 to 40. So.
Would you sign up for 45 and sunny for the Pirates home opener?
Yes.
Yeah. Harry, would you sign up for 45 and sunny for the Pirates home opener?
Sure.
But doesn't that feel, it feels so much different than fall 45 and sunny? Like
fall's got a smell.
Yeah, it's got a smell to it, and I'm like almost prepared or like ready for it. And I'm not as cold, but like I feel like if it's 45 sunny in late March, April, I'm freezing.
45 on Easter, it's like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
45 on sunny on Halloween, I think we take.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's weird.
Now, are we playing the game that you wanted to play yesterday?
We absolutely are.
Oh, my God. You guys have talked about this.
We have.
Oh, my God.
We're excited.
It's Black History Month. Yesterday, if you tuned into the pre-show, we had talks about biracial things. People, black people, white people. So we're actually going to quiz Crowley on celebrities and or actors that are either black or white. I have 10 of these.
No.
I have 10.
Can you just say for the record on the air so that we can pull the audio when I inevitably get canceled that you're okay with this?
I am okay with this, kind of. So, Crowley, are you ready?
No.
I'm going to test your knowledge here, pal. All right.
This tune's great, too. You guys.
Number 1. Are they black or are they white?
Oh, no.
Or were they black or were they white?
Oh, now they could be dead?
Maybe.
Oh.
Marvin Gaye.
Now, he's no longer with us.
He is no longer with us. His dad shot him.
Oh, jeez. He's black.
He is black.
Yes!
He is black. He was a singer.
Sorry about your pops.
Very good singer.
Bad.
Sexual Healing was his biggest song. All right. Good job, Crowley.
I'm sweating.
Out the gates. Number 2.
I was wondering why Harry wasn't saying anything. Hey, Harry, how you doing? Hey, Harry, it feels kind of warm.
Ready to go?
Yeah.
Number 2. Angela Bassett.
Who that? You tell me what she's in?
No.
What she's done? What she's
an
famous
actor.
for? Give me something she's in.
She's an actor.
Text her. How in the hell did you guys win a Marconi? If you don't think this is good, I don't know who you are. Black History Month. Who we doing?
Angela Bassett.
Can I do an image search?
No.
You're really not going to tell me what she's in? I need some sort of reference. You know, I can't.
What's love got to do with it?
I'm not sure. Can you tell me what she's in?
That's the movie she's in.
Oh. Who else is in that?
I can't tell you.
White.
That is incorrect.
Oh!
Angela Bassett is black. She played Tina Turner in What's Love Got to Do with It? And Lawrence Fishburne was her husband.
Oh, man.
Yes. All right.
She's still with us.
Yes, she looks great, too.
She does.
She was in Black Panther. She was the mom. Couldn't tell you what she was in. Number 3. Talia Shire.
Give me something here.
She's an actor.
Okay. In black.
That is incorrect. Talia Shire is white, and she played Adrian in Rocky.
2's already too many.
That is already too many.
She's so white.
Number 4, James Avery.
Oh, he's black.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Do you know who that is?
Oh, yeah.
Who is it? Are you looking it up? Do you know who that is?
Yeah, it's a guy from Fresh Prince.
Yes, Uncle Phil.
Yeah.
Okay, good job. Number 5, Tim Curry.
Oh. Interesting. There could be some Mike McDaniel going on here. I'm scared. He's white.
He is white.
Yeah.
He was an actor. He played Pennywise in It, and he played in Home Alone 2. Have a lovely day. That guy. That's him. Number 6, Judge Reinhold.
White.
He is white. He's an actor, and he played in Beverly Hills Cop.
You know what I think of him in, though? The Santa Claus.
The Santa Claus, yeah. That's whenever I was doing it, I was like, yeah, he'd probably get it from the Santa Claus, the stepdad, or whatever. What's his name? Neil. That's right. Neil. Number 7, Stacey Dash.
Black.
She is black. She was an actor, is an actor, and she played in Clueless.
I'm on a roll.
Number 8, Tim Meadows.
Who's Tim Meadows?
SNL.
Oh, white.
He's black. He was in SNL, and he played in The Ladies' Man.
Oh. He's in all kind of stuff. He has a cameo in The Office, and he's hysterical. They're in Chili's.
And you just, he's white. Yes.
Oh, yeah, I got this.
Oh,
I
yeah.
know. Don't.
Number 9, Gene Wilder.
White.
He's white. He's Willy Wonka. And number 10.
Although, never mind. Keep going.
Number 10.
There's no room for all those. All those will get me in trouble.
Nev Campbell.
Black.
That is incorrect.
Yes. Oh.
Wait, it's good that he's not black? Was that what you said? Yes?
I just thought I had it right.
Is that? No, he said incorrect, and then you said yes.
I thought Nev Campbell was a boy.
No, that's a lady.
Yeah, she's a Canadian actress.
Yeah, she played in Scream.
Yeah, I thought she was a black man.
Nope.
Turns out she's a white Canadian woman.
Yes. So you did what? I guess like 50-50. That's decent. Maybe we'll go for round 2 next Wednesday. We'll keep this going through Black History Month. And of course, Black History Month is the shortest month of the year.
Which I don't like. But for my purposes, I can live with it. And by my purposes, I mean for this game.
Okay.
But you clearly don't pay attention to Black History outside of February either. So
What are you talking about?
You got half wrong.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, most of it is
Don't
because
lash out at me. You got half of those
I'm
wrong.
not lashing. But most of it is I just don't know who those people were.
I mean, there's a lot of people out there that you probably would have known. So it made it a lot harder. So I had to dig a little bit deep of people that you might have known that were black or white.
It's a good game.
Yeah.
Who is Darren Rovell? You know Darren Rovell?
Yeah.
Do you remember when he got called a racist on Twitter and then went into, in great detail, how he collects things from the civil rights movement?
No, I don't remember that. But
Yeah.
that is hilarious.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Did it make him look worse?
It didn't help him as much as he thought it would. I think it just made people kind of uncomfortable. Well, I might as well get into the full thing. Calling me racist is cute, he wrote. This was back in 2018. On this day especially, it was MLK Day 2018. I have one of the largest Martin Luther King Jr. collections in the world, and some of my closest friends are black.
That's the worst thing that you could say. That's what I kind of remembered, and yes, I do remember that now. Because I remember thinking, like, that is the worst thing that you could probably say. Like, I have black friends.
I have over 9.
9?
That's what he wrote. I have over 9 MLK signed items. I am a humongous fan of what he's done. And over the last 7 years, I've collected a lot of things. It's not only MLK, it's a lot of black history. I own a Rosa Parks signed NAACP card.
Are you kidding me?
So it was pretty shocking today how I was called a racist when I am a student and lover of black history. When Harry said I do not support black history, I almost went into self-defense mode and started saying stuff. And
Like
then
what?
and then Darren Rovell popped into my mind.
What were you going to say?
Oh, I have a considerable MLK collection. I love the sentence. In any context, I have over 9 signed items.
That 9.
Like that's where he stopped counting. Couldn't count anymore. He got
9.
up to 9. I have over 9. I'm too tired to count them all. But I'll tell you what, I know it's more than 9. Man.
Yeah, man. Yep.
He kept going.
Man, that's not good.
I offered to loan them to the Smithsonian, but they required me to donate it. He said, "Why can't they just display it? Why do they have to own it when I bought it?"
I'm surprised that he's he made a comeback after that. Like, I'm surprised that he kind of, stayed steady with what he was doing, because that's a deal breaker for some people. That'll push you down, man.
Well, Darren Rovell is one of the most infamous punching bags in all of Twitterdom, because he'll tweet just the most callous things because he's a sports business guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, someone will pass away and he'll tweet out their net worth, and or if someone's going through a public divorce, he'll just throw out there the details, and he just gets crushed all the time. Texter, great game, guys. Please continue this every week. Texter, I finished my workout 5 minutes ago, but I'm sitting on the rear delt machine, absolutely riveted right now. Very good. Good work, guys.
Yeah.
Where'd you find that music, Harry? That's perfect music, I feel like.
There was a copyrighted song that I could not use, so I found the next closest thing that I knew we could use.
What was the copyrighted song?
Chariots of Fire.
Yes. Oh, man, I love Chariots of Fire.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
I thought you did decent.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You're a very close friend of mine, Doran. I hope you know that.
Your only friend.
You're a very close friend of mine.
The only one. Nice.
Thank you.
Nice. Right into the microphone, though?
I thought I turned it off. So yesterday we said we were going to start the pre-show talking about Harry and an oddity with Harry.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's worth bringing up now. And this isn't to make fun of our friend, kind of to marvel at him. So yesterday Harry came in here and he got things set up and he was all jittery. I'm like, dude, what's going on? He's like, I really have to pee. I'm like, dude, you just got here. And you said you woke up and drove in here before you urinated. And it might be the craziest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, that is wild.
I can't imagine waking up and not immediately emptying my bladder.
Mm-hmm.
I can't imagine waking up, brushing teeth, cleaning off.
And then going to the bathroom?
Even then. But my man, he doesn't live far from here, but my man got in the car and drove here and then didn't stop in the potty on the way in.
Passed
the bathroom. Multiple bathrooms, in fact. And came in here, sat down for a minute. All while having the night's brew just sitting inside of him. I'm not sure whether to be upset or concerned or impressed. Because, frankly, that's a bladder control that I do not possess. I pee every 15 minutes. That is impressive, but it's also, I can't believe you did that.
I'll just show up late next time then. That's fine.
No, and there's no criticism here. The first thing I do when I wake up in the morning, and I think most people, is you empty yourself. No?
Is this an age thing? Like could we have held it whenever we were 26, 27 years old?
Man.
I think it might be an age thing now. Now I think about it, like waking up, probably could just go do what I had to do, and then go pee.
I bet you have a strong flow too, don't you, Harry? God, it might be a young thing.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't consider that. Oh, no.
You really just said I probably have a strong flow. You really did. Sometimes I like to say this all the time. You wake up in the morning, you never know what you're going to experience throughout the day. I did not expect to hear that sentence.
Fair. Texter, Darren Rovell has almost 2 million followers on Twitter. What if he isn't racist and was falsely accused? Can you just look at the comedy?
Yeah, like that's not the point. We're not saying that he's
Can't we just laugh? Why does everyone take everything so seriously? We don't. This is not a show where we take things seriously. We play a game called Dead or Alive, and we just played a game called Black or White.
Correct.
You don't take race seriously, Crowley?
Damn it! You see this?
Yep, I got you.
You see this?
Got you.
And I know what he's doing too.
Mm-hmm.
I know what he's doing too.
Mm-hmm.
Because you know what he's hiding behind. I'm just saying.
You?
No.
What?
His girlfriend. I'm just saying.
I actually,
I'm just saying.
We should quiz him. That's the thing.
I don't want it to be the end of his relationship. I don't want.
He'd probably actually nail it.
He would nail it. Of course he would. All right. Texter, I'm 26, and the first thing I do each morning is go to the bathroom. Anybody who doesn't is dehydrated. Are you dehydrated? He's just leaving me out here to dry. All right. There are two big stories from yesterday in Pittsburgh sports. One is the way that Penguin game went down last night, but that's not where we start. We'll get to that in the first hour. But according to Fan Morning Show and Pat McAfee, NFL insider Mark Caboli, the Steelers are about to hire their next offensive coordinator. And Doran, you might know a thing or two about him. We'll get to that in 30 seconds. Bang!
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
As the passing game coordinator, where does your role fit in?
Yeah, I think it's wherever needed, wherever Kevin feel like I can help. It's a collaborative effort. A lot of the guys on the staff will be involved in and things that we feel like that we do well and put our players in the best position. I think it'll be an offense that's going to try to take advantage of weaknesses of the defense and obviously play to our strengths. It'll be multiple. I think we'll throw a lot of different things at people.
That's Brian Angelico, the passing game coordinator, tight ends coach for the Minnesota Vikings, or I should say he was. Because according to Mark Caboli, and perhaps things that have been whispered around here for a little while now, Brian Angelico will be the Steelers' next offensive coordinator. And I got to tell you, I know there were people yesterday that weren't putting two and two together and were upset that Tolzien was going back to the New Orleans Saints. And I think Tolzien would have been a great hire, 38 years old, worked under Kellen Moore, smart guy, played with Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay under Mike McCarthy. There are reasons why that hire would have made sense. But I love the prospect of a Brian Angelico hire. This from Caboli, quote, source, Minnesota Vikings passing game coordinator, tight ends coach Brian Angelico is close to agreeing on a deal that would make him the offensive coordinator of the Pittsburgh Steelers. It could be official as early as Wednesday. Doran can say a lot more about Brian Angelico than I can for reasons that you're about to find out if you don't know, but I'll just give you a once-over real quick, folks. Angelico, like I mentioned, worked under McCarthy in Green Bay from 16 to 18. He was the passing game coordinator in Minnesota from 22 to 25 and the tight ends coach under Kevin O'Connell, who I think is a really good offensive coach. Now, Kevin O'Connell used to be the offensive coordinator under Sean McVay, so it went Sean McVay, Kevin O'Connell, Brian Angelico. You could do a lot worse than that. And I think tight end coaches, especially ones who are passing game coordinators, you want to talk about well-rounded. Mm-hmm. As a tight end coach, you got to know all the blocking schemes. You also got to know about the passing game because, by the way, you're the passing game coordinator. And because it's sort of from the McVay tree, there's nothing I can dislike about this. In fact, I like it a lot, Doran.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you happen to know this man.
I do. Know him as well as any coach that I've ever played underneath. And this was obviously a long time ago, but moved to tight end. And, you know, he was a tight ends coach at Pitt throughout my whole entire tenure, even before I moved to tight end. And I get with him, and he builds me from the ground up. Like, I never in my life put my hand in the ground as a football player. I was always a running back or receiver, you know, a skilled player. So I had to learn how to play tight end, and he taught me from the ground up. And not only did he teach me from the ground up, he made me one of the best tight ends in the country in college football in 2009. He made, and Nate Byam was a tight end coming out of high school, but he made Nate Byam one of the best tight ends in the country throughout the 4 years Nate Byam was at the University of Pittsburgh. We both got drafted. That led him, Signetti, who's also on the staff, for a year or two, still in college football, but then they head to the NFL, and basically they've been in the NFL since.
They went to the NFL immediately after that.
Yeah, immediately after that. No, he's a guy, man, honestly, from, I mean, this is a long time ago, and I'm sure that it's probably even heightened now. You know, he's about 99.8% football and maybe 0.1% or 2%, 0.2% just outside of football life. Like, he lives it. He's a guy who slept in the office. He's a guy who, you know, had an apartment, didn't have TVs, you know, didn't have anything in his apartment whenever he was at Pitt, because he was never there, because he was always at the facility. Like, he lives, breathes, eats football. And I'm sure that it's even more heightened now, now that he's been in the NFL and been around certain players and certain schemes, certain systems. He's a lifer, man. And he's not just a guy that's going to have a title. And rightfully so. You talk about having an offensive-minded head coach or defensive-minded head coach, and then having a title person that is a coordinator, and they kind of, you know, just put things together and make sure things are smooth throughout practice and throughout the week. Brian Angelico is going to be a sounding board, and he's going to have a lot of input for what Mike McCarthy and this Pittsburgh Steelers offense is trying to do. And he's the one that can actually dig deep and nitpick certain positions. You know, he coached offensive line at one point in his life. He coached, obviously, tight ends. He knows skilled players. He knows schemes. He knows concepts. He knows protections. So he's the one that's going to dig deep when something doesn't go right. That's the guy that comes in and is like, you know, he's like the Terminator and tries to fix everything. He's a fixer. So this is a really good hire. The non-biased part of me looking at what the Steelers are going to try to do this year on offense and the quality of offense that they could put out in the field. But other than that, like, man, like, yeah, man, like I swear about it, he made my career. Like, the guy, him and Frank Signetti, who's on the staff, they made my career and made it possible for me to go and play in the NFL.
And he's worked in the NFL ever since. Ever since. So this guy has a ton of experience. There's already a text, and I'm sure we're going to get a couple of these because this is the way it's been this week. Oh, it's the old boys club. Oh, they're all friends of McCarthy. Listen, that's just the way that it goes, first of all. But I've done a lot of digging on Angelico since last Thursday when you tweeted out, hey, keep an eye on Brian Angelico for the Steelers offensive coordinator job. I've done a deep dive, and I'm not going to pretend to know more about him, obviously, than you, but this is a guy that at some point I have to figure was going to get an offensive coordinator job just based on merit alone. Think about how these things happen. Like, Mike LaFleur just got a head coaching job, right? Clint Kubiak just got a head coaching job. Scheelhaus was interviewing for head coaching jobs as the passing game coordinator of the Los Angeles Rams. When you're affiliated with the Kevin O'Connells, with the Sean McVays, with the Shanahans, with those guys on those trees, you're going to get a shot at some point. And to be the passing game coordinator for an offense last year that got Sam Darnold on track and then ultimately paid is enough for me without any of the other stuff we've already said. Like, Sam Darnold's career was going the way of, well, he's going to be a long-term backup. And they go 14-3 with him last season. And I think they were instrumental in his development. What are the Pittsburgh Steelers looking for? This just in, a quarterback. And you've got Mike McCarthy, who's a quarterback whisperer. You bring in a guy who can add some of the Kevin O'Connell and add some of the Sean McVay traits potentially to the running game, who's also a passing game coordinator who helped Sam Darnold grow. I don't know how anybody could dislike this at 412-928-9370.
And said this yesterday too. Being with Minnesota, and being and having that title for 3-4 years, it's not just about the quarterback. He had the best receiver in the game, arguably, and that helps. Like, he helped him. He helped Jordan Addison, who was a young rookie coming in, first-round pick. And immediately, I mean, obviously, he had some troubles or everything, but like, whenever he stepped on the field, he was immediately an asset to that offense. He's helped receivers. He's helped TJ Hawkinson, really elevate his career to another level. It's not just about the quarterbacks with a guy like Brian Angelico. It is about the whole deal. You think about the offensive line and how they operated in Minnesota. You think pass game coordinator, you think it's just concepts, things of that nature. No, it's protections. It's everything.
Yeah.
So their offensive line was very good. Their tight ends were pretty good. Their receivers obviously are really good. This is a deal where you're going to get everything. And I like how McCarthy is doing this. Like, I really do. I know that the old boys club thing, but that's the NFL. It's been like this for years. It's just more prevalent right now because we're here in Pittsburgh and it's new. But this goes on every single franchise. If you look deep enough, the same guys are still there. They follow the coaches everywhere. So, yeah, I think that this is a really good situation for what we can expect and what we want to see for this Steelers offense for the first time in a decade, really.
This offensive staff's as good as it's been here in a very long time, since Todd Haley.
Yes.
I was a huge Todd Haley fan. I think
too.
Todd Haley really good at his job.
Me too.
But they haven't had an offensive coordinator of that repute since. And I know that Angelico won't be calling plays, and I'm not going to put him in the same breath as Todd Haley because Todd was a really good offensive coordinator and a head coach before they brought him in. But I think Angelico's got a chance to really help this team the way that you're saying. Texter, what about J.J. McCarthy this year, though? He was awful. See, the way I look at that is I was never personally a fan of J.J. McCarthy. You and I had talked about it. This guy's a first-round quarterback, really? I think the misevaluation happened with the now let-go GM and a head coach who is a good quarterback guy, but I think swung and missed. I don't think Brian Angelico's going out and drafting J.J. McCarthy.
No.
He ain't got that power. Kevin O'Connell now has all the power in that organization. And I think what happened was the tail wagged the dog. I think it was the sunk cost fallacy. They drafted J.J. McCarthy in the first round, and even though Sam Darnold played good, they thought so highly of their own abilities they could get it out of J.J., but then J.J.'s coming off a horrific leg injury, and I just think that was more of a misevaluation thing from the head coach and the general manager than it was a lack of being able to develop him, because to me, he was never a first-round talent.
Totally agree.
But that could just be us. 412-928-9370. Texter, doesn't mean this will work. Of course not. Who knows if anything's going to work? That's life.
They're giving themselves the best shot at it working, though, by hiring. And I believe that, they still need a tight ends coach. They're probably going to have an assistant tight ends coach, too. So there's probably a couple more hires on offense that throw everything at it.
I could see Lunda Wells still coming in here and being the tight ends coach.
Yeah. And run game coordinator. Unless did they give that to Shin Young?
You know what? I'm not 100% sure on that. You've also got an offensive line coach who has worked in the league forever and an assistant offensive line coach who is a borderline Pro Football Hall of Famer. This staff is leaps and bounds better than the staff that Mike Tomlin had. Full stop, period, to quote Travis Williams. And this is one of the things that people who like the Mike McCarthy hire were talking about. I like the DC hire, and I like the OC hire. Now, I'll be truthful, because we always are on this show. If they hired Scott Tolzien, I'd like that too.
Yeah, for sure.
I think their final two candidates, and it sounds like those were the final two candidates, I thought they were both qualified for and good fits for the job.
Yes.
So if it were Tolzien, I'd be sitting here today probably singing the praises of that hire, but that's how I feel about Angelico. You like the Angelico hire. I wonder where people come down on this at 412-928-9370. Breaking news, according to Mark Caboli, source, Minnesota Vikings passing game coordinator / tight ends coach Brian Angelico is close to agreeing on a deal that would make him the offensive coordinator. Grade the hire, 412-928-9370. That's the Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, trustpj.com. We'll get to the Penguins' loss at the bottom of the hour, but want to hear from you on the new OC. First, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins lost 5-4 to the New York Islanders in overtime yesterday. Penguins one more game left on the schedule before the Winter Olympics break. They play on Thursday against the Buffalo Sabres. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan. This
is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
James Harden found his way to another franchise to chase a ring. He was traded to the Cavaliers on Tuesday. I have no issue with a guy trying to win a championship. That's kind of the whole point of playing, to win championships. I'm just unsure how this is all going to fit. Mitchell and Harden are both hoopers. Nobody's doubting that, but it feels like Harden doesn't address the problems that Cleveland had on its roster. I'm curious to see how these two pieces fit together. I'm Denton Day.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house, it's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game, put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Your heat seems to be running a lot more than it should. Why? You might be surprised to learn it's because the insulation in your windows has failed. When that happens, your heat leaks out and the cold gets in. Talk to the pros at Window Nation and get new windows with big savings during Window Nation's Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payment, 0 interest for 2 years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Schedule a quote now at windownation.com.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Our cheese logs are so good, people complain there's too much cheese. Only at Bubba's Gourmet Burgers and Beer.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Cloudy with flurries today, the high 29.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account,
but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Crews have cleared the earlier accident from the inbound Parkway West at the ramps to 2230 and 60, but an accident in the Hill District section of the city that ties up the intersection of Whitridge and Terrace Streets. Parkways east and west mainly steady, a little heavy into their respective tunnels. And good news, the HOV lanes are back open alongside the Parkway North, the Crosstown, and the North Shore Expressway. You can use those with 2 or more in your vehicle until 10 o'clock this morning. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. The big game is this Sunday, which means parties, libations, and food. The exact scenario Awaken 180 was built for. Why? Because you eat to lose weight. Do it once, enjoy the process, then receive free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I have a philosophy of how to structure. I think there's 4 areas that I've looked at. Number one, you got to have experts. You have men that know the league. This league evolves. You definitely want to be on the front end of the cycle. You want to be on the back end. So that's important to have the expertise and experience at a certain level. I think it's important to look at the current coaching staff in place. A lot of good coaches that were here in place under Mike, and you have to take that into consideration because that's part of the fit and the ability to move forward and make them part of it. If you feel like it fits. And the third one is you got to look at some of the young and new ideas out there that would fit the direction that you want to go with your team. So, and then you got to have them young dudes. You got to have the guys that grind. You got to have the grinders that are going to be there. And frankly, they came up the way Omar and I did. We didn't have the resources back then that you have today in computers. So, you slept in the office back then. You did those things. I'm not looking for that now because of the resources you do have. But so staying true to that, that methodology is how I've done it. And at the end of the day, it has to fit together.
Mike McCarthy, at his introductory press conference, talking about what he looks for in a staff. He talked about if there's good coaches here, he'll retain them. Well, Tom Arth remains on the staff, quarterback coach. Now you bring in a pass game coordinator from Minnesota, and you've got a head coach in Mike McCarthy, obviously, who knows a thing or two about the passing game and a thing or two about quarterbacks. And so you've got 3 guys right there who are going to be in charge of finding and developing your next franchise quarterback. And a texter writes in, and I want to hear from people on this, at 412-928-9370. You two might be the only 2 people who are excited about this potential OC hire. I think people get too caught up in the old boys club thing like we were talking about in the first segment, Doran. But if I just gave a blind resume saying,
you get a pass game coordinator from Kevin O'Connell's offense, and what happened with Sam Darnold, and where Kevin O'Connell came from and Sean McVay, I think people would have been like, all right, that's exactly what we're looking for.
If he was 35, that's why.
But here's why that's not the most important thing. I'm not saying you're saying it is. He's not calling plays.
Right.
And they've now hired a chief of staff. Like, I would not be surprised at all if there's a lot of younger people hired now under Brian Angelico, and those will be the guys that have the opportunity to grow and be part of a quote-unquote coaching tree, and that's the way it's going to go. Everything that McCarthy has said in his press conference, and everything Art Rooney II said in his press conference from when Tomlin left, has all sort of come to fruition. Like, these are truth tellers. It's refreshing. Like, Tomlin was a BS artist, and I get it. It's not necessarily a coach's prerogative, to be honest, with the media, but I do think McCarthy's a straight shooter, and we've seen on this staff a meld of young and old. So I wanted a guy from the McVay coaching tree. You got a guy that's sort of in that vein, who's also worked with McCarthy and helped resurrect a career of a quarterback that's now playing in the Super Bowl this upcoming Sunday. I don't know why I would be negative about this unless that's just my preset. And a lot of Steelers fans, I think, have been beaten to submission by the monotony of the way things have gone over the last decade or so. And so I think the preset is pessimism.
Yeah.
But with this, I'm optimistic.
Yeah. I mean, I think you see like a Tolzien and you're like, all right, he's 38 years old. And, you know, he seems like the appropriate hire, I think, in people's minds to be the offensive coordinator. And it just, you know, I don't think they never were going to hire him. I think that could have been a situation where, hey, I'm going to look out for this guy. I'm going to give him an interview and maybe he can get some more money to go back to where he's at. But I know that Brian Angelico was the guy the whole entire time. I think that's what the situation was with Tolzien and with Hazlitt or whatever. But yeah, I don't know what else you're looking for. You know, as I broke down, like it is about the other things. You know, making it as easy as possible for Mike McCarthy to call plays on Sundays, and Brian Angelico is the perfect person for that. Like, he's a grinder. Like, he's going to find every detail in every aspect of the offense to fix or to fine tune. And that's what McCarthy needs. And that's the guy that will put him in the best position to be successful on Sundays. I mean, he's familiar. If Rodgers comes back, Angelico's familiar with Rodgers. Coached, you know, for the Packers, 2018. So, I don't know. Yeah, I think that this is a good hire. I think this is going to help the Steelers on offense and not just quarterbacks. It's going to help every single position group.
No doubt. Quarterback, obviously, the most important, and so that's what I focus on, right? But I wouldn't be shocked now. You've got an offensive-minded head coach, which is what people have been clamoring for a really long time. So you got that, Steelers fans. You have an offensive coordinator that is connected to Kevin O'Connell, obviously, and the Sean McVay tree, which is something people have clamored for, myself included. You've got a quarterbacks coach in Tom Arth, who, when he was hired, Steelers fans were excited. Just because he's been here doesn't mean that he needs to be the baby that gets thrown out with the Mike Tomlin bathwater. So you got that. Head coach who's offense, OC who's well-rounded, quarterbacks coach, and I wouldn't be shocked if you've got a passing game coordinator too. If you've got a chief of staff, I think it's not all that big of a leap to think that there's going to be a passing game coordinator. Or one of these guys might get that title, but I still wouldn't be shocked if they brought somebody in for that position. This staff is going to be big, particularly on the offensive side, which, again, is another thing that Steelers fans have clamored for. And we've talked about it. Like, just because your staff is big doesn't mean that you're going to win a bunch of football games. Right. But it's something they haven't done here for a while. And it just seems like an avenue that wasn't explored by the previous administration. Well, now that avenue is being explored. So a lot of things Steelers fans have asked for are now coming to fruition, but the names aren't necessarily the guys that Steelers fans wanted, like, specifically.
Right.
Well, so what? There's a bunch of different offensive coordinator guys who could come in and help, and there were a few offensive-oriented head coaches that were hired this cycle. Mike McCarthy is one of them.
Do you think that the reason why they didn't do this underneath Tomlin was because that Tomlin didn't want it to happen? because he wanted more control of expanding the staff, or because he was just paid too much money and almost greedy in not being able to negotiate, like, hey, like, I'll take less to have a bigger staff. Like,
which we see in college all the time.
All the time.
All the time in college.
Like,
we
I think
see
James
coaches.
Franklin did that, right? Didn't he say, like, I'll take this if I have X million dollars for my staff?
I know that and I can specifically cite, in Rich Rodriguez's contract, he wanted a bigger staff. He wanted a bigger pool of money to pull from. And then he wanted to make sure that there was an NIL commitment. You see that all the time in college football. I'm not sure. I think that the Rooneys probably have one pool of money that they feel comfortable spending on coaches, and Tomlin did take up a huge chunk.
Yeah.
That being said, Tomlin pushed against analytics for a long time. Terrell Austin, I think, served the role as the eye in the sky to help with clock management and challenges for a minute until he then became the defensive coordinator, and I'm pretty sure they never backfilled that position that he came in to fill. So I think it's probably a little column A, column B. Texter, Crowley, you just said just because your staff is big. Ha, 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 ha.
Wait for that.
You and I made weird eye contact, and we decided to move past it.
Correct. We're maturing.
But our texters aren't maturing.
Right.
412-928-9370. You can text us. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Mark Caboli reporting that Brian Angelico, former tight ends coach and pass game coordinator under Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota, is the new Steelers offensive coordinator. Grade the hire, 412-928-9370. You can also give us a ring on the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We'd love to talk to you about this hire. Penguins fell last night in overtime, but as upset as I was yesterday morning, I'm not that upset today. I'll explain why. First, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins lost to the New York Islanders in overtime yesterday. Penguins are still a point ahead of the Islanders in the Metropolitan Divisional standings. Penguins have one more game before the Winter Olympics break, and that game's going to be on Thursday. It's going to be against the Buffalo Sabres. Then they're off until February 26th. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Adam.
Oh, thank you, Harry. Big game on Sunday, and that means chips and wings and veggies. And if you got chips and wings and veggies, you need dip. And the best dip around is Daisy French Onion Dip. Great tasting and delicious. And my personal favorite, Daisy Ranch Dip. Made with ingredients you can find in your kitchen. No preservatives, no artificial ingredients. I like the Daisy Ranch Dip with pizza. So do what I'm going to do for the big game. Get yourself some Daisy French Onion Dip, some Daisy Ranch Dip at a grocery store near you.
Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
We want Rocky. And I'll tell you what, Mason Rudolph is Rocky in this town. I don't care if he wins 4 games next year.
He's been knocked down and he's gotten back up again, is what you're telling us, Brett. The man's been knocked down, he's been kicked in the face, but you want a guy that's going to get back up and
Aaron Rodgers, yes, exactly, because guess what? Aaron Rodgers won a Super Bowl in 2010.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
Maybe you think you made a mistake and now it's too late. Maybe you think the insurance company talked you out of taking the next step. Maybe you think it's too late to hire a lawyer. Before you give up, I think you should call my law firm. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and if you were hurt in an accident in Pennsylvania, I want you to know that you have 2 years to file a lawsuit. Don't miss out on the chance to improve your life by getting the settlement you deserve. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And remember, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 sportsbook for live betting, is making every moment of Super Bowl 60 count with DraftKings Live Millions, featuring over $5 million in prizes. Here's how it works. Open the DraftKings Sportsbook app, opt in, and get your promo token. Place a live bet of $1 or more on the Super Bowl, and you're in. And every live bet means a another shot to win. Once the game wraps up, we'll randomly select our prize winners. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code THEFAN. That's code THEFAN. Bet live for your share of $5 million in prizes with code THEFAN. In partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Pennsylvania only. Eligibility and restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Minimum odds minus 500. Prizes either bonus bets or single use 20% profit boost. Max bet $20 that expire in 30 days. See official rules at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos for entry period and free method of entry. Sponsored by Crown Gaming Inc.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at MHIRoof.com.
Zero Res's Month of Love sale. Not only is your carpet one of the biggest investments in your home, but it's also the biggest air filter in your home. If your carpet hasn't been professionally cleaned, you are breathing in unhealthy levels of nasty dirt, dander, bacteria, and germs that keep recirculating again and again. Lucky for you, Zero Res is going to spread the love to you and your home. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the fan special.
Winter wreaks havoc on your car. Salt, slush, snow, the worst. You can keep your car bright, shiny, and clean with Mr. Magic's unlimited wash plans. Plans start as low as $19.99 per month to enjoy unlimited washes at any of our 23 Mr. Magic neighborhood locations. Sign up today online or at any Mr. Magic car wash.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's Horvath. Is the game on his stick? We'll see. He scores! Bo Horvath wins it in overtime.
Well, crap. Biggest game of the season for the Penguins to this point yesterday, and they do get a point, but they should have won the game. And they can't win in overtime. They can't win in the shootout. So I kind of expected it once it got out of regulation, and the Islanders are now undefeated 6-0 in overtime. So bad matchup with that. But the Penguins win the faceoff in overtime. Mm-hmm. Don't get a shot, even though they have the first possession, which matters a ton. And they lose the game, and OT was ugly. That being said, as down as I was yesterday.
You were really down.
Well, that's because they just totally no-showed on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, they were the much better team. Like, they played better than the Islanders. The first period was great for the first 17 minutes. Then it went to hell in a handbasket the last 3. Second period was great. Third period, they didn't give up. They didn't give up any high-quality chances in my head. But you give up 2 goals. One, because the last one, Stu's got to stop 100 times out of 100.
Yeah.
And I am a little bit worried that was playoff Stu. Like, I'm a little bit worried that Stuart Skinner, this is the guy that the Oilers were saying, hey, like, this guy can't win us a championship. Not that I think Jari would for them. But he has come up big in the playoffs, also come up small. 2 goals he shouldn't have allowed yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
The first one, bad rebound. And the fourth one, you just can never, ever allow that shot to go in. But if you got average goaltending last night, you win the hockey game. The Penguins were the better team. And for that reason, I'm not totally scared. I'm not totally upset. They bounced back. They bounced back with the requisite effort.
And that's what I was like. I don't know if it was just me, but that felt like a playoff game.
Oh, it was a great game.
And you knew that. And then we had TK on. He said that you're going to get the Islanders' best shot tonight. He said that yesterday clearly. That felt like a playoff game. That was like a playoff feel, the speed, the effort.
Yes.
So I see what you're saying. Like, okay, you didn't come out flat. You didn't come out lackadaisical. You didn't come out like you're just going through the motions. They came out like they knew that they had to respond in a big way. And obviously found themselves losing in overtime.
And the Islanders played the same way because they had just lost to Washington, and these teams are butted up against each other in the standings. Game. It was a playoff
felt like,
game.
It was moving.
It was, and the atmosphere was great. It was a physical matchup. And here's what my analysis would be if, let's say, it was the first game of a playoff series. Okay, math is against you because you got to win 4 out of 7. But the process was good. Like, the Penguins were the imbalance of the game, the better team. And I think, aside from goaltending, they would win a series. That would be what I would say today if it was game 1 of a playoff series. Now, that being said, you can't just sweep goaltending under the rug. But I can't hold Skinner's playoff futility at times that he had in Edmonton against him here. He's been really good for the Penguins. Last night did scare me. Is that the guy you'll get in the postseason? I'm gonna file that away, but it was a good response by the team. And had they won the game, we'd have been talking about the bounce back because they kept falling behind and coming back.
Yes.
But I think we'd also be talking about Kyle Dubas because Chinakhov scored again.
Rust.
Pass up a look. Brian Rust
coming back.
Good to have him back.
Did you see that goal? That goal was sick.
That's sick. That's like such a Brian Rust patented goal. It reminded me of Game 7 of the Tampa Eastern Conference Final. That hurt my brain to think back that far. But it was Brazzers who got signed for a 1-year deal, who now has, 16 goals. Chinakhov, who we traded for in season, and Mantha, who has 20 goals and is just scooting towards his career high. 3 additions that weren't on the team last year that in a quote-unquote playoff game all made an impact. And we always know that Brian Rust makes impact in big games. 412-928-9370. But people want to talk about Brian Angelico, Mr. Dickerson, like Ray in Mount Washington. Good morning, Ray.
Hi, guys. Listen, there's a man on the Vikings roster that you have to get a hold of. And actually, Dorn should know this guy. He was a first-round draft choice for the Vikings. He plays tackle. I think his name's O'Brien.
He's second round, Brian O'Neill.
Brian O'Neill, yes. I'm sure he'd have a lot to say about this guy. That's a man you got to get a hold of.
That's not a bad call. I thought you meant like the Steelers should get him. I'm like, the Vikings ain't letting that guy walk away. That guy's a stud.
No,
but I'm sure he'd have a lot of input into this man and what he is.
Ray, you're a huge Pitt fan, I can tell.
Oh, yes. I mean, my son-in-law was a pitcher on a Pitt baseball team.
Nice.
My son went to Pitt.
Nice.
I didn't, but I mean, I've always been a Pitt fan, yes.
Well, thank you for the call, Ray. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ray.
I also don't know why I asked him about his history as a Pitt fan.
Yeah, I don't know. But
you could just hear it.
Yeah. Brian, he didn't. He said O'Brien, but in the first round. So.
Texter 412-928-9370. You said Brazzers again, West Virginia. Yeah, that's his nickname.
Yep. It's a good one, too.
Because it's a porn site.
Yes.
Yeah. 412-928-9370. Big C in Fort Myers, a frequent caller, wants to talk about Brian Angelico, as reported by Caboli, the Steelers' next offensive coordinator. What's up, Big C?
Hey, good morning, guys. Stay warm up there. I think about you guys in that cold weather.
What are you dealing with down there, Big C?
Yeah, what is it?
What is it, a freezing cold 62 degrees this morning?
You're spot on, buddy.
Wow.
Actually was. We have a little cold front come through with that, but it's moved past us now. So
good. I'm happy your
appreciate
suffering is over, Big C.
Yeah. Looking forward to seeing you guys for the draft up there. Hey, real quick. First of all, the McCarthy hire, I'm going to give it an A. Just appease me for a moment. And the reason I give it an A is because he's an offensive-minded coach. We are going to see things offensively we haven't seen in over a decade. You're not going to see screen passes to Spencer Anderson, I can tell you that. You're not going to see jet sweeps to Jonnu Smith on 3rd and 20. This ball is going down the field. You're going to see designated quarterback runs, as he mentioned. You're going to see receivers doing things that we haven't seen. This offense is going to be fun to watch. And so the people that he's bringing in, he's molding them to people that he is comfortable with, that is going to run the offense that he wants to run. And watch for the draft. Watch the players he brings in. It's going to be a telltale sign on how the offense is going to go. So I give everybody in life an A. You can only go down from there until he proves us wrong. Let's enjoy the ride, guys. I think it's going to be a fun show to watch this year.
You the man, Big C.
Good call.
You've been saying that for a while. Like, hey, listen, it's not going to be the offense that everyone wants this year because Rodgers is only going to be able to do certain things. Like, you're not going to see, like he just said, quarterback run with Aaron Rodgers. But big picture, he's 100% right. In what you've said that has really resonated with me, man, is they're actually going to try to win games on offense.
Yeah.
So, hey, they could go 10-7 with Aaron Rodgers again and be playing in a wild card round of the playoffs. But how they're going to get there is going to look considerably different.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think even if Rodgers comes back, that by the end of the year, Steelers fans are going to be excited about the direction overall of where this offense is going when you plug in a young quarterback.
Yeah, like that's the biggest thing. Like, I wonder if their thought process whenever, he gets all his staff together and they sit in the room, especially the offensive staff, it's like, in these 5 years that we're all together or potentially together, we need to create a foundation for this next quarterback. Like, that should be one of the focus points. It shouldn't be the focus point. Obviously, that is winning right now. That's what Art wants. That's what the boss wants.
Right.
But one of our focus points should be we need to create the best foundation for a quarterback to walk in and seamlessly transition to being the quarterback of the future. Can we start building that right now as a staff? That should be one of the focus points.
When Ben walked in here in 2004, I realized that 2003 wasn't a great year for the Steelers. That's how they got Ben. But obviously that was a really good team with a really solid foundation.
Mm-hmm.
And when Tomlin took over, it was a really solid foundation. You want your rookie quarterback next year if they draft one. If this draft winds up being good, not just thought of as good like this draft was, but if it winds up being good, you want your rookie quarterback to walk in here and look to his left, and there's DK Metcalf. And he looks to his right, and there's like Alec Pierce.
Mm-hmm.
And you look in the slot, and it's a wide receiver you draft from USC in the first round. And you've developed the left tackle. Maybe it's Dylan Cook. Maybe Broderick Jones takes a step with these two guys. But that's what you're looking for.
Yes.
And the hope is this could be the year before the start of something. And in the interim, they're just trying to win as many games as possible. 412-928-9370. If you want to weigh in on last night's Penguins loss, you can. But according to Mark Caboli, Brian Angelico has been hired as the Steelers' offensive coordinator with an announcement that could be coming as soon as today. Your thoughts on that hire and a lawsuit that affects a Pittsburgh Steeler. First, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins lost 5-4 to the New York Islanders yesterday, making it 2 losses in a row for the Penguins. They've got one more game coming up on the schedule. They play the Buffalo Sabres before the season goes on pause for the Winter Olympics break. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 78 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
Inbound Parkway, east delays solid from the Wilkinsburg off-ramp down past an earlier disabled vehicle. It's off to the side near the Edgewood Twistvale on-ramp. Traffic gets by. There's no travel lanes currently affected. And then you have delays down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway West, you're jammed inbound right around Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Route 28 remains up to speed. HOV lanes back open along the Parkway North, the Crosstown, and the North Shore Expressway. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything. The big game is here, and now you can trade on football legally nationwide on Kalshi. Right now, New England is trading at 32% to beat Seattle. A $100 trade pays out $289. Use code FAN to get $20 when you trade $100. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Most people think about break-ins. Some think about fires, but water damage, that's the one nobody sees coming. Guardian Protection now includes a free water and freeze sensor with every home security package, so your home is protected from intrusion, fire, and water. It's full home protection done right. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to get started today. Terms and conditions apply.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich, and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich, and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
Hey guys, it's Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. You're guaranteed to score big this Valentine's Day with a gift from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Our expert team is sure to help you find something she'll love and you'll be proud to give her.
Have we met?
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Every morning, we rise and shine. Make breakfast and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Best thing on the radio!
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Apart from Stuart Skinner, all in all encouraged by how the Penguins played last night. Much better effort than the night before against Ottawa. If you want to weigh in, you can. 412-928-9370. Taking calls all morning on Mark Cabali's report that Brian Angelico has been hired as the Steelers' offensive coordinator. Lunda Wells still in the mix as potential tight ends coach. it does sound like the Steelers are going to try to get a passing game coordinator. So more on that as information becomes available here on the Fan Morning Show, which is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. And you can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. In about 10 minutes, I want to steal a topic from Starkey.
Okay.
That we haven't talked about, I don't think, in the last month. And there really hasn't been time for it, but I think there's some time today.
Okay.
So we can get into that. How about this Lions fan, Ryan Kennedy? The guy that got into it with DK Metcalf. He has filed, brace yourselves, folks, a $100 million lawsuit against Steelers wide receiver DK Metcalf and the media company tied to Chad Johnson and Shannon Sharp, alleging defamation, negligence, and more. I'm guessing this will get settled, and I'm guessing this guy's going to make some money. And that makes me very, very mad. I'm not in any way saying DK should have done what DK did, but this guy's an ass.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
He's holding press conferences with backwards Lions hats. He wouldn't have been in the public light if he didn't insert himself into it.
Exactly.
Like, even when, and I guess we better be careful here, but even when Shannon Sharp and Chad Ochocinco were talking about this guy, I don't believe that they were using his name in the initial conversations. I think they were just saying DK had trouble with this guy before.
Right.
And saying some of the things that DK, I guess, had alleged that he said, but they never put a name on this guy. This guy put the name on himself.
Yeah, DK never said that, allegedly never said his name.
Right, and I don't know that DK has ever, if I'm
said anything,
not mistaken, said anything, yeah. I don't think publicly he said anything. So it would all be hearsay through Chad Ochocinco and Shannon Sharp.
Especially what he is allegedly suing for, which is defamation. I could see if he was suing for assault, right?
I was just looking to see if assault was mentioned, and I don't see it here.
That would be different.
Like, I think
there is a, slap or whatever.
Yeah, I think DK is less guilty of, if anybody's guilty, of the defamation, negligence, blah, 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 than Chad Ochocinco. And I think Chad Ochocinco and Shannon Sharp are more guilty of the defamation, if anybody is guilty of the defamation.
Right, because DK never said anything.
Which is smart.
About the situation at all.
Texter, I'm going to bet he will not get one penny.
I think he gets thrown out. I mean, if you just use your judgment, I mean, you're holding press conferences, you're dressed up like, you have blue hair. Like, come on, this guy was provoking.
I don't think he'd win the lawsuit. I think the only way he gets a dime is if they settled out of court.
Yeah, he's not going to win it.
No.
Yeah, but if it's like doesn't go away and they want it to go away, just give him a couple million and see ya.
I hate to say this, and I'm not really serious about it, but when I grow up, I want to be an ass.
Seriously?
I want to be a jerk. If it's going to net me $15 million or whatever, $10 million,
Right.
$5 million, $1 million, why shouldn't I just go to an NFL game and harass a player to the point where he's a jerk to me?
Well, that's a part of it too, is like now you're opening the floodgates for this to happen more frequently. If they do settle for a significant amount of money, if he did win the case, if this doesn't get thrown out, if you're just a young fan or just a fan in general that has 10 beers and you want to provoke an athlete and the athlete does respond, now you're going to make money. Like, people are going to try to do this all the time now.
Yep.
So you have to put a stop to it immediately, in my opinion, which would be to throw this out.
Yeah, I don't see any way. I'm not a lawyer, but I don't see any way he'd win this case if it actually went through.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't suppose it will. And I would suppose if it's settled out of court, we probably won't even hear about that because there's usually NDAs and things associated with that.
Yep.
412-928-9370. My advice to DK, next time, just don't engage.
Yes.
Just, you can't do it.
Yep.
Boy, did Tomlin deal with a lot at the end of his tenure.
Or he allowed a lot.
Bang. 412-928-9370 is the number to call if you want to join the conversation. And I think you will, coming up next, as we take a topic directly from Joe Starkey. So very nice words written about Mike Tomlin by Mason Rudolph. And we have not yet had this conversation. Rudolph wrote those words about Tomlin. What is Tomlin's legacy here now? Like, how will people remember Mike Tomlin? Like, we've spent so much time in the last month talking about Mike McCarthy. We really haven't reflected on Mike Tomlin's tenure. So why not?
Yes.
At 412-928-9370. And you can also weigh in on Mark Cabali's report that the tight ends coach and passing game coordinator of the Minnesota Vikings, Brian Angelico, is the next Steelers offensive coordinator. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. Yes, it is the last call for football, but all week long, FanDuel is giving you a daily profit boost every single day leading up to the big game. Today, it's 30% profit boost on the receiving markets. That's receiving yards, over-unders, alt receiving yards, most receiving yards. Jackson Smith and Jigba's number's 93.5. That seems a little low based on what he did against the Rams. That's not my favorite, though. I like Stephon Diggs to go over what is a very paltry pedestrian number. He's had a quiet playoff run. I think the ball's going to be in the air a lot for New England in this game, and I think he's going to be the number one recipient of it. All you have to do is opt in each day on FanDuel and place an eligible bet to use that day's profit boost player game with FanDuel. 21 plus at present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now drawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Winter is the perfect time to upgrade your home, and West Shore Home is making it easier than ever with their winter savings event. This week, they're doing free installation on all projects. That's right, free. This includes bathroom remodels, new windows, doors, even full house flooring. Plus, lock in special financing and get your project started with no money down. Schedule your free, no-obligation consultation right now and lock in a price that's good for an entire year. Visit westshorehome.com/fan. That's westshorehome.com/fan.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Crews tending to an accident in the Lawrenceville section of the city in front of Children's Hospital at the intersection of Penn Avenue and 44th Street. Meanwhile, an earlier disabled vehicle off to the side on the inbound Parkway East, right around the Edgewood-Swissvale on-ramp. That's causing slowdowns and jam traffic as far back as Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Parkway West getting in line near the top of Green Tree Hill, and Route 28 heavy inbound from the Route 8 at the bypass down past Shaler Waterworks. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We were just talking about DK Metcalf getting sued by the blue-haired Lions fan for defamation of character, among other things. I think Mason Rudolph might have had a case back in the day.
Yes.
For a little defamation of character suit against one Myles Garrett. Well, Mason Rudolph, one of the few players who has publicly commented on Mike Tomlin's tenure, he wrote something very nice about him on social media. William and Mary's finest, 19 seasons, 200 wins, 2 Super Bowl appearances, a Lombardi trophy at age 36, a gold jacket career by any measure. Despite coaching thousands of players, you made time for real conversations with all of us. You cared enough to ask about our parents, grandparents, girlfriends, wives, and so many more. Practice squad or starter, it never mattered to you. You drafted me, taught me, challenged me, stayed patient with me, celebrated with me, and most importantly, you kept the same positive energy, win or lose, and never blinked. You were unwavering rock for our team, and it was a privilege to call you my head coach for 7 seasons. I will miss our constant banter, your witty one-liners, and Denzel Washington-like swag you carried on Sundays. To the biggest, baddest, most boisterous personality I will likely ever know, thank you, Mike D. Very nice from Mason Rudolph.
Nice. Very nice.
And I'm stealing this directly from Starkey because we haven't talked about this. Not really. Like in moments we have, but we haven't used it as like a full-on topic. Obviously, Mason Rudolph thrilled with his time with Mike. Mike Tomlin took up for Mason when Mason was going through all the Myles Garrett stuff. There are also people who have thought for a long time that Mason didn't love Tomlin because he never thought that he got a real chance, or at least early enough. So that's why it was so powerful to come from him. How do Steelers fans feel now that Mike Tomlin is gone about the job that Mike Tomlin did in totality? Like, what's his legacy here as a football coach? Like, how do we view the 19 years he spent here at 412-928-9370? I have a hard time answering the question.
I do too. Oh, man. Yeah, give me a second. I have what I want to say, but I don't have the word for it.
So the way I view it is I kind of look at his career in 2 parts and then in total. I mean, his first handful of years, he makes the playoffs year 1. They win the Super Bowl year 2. He goes to another Super Bowl. You're talking about 12-4 seasons. You're talking about even in the year where they lost to the Packers in the Super Bowl, one of the more memorable runs. That Jets game was memorable. The Ravens game where AB pins the ball to his helmet. Like, those first 5 years, it's as good as it gets for a head coach to start a career in the NFL. And they rebuilt for a couple of years after that, and Dick LeBeau was on the outs, and they kind of did what they've been trying to do for the last few years, rebuild on the fly. And then you got to the Killer Bees era, and some injuries kept them from winning more then than they probably should have. Shazier and Le'Veon and AB, and even Ben's shoulder messed up in that Denver game where Fitz-Toussaint fumbled. But as his career wore on here, he didn't win it as much as we're accustomed to seeing, and he became, frankly, a victim of the franchise's success and his own success. That being said, he never had a losing season, which isn't the most important thing, but it's still, to me, impressive. Only coached 1 meaningless game in the history of his Pittsburgh Steelers head coaching career. I think it's still early because so much of the playoff futility is fresh in our minds. But I think the further and further removed I get, like when he gets inducted into the Hall of Fame, first ballot or not, we'll see. But when he gets inducted into the Hall of Fame, like, I think I would go. Guy was a hell of a coach here for a long time. And while he wasn't the same coach at the end as he was at the beginning, it's still, I think, impossible to argue he was a bad coach.
I don't think he was a bad coach, but I have a hard time saying he was a great coach.
I can't say he was a great coach.
Because I put myself in, the shoes that he was in at the time. Now, it's hard to coach in the NFL. It doesn't matter. It's very hard at any position, especially the head coaching position. But to have what he had whenever he came in, we talked about the foundation, setting it up for the quarterback with Mike McCarthy. And just roll the ball out there, man.
Same was true for Cowher. Cowher came in right away and won.
Just roll the ball out there.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that was somewhat. I feel like it's like whenever you're a younger brother and your older brother's playing with Legos, and then your older brother goes outside to play with his friends and doesn't finish the house with the Lego set, and you go and finish it and say, "Look, I built a house with Legos."
Yeah, you did the
look, Mom and Dad, I did this, and because they weren't watching your older brother do it, but you finished it, put all the pieces, put the last couple pieces together, and are like, "Hey, Mom and Dad, I built Legos." They're like, "Oh, good job, Johnny, you did great." Really knowing that the brother did it.
Now you still have to finish the job, and I don't take anything away for Tomlin for finishing the job. I know that there was a lot that went into Cowher's final season with the Steelers, including a contract dispute between he and the organization, and Ben's motorcycle accident, and appendectomy, and a whole bunch of stuff. But it's not like they made the playoffs. It was a great foundation. You still have to get it done. And without James Harrison, without Lamar Woodley, I don't think they win in 2008. And those were pretty important Legos, I guess is what I'm saying. So I give him full credit for winning the championship and getting to the other. But I do think you're right in balance, the totality of his career. You can't say he's a great coach. You can say he's good. But if you don't win a playoff game for a decade, you pretty much take the end of Bill Cowher's career was similar to the start of Tomlin's career. And then the end of Tomlin's career is similar to Marvin Lewis's career.
Mm-hmm.
So he's an interesting case study.
It is. It's
because
like
Cowher was contending the whole damn time. Like Cowher's playing for the AFC Championship in 94 and going to the Super Bowl in 95 and playing for the AFC Championship in 97 and going 13-3 in 2001. Like his entire career, there were some down periods, of course, but his entire career was checkered with playoff success.
So, I'm trying to draw analogies and stuff right now, clearly. So, you remember whenever you were younger and you had a VCR, you had we had VHSs, right?
Simpler time.
Say you're watching, Batman or whatever, a couple weeks ago, and then you put the VCR back in, or you put the VHS back in the VCR, and it's at the end of the movie. And then you hit rewind. You remember whenever it would rewind back in the day, you could watch the movie. You could see what had happened clearly. You could watch the movie all the way back to the start. I feel like that's Tomlin's career. The way he started should have been the way he finished. But the way he finished should have been the way he started, if it makes sense. As a young coach, it's going to be tough. You're trying to find a quarterback, blah, blah, blah. It's not working. You go through different things, and then you start to kind of progress. You're still around. You progress. You have good offenses. Todd Haley comes in, and then you find yourself in the Super Bowl, don't win it, and then a couple years later, you win the Super Bowl, and then that's your career.
I understand exactly what you're saying. The funny part about it is if he started his career the way he finished it, I don't think he gets to the second half. Right?
Maybe.
Like Marvin Lewis.
No, if you're they don't fire. He would have been in the playoffs. There would have been no losing seasons.
That's true.
He'd have been around.
That's true. And if that's the case, him walking out the door, it would have hurt. It would have hurt. And I've always thought about Alexander Ovechkin and the way his career arc went. For the longest time, he's the guy that can't win the Stanley Cup, even though really, if you look at his numbers and the postseason failures, it wasn't his fault. But when you win one late, you get celebrated more than Sid did when Sid won one early and then went through the dark period until 2016. All of a sudden it became, oh, geez, Crosby needed to win more than one because he already won one so young. But Ovechkin, man, he's never won one, so he wins the one. Well, he got the monkey off his back. He finally did the thing, and that thing gets celebrated to the nth degree. You're right about that. If you take Tomlin's career and you flip it.
That's how it probably should have went, and then we'd be very, very upset right now.
Wow, look, he was a guy who, man, he was always the bridesmaid, making the playoffs, can't get it done, then bang, you break the door down. I mean, that's what Cowher was like to a different degree. I mean, Cowher was going to AFC championships.
Well, he went to the Super Bowl, 4 years in? 3 years in?
Goes to a Super Bowl after one of the worst losses in any team's playoff history against the Chargers in the 94 AFC championship game. He couldn't win the quote-unquote big one until he did. And he's a Hall of Fame coach. How do people feel now that we're a little bit removed and some of the McCarthy stuff starting to settle down a little bit about Mike Tomlin's tenure? 412-928-9370. And yeah, our conversation's been different, but I am stealing the question from Starkey. 412-928-9370. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Bunch of calls on hold. We'll get to Ian's coming up next. And if you've got thoughts on the Steelers reportedly hiring Brian Angelico as offensive coordinator, we are more than happy to have that discussion too. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Brian Angelico hired by the Pittsburgh Steelers, according to some reports, to become their next offensive coordinator. He was formerly the passing game coordinator and tight ends coach for the Minnesota Vikings. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Dorn.
It's time to call PJ Fitzpatrick for a perfect new roof. I trust PJ Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself, and they completed wonderful work in my home. Knowledgeable home improvement professional from PJ Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands. And dealing with PJ Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Dorn sent you. That's trustpj.com.
37 The Fan. You listen to him every day. Now you can watch him too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan host live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Robinhood. Your money, your move. Crisis averted. Drake May feels okay. The issue was a shoulder injury for May, an oblique injury for Sam Darnold, and a possible Super Bowl where both quarterbacks are not 100%. After hearing from each team, it seems as though their signal callers are more than okay and ready to go. That's a good sign for Sunday. I'm Drake Toll.
Oh, hello. It's me, the calculator that lives inside of TaxSlayer. And let me tell you, I love numbers. 1040s, 1099s, W-2s, all of them. With TaxSlayer, anyone can file a federal return for just $22.99. You'll get 100% accuracy and your biggest possible refund guaranteed. Now those are great numbers. Need help along the way? We've got U.S.-based real human support. File by February 8th for just $22.99 and get the refund you deserve. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate.
800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Hey, it's Adam Crowley. It's freezing outside, and Pittsburgh's coldest days are still ahead. Luckily, Sullivan has an awesome deal to keep you comfortable all year long. Right now, when you purchase a Comfort Maker air conditioner from Sullivan Super Service, you'll receive a free furnace. That's real savings you can feel right now. And with Comfort Maker quality, you'll get reliable heat for today and dependable comfort for every season. Call Sullivan Super Service today at 412-436-3030 or book online at sullivanservice.com. Hurry, this offer won't last long.
Think switching to T-Mobile's a whole complicated thing? Nah, it's easy. You can do it almost anywhere in just 15 minutes.
Even poolside like Drewski, you can switch to T-Mobile and unlock savings that are built to last. With T-Mobile's Better Value Plan, you can save over $1,000 a year versus Verizon and AT&T. Save on streaming, satellite, and more benefits that they leave out.
I get all the VIP perks.
Start saving from day one, and for a limited time, get T-Mobile's Better Value Plan.
I know you love deals.
Plus, switch right now, and we'll even pay off your old phone up to $800. What do you think of all that, Drewski?
Stay chillin', just switch it. It's better over here.
Check them out at T-Mobile.com/better value. Savings versus comparable plans at AT&T and Verizon, plus the cost of optional benefits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. With 3+ lines of Better Value Plan. 3+ new lines and 2 eligible ports, or 3+ lines and 5+ years on T-Mobile postpaid plan required. Qualifying credit required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Get up to $800 per line via virtual prepaid card. Typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. Qualifying unlocked device credit service ported 90+ days with device and eligible carrier, and timely redemption required. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
Wednesday Morning Rush continues to roll along. This report brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Consider joining the family that is Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and shape your future today. They have cleared an earlier accident in the Lawrenceville section of the city, reopening Penn Avenue at 44th Street. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, you're jammed inbound near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels, outbound heavy past the Green Tree exit. Parkway East is jammed at Greensburg Pike past an accident off to the side, approaching the Wilkinsburg off-ramp, stacked from there down to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. And the inbound side of Route 28, that is heavy past Shaler Waterworks and again past the 31st Street Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, their members are not just customers, they're family. They're not just here to serve you, they're here to empower you. Your dreams, your goals. Together, they'll make them happen. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by the NCUA.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
How can you put into words just the thin line between if they make that kick, season's over, comes to a screeching halt, and missing that kick and the winter going on?
You know how it is. If my aunt had male parts, she'd be my uncle.
One of the last media availabilities for Mike Tomlin, and he dropped that dandy. Mason Rudolph with a really nice statement about his former coach yesterday, and it got Starkey to wondering, how do people view Mike Tomlin's tenure now that we're a little bit removed, and now that we know who the head coach is, and we've seen some of the staff hires? Is it the right time to have that conversation? 412-928-9370. Dorn and I say good coach. He is going to get into the Hall of Fame in all likelihood, but a good coach, great at the beginning, and above average for a long time at the end. What do you think? 412-928-9370. Got this on Twitter, and I think this is really good. From Andrew. I think the biggest misstep in his career and with the franchise was doubling down when Ben got hurt. Trading for Minkah Fitzpatrick, had a chance to reset and draft a quarterback for the future. Feels like we would be having a very different outlook today if they handled that differently. Yeah, they could have tried to go the Indianapolis Colts route, where Manning was hurt, and then you throw like Curtis Painter out there, and you wind up getting Andrew Luck.
Yeah.
The Steelers went 8-8 with Duck Hodges and Mason Rudolph, in large part because of what Minkah did defensively that season. That's the best year he's had. I can't say that's Tomlin's fault, though. Like, I know that Mike had a huge hand in personnel decisions. No doubt. But the organization never wants to give up on a year. And they saw a player that they wouldn't have to pay the bonus on, who was an 11th overall pick, who they thought could help them, and they said they were going to go for it. Hindsight's 2020. They probably should have done the thing that Andrew just tweeted. But I also can't put that all on Tomlin because as we've seen now with Art Rooney II, it's all about winning in the here and the now.
But did Art Rooney develop that mentality from Tomlin, though? Because that they've grown together. I think that Art probably developed that mentality from Mike Tomlin of, like, we're always going to try. They probably agreed, like, we're always going to try to win.
It did seem like they had one brain at the end.
Yeah.
And for a while now. That's a good point by you. Should we go to the phones?
Yes.
Troy in Mount Washington, our buddy. Hi, Troy.
Morning, guys. What's up?
What up, buddy?
I want to comment on Tomlin, but first, how do we feel about, like, some of the hirings? I mean, honestly, my first reaction every time I hear that we hired somebody, I go, who? Who's that? Where do you coach for? Like, I feel like I don't know these guys very much or have heard very much about them.
That's okay, Troy. You got a life, man. You're not sitting here combing over every NFL staff. That's what we do.
Yeah, but I feel like I want to know it. Like, I want to hear the name and be like, oh, I like him. Like, I want to hear Jim Schwartz.
Okay, that being
like
said,
that.
and I get that, and I think a lot of fans feel the same way, but everyone knew who Albert Hainsworth was. Doesn't mean that was the right thing for the Washington Commanders to do at the time.
Yeah, that's good.
You're right.
That's
now,
good. Mike
Tomlin, this is like some of the things I always like think about him and remember him was one of the best post game, like post conference, like interviews ever. One of the best guys on the mic ever. Someone who never lost ever. But I just look at these other coaches in the Hall of Fame and I say to myself, and we have this conversation a lot, and I think, Doran, you may have brought it up last week, where are these coaches without their quarterbacks?
Sure.
Like, are these coaches really that great if you take the franchise quarterback away? And I look at the last period of Tomlin, maybe the last 6 years, and I just think to myself, if he had a better quarterback then, even Cowher, like Neal, Tommy Maddox, and Cordell Stewart, those three threw for more yards than like the Pickett, Mason, the last 3 years of Ben, and all that combined. So, like, all the yards that they threw for, like the Duck Hodges of the world, it wasn't as much as what Cordell did. Cordell did like 15, and all those combined.
He was an offensive
14,
player
15.
of the year.
Yeah, so it's like I can't. And I know a lot of people love to do this, but whether they like to admit it or not, it's pure speculation because the Steelers keep everything. They don't tell anybody anything. They're one of the most quiet franchises. So when people say, Tomlin's picking his players, Tomlin's picking the quarterback, and people have been saying that for years. And I said, you're going to find a lot out about the Steelers with this hire, about their philosophy and what they believe in. And it just feels like to me that if Tomlin were to have a better quarterback in the last 6 years, I know we had some faults and stuff on defense. I believe Tomlin's career could have been a first ballot Hall of Famer, no doubt.
Yeah, thanks, Troy. I mean, Chuck Noll didn't win without Bradshaw.
Right.
Cowher didn't win until Ben got there. Belichick was a great defensive coordinator, but he had been let go, and he starts winning with Tom Brady. That's just the reality. My pushback would be, though, when Ben was at his absolute best, which was during the Killer Bees era, putting up his best numbers, and with just an embarrassment of riches on that offensive line and at the skill positions, they weren't winning enough then either.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think he got the most out of his franchise quarterback. I don't think he won enough. He got to one Super Bowl after they won one with Ben. They should have played at least for another one.
I totally agree. And I also, I look at it like this, like Tomlin had many opportunities to find a quarterback in the last 6 years. And
Yeah.
didn't.
You're allowed to do that.
And he didn't, he's allowed to find his quarterback. He didn't find Ben. That wasn't his guy. Like, he was allowed and had the opportunity to identify and took a lot of shots at getting a quarterback in here. He went to every single way that you could find, every single type of quarterback that was out there that was available. He tried. First round pick, athletic guy, borderline Hall of Famer, pedigree and Mitch Trubisky. Back up in Mason. I mean, there's no other way and other type of quarterback that has walked through those doors in the last 5-6 years that didn't have a quality to them that they could be a good quarterback. Mike Tomlin was involved with finding those guys, and it never worked.
Correct. And if you are a head coach that involved in personnel, you're right, Doran. It can't just be, well, he didn't have a quarterback the last 6 years. Well, go find one.
He had so many opportunities that to make something out of one of those guys. And a lot of those guys had pedigree. I mean, you had a top 5 pick in Mitch Trubisky, a top 2 pick. You had Justin Fields, a top 10 pick.
And you're right. I mean, look at what Sam Darnold's doing now. Look at what Geno Smith turned into before this year. Like, you're allowed to develop guys. Look at what Baker Mayfield was and then forgot how to be and then became again. Trubisky, there was some clay there. He had made the playoffs. He made a Pro Bowl before.
Right.
It meant more back then than it does now. As George Pickens won the MVP for the games last night, by the way.
Oh.
Justin Fields. Justin Fields rushed for over 1,000 yards as a quarterback in the NFL. They barely let the guy run here in Pittsburgh. So your point is well said. And it kind of goes circling all the way back to that text that we got from Andrew, that tweet we got from Andrew. Like, let's just say, for argument's sake, they didn't trade for Minka. I don't think they finish 8-8. I think that is Mike Tomlin's losing season. Like, he had pick sixes, that Colts game, the Miami game. Like, they would have lost 10 games probably that year.
What year was that? 19?
Yeah, so you've got, in that draft, Miami picked in their spot, obviously, 18th overall, and they took tackle Austin Jackson. I don't think that's who the Steelers would have taken. Their first pick was Chase Claypool, 49th overall. They still could have had Jalen Hurts, even if things had gone according to plan. Like, even if with Minka, like, they could have taken Hurts over Claypool.
Mm-hmm.
That would have made some damn sense.
Do you think they would have? I don't think that regardless if they don't trade for Minka or whatever, I don't think that they draft a quarterback then because Ben would be coming back and they don't want to upset Ben.
I think the point there, though, is what would the Packers have done? They'd have upset Rodgers. They'd have upset Favre. The Colts, what would they have done? They'd have upset Manning. And you just say, you know what? Your elbow broke. We love you. If you want to go play somewhere else, go play somewhere else. Joe Montana did. You can too. They never would have done that. They obviously didn't do that, but they never had a succession plan for Ben. That much is inarguable. How do you feel about Mike Tomlin's tenure? Now that we can zoom out a little bit, now that the dust has settled, 412-928-9370. And the Steelers, according to Mark Caboli, have hired an offensive coordinator, Brian Angelico, the tight ends and passing game coordinator for the Minnesota Vikings. Your thoughts on that move? 412-928-9370. We think Tomlin had a good, not great tenure, and we like the Angelico hire. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Penguins, they lost yesterday to the New York Islanders 5-4 in overtime. Penguins still have a 1-point lead on the New York Islanders in the standings. Penguins are second, and the Islanders are third in the Metropolitan Division. Penguins have one more game before the Winter Olympics break, and that game is going to be on Thursday against the Buffalo Sabres. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now, here's Adam.
Thank you, Harry. The big game is on Sunday, and you're going to be eating chips and wings and veggies. Well, this just in, Daisy makes French onion dip and a Daisy ranch dip that's going to dress up all that food and make it taste even better for you. Made with ingredients that you can find in your kitchen. No preservatives, no artificial ingredients. My personal favorite is that Daisy ranch dip. Great on wings, great on chips, great on veggies, and also great on pizza. So do what I'm going to do for the big game. Find Daisy French Onion Dip and Daisy Ranch Dip at a grocery store near you.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 3/22/26. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Hey guys, Chris Muller and Donnie Football here. And Don, we got a ton of snow recently, which means break out the shovels. And I used to dread that because I was out of shape, I was overweight, and I was dragging. It was not good. In fact, back in the day, I'd have to take multiple breaks just to shovel my driveway.
Yeah, Malsey, it was the same thing for me, too. It just was not a good feeling to be out there and not feel like I was at my best. But that's a thing of the past, thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss.
I lost 35 pounds, Don. How much did you lose again?
I am down 54 pounds and counting now, Chris. My last weigh-in, 218 pounds, my lowest ever with Awaken 180.
That's very convenient timing, by the way, with a wedding coming up and all. Whether you're shoveling snow, whether you're playing with your kids, or just living everyday life, it all gets easier when you lose the weight and keep it off with the long-term solution for weight loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here, and this month is all about love. But if you're not feeling the love in the bedroom, if you're feeling more of a, disappointment, Blue Chew can help. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. That means Blue Chew can help you show up when it matters during life's most exciting moments. Blue Chew can help you be ready when she is. And Blue Chew, well, it's a small chew for a big difference. It isn't just about performance either, guys. What you want to do here is give her group chat something to talk about, because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. So discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger,
hey,
who's an oversharer,
bean burrito for lunch.
then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA
$15.65.
Our cheese logs are so good, people complain there's too much cheese. Only at Bubba's Gourmet Burgers and Beer.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Here's a Mike Tomlin defense that we will get from time to time. Guys, it's like the Bulls and Michael Jordan era in the 1990s. Great teams like the Heat and the Knicks. They could have won championships, would have won championships if not for Michael Jordan and the Bulls. Well, Tomlin was coaching against Bill Belichick and Tom Brady all those years. Okay, Tomlin only lost to Bill Belichick in the playoffs one time, and it was the 2016 AFC Championship game. One time. That's it. Now, sure, regular season games count, and the Patriots generally handled the Steelers in the regular season, but the Broncos in 2015 beat the Patriots in the AFC title game. The Ravens went into Foxborough, and Ray Rice rushed for like 8,000 yards and beat them. Like, you're allowed to beat the Patriots. Like, they didn't win every single year. The Colts finally got over that hump and beat the Patriots in the postseason. The Giants, with Eli Manning, when they were the 6th seed, beat them in a Super Bowl. Like, you're allowed to beat them. Other teams did. So I never bought into they didn't win more because
of the
Patriots.
No, me neither.
Like, they lost to Blake Bortles. They lost to Tim Tebow.
Yeah.
What am I missing here? Like, if they had beat Tim Tebow, they would have lost to the Patriots. Fine, but they didn't beat Tim Tebow. And Blake Bortles. 412-928-9370. Texter writes in, only you guys could say the last 10 years of Mike Tomlin were bad. We said he was a good coach. And those are above average seasons. You make the playoffs more than not. You never have a losing season. But it's very Marvin Lewis-y. Marvin Lewis had a lot of winning seasons. Marvin Lewis had some great rosters. Didn't win a playoff game. The last 9 years of Mike Tomlin's tenure, he didn't win a playoff game. I don't know how anybody doesn't factor that in when talking about the totality of Mike Tomlin's 19-year head coaching career. To the phones? Brian in New Brighton. Hi, Brian.
Good morning.
Morning.
I agree with the good but not great. But my thought process overall of his career and his years in Pittsburgh is his biggest strength was his biggest weakness, and it was his conviction to his identity. He fits very well in this area for that reason. So essentially it's almost like a marriage where at the beginning, like, everything was great, but then, you know, the NFL has changed and the culture around him has changed, but he never changed.
I agree.
He stayed to his identity. He stayed to his conviction to who he was and how he wanted to do things, which is, you know, a huge strength of his, and it's his identity at the same time. You know, after a while, when you're still saying the same things at the podiums after the games, but you're getting blown out by 31 in the playoffs, you know, that gets tiring and old. So I think, and it's like a lot like this area. We're really strengthened in who we are as an identity, and he was a perfect marriage for the time he was here, in my opinion.
That's well said, Brian.
Yeah, that was another, I mean, that's another situation where I think it was the two heads collided, where Art and the organization kind of thought the same way as Tomlin. I mean, they haven't gotten with the times throughout the tenor. I mean, even like with the facilities, things of that nature. I mean, that's kind of a universal Steelers mentality through Tomlin's career. And I think that was probably aided by him.
Sure.
And then I think Art developed that mentality.
I think as far as philosophies are concerned, by the end of Mike Tomlin's tenure, really the last handful of years at the very least, when Art Rooney looked in the mirror, he saw Mike Tomlin looking back at him.
Yep.
It's hard to separate those guys. I mean, Art said it himself. He was going to run it back with Tomlin another year. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. We will talk to Ray Fittipaldo in 15 minutes. According to Mark Caboli, the Steelers have hired an offensive coordinator, Brian Angelico, former pass game coordinator and tight ends coach of the Minnesota Vikings, which means he worked under Kevin O'Connell. Kevin O'Connell worked under Sean McVay, so people should be happy. That's our take. Plus, he was Doran's tight ends coach, which even if I didn't know that, even if that wasn't a thing, I would still like the hire.
Yeah.
But it pushes it over the top for me because I've heard about the ways you've talked about him. So if you want to weigh in on that, you can too. Brian in Brookline, good morning.
Hey, guys. So talking about Mike Tomlin, you got to encompass the whole body of work. I was an apologist for a lot of years. The thing with Mike, he always kept us competitive, but we never got a high first-round draft choice. I think the game has changed, Mike. It's not the same. I think that it changed in a different way, where his coaching style and methods weren't as effective. He wouldn't adapt to new things, whether it's stubborn or just teach an old dog new tricks. Overall, good body of work. I'm glad to get on with the next era, but you can't put a coach above the team. The team always got to come first. I'm a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. I love the Pittsburgh Steelers. Mike got us good, and we won a Super Bowl with him. That's all I can say about Mike.
Thanks, Brian. And I'm going to miss his demeanor. I'm going to miss, weirdly, some of the press conference stuff that comes out, the sound bites, the fact that the Steelers always had a shot with him. Maybe that'll be the case with McCarthy. Maybe it won't be. We'll have to see. Time will tell. But there's a lot of stuff that Mike did that was great. And his lasting legacy for me will be he was a good coach that won a Super Bowl. I'd put him third on the Steelers coaching pecking order behind Noel and Cowher. But it's hard to find a guy who's going to do better than Noel or Cowher. Noel kind of finished up with a little bit of a fizzle, too. I mean, 12 years without winning a championship at the end. You will get the fizzle. Cowher didn't. Cowher almost walked out on the highest of highs. He probably should have.
Right?
And I bet you if you asked him, I bet you if we gave him truth serum, he would say, yeah, I should have walked away when Bettis did. He didn't quite have the same fizzle that Tomlin did, though. 412-928-9370. Texter. Gentlemen, the new transition music for your segments absolutely blows. No flavor at all. SMH. Come on, guys. Not our fault.
Yep.
Corporate. Blame corporate. It's corporate's fault. Copyright laws. Nothing we can do. But we've bitched. And sometimes I'll read a text. Not that it's really Craig's fault or anything like that. 412-928-9370 if you want to weigh in on the Steelers hiring. According to Mark Caboli of Brian Angelico, we'll get Ray Fittipaldo's thoughts coming up in 15 minutes. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The NFL fan in Detroit that got in an altercation with DK Metcalf this past season is suing on the grounds of defamation. A couple of different entities surrounding the NFL, actually, and he's searching for $100 million, according to reports. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Doran.
If some jagoff at the big box building suppliers is holding up your project, making you look bad for your customer, well, that's your fault, because there is a better alternative. And now you know of Reed Building Supply. My guy Aaron Reed, who I've known for over half my life, has built Reed Building Supply from the ground up and has earned the trust of some of the biggest corporations and builders in the city. Fact is, Reed Building Supply is trusted to help build Pittsburgh and to keep it thriving. And you should trust them too. Visit reedbuildingsupply.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
On the scene of an accident on the outbound Parkway West near the Green Tree on-ramp. That's causing heavy delays coming up the hill from the Fort Pitt tunnels and past the scene. Currently, no travel lanes are blocked. Meanwhile, on the inbound side, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. And we do have reports of an accident on the inbound side of the Parkway East, right around the Wilkinsburg on-ramp, and that's causing delays all the way back at Churchill down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. An accident being cleared in McCandless on Peebles Road near McIntyre Square Drive. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by NJM Insurance.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than getting stuck in an elevator with an overshare,
Bean burrito for lunch.
you have Insuranoia. You should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should all my money be in checking?
Do I open more than one credit card?
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
How can I make a budget and actually stick to it?
How big of a nest should my nest egg be?
Can I mix a little green into all the black and gold?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Home security isn't just about break-ins anymore. With Guardian Protection, every home security package now includes full protection from intrusion, fire, and water. For a limited time, get a free water and freeze sensor with any Guardian home security package. That means added protection from leaks, frozen pipes, and costly water damage at no extra charge. Don't wait for a problem to happen. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today. Terms and conditions apply.
Can I take your coat?
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, I found it on eBay from a seller in Vegas. Pre-loved and perfect. She listed it and jackpot. Italian leather, classic trench silhouette. And did you see the braided buckle?
Hang on to your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Seems like the Steelers have hired Brian Angelico as their offensive coordinator. We've been talking about it a bunch this morning. Ray Fittipaldo going to join us in about 8 minutes to get into it. The Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. This just popped up in my timeline. I must have missed it yesterday. Did you see what's going on with Lindsey Vaughn?
Tore her ACL, and she's going to participate, I believe.
Oh, my God. Yes.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You've torn your ACL.
Partially torn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you ski?
No. But I've seen people tear their ACL and just walk right off the field.
Sure.
Like nothing happened.
Didn't it happen with Phillip Rivers in a playoff game against the Patriots?
I think so.
He just kept playing?
Yep.
Didn't Hines Ward not have ACLs?
Yep. Both of his knees. Yeah, he didn't have them.
Do we need them then? Let's take them out. Everyone, when they get born, take out your ACLs, take out your appendix.
Your appendix, yes.
Yeah, who needs that crap?
Don't need it.
Gallbladder too, right?
Correct.
See ya.
See ya.
Why do we have all this crap? Didn't DeJuan Blair, wasn't he missing an ACL?
I think so.
Anybody else? 412-928-9370. I get why. I mean, listen. God bless her, because that's dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's dangerous to do what she's doing anyhow. That's how you tear the ACL.
How much more damage can she really do?
I'm not so much worried about the ACL as I am, is she going to be able to control herself in a manner in which is going to be safe.
Right.
But I get it. She's 41. They're going to be her last Olympics. Like, next one will be 45. So you're not going to let this just happen. You're gonna go for it.
Good on her.
Man, I missed my first day a week here because I threw up once.
Yeah, well,
I've missed for the sniffles before.
Right.
Mulsey's been doing a show from his house for a week, and I don't know what's wrong with him.
I mean, Mueller, I think he I don't know if he strained his meniscus, tore his meniscus. He wore a knee brace for 5 years after that. I was like, one time we were golfing, he had, I think, tore his meniscus, and which is like a 2-week deal. He tore his meniscus like 2 years before. I'm like, why you? And then 2 years later, we're golfing. He has a knee brace on. I'm like, why you got a knee brace on? He's like, tore my meniscus a few years ago. It's like, what? You need a knee brace to golf?
I mean, I'll tell you, I separated my shoulder at this wedding like 8 years ago, and I still, like, I've been lifting, you know that? When I do shoulder press, it clicks.
Yeah. Does it hurt? Does it hurt?
It wouldn't hurt you, but
Does
for
it hurt
me,
you?
it hurts, yeah. Yeah. For you, it'd just be another deal.
Yeah, I mean, I got all kinds of stuff going on right now.
Have you ever seen Harry do his elbow trick?
Yes, I actually have, yes.
What happened there, Harry? What was that you did with your elbow?
Sports.
I know that, but was there like a specific injury, or is that just wear and tear?
Wear and tear.
Okay. Texter, Kurt Angle won a gold medal with a broken freaking neck. Pretty good point. Pretty damn good point.
Yep. Different species right there.
Yeah. Lebo.
Yes.
People say he and I are cut from the same cloth. It's from walking to school, Doran. It builds character. On the mean sidewalks of Mount Lebanon. Yeah, I wonder, I mean, if she even medals, that's a hell of a story.
Yep.
She dated Tiger.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't date. No, yeah. Wait, she dated PK Subban, right?
Did she?
I think so. I mean, Kobe tore his Achilles and still shot the free throw.
Thank you. Texter, Crowley, that's called crunchy shoulder. There's ways to help. Well, text them to me at 412-928-9370. That's exactly how I would describe it, as a crunchy shoulder. All right, coming up next, Ray Fittipaldo weighing in on Mike McCarthy's latest reported hire, Brian Angelico. Caboli reporting the new offensive coordinator of your Pittsburgh Steelers. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Are you exhausted fighting a garage door that just won't cooperate? Possibly your springs, rollers, or motors are shot. Maybe you've been looking for a new door featuring the latest colors, styles, materials, and options. Of course, you're looking for the best prices and service too. If that's you, call locally owned and operated Precision Garage Door. 1-844-345-4737. Precision is America's largest residential garage door repair and installation company with locations in over 90 cities. Visit the Precision showroom in Imperial and choose from their largest door selections ever. Need service? Expert Precision technicians will ensure your garage door operates smoothly and efficiently, regardless of brand. Precision trucks are loaded and ready to go 24/7. Visit Precision Garage Door in Imperial at 8179 Steubenville Pike and their McMurray location. Call 1-844-345-4737 now. On the web, it's PittsburghGarageDoors.com.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
PA number 060566.
Hey guys, it's Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers, reminding you that Valentine's Day is just around the corner. Keep yourself out of the penalty box this year with a gift from Lewis Anthony. Shop online at lewisanthony.com or visit us at our flagship location in the South Hills.
Have we met yet?
Temperatures may be cold outside, but the orders are heating up for the spring sports season at Keystone Custom Apparel. Are you happy with your current sports uniform provider? Give Keystone Custom Apparel a try. Baseball, soccer, lacrosse, and more. If you're looking to raise money for your organization through a Spiritwear fundraiser, Keystone Custom Apparel is your one-stop source to get your team looking good on the field and in the stands. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free uniform quote or to open a Spiritwear fundraiser today. And make sure you tell them Score and Doran sent you.
So why will your kitchen from Petite be different?
You know, Barry, people get the help they need to visualize the kitchen of their dreams.
What kind of help?
Design help, interior design help, and Petite eliminates the nightmare remodeling for a surprisingly great price.
That's right. No more worries about how, when, or what happens if something goes wrong.
Our installation department eliminates the worries and makes sure the project goes smooth as silk.
It really is from custom creation to expert installation. You get the kitchen of your dreams without the worry.
That's it. A quality new kitchen with some features that you won't find anywhere else and the expertise to make it happen.
Call Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center today at 412-279-2222.
That's 412-279-2222.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Crews checking reports of an accident in Jefferson Hills Borough at the intersection of Madison Avenue and State Street. Meanwhile, an accident being cleared from the outbound Parkway West near the Green Tree on-ramp. It's causing delays back before Parkway Center. Inbound, you're jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels. And an accident in the 8,000 block of Peebles Road in McCandless. That's between McKnight Road and McIntyre Square Drive. Parkway East, you have jammed traffic all the way back at Wilkinsburg down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels, while Route 28, that remains jammed for you between the Highland Park Bridge and the Route 8 at the bypass, all the way down toward the ramps for the Veterans Bridge. For the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by 2 Men and a JunkTruck.com. Got junk? Book them now.
You've inherited your uncle's giant house and every weird thing in it. We can help with that. 2 Men and a JunkTruck.com.
2 Men and a Junk Truck.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Report out there from Mark Amoli that the Steelers are hiring Brian Angelico as their offensive coordinator. Our guy, Doran Dickerson, may or may not have said to keep an eye out for this guy. Last Thursday, Ray Fittipaldo, Steelers insider, joins us now to get into that and more. And Ray is brought to you by AV-rated super lawyers LG, KG, Luxembourg, Garbutt, Kelly, and George. Ray, of course, from the Post-Gazette. Good morning to you, Ray.
Good morning, guys. How we doing?
Oh, Ray, we're having ourselves a wonderful day. I hope you are as well. Have you heard the same thing on Brian Angelico?
Yeah, I mean, guys, I'm actually surprised it didn't happen yesterday. You know, some of the other dominoes started to fall yesterday. Tolzien obviously got a call that he was no longer in the running. You know, maybe they're just crossing the T's and dotting the I's on the contract. As long as they can come to to terms on money, you know, I think this is basically a done deal. I'd be surprised if they don't make it official at some point today.
Do you like the hire?
Yeah, he's got a lot of experience in the NFL. I think 14 seasons in the NFL, and obviously, in college before that. And can't remember if it was on this show, but I know I mentioned it on air. How about that Pitt staff from back when you were there, Dorn? You know, Jeff Hafley, now the head coach of the Dolphins. You know, Brian moving into an OC job. So obviously a lot of talent on that staff, and kind of an earmark of what Dave did back in the day. You know, obviously you guys had some great teams, but he's got a great coaching tree as well.
Ray, he comes from Minnesota, where they resurrected Sam Darnold last year. He's the passing game coordinator. Now, Kevin O'Connell comes from the McVay tree, which everyone is titillated about, right? Everyone loves the McVay tree, and for good reason. I'm one of these people as well. How do you think that's going to meld with Mike McCarthy? Because Mike did say in his press conference, and he's been pretty damn truthful through this entire process, he wants to meld some of the new with some of his old.
Yeah, he also said during his news conference that having experienced guys on his staff was going to be a part of that. And obviously, some of these guys have moved on and had different jobs, since he had them. I think Brian was with him for parts of 3 seasons in Green Bay, so he's obviously familiar with Mike's system. But that's all part of it. Mike evolved when he was with Dallas. I wrote about this last week. I think him including tight ends more into his offense when he was with Dallas, more so than he did with Green Bay. When he had Dalton Schultz for a couple of years, who was really good, got a big free agent contract with the Texans, and then they just plug and played. Forgive me, Doran. What's the name of the guy who stepped in there? But they have another tight end who stepped in and did a really good job as well the last couple of years. So he's evolving. That's my point. And, I'm sure he's going to be open to new and fresh ideas.
Did you say who stepped in Dallas, tight end?
Yeah, for Dalton Schultz. He was the tight end.
Ferguson.
Jake Ferguson. Yeah.
Ray, do you like the hiring of Domata Peko? Obviously, you remember him as a player from the Cincinnati Bengals. He has like 2 years of coaching experience. He was with the Dallas Cowboys for a year and previously with the Colorado Buffaloes in college. Do you like that hiring of the defensive line?
Yeah, I was joking with some of my colleagues. Maybe he's going to bring Vontaze Burfict and Pac-Man with him. I mean, that was a pretty good rivalry back in the day. I meant to check the video. Wasn't Peko involved with the whole Joey Porter thing at the end of that playoff game? Was he in that scrum, or was that maybe
might have been?
Somebody
I think so.
Else?
I think so.
Yeah, but I mean, listen, he doesn't have a lot of experience, but I think defensive line is one position that if you played the game and you're a good communicator and you want to do it, I think you could hop into the NFL and do that without any big issues. All these guys for years worked with Carl Dunbar. It'll be a new voice now, no matter who the hire was, because Carl wasn't coming back. But yeah, I don't have any issues with a young guy coming onto the staff. In addition to Mike saying he wanted experienced guys, he also wanted younger guys, to come in and maybe provide some of that energy. And obviously, I think D-line is an obvious place that you can kind of bring a former player, fiery guy into the fold, and that could end up being a good hire, I think.
Peko played 24 career games against the Steelers, and he had pretty damn good numbers against the Steelers. In fact, he didn't have more sacks against any team in the NFL than he did against Pittsburgh. He didn't have more tackles for loss against any team in the NFL than the Pittsburgh Steelers. I always remember that guy as a Steelers killer. I think the hires that I'm most excited about, I really really do like the Angelico hire. I like the Patrick Graham hire, but to go and get an experienced offensive line coach the way that they did in James Campen, and then an assistant offensive line coach in Jari Evans, who is a potential Pro Football Hall of Famer. I mean, they've got talent on that offensive line. That much, I think, is inarguable, and now I think they're going to pay proper attention to it.
Yeah, I mean, Campen's been around. You know, he was with the Packers and McCarthy for many years. Then he went to the Browns, I think Texans, Panthers. So he bounced around a little bit after, McCarthy was fired in Green Bay. But he's got a ton of respect in the league and good experience. And, Evans, I think if he's a good communicator, having a potential Hall of Famer instruct guys like Zach Frazier, Mason McCormick, Troy Fautanu, I think that's going to be big for the Steelers. And, the offensive line it's getting established. I think, they proved this year they could protect Aaron. I think the next step for these guys is, to finally realize that potential. I mean, you're talking about 2 first-round picks, a second-round pick in Frazier, a 4th-round pick in McCormick. They got to become that dominant offensive line that can run in December and January. What Andy Weidel talks about, being that line that can travel in the playoffs and win you playoff games on the road if you go on the road. That's the next step for these guys, and we'll see if Campen and Jari Evans can help them, achieve that goal.
Ray, how do you sum up Mike Tomlin's legacy?
I think it's overall. I think it's obviously really positive. You look at what he did: 2 Super Bowls in his first 4 years. He won one of them. Just I know people in Pittsburgh don't want to hear about the non-losing season streak, but that's very well respected around the NFL. Obviously, he's got to eat the 6 one and dones in the last decade or so. That happened. That's part of his resume and part of his legacy. But I mean, overall, I think we're talking about Bill Belichick being a first ballot Hall of Famer. I don't know what a first ballot Hall of Famer is anymore, but Mike Tomlin's certainly going to get in eventually with no problem at all.
I wish Mike Tomlin cheated. Who said that? Ray Fittipaldo joining us here on the Fan Morning Show on the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. I don't recall the Steelers ever having a chief of staff on their coaching staff, Ray. You've been around longer and you have a better memory for these things than I do. Have they, and what's the role going to be?
No, they haven't. And, I just picture it kind of like what Chris LaSala does at Pitt, just the guy who's
what a man.
The head coach's right-hand man. And he, basically is going to be responsible for all the little stuff that head coach is responsible for. But, it's the small details and, setting the practice schedule and the meeting schedule and all that stuff. So Chris has a very important job at Pitt. I think if, you know that if you covered Pitt like I did, and, obviously somebody, did all these jobs for the Steelers, it just wasn't known who it was. Maybe somebody in the front office or somebody else on the coaching staff. Now they have Scarnecchia to go ahead and hold that down full time.
Ray, it seems like, and I was surprised by this, it doesn't even seem like it. This is what Mike McCarthy said to Bob Pompiani, that they're going to be heavily involved in analytics. Have you seen that transpiring at all in staff hires, or is it more get the coaching staff done first and then get to the analytical stuff later?
Yeah, well, I mean, these analytics guys could be part of the coaching staff, because if that's on Mike's side, under Kevin Colbert and I think Omar, they had analytics guys, but they were in the front office working on projects. I think, Mike talks about it, so I assume these guys are going to be, involved in the coaching staff. And I know they're still interviewing guys. So I think the coaching staff, if Brian is hired today, it's almost complete. But there's all these other unknown positions that the Steelers haven't had before that, we're going to see, I think, 2, 3, maybe even 4 more guys hired. I mean, we still don't know what Frank Cignetti's role is going to be officially, do we? I mean, I know he's on the staff, but I don't know. Maybe it's going to be a senior offensive assistant. Maybe some of these other guys that are, being interviewed or for those analytics roles. We'll have to find out. But I think when you're talking coordinators, position coaches, all those guys are pretty much filled now with, if Brian, if this role comes into the picture later on today.
A texter writes in at 412-928-9370, was tripping that Ravens player on the kick return considered cheating? Jacoby Jones.
Jacoby, yeah.
$100,000 fine.
Do we think he meant to do that now that we're
Yes.
years removed?
Oh, yes.
Yes. Text line's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We've heard that Lunda Wells still part of the equation here, potentially a tight ends coach, maybe a passing game coordinator. Ray, do you have any idea what they're thinking for some of the other unfilled offensive staff positions?
That's obviously one. I guess Chase Hazlitt was up for that job, and he's going to go back to New Orleans and stay on that offensive staff.
Yeah,
so.
Real quick, Ray, my read on that, and you can tell me if it was the same for you, is like I don't expect that Angelico is going to come and be the OC and tight ends coach, just the way that they've put this staff together. So my thought was they probably have somebody else earmarked for that tight ends position.
Yeah, and Wells coached with McCarthy for 4 years in Dallas. And obviously Mike respected him enough to have him interview for the OC job as well. So that would make a lot of sense. If it's not Wells, maybe it's somebody, that Brian knew from the Vikings or one of his other stops that, he wants to bring on as a tight ends coach. So sometimes, McCarthy and other veteran head coaches will let the coordinators bring in some guys they're familiar with. The Steelers let Arthur Smith do that. Arthur Smith brought in Zach Azzani and somebody else. I forget now, but he was allowed to bring in I think 2 guys, and maybe that'll be the same case for Brian as well.
Ray, last thing here for you. I lost track of the time. The Ravens are taking Eddie Faulkner, and they're putting together a hell of a staff.
Yeah,
are they not?
These rivalries are so the fans are so into it. But we just talked about Petco. I'm sure Petco hated the Steelers back in the day, and now Faulkner, after all those games, he's been here a while. I think he's been here, close to a decade, maybe 7-8 years, and he's hopping over to the other side. So, it happens. Hey, listen, Bruce Arians and Keith Butler were on the Browns before Bill Cowher brought him on. So, yeah, it happens. But it's kind of funny when everyone gets so keyed up for these rivalries and all these guys go and just take the paycheck with whoever offers the next job.
Yeah, that was on the Butch Davis staff. Butch Davis, I just always think of him wearing a leather jacket.
A leather jacket?
A Browns leather jacket. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I miss the 90s. Ray, appreciate your time, buddy. Thanks as always.
All right, guys. Talk to you next week.
That's Steelers insider Ray Fittipaldo from the Post-Gazette. We will talk to him next Wednesday, at 8 o'clock. Jason Mackey going to join us from 9 o'clock until 10 to get into the Steelers' new offensive coordinator, as reported by Mark Caboli, Brian Angelico. Also, the Penguins lost last night, the direction that they're now pointed in, and the latest on the Buccos, because I've seen a couple of names floated out there for possible third base replacements for Jared Triolo in the wake of the Luis Suarez signing. So we'll get into all that. But up next, an NFL insider with an interesting take and spin on the Mike McCarthy hire that you and I have not combed over yet. First, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins lost 5-4 yesterday in overtime to the New York Islanders, but that point that they got for getting it to overtime keeps them ahead of the New York Islanders in the Metropolitan Division standings. Penguins are a point ahead of the Islanders going into their final game before the Winter Olympics break. The Penguins will play the Boston Bruins on Thursday, and then that's it. They won't play again until February 26th. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Buccos Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by TaxSlayer. Start filing for free today at TaxSlayer.com. Robert Kraft will not be a first ballot Hall of Famer. In fact, he's not even on the ballot in his first opportunity. Deflategate, Spygate. Sure, some nefarious personal decisions possibly were made by Robert Kraft, but still, he's arguably the greatest owner of all time that built a dynasty. He should be it. I'm Drake Toll.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you started with Chick-fil-A.
Hi, I'm Miles.
And this is Grant.
And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic.
Throw some jelly on it, you can throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day.
The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it! Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Hey, it might be hard to believe, but you know it's going to be here soon. Spring. Oh, yes, spring. So get on into Schultz Ford. All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling, and get ready for spring. How about that Mustang convertible? When that weather hits, let's go. There's that. There's the F-150. There's an Explorer. Maybe you're taking that spring break trip. That is fantastic to head down south with the family. If you got a little bit of a bigger family, the Expedition works as well. Long story short, the weather's going to get a lot better. Get yourself geared up for spring and, dare I say, some summer fun. The people who work at Schultz cannot be beaten. They are fantastic. They will work with you. They'll hook you up. And also, all the inventory is there and it's ready to go. So all those great locations and always, and I mean always online, at SchultzFord.com.
Pittsburgh, stop playing defense with your home. When you need expert exterior work, you call Whalen Exteriors, the pros with 5-star reviews. Whalen believes an educated customer is a confident customer. We provide transparent, detailed estimates with a project manager on site from start to finish. You get open communication, efficient work, and a thorough final cleanup. We offer flexible financing options too. For roofing, siding, and gutters, call the pros today. Whalen Exteriors, your home team for total exterior care. Check us out at the 2026 Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show in March.
Sir Grout, your local grout and natural stone cleaning experts. 412-960-6310.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness, so you can smell unstoppable.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Still have a couple of problems on the roadways. One, an accident reported on Ardmore Boulevard approaching the Parkway East ramps. Parkway East main line itself, that is jammed all the way back to Churchill, making your way down toward the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway West, you're stacked over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound delays approaching Parkway Center to Carnegie, and then again past I-79 to Campbell's Run Road. And Route 28, you are jammed between the Highland Park Bridge and the Route 8 at the bypass all the way down into the north side. We do have reports of an accident now on the Highland Park Bridge heading over toward Aspinwall. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, their members are not just customers, they're family. They're not just here to serve you, they're here to empower you. Your dreams, your goals. Together, they'll make them happen. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by the NCUA.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
The Steelers hiring Mike McCarthy surprised a lot of people, and many fans were initially upset. The Steelers are one of the most respected organizations league-wide when it comes to how they conduct head coach searches. They've had just 3 head coaches since 1969, so they do thorough searches that are deep and detailed. So the Steelers went through their full process, and I truly believe came to the conclusion that there wasn't a young candidate they felt could be their guy for the next 15-plus years, like a Chuck Noll, like a Bill Cowher, or like a Mike Tomlin. So ultimately, Pittsburgh decided to pivot and hire someone who has already proven he can win, Mike McCarthy. The Steelers will have McCarthy for the short term, maybe the full 5 years of his contract, and then conduct another search when hopefully the coaching pool is deeper. It's very easily, obviously, to connect the dots between Aaron Rodgers and McCarthy, who have a relationship dating back basically 2 decades. But I can tell you this, that is not the reason why the Steelers hired Mike McCarthy.
I didn't know if that music was our music or his music.
Who is that?
Jordan Schultz,
okay.
NFL insider, and he would also go on to talk about that this is expected to be like a 4 or 5 year thing with Mike McCarthy. And when the Steelers initially hired him, that's one of the things where I was like, that doesn't really fit the way they've done business. Like, wouldn't you want a coach to be here for a decade plus? And I don't know that I would think about that ever, if it wasn't just something the Steelers had done before. Like, let's say McCarthy is only here for 5 years. Okay. Is that bad? Like,
no.
I've never thought about that, but like I didn't, when Don Kelly got hired for the Pirates job, I didn't go, oh, good, he could be here for 20 years.
Right.
I didn't think, oh, gee, is he going to only be here 3? Is he going to be here 7? Is he going to be here 4? It didn't cross my mind. Dan Muse. Oh, is Dan Muse going to be here as long as Mike Sullivan? Well, I didn't consider it. These 5 years are massive for the Pittsburgh Steelers, and he might well coach beyond that. I mean, Bill Belichick coached into his 70s. Pete Carroll just came back for another go at it. Mm-hmm. Now, that didn't go so well for him, but he's an aged man, keeps himself in pretty good shape, however. I just don't think it matters. What matters is, do you find a quarterback? And that's really it for me. Like, if the Steelers bring Rodgers back this year and don't win a playoff game, it's not going to be my favorite thing. But next year's really the most important. Do you find one in that draft? Does one shake free in some way like a Sam Darnold did, and you wind up like the Seahawks? Like, it's not even about winning a playoff game for me with Mike McCarthy. First things first, you got to find a quarterback. Mm-hmm. And this isn't, in all likelihood, the draft to do that. Now, they might like guys better than, the national insiders do, but I doubt it. Find a quarterback in the next 5 years, and that's really the only thing that matters.
Yeah, at the end of the day, and set this foundation for that quarterback, as we talked about earlier, on offense. So, yeah, you got to find the guy. I mean, 5 years, you can get what you need to get done in 5 years.
That's a long time.
That's a long time. That's a long time. The only thing that's like not worrisome is that what you're trying to do is basically set up for the future, set that quarterback up for the future. And if you have guys underneath you that do well within that 5 years, they're probably not going to be here. They're probably going to take jobs before that 5 years is up, whenever you're maybe planning to have one of those guys just step in and be the successor of Mike McCarthy. So, but usually whenever guys leave, they get replaced by guys that are similar. And, I do see him doing that with the expansive staff. So we'll see how it all pans out in 5 years or 5+ years. I mean, they're going to try to win now. They're going to try to win next year. They're going to try to win year 3, year 4, year 5. So as long as they figure out that quarterback situation, I think that you'll get your money's worth.
Texter writes in, because I agree with that. So that's where we're at with this franchise. It's February, and you're already giving them a pass for the season. Well, you got to see what they do in free agency and with the draft and with their continued staff hirings. And, yeah, you got to see how the season pans out. Like, I was going to give the Penguins a pass for having a bad year this year because I figured they were trying to have a bad year, and I think they kind of were. And here they are, and I'm living and dying with every shift last night because it felt like a damn playoff game. So, yeah, as a season moves on, as an offseason moves on, as information changes, so too should opinion. But, I'm not looking at the 2026 Pittsburgh Steelers thinking, oh, boy, they're going to win the Super Bowl. It'd be nice if they did. I think we can all agree on that.
Yes.
I'm not expecting that. I think they want to win this year. I think they want what happened last year to happen again, but with the draft to turn out better. Like last year, they wanted Rodgers to come in. If he's there for a year and you draft a quarterback, great. If he's there for 2 years and you draft a quarterback and he learns underneath him, great. Now I think it's, hey, you have Rodgers for 2 years and you draft your quarterback next year. That's what I think they're trying to do. And so, hey, entertain me this year. Entertain me, build up the nest for that next great young quarterback. 412-928-9370. One thing that Jordan Schultz said there that I fell victim to as well that I think is pretty funny is, well, the league respects the Steelers' hiring. Oh, the Steelers, generally, they do this. At least the next time around, whether it's in 5 years or longer, when they hire Mike McCarthy's replacement, we're not all going to sit here going, well, they're going to hire a 34-year-old defensive coordinator. And they're respected. I mean, Art Rooney II didn't hire Mike Tomlin. Like, Kevin Colbert was the GM. Like, Art's going to do everything his dad did? Well, why is that the case? Everyone says that he doesn't, and that's one of his biggest issues, is that he doesn't view things through the same prism of his dad, but yet we all assumed, and myself included, I'm throwing myself in there, we all assumed, they're just going to do what Daddy did. That's the way they always operate. It was 2007. We didn't even have the housing crisis yet. 412-928-9370. I still wouldn't rule out that McCarthy's here longer than 5 years, though. Like, if you find the right quarterback, that keeps you young.
It does. It does. I mean, his plan isn't just, I don't think he has a 5-year plan. Where's Callis? He's gone?
He's coming back. Okay. I thought I saw him scurry off in my peripheral vision before. Yeah. Yeah, you're going to have a 5-year plan. You're going to need a 5-year contract. I was looking over all the other coaching hires, too. They all got pretty much 5-year deals. Like, that's
I'm saying for McCarthy, like, it's not a 5-year plan. Like, all right, I got these 5 years and then I'm done. Like, I'm sure that he has plans that if we win, yeah, I want to keep coaching.
I would think.
Yeah.
I would think. Like, if you're winning ball games and you got, I don't know, let's say, just throwing a name out there. Let's just say it's Garrett Nussmeier. Nussmeier. Let's say Garrett Nussmeier. And he sits under Rodgers this year. And then he battles it out with Will Howard next year. And next year's quarterback draft class sucks. So it's Will Howard versus Garrett Nussmeier. And Garrett Nussmeier edges him out. And they win 11 games. And it looks like Bo Nix's first season with Denver. You think my man's not going to be like, hey, when we re-upping?
Yep.
Let's go.
Yep.
And I think not necessarily that specific process. That's what he's here to do. Let's find a way to win this year. Let's create a nest, and let's find our next franchise quarterback. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We finally did hear from one of the Pittsburgh Steelers who played under Mike Tomlin, who presumably is going to play under Mike McCarthy. What did he have to say? What's it all mean? That's next, but first, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The NFL fan that got into an altercation with DK Metcalf in Detroit, according to reports, he's filing a lawsuit and seeking $100 million for defamation against him and some other members prominent around the NFL. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Adam.
Oh, thank you, Harry. It's warm outside? No, not really. It just feels like it because winters around here stink. And if your heat seems to be running a lot more than it should, you're going to ask yourself why. Well, it could be your furnace. It could be your insulation. Well, for me, it was my windows. Insulation in your windows could have failed. And when that happens, your heat leaks out, the cold gets in, and your energy bills go up, 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 and then you're all chilly in your house. Talk to the pros at Window Nation. Get new windows with big savings during Window Nation's Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 Free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payment, 0 interest for 2 years. So it's going to save you money in your energy bills, and this is a wonderful deal. 4 windows, get 4 free. Plus, you could get them 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. But act now. You'll get an extra 10% off for Valentine's Day. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Schedule a quote now online at windownation.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say a hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Chris Muller and Donnie Football here. And Don, you know what's right around the corner, don't you?
Of course I do, Malsey. They don't call me Donnie Football for nothing. The big game, very, very close on the calendar.
And that means big game parties, and that also means lots of food and drinks. But thanks to Awaken 180 Weight Loss, we can still enjoy all of our favorites, even a few drinks, responsibly. Plus, you know I love to cook, Don, and the recipe portal on the Awaken 180 app has shown me a brave new world of healthy meals and snacks that also have the nice added benefit of tasting great.
That's another thing I love about Awaken 180, Chris. Besides the whole losing weight and keeping it off thing, you have so much help at your disposal. The recipes on the app, the coaching support that's free for life, even after you reach your goal weight, it all helps a ton.
Whether it's a big game party, a date night, or a cookout, Awaken 180 works with your everyday life, not against it. Find out more about the long-term solution for weight loss at awaken180weightloss.com.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
Hello, this is Lester Botkin, Chief Investment Officer of Botkin Family Wealth Management. One of my favorite clients, I'll call her Sue, has a work ethic that blows me away. She continues to love what she does, and she's been incredibly successful at earning and saving. Recently, Sue shared with me how proud she is of her daughter, who is doing a beautiful job raising 2 young children, but how she worries about them because it's so tough for young people to afford to buy a home. Her daughter's growing family could use more space, but moving up just isn't in their budget. I asked Sue if she'd like to explore the impact of gifting her daughter money now to get the bigger house that she needed. Could I really do that, she asked? We determined that taking a withdrawal now for a substantial down payment on a new house would likely have no impact on her income strategy in retirement. Sue decided to do it, and the last time I saw her, she was glowing with happiness. Financial planning isn't a game to see who can die with the most. It's about getting maximum fulfillment from your money during your life. Find out more at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Are you struggling with bad feet? Here at the Good Feet store, we hear a lot about foot pain, but we also hear about back, knee, and hip pain. I'd like you to hear what Kelsey, a kinesiologist, has to say about the Good Feet arch support system.
As an exercise specialist, I've seen all kinds of things that people try to put in their shoes to get out of pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that they support all 4 arches in the foot.
So did you know you had 4 arches in each foot? Most shoes and inserts only support 1. Maybe that's the reason all the remedies you've tried in the past just didn't work.
When the foot's placed in the ideal position, everything else up the kinetic chain works better. You have better balance, more energy, you're going to feel better. Being able to move freely means everything to me, and good movement starts with the feet.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. The only place to get the Good Feet solution is at the Good Feet store. Come in for a free test walk today.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Our cheese logs are so good, people complain there's too much cheese. Only at Bubba's Gourmet Burgers and Beer.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
I don't want to play anywhere else. That is, a very special place in my heart. But you always have to think about what can happen, being prepared for every opportunity, being prepared that, the Pittsburgh Steelers might not want me to be on their team next year. That's just the way you have to look at it. You have to be able to, deal with change.
Cam Hayward on Radio Row, which I hear it's a pain in the ass to get around San Francisco and get out to the stadium where all the activities are because it's not close. Whereas it's Santa Clara.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen a lot of media members who aren't going to get any sympathy from fans complaining about their travel schedules out there.
Mm-hmm.
Heard it was also bad in Dallas, but that had more to do with the weather back when the Steelers played Mike McCarthy, Aaron Rodgers, and the Packers back in 2011. Yeah, I'd bring Cam Hayward back.
Yeah.
Can't think of a reason not to, frankly.
Honestly. Look what he did this year.
He played well.
Very well.
I thought he played better down the stretch, too.
Mm-hmm.
And how many passes he deflected. You've now got a new defensive line coach. Cam Hayward is a better player than Pecco. Pecco, a good player. I would want him here for the continued development of the Y.A. Blacks and the Derek Harmons of the world.
Yeah.
Plus, he's still good. I said that I don't want the Steelers to bring in Band-Aids. I don't want them to sign one-year guys. I don't need them to get old. What I would do is I would draft another defensive lineman this year. You've got 3 third-round picks. I would continue to add to that room. But, of course, I would want Cam Hayward to be there as a leader. And, yeah, he's still productive. I can't think of a reason not to. Now, could he ask for too much money? That would be a reason, I suppose. Within reason, I'd give him some cheddar.
Mm-hmm.
But I wouldn't pay him as a top 15 tackle in the NFL.
No. But he played very well this year. And you always like that transition piece. Not everything has to be start fresh. And especially somebody like Cam or TJ who's been there a long time. You like to have those guys. I mean, they're still playing at a high level, too. It's not like they're kind of just like extra coaches on the field. No, they can play. They can go make plays. Right. They're productive. You want those type of pieces around, a couple of them.
I thought Benton got better this year, too. He started off, and I'm like, right. I don't know about this guy. I thought he was playing his best ball at the end of the year. Derek Harmon looks like the real deal.
Mm-hmm.
And Y.A. Black looks like a really good value piece for them, who could be a mainstay, at least in terms of their depth, for years to come. Draft another guy.
Yes.
And when Cam retires, draft another guy then, too.
Yes.
And you got to keep bolstering that spot. But, yeah, I want them learning from Cam. And if their goal is to try to win, Not going to find many better than Cam. He was one of the best interior defensive linemen in the entire NFL this year. Want to clear something up, too. I saw this making its way around social media yesterday. Like, when Tolzien said he was going back to the Saints, or it was reported he was going back to the Saints, he was thought of as a potential Steelers offensive coordinator candidate. I saw a bunch of people on Twitter go, "What is happening? What are they doing?" As if he turned them down.
No.
Can we listen? I know our preset is panic. And my preset a lot of the time is panic. Can we try to use some common sense? If the Steelers offered Scott Tolzien their offensive coordinator position, why would he go back to New Orleans?
To be the quarterback's coach and not work under McCarthy, who he played underneath of and I think worked underneath of.
Loved McCarthy, according to all accounts.
Did he work underneath him?
He played under him.
I know he played under him, yeah.
He loves Aaron Rodgers by all accounts. Rodgers loves him. Now, that's why you make these hires. You want to make sure that you're in a position to develop your next quarterback. And I think Tolzien would have been a great hire. I think he would have been he was a very good candidate. 38 years old. Helped with Tyler Shook that everyone seems to love, and maybe we're starting to devolve into liking him too much. I saw that ESPN did a redraft. I mean, would you take Shook or Jackson Dart?
Dart.
Yes. But that's neither here nor there. He's not calling plays here, Tolzien. He wouldn't have been. He's not calling plays under Kellen Moore in New Orleans. He wasn't even the offensive coordinator in New Orleans. So let's use our friggin' common sense, folks. He did not turn the Steelers down. And I'm not a water carrier. People have heard the show long enough to know we ain't carrying water around here. I'm not saying this because I want to make the Steelers look good. I just don't want smart football people out there in Pittsburgh getting their panties in a wad. Also, being told that Haslett was not offered the tight end's job. He interviewed. They've got some other tight end coaching candidates, and it sounds like Lunda Wells is still in the mix on that. He was interviewed for their offensive coordinator position, but he could wind up being a run game or pass game coordinator here. But I hate dumb narratives.
Tolzien was they never were going to hire him. They've had Angelico in their mind for the whole entire time.
Yeah.
The whole time.
And again, if they had, I wouldn't be complaining.
No.
Just like I'm not complaining about Angelico. Again, not a water carrier. I just like both of those candidates. Angelico worked under Kevin O'Connell. Tolzien worked under Kellen Moore, who I think is a really good offensive mind, who also spent time with McCarthy, by the by, in Dallas. So everyone needs to relax. Everyone needs to relax. Like, this is the one thing for sure I think that McCarthy does better than Tomlin. Let the process work out. I think he hires better staff. 412-928-9370. Jason Mackey going to join us today from 9 o'clock until 10. 1,000 things to get to with Mackey, including the Angelico reported hiring, the Penguins' last couple of games, the Buccos now searching for a third baseman, we think, after Suarez signs with the Reds. So he'll be with us from 9 o'clock until 10. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Brian Angelico, formerly with the Minnesota Vikings as their passing game coordinator and their tight ends coach. He is reportedly coming to the Steelers to be their next offensive coordinator under Mike McCarthy. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
More trouble as we head toward the end of Morning Rush. This report brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt LGKG. Accident LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. We do have reports of an accident now in Turtle Creek Borough, Monroeville Avenue at Boyd Street. Watch for delays around that. Parkway Western Jam between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Greensburg Pike. Route 28 jams at the Route 8 at the bypass toward the north side. Parkway North heavy at Bellevue Westview, and then again from McKnight Road, and then you are jammed approaching East Street across the Veterans Bridge and onto the Crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg Mack at Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
brain injury, debilitating pain, broken bones. Car crashes don't always heal with time.
LGKG has helped thousands in Western Pennsylvania get real compensation when the stakes are high. Be careful out there this morning.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Hey, it's Pony back to tell you guys about Xfinity. When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. That's right, no contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. That would be wild. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration. Now through February 22nd, get your best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call visitxfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
Hey guys, it's Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. You're guaranteed to score big this Valentine's Day with a gift from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Our expert team is sure to help you find something she'll love and you'll be proud to give her.
Have we met yet? Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I've finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I almost forgot to bring this up, but we have a sports talk radio show. We can do whatever the hell we want. NFLPA Interim Executive Director David White said in a press conference yesterday, our members, meaning the players, have no appetite for regular season 18th game. I'm okay without 18 games, man. Like I don't know where fans come down on that. You can text us at 412-928-9370. Like usually I'm of the mindset like more is better of something I like. Like I'm going to have a third beer. I'm going to try to have sex with my wife again. Like, again.
Nice.
Yeah, we do have two kids.
Yeah,
We're going to go for it for the third time.
Yeah.
Like if there's stuff I like more of it.
Mm-hmm.
Like those gravy fries we were talking about, I want every inch of fry to be covered in gravy. But for whatever reason, like I don't think I need, as a consumer of the product, one more game. And look, I care about the health of players. I do, because I know enough of you guys, former players, current players, to care about that. But from an aesthetic standpoint, too, selfishly, I think the more games you play, the quality of the games is going to go down.
Yes. The only way I would like it is if you cut out the preseason. And people are going to be like, well, there's the back end of the roster. How are they going to make roster if there's no preseason games? I think you go to joint practices.
Yep.
And you figure out who can play. You have those scrimmages with the players that are on the bubble. You go with the preseason, and then you move the season up a week.
They seem to figure it out in college.
Because I'll have that appetite if the season starts the last week of August instead of the second week of September. I'd get football earlier.
Okay, see, now you're talking my language.
Right.
I also wouldn't mind if they didn't do it that way and President's Day is the day after the Super Bowl.
Or that,
You push it back. I think this thing, I think it's going to happen. Like, it just seems like if the NFL wants it, it's going to happen. And eventually we might be playing 20 games, which is just ludicrous, but we'll not do the slippery slope thing. We'll stick with 18. You need 2 bye weeks. I think that would be a must.
Yes.
I think now that's more Thursday games, which I thought this year the crop of Thursday games was really good. But I do worry about the product suffering and guys getting hurt. And then your best players aren't out there.
Mm-hmm.
Now what am I watching? I also probably would go to giving a bye to the first and second seeds again.
Mm-hmm.
I always liked that. But I could see why players would push back.
Yeah. They
get more money.
Right. They get more money, but
But at what cost?
At what cost, right? Your body.
Right.
And like I said, if you move it up, I'm okay with football starting earlier. Real football. We get all excited because, training camp is happening and preseason. We're all excited for the first preseason game. And after a quarter, we're like, all right, I had enough of this. And then you got to wait a month to see real football.
I know.
It's
dude.
it's the worst tease ever.
Is that not the worst? That might be, because the Pirates haven't been good. That might be the worst period in sports.
Yep.
Because hockey's over. You got baseball. If your team stinks, well, that really stinks. And you've watched your team play a preseason game. It's like foreplay, and then...
And nobody plays.
Right.
Right. So just make that, there's 3 now?
Yeah, so they'd go down. They'd go to 2.
Go to 2.
And
Make
they'd go
that
18.
Yeah.
I'd be fine with them doing away with it altogether. I know we're talking about rostered players, but...
why do they have to have 10 days off? I get it. You want to have days off. But why is it that's a big gap for the preseason ending to the start of the season? Just move it up that week and just keep it rolling. I think that you would see that injuries would be less because people would be in the mode of just going.
Well, not to mention, most of the guys who play that final game ain't playing the first game of the regular season anyway.
Right.
Like Skylar Thompson's going to be throwing the ball to that year's version of Deion Kane.
And then the guys that will play the first regular season game, they wouldn't have played for 2.5 weeks.
Right.
You got to keep it going. You can't just stop.
You've said that forever.
Yeah, you got to keep it going. You got to practice more too.
Yeah.
That'll help with the injuries. You got to play football. You got to practice. You got to keep going.
It's the old Kevin Colbert. If you're going to box, you're going to spar first. Texter, this is a good question. Do you still stick with a 53-man roster if you have more games?
Expand it to 60.
Yeah, you expand it. Or at the very least, I would expand it. At the very least, all 53 should be active on game day.
Yeah, I would expand it.
You have to.
Yeah.
You've already expanded practice squads. This is how they get around it, by the way. This is how the NFL makes this happen.
Yep.
More spots. The practice squad will probably be expanded even more.
That'll be expanded, yes.
So that's more jobs.
Yep.
The regular roster will be expanded. That's more jobs. And then because the NFL is going to make buku bucks in a television deal, whenever you're adding an 18th game and all the prime time, all the advertising revenue, that's how it'll eventually get done.
Mm-hmm.
All right, coming up next, Jason Mackey going to join the show. If you missed it, Mark Caboli, our big friend. I don't know why it came out that way. I was going to say the Big Kaboom. The Big Kaboom with a Pat McAfee show in 93.7 The Fan reporting that the Steelers are set to hire Brian Angelico. I wanted to say Scarnecchia. Brian Angelico as their offensive coordinator. We'll talk to Mackey about it. Does he like it? Does he dislike it? Penguins and Buck stuff to get to as well. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Your home hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Hey guys, this is Pablo Schley Deck Company. Winter installation special is here. Get your 20% off. It's the best time to buy now before spring. Visit us at schly.company.com. That's SHLY.company.com. 412-515-6575.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family owned and operated since 1929. If you're planning a move, give us a call, 724-237-4578, or go to CorriganMoving.com.
Hey, it's Crowley for Zero Res. February is the month for love. When is the last time you gave your carpet the love and attention it really deserves? Have you gotten down on your hands and knees, adored how clean and refreshed it was? Or are you scared what you might see or smell? Not only is your carpet one of the bigger investments in your home, it's also the biggest air filter in your home. Lucky for you, Zero Res is going to spread the love to you and your home. This month, get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Call my friends at Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com. Say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Again, this month, 3 rooms, carpet clean starting at just $119. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Zero Res. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy 2 get 2 free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Crews now checking reports of an accident just outside the Squirrel Hill tunnels on the inbound side of the Parkway East near the Squirrel Hill Homestead interchange. Also, an accident being tended to in Turtle Creek. This is on Monroeville Avenue at the intersection with Boyd Street. Parkway West, you are jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Greensburg Pike to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. while Route 28 jams at the Route 8 at the bypass. Parkway North delays approaching McKnight Road. Stop and go down to the Veterans Bridge where it's jammed across the span and onto the crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Buy 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. WindowNation.com. Right now, buy 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. Plus, you could get no payments or interest for 2 years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off for Valentine's Day. Don't miss out. This offer ends soon. So schedule your quote right now at WindowNation.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We've switched up our week on Yins just this week. Usually we got Wednesday with Whaley, but he was yesterday. Mackie usually on Fridays. We've shifted him up to Wednesday. We'll figure out Friday when Friday comes around. We fly by the seat of our pants here on the Fan Morning Show. So Mackie in with us until 10. A million different things to cover, including the Penguins' loss last night and the way that they've played these last couple of games. And what's going on with the Bucks. We'll start in a second with the reported hiring of Brian Angelico as Steelers offensive coordinator. I keep wanting to call him Scarnecchia. I got Scarnecchia on the brain.
Yeah, they hired both.
Italians.
Yes.
I don't know if the Steelers are going to win any games this season, but if they need to take anybody out, like in a mafia-style thing, I like their chances. There's going to be some great smells coming from the South Side, man.
Oh, yeah. Little Sunday gravy over there, you think?
Let's go.
So you got Signetti, you got Scarnecchia.
What are they doing? Are they filming Goodfellas or running a football team? What are we doing here?
And it could wind up being like The Departed because you got Scott McCurley in there and you got Mike McCarthy. So you got the Irish, you got the Italians. Yep. I mean, it is the most Pittsburgh sounding, at the very least, coaching staff of all time.
Yes.
It's probably the most Pittsburgh coaching staff of all time, but it's the most Pittsburgh sounding coaching staff of all time. Before we get into that hire, just real quick, our guy Andy, who's our web guy, you can read his stuff on 937thefan.com, and he does a lot of important things around here. One of the big reasons we got him Marconi, he walks in, he hands me a tiny little Post-it where he wrote 7 things down for his grocery list. And I'm just wondering how many people out there in 2026 are writing their grocery lists down on a Post-it and not just putting it into their phone.
That's the first thing I asked him. I was like, that's your grocery list? I was like, what is it, 1984?
Although, Doran, you know what I've peeped now out of my left eye?
I mean, are we talking just grocery lists? Are we talking about, okay.
Well,
I'm out then.
What's
I'm
on
out.
there?
Like notes and stuff I need to do today.
He's got notes
and stuff I needed to do yesterday.
You don't put it in
Research
your
for
calendar?
a story. I mean, sometimes I like to have handwritten notes.
Mackie.
It might be a notebook. It might be research for a story. Like I've Braxton Ashcraft stats. There's people I need to talk to today. I don't think it's that bad.
I mean, but you might lose that. You're probably not going to lose your phone. You'll lose that before you lose your phone. Like whenever you get up,
you are correct, Doran.
Whenever you get up and go to the bathroom, I could just take that, ball it up, and throw it away.
You could. Now I know not to go to the bathroom without my notes.
Then what? You don't have a backup plan?
Then I don't.
Take a picture of it.
I know. Hope it's not a strategy.
I
will do that. I will write the notes down, handwritten, and then take a picture with my phone when I go to the grocery store. Talk about redundant or useless.
Yes.
I never even thought about it until right now. It's a ridiculous habit.
That is imbecilic, frankly. I mean, I will jot down notes on my typed out rundown, things that pop into my mind. But like Braxton Ashcraft, just for reference, 2 WAR last year, 4-4, 2.71 ERA, 69 innings.
See, I could have
ERA
told you that if I would have flipped to the second page here.
Yeah, you had
Smart Alec.
It actually was faster for me to type than for you to flip over the page. All right, moving on.
Let's go.
What's that little piece of paper tell you about Brian Angelico?
I don't got anything on there for Brian Angelico, Crowley.
You like it?
I like it. Yeah, I like it a lot. Vikings pass game coordinator, what they've been able to do through the air. I look at things through the prism of have you been able to bring along quarterbacks or make life easier for quarterbacks. They've done that. They've had wide receiving weapons that the Steelers don't have. I think that's obviously going to be a concern, something they need to re-up big time this offseason. I mean, Jordan Addison, they do not have, just to name one, but Justin Jefferson, obviously. They incorporated tight ends in a way that I think was intelligent, somewhere that the Steelers need to grow. If you look over the past couple of years, they've been able to run the football. So I don't have any problem with it. I see what they're going for. I think it's somewhat limited because of McCarthy wanting to call the plays.
Sure.
But you're bringing a guy in from a system that made sense, that does some things that you need to get better at.
He's an idea guy, too. Like, he's a sounding board. It's not just a title guy. He knows McCarthy, worked underneath him, and he's a football guy. I mean, he was my tight ends coach, if you didn't know, Jason, at Pitt. I know him very well. So, he's not going to call the plays, but he's going to have a lot of influence and fix some of the things that may have gone wrong in the prior week. Like, he will identify those things, whether it's offensive line, protections, route schemes, things of that nature. He will identify those things and then kind of hand it to McCarthy and be like, all right, this is the concepts we need to run now because that was bad against this defense or something like that.
I hadn't thought of it from Jason's perspective either, and I'm embarrassed that I didn't. I like when people have good points and good ideas. Like, you weren't going to get some hot shot, young McVay dude because he ain't coming here to call plays. Like, you weren't going to get Shieldhouse because he's not going to call plays. And Tolzien, he wasn't ultimately the guy that they selected, but you're getting the next best thing from a from a McVay coaching tree guy because he was with McConnell, which I think is a huge deal. Like, I think the world of Kevin O'Connell as a play caller and a schemer. And I thought it didn't happen. I thought we talked about it all week before the Ireland game. I thought that they were going to run circles around the Steelers schematically.
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't happen then, but he has a history of doing that, and Angelico's been a part of it.
I'm not worried about the McVay coaching tree anymore. I am just fine trusting Mike McCarthy to run an offense and score points. You can look at some other things and how far they've gone in the playoffs. Have they underachieved? Have the rosters been good enough? What have they done defensively? Whatever. I don't know how you can look at a Mike McCarthy team and say this guy doesn't know what he's doing on offense. If the Steelers would have hired Mike McCarthy as their OC, like under Shieldhouse or under Shula or whatever it is, people ain't freaking out about it.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been fine. The guy knows offense. I'm going to trust that he knows what he's doing here. I certainly trust Doran's opinion, actually having worked with the guy, for crying out loud. Like, he's done some things in a system that we can identify externally. Say, look, you've brought things, you've accentuated certain things that the Steelers need to accentuate. I don't have any other opinion other than, cool, I want to see it. Please throw down the field. Please incorporate your tight ends in a way that makes sense. Run the football and get better wide receivers. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and they're gonna add even more. That's the thing too. Having this hire, I think it's a good hire. Crowley thinks it's a good hire. You like to hire, but there's probably going to be an assistant quarterbacks coach. There's probably going to be they have to get a tight end coach, an assistant tight end coach, and some analytic guys. There's probably about 4 or 5 more hires that's going to happen on the offensive side of the ball.
Which is what everyone's been asking for, and now that it happens, it just ain't the right guys. And listen, I'm a grand poobah of complaining and bitching and moaning, but I'm not going to do it about this because this is the same organization that the last 2 times they needed an offensive coordinator, Mike Tomlin was like, "Yo, Feek, Randy, you want the job? Okay." And then he did the same damn thing with Matt Canada. And we're going to sit here, we're going to complain about Brian Angelico, who's worked in the league for 15 years. Matt Canada was in the league for the length of a fart. And they gave him the keys to Ben Roethlisberger and the guy that they thought was going to be the next franchise quarterback. So forgive me, and I might be arguing against a wall at this point. Forgive me if I like the Brian Angelico hire, because the guy's got experience and he's coming from a coaching tree that I happen to be fond of.
I think you said it well this morning, Adam. Our preset is panic.
Yep.
That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's no matter what they do right now, you're conditioned to think it's the worst thing ever. Not that I've ever experienced that with another team in town that I've been around quite a bit, but
Here's the funny thing about that. Like, if the Buccos went out and signed Marcelo Zuna, you'd have a bunch of people bitching that it wasn't Andrew McCutchen. And if it was Andrew McCutchen, you'd have people saying, well, it's a nostalgia pickup. I mean, they could have had Marcelo Zuna.
Right.
That's just
can't please everybody.
No, you can't. Though I do try. 412-928-9370 is the number. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Our good friend Mark Caboli just tweeted out seconds ago that the Steelers are looking for a young up-and-comer at the tight end position as a tight end coach. Could be a significant but young hire, he writes, as well as a couple other coaches to Mike McCarthy's staff. It likely will be the largest coaching staff in team history when it's all said and done.
All of these complaints about the size of the coaching staff, and look where we are.
Yep.
And listen, I didn't love the McCarthy hire right from the shoot, but things have changed, i.e., Shula didn't get a job. Scheelhaus didn't get a job. Those were my two favorites. The next guy just got a defensive coordinator job. He didn't get hired as an NFL head coach. I've said all along, hey, an offensive guy would make a ton of sense. They hired one of those. Hey, they should have a bigger staff. They got one. Okay.
What else do you want, Adam?
$80K.
While you're making requests.
Not the first thing that popped into my mind, but the thing that I could say on the radio. Coming up next, more on the Brian Angelico hire at 412-928-9370 if you want to join our three-person conversation. And the Penguins, they played much better than they did against Ottawa, but they still lost. How are we feeling about this club? That's all on the way. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins 5-4 losers yesterday against the New York Islanders. They lost in overtime, so they still got a point. They're 1 point ahead of the Islanders in the Metropolitan Division standings. Islanders are third, Penguins are second. Carolina Hurricanes still lead by a significant margin. For more, go to 957thefan.com. And now here's Dorn.
All right, it's game week. Big game week, that is. And Fanatics is officially cooking. They've teamed up with Kendall Jenner to deliver fans a 100% moneyline profit boost on the big game. All you have to do is decide whether you're riding with Kendall or betting against her in the Kardashian curse. And when it comes to the big moments, like the big game, fair play makes all the difference. Fanatics protects all your player prop bets from first half injuries, plus with hundreds of markets, live betting options all game long, and every prop you care about, passing yards, rushing yards, and receiving yards. Betting with Fanatics Sportsbook for the big game is a no-brainer. Bet on the curse and protect your bets only on Fanatics, America's fastest growing sportsbook. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Max wager applies. Not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app. # Fanatics Sportsbook Partner.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Ethos. Learn more and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. If a tree falls in the woods and no one's around, does it make a sound? And if the NFC and AFC play in the Pro Bowl games and no one watches, did it really happen? Well, yeah, and Shedeur Sanders' first pass was an interception. Pro Bowl games need to die. I'm Drake Toll.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite awards show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door.
Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025
was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. A robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Crews dealing with a multitude of accidents. One of them involves an overturned vehicle, intersection of Rochester and Reese Run Roads in Franklin Park Borough. We also have one on the inbound Parkway East, was blocking the left lane approaching the Squirrel Hill Tunnel entrance. We have our eye on it with the PennDOT cameras. It is causing solid delays all the way back to Churchill. Meanwhile, we do have an accident being cleared in Turtle Creek Borough at the intersection of Monroeville Avenue and Boyd Street. Parkway West jammed inbound over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound, you're fairly steady toward Pittsburgh International Airport. Route 28 jammed past Shaler Waterworks and heavy down into the north side. Parkway North also heavy approaching the East Street off-ramp across the Veterans Bridge and onto the Crosstown. That's heavy toward the Boulevard of the Allies. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, a family-owned and local-based company, is your #1 choice for roofing in Pittsburgh. They do roofing, siding, and gutters with exceptional customer service for all your needs. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Caboli reporting that Brian Angelico going to be the Steelers' next offensive coordinator. You can weigh in at 412-928-9370. Mackey's in with us until 10. Doran and I and Mackey like it. What say you? 412-928-9370. I got to get something off my chest first. I have an addiction, and it is damaging to my psyche right now. not nicotine. I can't stop. This is 100% serious. Cannot stop arguing with people on the text line about Will Howard.
Oh, my goodness.
I can't stop.
That was a much safer place than I thought that was going to go.
I didn't know where that was going.
I cannot stop. Like anytime.
What are you arguing?
Just when people anytime we'll talk about the offense, you'll just get texts about Howard or why are you guys writing off Howard? Blah 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 blah.
Are people trolling at this point?
They might be trolling. It might be like when Harry throws out who's the quarterback, Will Levis, to get me off my spot. It might be one of those, but there's one specific line that gets me two actually. That he won a national championship, because then all I want to do is name all the national championship quarterbacks that sucked ass in the league. And he could be Tom Brady.
Oh, man.
I got one more.
I can't
one more. Why don't you guys ever talk about Will Howard?
Oh, my God.
That's the one thing I never hear anybody talking about Will Howard.
Let me tell you something.
Really? What rock have you been living under?
We basically been snorting Will Howard since his name dripped out of Mike McCarthy's mouth.
My goodness.
A week plus ago. So anyway, I wanted to bring it up so that you guys know. If I'm furiously typing over here, that's why. And just throw a shoe at me like I'm George Bush, all right?
All right.
Okay. Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Pat's been waiting patiently on hold to talk about Brian Angelico. Hi, Pat.
Hey, boys. How you doing today?
I think we're
What's up, Pat?
Why don't you never talk about Will?
Yes!
Hey, gentlemen, just to transition a little bit, just getting back into the area and getting touched on everything, but with the draft coming up, and I hate to derail you, but other than quarterback, which the whole league knows they need, what position the Steelers better address in this draft? Where are our weaknesses that aren't quarterback, that aren't receiver? I'll hang up and listen. You boys have a great day.
Well, I was going to say wide receiver. But defensive line, offensive line, corner.
Yeah, he killed it with that last one, man.
Yeah.
Wide receivers a slam dunk
honestly,
for me.
honestly, everywhere.
Everywhere.
Seriously, you have all these picks. Safety? You could bring up, draft a young safety. You can draft a young corner. You can draft a young linebacker.
Yeah.
Middle backer, at least. You could draft, obviously, they need depth for the defensive line. You could draft some depth or a potential starter at guard on the offensive line. You could draft maybe even a running back. That'd maybe be the last position. But even with, what's his name, the kid they drafted last year out of Iowa, it's a new staff, it's a new coach, it's a new scheme. Does he fit?
Quarterback might be my least favorite position in this draft. Honestly, where they're at. I don't know if that's an insane take or not. I'm not the least bit excited about Ty Simpson unless they're going to mortgage some picks in the first round. That's what I mean.
Yeah, in the first round.
I thought that's what Pat was saying. Where are you going to address? To
wide
me,
receiver.
Wide receiver. I'm right with you. You need a playmaker, especially McCarthy's offense, what they're trying to do. You need a wide receiver.
I've been sitting here for the last 20 seconds trying to remember for the life of me the Iowa running back they drafted in the third round last year.
You want me to tell you?
Yes.
I know.
Caleb Williams.
Caleb Williams. You made me say it.
Caleb Williams is a quarterback for the Bears, buddy.
Khalid.
Thank you. Khalid Williams.
Remember the fuss coming out of him when he was drafted by yours truly and other people? How great we thought this kid was going to be. What a perfect scheme fit, zone runner, all this stuff. No, I don't know where he fits.
I mean, I was never really that high on him. He kind of scampers whenever I was watching his clips from Iowa. He kind of scampers. He doesn't really have that breakaway speed.
He was bad in preseason.
Yeah.
And then he
had one good game. The second game.
Decent.
Did he?
Decent.
Yeah, decent. Sorry. Good game's probably an overstatement. But yeah.
Mike McCarthy on Caleb Williams.
I wouldn't be too hard on Cleve because he's different.
Who?
He makes Cleve Williams.
It's Caleb. I mean, you were
nowhere
near.
Okay, you've never made a mistake.
The McAfee Yinzer who gets me every time. Oh, yeah, we'll do it one more time.
I wouldn't be too hard on Cleve because he's different.
Who?
He makes Cleve Williams.
It's Caleb. I mean, you were
Caleb.
nowhere near.
Okay, you've never made a mistake.
What do you say? You never made a mistake?
You've never made a mistake in your career?
That's awesome.
I think that every single person in the listening audience, if you are lucky enough to have known your Yinzer grandfather, you've heard that who before.
Oh, gosh. You guys You guys ever go somewhere and say something, people look at you like you have three heads?
Yes.
Because it's like a Pittsburgh term?
Yes.
Yeah.
The first time I ever heard Doran on the radio, I was like, this dude is so authentic. And I don't think you have like a ridiculous Pittsburgh
You said
accent.
you thought I was white.
I did. I thought you were a white guy from Brookline.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's nice.
But I was like, this guy's
You
natural.
didn't know
Sounds
who
really
Doran
good.
was? Or
I
like,
did. I got
He
in
didn't
the
know who
middle
was
of a
on.
monologue. Yeah, it wasn't like, hey, I'm Doran. By the way, the Steelers said da-da-da. I'm Doran, blah, 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 blah. I'm Doran. I caught him in the middle. I thought this guy's great. 412-928-93.
Do I have a thick accent?
70 is the number to call. I think so. I mean, no, but if you weren't not in town but out of town,
Yeah.
if that makes sense.
Yeah, I got that a lot
Yeah.
when I was playing, for sure. They're like,
Yeah.
where are you from?
Yeah, people seem to know.
We were up in Maine before my wife and I got married. We were with her parents, and her mom grew up in Carrick, like, Pittsburgh through and through. And we're at a bar, and she orders a tequila sour.
Yes.
And the waitress is like, huh? She goes, a tequila sour. What? A star? Huh? We had to translate it.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to English when it got to Pittsburgh, but we beat the absolute hell out of it. 412-928-9370 if you want to talk about the Steelers' hiring of Brian Angelico. Meanwhile, the Penguins, I thought, played really well last night and lost.
Goaltending.
So, I was super encouraged, and we talked about this earlier, super encouraged by their response. I thought they played a playoff-style hockey game. I thought mostly they didn't give up too many great chances. I thought Crosby's line had jumped for the first time in 5 games, and it's no coincidence that it's because Rust was back. You got stuff from all the big pieces that Dubas brought in, Brazzers, Mantha, and Chainikov. But it felt like a playoff game, and did that not look like the Stuart Skinner we were told to get, that we were getting in a playoff game? I mean, that the first goal, terrible rebound, and the final goal, that can never go in. Never go in. I don't care if you have a shutout, that can't go in. And that was the biggest reason they lost the game last night. Because I don't think they conceded all that much by way of chances in the third period. The first goal was screened by their own defenseman from a far distance. Even the first goal was a point shot. And the final goal, you got to make that save 100 times out of 100. Is that a fair synopsis?
Yep.
So what are you going to do about it? What's it matter? The goaltender played like crap. I don't know. I'm not inclined to freak out about it.
Mm-mm.
I'm not inclined to freak out about it. I'm inclined to take it, fold it up, and put it in my back pocket as something potentially to worry about with Stuart Skinner. That's all. Because the game, they played well.
No.
I mean,
what do you mean worry about?
You should have saw him the day before after they lost to
Ottawa.
I
feel better today.
Freaking out.
I feel better today than I did. I can't believe they laid an egg the way that they did against Ottawa. Unacceptable. Final game of a homestand before 2 really important games.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
I think
seriously. Calm down.
I'm calm. You're yelling.
Calmer
He's yelling at me.
than you are, dude. Calmer than you are.
I hate when
you were upset.
I was pissed off because the thing that I feel like they do, and this is going to sound so cliche, and it is cliche, I think the thing that has been their superpower this year, honestly, they bring their lunch pail and they roll 4 lines.
Sure.
Like, they have showed up for damn near all the games, and that has not been the thing that they've been known for the last few years under Sully. And the fact that they just showed up and thought that, we're the Pittsburgh Penguins and we're going to win, it bothered me. Last night, the Isles were playing playoff hockey. You were playing playoff hockey. And I think for the measure of the game, you outplayed them. I am just filing it away that Stu has had some bad playoff performances, and that was a playoff-type game last night, and he played terribly. If they got Shilov's last night, what he did on Monday, they probably win 4-0.
Yeah, agreed.
So
he wasn't good. He wasn't good. He's also been really good for this last stretch since the Christmas break. Like, he had a bad game.
Yep.
If he has several bad games in a row, which they're not going to play for a while because the Olympic break after Buffalo, probably at a good time. I don't know. Maybe get away from it a little bit, rest and recharge. I'm just not going to freak out. Overall, this team is punching so far above its weight. Night in and night out, the performances they're getting from some of the guys that you outlined, Adam, Wotherspoon, Shea, Mantha, Brazeau, your stars are healthy and productive. The goaltending, again, since the Christmas break, has been among the best in the NHL, if not the best. The guy had a stinker. Shelov's played really well against Ottawa. The team was crap. If any of this rolls into a trend, fine, but
agreed.
Right now, I'm going to acknowledge this team where it's at. It's an 82-game season. It's not the greatest week, but I don't think you should freak out. I think you should relax.
All I'm saying is I was waiting for Stu to have a game. And you're allowed to have a game. I've done bad radio shows. I mean, believe me. It's just that was the rebound control, something we heard about, and some of the softies we'd heard about. I'm filing it away.
Man, the conversation with Stuart Skinner to me is, what do you do at the deadline? You've got Sheloff, you've got Murashov coming up, but I don't know if I'm going to Sidney Crosby saying, hey, I'm trading your number one goaltender, or even your 1A and keeping the other guy, because then you're thinning out your depth. I don't know if you can do that to this team. I think that's unfair at this point.
Am I allowed to have the opinion of I'm going to file that away because I'm worried about this guy in the playoffs, and also you can't trade him because he's your number one goalie right now? Because I do agree. Like, you can't. Like, the reason you got him is because you want Murashov to simmer and to cook a little bit more in the AHL. My throat made a real weird sound there. Yeah, that was nasty. I don't want to throw him in down the stretch. Like, hey, here you go, buddy. Baptism by fire. Go help Sidney Crosby win a playoff series. They haven't done that since 2018. Now it's all on your shoulders. And then his contract will expire. I wouldn't trade him. I'd keep him out there. Texter, I ordered dippy eggs at a diner in college once with a bunch of coworkers. No one knew what I was talking about. I didn't know dippy eggs was our thing.
I didn't either. I thought that was.
Neither did I.
I found that with a lot of Pittsburghese stuff that I didn't know they were Pittsburghese. I just thought it's what people said.
What would you say? Over easy?
I guess. What am I going to eat it with my pinky out? F off. Oh, let me get my eggs over easy, like I'm the governor.
It's a great topic. I want to hear about things that you've tried to do in other cities that nobody's ever.
I do want to hear.
Nobody's ever heard of.
At 412-928-9370. Texter writes in, Stu has one bad game. You have multiple bad radio days in a week. Stick to Steelers coaching staff and hypotheticals.
It's a very nice text.
Disagree. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The fan who had an altercation with DK Metcalf this season in Detroit is suing for defamation, seeking $100 million, according to reports. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Adam.
Boy, that Jack Ritter's always getting himself into trouble, isn't he?
Jack Tripper.
Damn it.
John Ritter.
Crap.
Caleb Johnson.
Doran, nobody thinks about water damage until it's everywhere.
Exactly. That's why I like this. Guardian Protection now includes a free water and freeze sensor with every home security package.
So now you've got intrusion, fire, and water protection.
That's a real peace of mind.
Especially when you're not home, Doran.
Don't wait for a surprise. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today.
Terms and conditions apply.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. For those looking for a one-catch cash, Rashid Shaheed could do the deed. 7 times this season, he's caught a pass for at least 20 yards. 4 of those coming off the hand of Sam Darnold. Against a Pats D that has allowed 42 pass plays to 20-plus yards this year, Seattle's bomber could detonate. Give me Shaheed for a 20-plus yard catch at plus 125. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Sir Grout, your local grout and natural stone cleaning experts. 412-960-6310.
There's never a fee unless we get money for you. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and you've probably heard me say that over the years. For over 40 years, that's the promise my law firm has made to our clients, and we're still keeping that promise today. We've recovered over $2 billion for our clients and their families. That's money for medical bills, money for lost wages, money for pain and suffering, money that we'll fight to make sure you get. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And of course, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Hey guys, Chris Muller and Donnie Football here. And Don, we got a ton of snow recently, which means break out the shovels. And I used to dread that because I was out of shape, I was overweight, and I was dragging. It was not good. In fact, back in the day, I'd have to take multiple breaks just to shovel my driveway.
Yeah, Malsey, it was the same thing for me, too. It just was not a good feeling to be out there and not feel like I was at my best. But that's a thing of the past, thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss.
I lost 35 pounds, Don. How much did you lose again?
I am down 54 pounds and counting now, Chris. My last weigh-in, 218 pounds, my lowest ever with Awaken 180.
That's very convenient timing, by the way, with a wedding coming up and all. Whether you're shoveling snow, whether you're playing with your kids, or just living everyday life, it all gets easier when you lose the weight and keep it off with the long-term solution for weight loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Selling your home doesn't need to be a stressful experience. Just contact my friend Gina Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty and ask her about her guaranteed home sale program and how she can get your home sold guaranteed. Go to GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
Our cheese logs are so good, people complain there's too much cheese. Only at Bubba's Gourmet Burgers and Beer.
At Pittsburgh Regional Transit, we're not going anywhere without you. We're now hiring mechanics and automotive repair persons, and we're offering great pay and benefits. You could even qualify for a starting bonus. Learn more at rideprt.org/careers. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
Hey guys, this is Pablo with Schlad Deck Company. Winter installation special is here. That's right, 20% off. It's the best time to buy now before spring. We need to keep our crews working. Guess what? You save big money on your deck and fence projects this winter with SchladDeckCompany.com. To help keep your loved ones safe, don't forget to replace the long overdue paint chipping rotten railings with new maintenance-free railings from Schlad Deck and Fence. That's SHLY.company.com, SchladDeckCompany.com.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when needed. We show up with access to convenient care options and coverage that fits everyday life. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade. Dana Carvey. Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
City Limits just traipsed on up in here, sans mustache, because we bullied him into shaving it. And he goes, hey, you guys want to sign up for my Super Bowl squares? Get out of here. Get out.
That wasn't the best part.
What was the best part?
He said he looked at himself in the mirror without a mustache. He goes, I look good.
I look good like this.
That's awesome.
You know what? That's healthy.
Is it? I mean, it's the same person that thought they probably looked good with the mustache and was awful.
That's not healthy. That's not healthy.
He's got a Jekyll and Hyde going on. He's got split personalities.
You do want to feel good about the way you look, though. I think that's a healthy mindset to have. You only got one body.
You know, you're not really supposed to care what people think, but there are moments where you should care. And I think that the feedback for what he is going for and attempting to do at this point in his life is probably to meet a young lady. So I would want feedback from young ladies that are around my age that I could possibly date of how I look. So I would ask feedback from them to say, like, beard, mustache, no beard, what are you thinking? Not the way what I think, because obviously what I think ain't working.
I would take your lady advice. Actually, intern Dom did, and he had a casual relationship going on for a couple of months with a beautiful woman.
That is correct.
So
did every single thing that I said.
He did. He did.
A couple of years ago at spring training, it was the first day. We go into Pirates. I think it was Pirate City. It was Lecom. Maybe they did it all at Lecom. Whatever. So we surround David Bednar, and I'd grown a mustache. And Bednar looks at me and goes, mustache, huh? Gorman breaks in without hesitation. He goes, it's for his other job. Bednar lost it.
That dovetails right into a text we just got. Crowley's real addiction now he can't quit Isabella Danger. So there you go. If I'm picking up what he was putting down.
I don't follow.
Porn actor?
She's
I don't know.
Lawyer. She's a lawyer.
Training to be one.
She's going to be a lawyer. Get it right.
Texters all writing in. I did see a paralegal video where I'm pretty sure she was in it. Anyway, texter, hey guys, good morning. I live in Maine, and the first time I was out hiking with a buddy and told him to watch out for those jaggers, he looked at me like I was crazy.
That's a good one. Jaggers is a good one. We all say jaggers. Jagger bush.
Yep.
Look out for that jagger bush.
I did not know that was a Pittsburgh thing.
Huh?
What was the McAfee thing?
Huh? Who?
Texter moved to California for a couple of years, went to a grocery store asking for a New Year's pretzel, and they had no clue what I was talking about.
I didn't know that was a Pittsburgh thing.
I didn't either. So I Googled it, and this on CBS News, a write-up from January 1st, 2026. Southwestern Pennsylvania has many holiday traditions, and New Year's Eve and New Year's Day are no exception. Pretzels. Didn't know that was an us thing.
I always thought that Mr. Rogers was a Pittsburgh thing, but I guess it was a national thing.
Oh, yeah.
I never knew. I thought it was just like a Pittsburgh show that I watched when I was little until I got older. And I was like, oh, there's kids in Arizona watching this?
I could see that because you got QED right down there.
Right. I thought it was a Pittsburgh show.
Right down there.
that came
down there.
Came out naturally. 412-928-9370 if you would like to contribute to that conversation. Things that we might not know are Pittsburgh-centric terms that are. What are you making that face for?
I'm not.
Texter, oh, it's a good bit. Once Austin starts to actually trust us for advice, then we start giving him bad advice.
Why would we do that to him?
For the bit.
We're here to help.
For the bit.
You don't want to tarnish him.
This is how I rank things in my life. Family and friends are here. The bit is up here. Always up
committed.
Here. Yeah,
committed
even if it's not funny, you commit to the bit. 412-928-9370. Are the Bucks going to trade for Isaac Paredes?
Possibility. I wouldn't say it's not the leader in the clubhouse. It's an option. They need to get a third baseman. I know that. Isaac Paredes makes some sense, but sort of like Eugenio Suarez, it's a right-handed pull hitter. It's probably not the best fit for PNC Park. It would depend on the ask for the Astros. If it's low, I think it could make sense. I think one of the two Mets guys is more likely. Personally, Brett Beatty, Matt Vientos, just because they're sort of pushed out of a position or their position is compromised a little bit with Bo Bichette. I'd probably like Vientos a little bit more. Beatty's a left-handed hitter. They've got a lot of lefties.
They do.
And you probably, I don't know, I shouldn't say this, but wouldn't have to give up a ton. I mean, you're not going to be mortgaging the future. Paredes is certainly, he has more of an extensive resume.
Yes.
The more and more I'm getting to this, though, guys, I kind of want him to just extend Connor Griffin, play Jared Triolo, and call it a day. I'm not really seeing any great value out here. And you could be mad about not getting Suarez, not getting Nakamoto, not getting, whatever other third base option they've sort of flirted with. Just spend the money on the kid. Just extend your top prospect in baseball. Live with the defense and everything. Live with Jared Triolo at third. Play Connor Griffin up here and roll with the kids. I'd be fine with it.
So wait, was Vientos the leader in the clubhouse? According
no, I don't even know who the leader
Paredes.
is.
Okay.
Brett Beatty and Matt Vientos are the two you hear more about than Paredes and Bohm. Josh Jung, I haven't heard his name mentioned in a while. I've heard they're not like Boehm is probably out, likely out. You do hear Paredes more as an option. I don't know whether that's because like he too is squeezed out of a spot with Correa playing third there, and I think Houston needs a couple things that the Pirates have to offer, like a backup catcher. Joey Bart is still, I think, possibly involved in this, but I don't even know if I would say there's a leader in the clubhouse right now, Doran. It's a very odd thing. Like they were hung up with the Suarez deal, like trying to figure out what the heck he was going to do, and that's a whole separate conversation. I understand, but I'm surprised there hasn't been anything that's put to bed. Goes to the Reds. You have your other moves.
Yeah,
spring training's next week. I don't know why we're not hearing anything.
Suarez gone, Seattle the next day. Brendan Donovan, bang.
Yep,
Right
exactly.
there.
So the leader in the clubhouse, just for the sake of acquiring a player, which would probably be pitching, in your opinion, or would it be a different position? Like, say they are going to acquire somebody.
I see what you're saying. A position player or a pitcher at this point. Probably a pitcher.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't roll into that. I mean, I might disagree with it. I'd rather see him get a bat. They need a substantive bat, but I look at the innings situation and having 4 young guys.
Yeah.
You need some cover there.
Yeah. Like
the real answer is both, but I'm trying to not wiggle out.
Mm-hmm. Who's the lefty they had before?
Quintana.
He'd make a lot of sense.
Anderson, too.
Yep.
Both guys they've been in contact with.
What's Rich Hill up to these days?
Heaney retired. Right.
What?
Didn't he?
He said Heaney retired.
Yeah, Heaney.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think Rich Hill might still be pitching.
Heaney retired?
I think so.
Did you miss that? Yeah, he retired this offseason.
Yeah.
Heen dog. Called him, hung him up.
You just dropped a Heen dog?
That's what people called him. It was
okay. Vientos, by the by, projected this year on Baseball Reference, 21 homers, 748 OPS. I'd sign for that in blood.
Yeah.
One more segment with Mackey. People are all texting in the same thing. That's a Pittsburgh tradition that I had no idea was a Pittsburgh tradition. And I don't know that it still is just a Pittsburgh tradition. I have to Google it. So that's next. But first, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins losers 5-4 yesterday in overtime to the New York Islanders yesterday. They have one more game on the road against the Buffalo Sabres, and then they're off for the break for the Olympics. Their next game will be on February 26th after the big break. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today, 78 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Morning rush still not over by a long shot. This report brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt? LGKG. Accident? LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. Delays due to an earlier accident cleared from the inbound Parkway east in front of the Squirrel Hill Tunnel as you're jammed all the way back to Greensburg Pike. We also have an accident tying up the intersection of Rochester and Reese Run Roads in Franklin Park Borough, and one still being cleared in Turtle Creek at the intersection of Monroeville Avenue and Boyd Street. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. 65 northbound delays from the West End Bridge over past the Fort Duquesne Bridge heading toward Route 28. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your drive this morning on the Parkway, 79 or 28, shouldn't end in an accident.
If it does, LGKG stands with the people of Western PA, making sure medical bills, lost wages, and pain aren't ignored.
Call LGKG, lgkg.com. Your local super lawyer.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filipponi. How old is your furnace? McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric is searching for the oldest working furnace in the burg. If yours is still hanging on, enter McVeigh's Oldest Furnace Contest for a chance to win a brand new high-efficiency Bryant furnace. To enter, schedule a quick visit from McVeigh. They will inspect your furnace, confirm its age, and make sure it still works. Get all the details at callmcveigh.com/oldest furnace contest. McVeigh and Bryant, doing whatever whatever it takes to keep Pittsburgh warm all winter.
DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 sportsbook for live betting, is making every moment of Super Bowl 60 count with DraftKings Live Millions, featuring over $5 million in prizes. Here's how it works. Open the DraftKings Sportsbook app, opt in, and get your promo token. Place a live bet of $1 or more on the Super Bowl, and you're in. And every live bet means another shot to win. Once the game wraps up, we'll randomly select our prize winners. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code THEFAN. That's code THEFAN. Bet live for your share of $5 million in prizes with code THEFAN. In partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Pennsylvania only. Eligibility and restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Minimum odds minus 500. Prizes either bonus bets or single use 20% profit boost. Max bet $20 that expire in 30 days. See official rules at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos for entry period and free method of entry. Sponsored by Crown Gaming Inc.
Enjoy Lamont Winter Dinner for Two special, just $99. Reserve a table on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays through March 26th for a complete prefix dinner for two. Visit LamontPittsburgh.com to view the menu and make your reservations today.
Hi, I'm Raj.
And I'm Kaylee.
And we're a Henny couple. I'm so happy I chose Henny. Our sales associate, Megan, was patient and kind during the whole process, and she helped me pick the perfect ring to give to Kaylee. I'd recommend Henny to anyone looking to find that special ring.
Raj proposed on the beach in Cancun, and the ring is absolutely perfect. Thank you, Henny.
Check out Henny Jewelers on their website at hennyjewelers.com or follow them on social. Henny Jewelers, they're the jeweler for life.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Best thing on the radio.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Well, we've screwed up the clock worse than Mario Cristobal. I've screwed up the clock worse than Mike Tomlin. Are fish fries a Pittsburgh thing? I didn't think so. I just thought everyone did fish fries. I don't get out much. Well, Google. Regional dominance. The tradition is most prevalent in areas like Wisconsin, Western Pennsylvania, especially Pittsburgh and the Great Lakes region. I did think it was an Irish Catholic thing and a Catholic thing, and it is. But Pittsburgh does more fish fries than any city in the country.
That surprised me. I thought that was a universal thing. No clue that it was just here. Oh, really? Predominantly here.
We talked about this off the air. I didn't state it like this. My favorite food on the planet Earth, my favorite meal, fish sandwich and a Guinness.
Fries or chips?
Same thing.
It depends.
Well,
I mean,
potato chips or French fries?
French fries.
Same.
Every time.
Hot sauce?
Malt vinegar. Hot sauce on the fish, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You guys ever do tartar and cocktail together?
No, but I do love the
It's solid.
cocktail. No, I do love the tartar. I'm a tartar guy. More
Yeah,
tartar.
I love tartar and hot
tartar
sauce.
and hot sauce, yeah. So you mix them both together.
Yeah.
You're a kook.
Sometimes, or you go half and half. You have a huge fish sandwich. Sometimes you got your cocktail half and you got the charter half.
Okay, I do like that.
I can't pick one over the other,
That's
man.
not
They're
bad.
great.
A shrimp cocktail slaps.
It does piss me off whenever you have that big old piece of fish and they give you that little ass bun.
Are you kidding me?
Come on, man. You got to eat all
No, I hate that. Give me a whole big bun. I want the bun and the fish.
No, man. I feel cheated if I don't have the fish spilling out the side.
What?
Yes.
You don't want to just eat the fish first and then get to the bun?
I mean, I want a big bun, but I want the fish spilling out on the sides. Otherwise, they're robbing you.
Let me ask you a question, Doran. When you go to the beach, you want full butt or you want the little thong bikini? You want that thong bikini.
Are we talking about you or somebody else?
You want full butt? What are you talking about?
Not for you to wear, but when you're walking around and you put your sunglasses on and you're on the beach and
I'd rather see full butt.
No, you wouldn't. You want the thong bikini. Coverage is bad. Same thing with a bun.
What are you talking about?
I'm saying you want.
Yeah, coming from me, what the hell are you talking about?
What are you saying?
I can understand the confusion because we're talking about buns on sandwiches too, and so there's a little
And
conflation
we're out of
there.
time, so
we are out of
I don't
time.
know what-
I have to. Guys, instead of word all show.
Can you finish the thought? Let's go.
No, because he's confusing himself now.
Less bun is good, just like less fabric is good.
You literally came in yesterday and said, Callis, you're not making sense when you say things. What the hell are you saying?
I think Crowley likes giant, bulky swimsuits. I think that's what he's getting at.
No.
Right? You want somebody in like a snowsuit on the beach.
We're done.
Okay.
We'll talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. Starkey's up next. Goodbye.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
For over 40 years, Wayland Exteriors has built a legacy in Pittsburgh, not just on quality roofing, but on trust. We know inviting a crew to your home takes faith. That is why our family is dedicated to protecting yours with our Respect Your Home guarantee. Backed by hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, we ensure a safe, clean job site every single day. Experience the difference of true professionals. Learn more at waylandexteriors.com and be sure to check us out at the 2026 Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show in March.
Coming to the Byam Theater Saturday, February 7th, Rich Engler presents Ghost Hounds. Ghost Hounds, who have toured with the Rolling Stones, Bob Seger, and others, live at the Byam Theater. Also appearing special guest Don Felder, formerly of the Eagles, performing all your favorite hits. Don't miss Ghost Hounds and Don Felder and his band. Saturday, February 7th at the Byam Theater.
Tickets start as low as $35 and are on sale now at trustarts.org.
Oscar Wilde said, "Who, being loved, is poor. You may be rich in love, but thin on dollars." Hi, I'm Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. An engagement ring is not only an emotional purchase, but it's a big investment. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, we will help guide you through the ring buying process and take our time to make your engagement the perfect memory with either a designer ring or a custom design with natural or lab-grown diamonds, all at a price you can afford. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township. Check us out online at pittsburghdiamonds.com.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. Cause Birdie told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. Always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Things still being sorted out as we come to the end of the morning rush. This report brought to you by your local Cohen Market. Stop into your local site today and step into the roll zone. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station. Crews have cleared an earlier accident reopening the intersection of Rochester and Reese Run Roads in Franklin Park that involved an overturned vehicle. We also had an accident in Turtle Creek just cleared on Monroeville Avenue at Boyd Street. Parkway West, you are jammed around the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East, that stacks at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 has cleared out, just a little bit heavy on the North Shore Expressway heading over toward Route 28. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2.
I am going to start that book soon. 50 bad rounds of golf in 50 states. I know I can do it. It's a question of getting to those places.
You're going to go to all 50 states and golf?
Yeah.
Wow.
1 round in each state.
When was this idea?
A couple months ago.
And how are you financing this?
Well,
I don't
think it's going to be that expensive. I'm playing all public courses.
Randomly going to like Maine or North Dakota.
Yes, I am
Idaho.
Randomly going to Maine. It's not like I've never been to Arizona. Yeah, over time. It's not like I'm going next week.
The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Final game for the Penguins before the Olympic break is tomorrow in Buffalo against the Sabres, as the Penguins lost yesterday but did take a point in overtime against the Islanders. 5-4 the final score. Stuart Skinner, probably at least one of his worst games as a Penguin, 18 saves on 23 shots. Anthony Mantha scored his 20th goal of the year, 15th of the year for Justin Brazeau. Rust his 19th, Chinakhop his 11th as he continues his hot streak. But Bo Horvath scored his 2nd goal for the Islanders of the game in overtime, his 23rd of the year, to win it for the Isles. So, Pens, Sabres tomorrow at 7 o'clock. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's a Wednesday, Pump and Joe.
Where's what we came for? Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Papa Joe Show. Boston City limits, he's behind the glass, he's on the border.
It's the Pump and Joe Show.
Talking Steelers, Penguins, Pirates, Pittman State, and so much more.
It's the Pump and Joe Show.
The pump's not here. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Nobody knows. They're ready to roll. Taking callers 10 to 2. Talking all things 412.
412. 412.
I like the ending. Let's wait till the ending.
It's the Pump and Joe Show. It's the Pump and Joe Show. It's the Pump and Joe Show. It's the Pump and Joe Show.
Hold on, let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
How does Pony make a late appearance in our theme song? It's incredible.
That thing's been overplayed to the point now where it becomes just common knowledge.
I love that.
I had a
Hold
guy
on,
the
let me
other
put
day
my wooden teeth in
came up
so
to
you
me
can understand me
and
better.
said, "Hey, should I put my wooden teeth in?" And I smiled at him.
God, that was great. What a moment in fan history. By the way, Jeffrey Lewis music is where that comes from.
Jeff Lewis rocks, baby.
And he just texted me the other day that his dad passed. So
I'm so sorry to hear that. I didn't know that.
Our condolences as a show here. And asked me, it was part of a mailbag question. He asked, he mentioned some of his favorite sports memories with his dad, Bob. Some of them were Three Rivers Stadium related, and asked me what some of mine were with my dad, who passed in September. And I had Three Rivers sports memories, stadium sports memories as well. He took me here from Buffalo in 1979, right after the Bill Madlock trade, to see Madlock play his old team, which was the Giants. And it was great. I think the count, John Monefusco was on the mound, and Dave Parker hit a line shot rocket that never changed trajectory until it smashed off the seats in right field. So that was
the count. I remember that Madlock trade because it was, and he came to a team where he was a 4-time batting champ, I believe, when his career was over, but he batted 6th in the lineup because they had so many people in that lineup who were that good.
He
was the missing piece.
Think about the lineup. And yes, I didn't come here to talk 79 Pirates, but then again, I did. Omar Morito, a premier base stealer leading off, followed by Tim Foley, who had
One
a
of
way
the best
with
at
the
batting.
bat. Yeah, he could move Marino over. Then Parker.
We've lost that thing in sports in baseball today. You don't see that.
Not the prototypical leadoff man anymore. Then Dave Parker. All he was the best player on the planet. Then Willie Stargell. All he was in 79 was the MVP with Keith Hernandez. Fifth, who batted fifth then? I think it was some combination of Bill Robinson
and Lee Lacy was involved, and there was somebody else. John Milner. Was he there? Yeah.
Mike Easler. That was their
the hitman.
That was their platoon.
Yeah.
A 4-man platoon of 4 guys who were all good hitters. Then, yes, you had a million-time batting champ batting 6th, Bob. It was incredible. One of the greatest lineups of all time. Do you remember who won Game 7 of the World Series, or who started Game 7 of the World Series in 79 limits? Wrong.
Burt Blyleven?
That would have been my guess.
Anybody else?
John
Game
Candelaria?
7.
John Candelaria started Game 6, the Candyman.
Candyman. That's
Jim
a good question. Jim
Bibby.
Bibby, that's right, with the biggest hands I've ever seen.
Followed by Grant Jackson in that game,
and then
followed by our friend Teak. Do you remember who caught the last out limits?
Omar Moreno.
Wrong. Omar Moreno.
The antelope.
Man, that was I think, you know what, Bob? That was the only time in my whole life that a team, one of my teams, won the championship. The 79 Pirates. I adopted them in the earlier 70s because my dad was watching the 71 World Series. I've told you the story, I think, and I was captured by Nelson Bryles falling off the mound onto his stomach.
The Rainmaker.
Something in my little 5 or 6 year old brain was captivated by that. And then they were the lumber company. They were the most entertaining team in baseball. So I adopted them, and he took me on a pilgrimage here, and that's how it all began. Man, did I love that team.
Well, you didn't have a baseball team in Buffalo to be rooting for, so you needed something, right? So that was your adoptive team. That's a good team to pick. That was fun. You're right. Those guys, all of them could hit.
All of them.
Every single one of them. And no matter
right down to some of the pitchers. If Don Robinson was in there,
Don
Bob.
Robinson was one of the best. Rick Rhoda, was he there? He wasn't there then. I trying to remember good hit. Jim Hibby could hit.
Yes, he could.
hit.
All right. Enough of the 79 Pirates, but definitely our condolences to Jeffrey out there. And we absolutely love the theme song. Bob, I had these Chick-fil-A mini, what are they called? Limits? Mini things? Mini chicks?
Yeah, they were just mini nuggets.
No, there's a name for them.
The mini chicks.
And Jenna in the back knew the exact name.
Oh.
They were mini something. Bob, they're addictive. They're these little butter biscuits with a little chicken nugget in them. And I overindulged, and now I don't want to eat the rest of the day, but I sure did enjoy it.
That's the problem with those kinds of food. You know they're going to sit in your stomach for a while.
Yeah.
And make you feel like, I shouldn't have done that, but they were good.
Oh, were they
so
good?
You lose that battle, a little tug of war inside your head.
I lost that battle.
Eat it, don't eat it. Eat it, don't eat it.
And then last night, I went out to eat late, which I never, ever do anymore. 9 o'clock.
That's late.
I'm usually done eating by 6:30, and then I go on a fast until like 8 in the morning. So that's a built-in 14-hour fast. Not last night. I had pizza and a chicken finger and those chocolate chip, those giant chocolate chip cookies that people put out. That it's like a brownie. You know what I mean?
Like a pizza.
Like a pizza, big. Chocolate chip cookie pizza. Yeah. I can't stop eating that, Bob. You know those things limits?
Oh yeah. I've indulged in plenty of them.
That's the one. It's the one thing that you have to kind of just tell yourself to move past. But when they come out of the oven, for example, fresh and hot, and oh my god!
And once you eat one of them, you're done. You're done, Bob. I was at a place called Hal's in the North Hills. Absolutely incrinculant, I might add.
Were you after one of your games? Is that what happened?
Yeah, I was after the North Hills.
You know what? You expended a lot of energy as a coach, probably. And
Well, I wasn't coaching in that game. I was watching North Hills, North Allegheny.
You were scouting?
No, watching.
Scouting?
No, watching.
Austin.
Why does he keep saying scouting?
Because he's scouting the next opponent. Was that your next opponent? One of the two?
No, I was watching a varsity game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you knew what I meant, right?
Yeah, I understood what you were saying.
How was everybody today? Good? Limits? Everything okay? The mustache is gone?
Yeah, the mustache is gone. I don't know. That was my own choice. Did some people influence me?
I think
Not really.
you succumb to peer pressure on that.
No.
Which is okay. I do that on a daily basis.
I just decided that I didn't like it, and I think it's more of a summer thing.
I don't believe him, Bob. Do you? People criticize the mustache left and right. Crowley even said he was ugly.
Many people complimented it, though.
Which I think went too far with Crowley.
I think you have a young look, and the mustache you're not ready. Your face is not ready for the mustache. That's how I feel. You'll grow into that, but right now I think the fresh look is a good look.
Well, and also, Bob, by the time we get to the weekend, I'll have a lot of scruff already. It grows back pretty quickly.
Do you feel better when you have scruff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel better, clean shaven. Ironic,
So do
you
I.
should say that. I just
Have
shaved
you ever
this
tried
morning.
to grow one? A mustache and a whole beard?
Oh, yeah.
And?
Too itchy and not like even. It's all scraggly, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know how these people manicure their beards, but I have no interest in doing that. Have you?
No, I've come close once, and I think it would actually be pretty good.
Yeah, you would look great in a beard.
I don't know about that.
I think so. You'd also look. Does Bob have the type of head that could be clean shaven? It takes a certain kind of skull.
He's clean shaven right now. Or do you mean like bald?
I mean bald. Yeah,
I hope
baldly
I never
shaven.
get to that
No,
point.
I don't think so.
I think
Like
Chris
Mulsey.
Muller has a good head for that.
Does he?
Kind of grows on you, don't you think?
I mean, yeah, it's definitely
people
grown.
would
It's a
look-
very large head.
Which
Chris
fan?
Hoke, do you like Chris Hoke in that look?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I
he
mean,
looks normal.
yeah.
Which fan host would look worst with a shaved head? Can you imagine if
Crowley.
Crowley?
Do you imagine Crowley bald? No.
That would be horrifying.
I feel like Doran could pull it off.
Bob,
Yeah,
you.
Doran
I don't
has
know
an
if you could
athletic
do it.
Look.
Of course, Doran could.
No, I don't know. I don't want to know.
No, yours.
I may have to know one day because it's certainly getting less and less hair up there as the years go by.
Bob, can we open with a 6-pack?
We certainly can, although I would rather have a mimosa, but we don't have those on tap, so here we go.
Let's pretend it's a mimosa. There you go. Do they come in the canned version like the?
I'm sure they do.
What the Pirates replaced the Clemente sign with last year? That was a spritzer, right? A Philly-based
That was
spritzer.
that was one of those
Surfside.
Surfside.
If only that was the biggest thing that happened last year.
Or anything that had to do with belts and ushers.
It was about number 8 on the list. All right, Bob. In honor of our friend and yours, Ron Cook, who we know is 7 deep in Fort Myers.
Great for talk
speak,
radio,
right?
my man.
Let's start.
Not 7.
No?
No. He just walked. He's not going to do that.
You're right. He's only had 4.
Yes.
Cam Hayward on with Jim Rome, I believe, talking about Mike McCarthy, but also talking about his own future. We've had Ray Fittipaldo wonder aloud whether Cam would play next season. It sure sounds like it. Let's take a listen.
All right, so this is what Cam had to say on the Jim Rome show overall about Mike McCarthy.
I just talked to him not too long ago, and, I love that he loves Pittsburgh. That means the world to me because that's someone who's going to value the job. That's someone who's going to make the most out of this opportunity. There's a hunger there. There's a respect there. His family still lives in Pittsburgh. And so we talked about that. My family still lives in Pittsburgh as well. And we resonated that his brother was actually my next door neighbor for all those years ago. So I've had a leg up in admiring him from, afar. But he's a hell of a coach, too. He's won a Super Bowl. And players here today that have had a chance to be coached by him have a lot of respect for him as well.
But this was the kicker.
I don't want to play anywhere else. That is, a very special place in my heart. But you always have to think about what can happen. Being prepared for every opportunity, being prepared that, the Pittsburgh Steelers might not want me to be on their team next year. That's just the way you have to look at it. You have to be able to, deal with change.
Interesting stuff. And it sounds like from Cam's side, he's coming back, which means he's coming back because from the Steelers' side, nothing is going to happen. And I don't think anything should happen.
Especially the way he played.
Right. That's why.
If you saw signs that it was tailing off, and we haven't seen those signs really.
You know, you had the contract situation that really ticked a lot of people off. That's just a fact. But I think, I could be wrong, that's largely forgotten now based on the season that he had. This guy amazes me as a physical marvel. That body that he has, like a refrigerator. And the punishment that it's taken. 193 starts, 228 football games. And I'm not sure he wasn't playing as well as he's ever played last season at times. And it's not just at the line of scrimmage. This dude is still chasing, sprinting people down from behind 20 yards down the field. I marvel at this guy. I really do. I haven't seen too many physical specimens like him. And I'm not talking about Adonis-like creatures. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The way he's built and the way he still moves after the punishment he's taken type guys ever in the NFL, Bob. So, and I think he's a guy that you just let keep playing.
He's a good influence on some of the younger guys, not just by what he talks to them about, but also, as you said, tracking people down from, he doesn't quit on plays. You know, if you're looking at someone to follow and emulate, if you're one of those guys on that defensive line, you look at a guy like that and say, look at him. He's in year 15 or whatever he is, and he's still running down the field, making tackles 20 yards down the field. Most guys don't do that. When that play gets behind them, they're done. He doesn't do that. So, yeah, the numbers still are good.
Well, that's what I wanted to. Oh, you mean the stats he has?
The stats. I mean, for someone in his age bracket and what he's been able to do, you won't find many who do that. So he's still a factor, and they still, I think, need him in the middle of that defensive line.
Here's the thing. Is there going to be another salary dispute? I think there might be.
There might be.
Then what? Then it won't be forgotten so fast. It'll be the third year in a row. It'll be a three-peat.
I think this year, because it is what it is, it's later. I think, who knows if it's going to be his last or not. He may just say, let's do it. Let's complete it. I think he really cares about his legacy. I know that. And so I don't think he wants to go for 1 year someplace else. I think he wants to stay here. And it's just a matter.
I think he's going to ask for more money.
Maybe.
And I don't think that's going to go over well.
How much more? The question would be how much more?
Well, what's his average salary right now? Or what is his salary? 14 and a half?
14 or 15 million?
I think for next year. I don't know what other monies he has coming in next year. But I remember that was the speculation even when he signed this latest one, or when they came to whatever agreement they came to. Is this just going to happen next year as well? Limits,
so the question would be also, who replaces him if they don't sign him? Then what? They have young guys, but they don't have enough of them.
I think he'll just wind up playing. They'll probably put a little sweetener in there again.
Just like last year. I don't think he met that.
Not go over well.
No, but, I don't think it'll drag out to training camp the way it did this year. I don't.
Having said that, why don't we add one to that limits? Can you crack one, please? I think it's significant that the team leader, or one of a few of them, is very much on board with the hire. I don't know what that is going to mean, long term for success this season. But you remember when Mike Tomlin came in, Alan Faneca, Joey Porter, other guys were like, that they were so loyal to Cowher that it was very difficult at the beginning. It was like Tomlin's first test. You remember that? Yeah. I think this would be an easier transition for whatever it means. I don't know what it means for success or failure this season. I'm just saying I think it's going to be an easier transition for McCarthy. It sounds like it when that's coming from the top. Do you know what I mean, Bob?
Yes, I do. And I think that's why it'll be an easier transition. So I don't expect any problems with him moving forward. They'll figure out a sum of money that makes sense, and I bet you it's done before it ever gets to be a controversy.
No, now I'm on to Cam's reaction to McCarthy and how he's totally on board and how.
I don't know what he's going to say in terms of anything other than that. He knows he explained his family ties to them, that his brother lived next to him or whatever, or he lived next to somebody's brother. So I don't think that's a problem. I think you think it will influence whether or not they bring him back, that he knows McCarthy or that he likes McCarthy.
Do you? I think he's coming back no matter what.
Right. That's why. Yeah. I don't think.
Were you on your phone when I was?
No, I was watching that.
What?
Whatever this is, I'm sorry. I was distracted.
This is the second time in a row this has happened, Bob.
I get distracted when I see something like that.
What is it?
It's a nighttime golf tournament with some of the best names in golf. I'm sorry I looked. I apologize.
That's okay.
Can we rewind the tape? Can we take a break? Can we do something so I could...
No, what's
my penance for this?
Nothing. Forget I ever said it. I'll tell you what, on the other TV is Three's Company, Bob. And what a hell of a show that was.
That was a great show.
There's John Ritter in his prime, Suzanne Summers. Mr.
Right.
Roper is Norman. Who is it? What's that guy's name? Not Norman Lear, is it?
No, not Norman Lear.
What's his name?
I know his face. I can't think of his name.
I know. He's fantastic.
Yeah.
And who's...
Look at that. Nighttime golf.
I don't care about that, Bob.
Okay.
Well, that's actually a good shot. I'd actually like
Would you like to play nighttime golf?
Yes,
I would. I think that'd be cool.
That looks really fun. Okay, forget everything that was said. Let's go on to the next item, if you would, Limits. I'm sorry that Bob has done this now 2 shows in a row.
Bob.
I may have to go to detention or whatever constitutes leaving the room for a while.
What's that?
That's the buzzer for Bob.
Okay. Wildly entertaining hockey game last night. I would sign up for a playoff series, and these two teams are headed in that direction. There's a lot of hockey left, but man, Penguins Islanders would be incredible. However, if you look at the history of the franchise, right up until last night, their history against the Islanders is pretty torturous. Bob, what were your impressions of the game? Stuart Skinner was not good.
No.
He basically lost the game
He did lose
for
the
them.
game. He was bad, and that's 2 games in a row from the third period on in the Ranger game where he gave up. It's not always him. But last night, I thought it was him. I thought that, there was nobody in front on the one goal, I think, by Barzell, where Soloviev was in the wrong place, and he probably accidentally screened
Nice
him.
pronunciation there. I've had trouble with that one. Soloviev.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he accidentally screened it. But he should, as a goalie, you got to find that puck, and he never did. And then on the one that tied the game by Pulak, that was just there was no reason for him to miss that puck. So yeah, as well as he's been playing, the last 4 periods and overtime have not been good. But again, over the course of a long season, you're going to have goalies do that. I saw Vasilevsky the other day look very bad in the game. I mean, it happens. So
yeah, but Bob, and I was going to call you out publicly for this today anyway.
You
you and Tyler last Thursday were talking about Stuart Skinner as the future around here. And my point was, look how rough it was in Edmonton. I like him. Everybody likes him. I'm just not sure I like him as a guy to re-sign and maybe have as your number one guy moving forward. That's all.
I just said I would be very interested in signing him, and I think I had the caveat if this all continues and it plays out the way it's been playing out, which was unrealistic because he was 8-1 in his last 9 games with very good numbers, and now the last 2 games have been different. So it's still you got to look at it at the end of the day when it's all said and done. And the more important question is they're going to come right back and they're going to have a trade deadline question. And how they play on Thursday night.
I'd think about trading him. Would you?
Well, I think that was when they first acquired him, they were doing it to get rid of Jari's contract and to bring a guy in who could, give Miroshov some more time, but also a guy who maybe they could flip at the deadline if someone needed him.
Yeah.
But he was playing so well, you thought to yourself, okay, well, maybe he's 27 years old. He's still a pretty young guy who's had a lot of experience. Maybe you want to keep him here for another couple of years if the price is right. I still don't know the answer to that. But here's the thing. If they're in contention all the way, and let's say he comes back and plays well after this, do you trade him knowing you're going into the playoffs and you've worked all this season to try to get there with some of these guys? Or you just keep him and then at the end of the year lose him for nothing? I would probably do that.
I just want to see him play well. First of all,
you have for the better part of
right,
the
but
last
now
10
he's
games.
reverting to his form of most of the season, which is highly concerning to me. So
well, again, it's 4 periods. I'm not gonna overreact to that or underreact to that. It was bad, and he cost them a game last night. But it was 4 periods basically.
Yeah, I mean he's allowed 3 goals a couple of times recently too. I think it's somewhere in between the greatness that we saw for almost a month and what we saw the whole season at Edmonton, and now we're seeing again. The future in goal is going to be among. I think it's still Miroshov. I think Shilovs is a better goalie than Stuart Skinner, and Blomqvist is having a pretty good year, and Wilkes-Barre too. So among those guys is where it's going to go. I think Shilovs might be this team's goalie going into the playoffs.
He could be. He played very well the other night, even though they lost the game. It wasn't because of him. I think he kept them in the game. It could have been a rout in favor of Ottawa. He's also 24. He's a young kid. So, yeah, I think, they've stocked their cupboard pretty well there. But I think they're not going to. And I wonder on Thursday, given what Skinner did and given the fact there's going to be 2.5 weeks off, would you come back with Skinner against Buffalo, which is a very good hockey team? You should be proud of your Sabres.
No, I wouldn't come back.
And I only say that because do you want him to go into that with those 4 periods on his mind? I think I might want to do that, although Sheelas played well enough the other game. He should keep playing too. So that's going to be an interesting decision, I think. You wouldn't think of it as one, but I think it is for Dan Muse.
Next. Thank you, O Limitless Wonder. Bob, how about the butt end last night? Pajot on Crosby. Crosby tells Taylor Haas of DK Pittsburgh Sports after the game, I mean, it's a butt end. Unfortunately, they didn't see it. Was it intentional, Bob? I've heard different people with different opinions.
I see it happen, not a lot, but you do see it on those faceoffs when you're trying to push someone away or something. I don't know that it was intentional. I really don't. I don't know what kind of player Pajot is. I don't know if he's – I don't think of him as a dirty player or somebody who would do that. So I'm more leaning to the fact that it was kind of accidental. But if you're an official in that and you see it, it technically is a penalty. He went down hard, and I wondered if it was midsection or if it was in the special section down there. Where did he get hit there?
It looks like right in that area. It's hard to tell. I think it was more toward the stomach, but
it hurts.
When you're gripping the stick that way, it has a look of intentionality to it. To me, I'm not saying he was trying to end a career or anything. It just looks like a cheap shot. That's what it looks like. Josh Yohe didn't think it was intentional. But it's a penalty either way.
Should be a
right?
penalty, yes. I don't think the referees did themselves any justice last night the way they called that game.
Then again, I mean, that's a sneaky play. I think a sneaky, cheap play, honestly. However, it's also a play because it's sneaky where it's hard to tell. Like I watched the guy who drops the puck immediately turns to see where the puck goes. You don't normally look back to see what happened between the two guys who took the face-off. And if you watch the replay, yeah, the guy didn't see it. I'm not sure I blame him for not seeing it now that I look at it again.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. I mean, there's so many things going on, and you have to look at it several times to figure it. That's why I always give the referees the benefit of the doubt. On the one goal that looked like Kindle might have scored or it went off of somebody where he was going to be called for goaltender interference had they allowed it, it's hard to tell where the puck is even on 4 replays. So to expect them to make a call live like that, it's almost impossible.
Next. All right, Bob. Kabali, he's joining us today, correct? Limits at 11 o'clock?
11 o'clock in studio.
He says Brian Angelico's going to be the guy at offensive coordinator. Bob, did you meet Brian when he worked for Pitt? What do you think of this hire?
No.
Should it happen?
No, I didn't meet him. So really, I mean, I don't know all that much about him. I don't think any of us probably do know enough.
Doran does because he played for him at Pitt.
Well, Doran, in fact, threw out his name long before any of his, other people were talking about him. So, yeah, I guess you would know he's a tight ends guy. I think one of the problems when you hire an offensive coordinator, if you're a head coach who calls plays, is to giving that person the opportunity to spread his wings and call plays himself. I think most offensive coordinators want that. They want to be able to say, okay, it's my decisions here. Now, head coach can always intervene.
Hold on a second here, Bob.
McCarthy says that he wants to call the plays. I think, a lot of people may say, well, why don't I get to do that?
Hold on a second here. Something's happened.
What?
This guy began his coaching career at SUNY Brockport in 1995. I'm pretty sure my brother was a football player at that time. I know he was at SUNY Brockport. Yeah. Yes. I might have to make a call here, Bob, to see if he remembers Brian Angelico.
Yep. That sounds to me like a column waiting to be written by the Savio's News.
I think it might be. The Vikings pass game coordinator is what he's been. And so that's impressive. Last year, I mean, how much of it goes to Kevin O'Connell, but Angelico's involved, right?
Right.
I think he's under a pretty good.
Does Kevin call his plays there in Minnesota?
I believe so. Yes. I believe he does.
So it would be a similar situation for him.
Yeah, as a pass game coordinator, right.
But he'd have a title here and more money.
Yes, you would think. And he also had a role, you would think, in what Sam Darnold did last season in Minnesota,
Exactly.
rehabbing his career. Other than that, he's been a tight ends coach his whole career, going all the way back to Doran Dickerson at Pitt, 2007 to 10. Rutgers, Tampa Bay Bucks, Cleve Brownies, Green Bay Packers, Commanders, Panthers, then elevated to pass game coordinator and tight ends coach with the Vikings. So it's very difficult to form an educated opinion, as you said, on this guy. But I'll take Doran's word for it that he's an incredibly sharp man and a good hire. We'll see. We'll see what happens here. It's going to be hard to judge his performance as well. We're not going to talk about Brian Angelico.
Not at all.
We'll never talk. We'll talk about him.
We'll talk about
as much as we talked about Terrell Austin, which was every time you say something about the offense, you're going to say, yeah, but it's not his offense. And here it's way clearer than it was with the Steelers' defense with Tomlin and Austin, because Mike McCarthy came right out and said, I'm calling the plays. So Angelico is going to be somewhat of an afterthought. Would you agree?
Right. I mean, I think could be his offense in the sense that he has a lot of say of what they put in that offense, because that's what a coordinator does. He looks at a lot of different things and then presents it to, I would imagine, Mike McCarthy, and then they go from there.
What do you mean it's going to be his offense? It's not going to be his offense one bit.
I said he has a big role in the offense. He can. That's what those meetings are throughout the course of the week. What's he going to do if he's? So what is he, like a chief of staff of the offense, since we're hiring chiefs of staffs now? I mean, he has to have some.
I think.
And if you're going to credit him for Sam Darnold, then you must believe that he has some say in what kind of.
Well,
plays
that was
are
about
out there.
quarterback development and the pass game coordinator. Like, yeah, he's going to have advice and he's going to maybe help them choose the script of plays at the beginning of games, what the game plan's going to look like. I'm sure he'll be a sounding board. But this is Mike McCarthy's offense, period. It's already, Brian Angelico's walking in to an offense that's already an offense. It's Mike's.
Okay, but my point is, if you're an offensive coordinator, then what, if it's Mike's offense, what, and that's my point when I told you originally, maybe that's why they've had a hard time finding someone to do it, because those guys who are up and coming, like the Shieldhouses, they want to call plays too. They want to show it's my offense, I can run it, give me the freedom to run it. I don't know. All I'm saying is he's got to have some role in it.
He'll have a role, but there's a Mike McCarthy offense that's a thing that he's coming in to join. You know what I mean?
But he's going to have some say into different plays they may. And
sure.
I'm sure Mike McCarthy's going to be open up to the fact this guy may have some ideas.
He'll be a sounding
that I
board.
will bring into my own.
He'll implement it in practice, things like that. But it'll be implementing Mike McCarthy's game plan and Mike McCarthy's scheme. He may add a few things, sure, a few twists here and there, Bob. But the times that we're going to be sitting here on a Monday after the game against the Ravens, Browns, or Bengals talking about Brian Angelico is going to be zero.
I get it, but again, I think my point was, you may have guys who are interested in this job, but they want to do it when they know they can call the plays.
Speaking of that, limits. Scott Tolzien, our friend Kabali, says he was never offered the job. Limits was very critical of the Steelers yesterday, saying, what do you think of them now, Joe? That Tolzien turned them down and went to New Orleans. Kabali says he didn't turn them down because he was never offered the job. Wonder Twin?
Yeah, so Kabali last night with me said, do you really think that he would say no to getting a promotion for an offensive coordinator position? He said that basically he pulled his name out because he decided, you know what, I'm not going to get the job. Well, basically show face is the way that Kabali put it. So my opinion on that has changed a little bit. I would have been fascinated to see what Tolzien would have looked like here because he did good work with Tyler Shuck. Did anybody think Tyler Shuck was going to win the Saints like 5 games this year? I surely didn't. So I'm keeping an open mind on Angelico, but I am curious what Tolzien would have looked like. I'm swaying more towards you on this now, Joe, with some 2020
I thought
vision.
Tolzien was the hot property.
I admire your humility,
I thought
Bob.
a lot of people already it was a foregone conclusion he was coming here. That's what I was.
Right.
People reported on that. And then all of a sudden it changed. So,
okay. I admire his humility there, Bob. I really do. And he is a very humble man. Would you agree?
Yes, very humble.
Next. All right. This comes from Ross McCorkle. Is he Steelers Depot limits? I think he is. Very good at what he does. Of the 16 McCarthy hires or retainees so far, 3 from his Cowboys staff, 6 from his Packers staff, 1 from both, 1 of his Packers players, and 5 from neither Green Bay or Dallas, and 2 retained from Tomlin's staff. I have no problem with the general makeup of the staff. The individual candidates will be revealed over time, like Patrick Graham. I have no idea how that's going to turn out. I would have gone for a more proven coordinator like the Niners did, somehow getting Raheem Morris with the last pick of the first round, so to speak. I don't know how that happens. But as far as like, oh, he's just hiring his old buddies, isn't that what they all do? Plus, he brought in 5 from neither his Cowboys or Packers tenure, and he kept 2 Tomlin guys. I don't have any problem with the general makeup or background, coaching background of the staff. Do you, Bob?
No. I don't think it's even a point of conversation because we don't know. I think in time we will know a little bit more about each of these guys and what their roles is based on the performance you see on the field. But, yeah, I think it's a pretty wide, spread opportunity that he's given a lot of guys who aren't his. I was interested in find out how many guys that he would have who have no association with him. And that, to me, tells me a lot. The 5 would, you're going to have guys you know. Why wouldn't you trust the guys you know? I've worked with this guy. I see what he does.
Of course.
He fits well.
That's what I would do.
Some people think that's a negative, but I don't. I think it's actually a positive.
Is there a coach out there who doesn't hire? Who does McVay hire? All people he knows, right?
Vrabel brought in, he has a lot of guys that he's had in his past, whether it be in Tennessee or that he's known through, playing days in New England.
Especially your top lieutenants.
Yeah.
Didn't McVay and Shula live together at one point? I mean, you choose your people you're familiar with, people you trust in that business. It's a frog-eat-frog business out there, a dog-eat-dog business, limits.
The interview thing is important. With the guys he doesn't know, the interview is important. But the guys he does know, he has history.
Yeah, and I've been somewhat critical of that, at least to an extent of, is it a good thing that McCarthy is hiring just a bunch of guys that he has previously worked with and nobody really fresh and up and coming?
Who doesn't, though? Who doesn't do that? That's my question.
That's the thing. I guess that is more prevalent than I initially anticipated it was.
I mean, if you were hired tomorrow to run a football team or any type of sports team and you had to choose your top assistants, wouldn't it be people that you had worked with in the past and that especially that you trusted?
Yeah, people that I was comfortable with, people I knew that were capable for the job and that I'd seen work previously with me and know could work well again.
All right, Bob. Guess what's coming up next?
Oh, I don't know.
Bob Spillane talking about Graham. And a couple of other Steeler notes. Plus, we've barely touched on a rather big game that's happening Sunday, a football game you might have heard of. And this guy, the blue-wigged guy, wants $100 million. Let's talk about that next on Pomp and Joe. Off the Top, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding. Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm. Well, they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I had somebody come up to me last night at the high school basketball game and said they love my voice. A woman told me that and said she could listen to me read the phone book or read something. Yet I have a lot of other people who say they hate my voice, Bob, including I think Mark Madden hates my voice.
Why?
I don't know.
I mean, everyone has a distinctive voice.
What do you think of my voice?
Distinctive.
Today it's a little hoarse.
It is hoarse, but that's why when you coach,
you're
going to lose your voice from time
and do radio for 4 hours a day.
Yeah, I think it's a very distinctive voice. That's how I categorize voices.
Yeah,
distinctive. I remember it when I hear it.
Limits. What do you honestly think of my voice,
Joe? I honestly do love your voice.
No, you don't.
I do.
He was not that voice. Not my singing voice.
I don't like that voice.
All right. Thank you, a limitless wonder. Thank you, Bob, for your compliment. I'll tell you what, it's rough coming on here every day with you voice-wise because you have not only a distinctive but a legendary and a deep baritone voice.
It's whatever God made for me. That's it, I mean, I take it from my father. My father had the same kind of voice.
Did he?
Yeah. He used to play saxophone and sing, too. So.
Oh, wow. Who had or has the greatest broadcasting voice ever, in your opinion? Jim Nantz?
I like Nantz. It's very distinctive again. I'm trying to think. Gary Thorne was always somebody that I really loved
baritone.
his voice.
Yeah.
And just his way of doing play-by-play was very, very interesting to me, and I really liked it.
Don Criqui?
You'd know it when you heard it,
Great
right?
voice, right?
Yeah. It's, again,
Pat
distinctive.
Summerall.
You can ask yourself if it's what a good it's distinctive. If you're good enough where you're out there and doing these kinds of things and people know it just by hearing it for a couple of syllables, then you know that's a distinctive and good voice.
Now, my Aunt Viv said I had a voice for radio. I'm going to stick with that one and take your guys' compliments, which might have been slightly patronizing.
No, they weren't.
As reinforcement.
They were not slightly patronizing whatsoever.
All right. You guys believe that. Okay. Fan hotline. Oh, no, I believe
Doc
it.
Emmerich had the best hockey voice ever.
Doc,
He had a great
voice. Oh, my
voice.
gosh.
Mike Lang was so distinctive,
Yes.
too. And it wasn't like he had a great voice, but he had a voice that you knew. And as soon as you heard it, you thought of, really good calls.
And the brilliance of how his voice would follow the rhythm of the game.
Right. Exactly.
Rising and falling. And he, like his sayings, I think, which were incredible and distinctive, sort of overwhelmed the fact that he was a great game caller.
Yeah.
And a great like calm game caller.
I
You
think
know what
Brownie
I mean?
has a very good voice, too.
He's great at
he
it
knows
as well.
how you categorize it as rhythm of the game. He knows how
Rhythm
to do
of the
that.
game, Greg Brown. Yes. Brilliant, I think. All right, Bob. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Of course, Bill Hillgrove with the rhythm of thousands of games over the years.
He's amazing to me.
Yeah.
He's, what is he, 84, 85 now?
Incredible.
He still goes, and I love the passion that he displays of what he's been able to do. But that tells you about a guy who loves what he does and really needs it. Like we all need it, It's part of what you become.
Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. What does this blue-wigged fan want now? And Mark Cabali, top of the hour. It's Pumpin' Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
According to Mark Cabali, the Steelers are expected to hire Brian Angelico, the tight ends coach of the Minnesota Vikings, for their offensive coordinator position. They pass on Scott Tolzien, and it will be Angelico who's the guy to coach the offense with Mike McCarthy. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Brought to you by Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by TaxSlayer. Start filing for free at TaxSlayer.com. The NFLPA announced that players have no appetite for an 18th regular season game. So you're telling me that banged up players don't want to play another game? I'll be honest, an extra game isn't going to help the NFL. Actually, I think an extra game will cause more injuries and will shorten careers. I'm Maddie Bates.
Ah, the most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And TaxSlayer is here to help you file with 100% accuracy for your maximum refund. Guaranteed. TaxSlayer even has support from real U.S.-based humans if you have any questions along the way. File your federal return by February 8th for $22.99, and I'll help you get the refund you deserve. Take it from me, a talking calculator speaking to you through the speakers of wherever you are. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich, and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich, and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
As a bank, PNC prides itself on being boring. But the truth is, they couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic Pittsburgh community. For nearly 160 years, they've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for their equally brilliant clients. They have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the home of the Yinzer Wrap and Steak on a Stone. Mike is also the place to watch all the exciting winter sports action on over 20 large TVs. Catch all the sports you crave, including college basketball, exciting pro hockey action, and of course, the big game on Sunday, February 8th. Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. AutoZone.
When you jump on the back of a bull and the gate swings, there's no middle ground. You either ride it out with 8 seconds of pure adrenaline or hit the dirt and run. Bull riding is not just a sport, it's a gamble of guts and glory. Nothing else compares. This is the PBR Unleash the Beast Tour. See the best bull riders in the world face off at U.S. Border Patrol PBR Pittsburgh, presented by Ariat at PPG Paints Arena, February 13th and 14th. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster. It's bull time.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy 2 get 2 free offer. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
All right, Wonder Twin. Back to our six-pack, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you. Bob and I were singing during the break a couple of songs from Annie. Remember that movie, Bob? I used to watch that with my daughter when she was little. It's a Hard Knock Life was one song.
It's a hard knock life. I don't know the words.
Yeah,
but
no, that's good.
But I do appreciate. I'll tell you, we have a lot of really great productions that are coming into Pittsburgh. If you're interested in seeing some of those musicals at the Benedum, they have some great performances. Wicked is going on now. They have Beauty and the Beast.
I'm going to have to see
Austin?
Wicked at some point.
You should ask a young lady to a nice night of dinner and then show.
I agree.
Dinner and a play?
Yeah, dinner and a play.
It's a musical. Yeah, you'd love it.
Show that you have
it will
a
also
little bit
show,
of...
yeah, that's right, Joe.
Do I
right?
seem like a musical type of person?
No, that's exactly the point. You want to...
I mean, that's the point.
That is the point. You
show
want to
a
show
little
that
maturity. What's the word I'm looking for,
you have
Bob?
an expanded horizon. It's
Yes.
not just sports.
Yeah, exactly. And then you reveal the sports side of you. The Drew Aller side of you.
So going to a musical is the way to do that.
Yes.
Yeah. Because
I
most
vehemently
like
disagree.
if you do ask someone for a date, most likely they're not a hardcore sports fan. So
they're a hardcore
I know
theater person?
It doesn't make sense, I know, but in your position, you need to start taking other people's advice because your best thinking has you in the spot you're in.
Maybe it, F you. I can't say that.
Well, it's too late now.
No, it's fine.
Oh my goodness!
No, I really mean that. I've been in spots in my life.
We're trying to help you like this,
Yeah,
and
we're
this is
trying
one
to
way
help
to do
you.
it.
And this is the thanks we get.
Like you're not going to take someone to a
just
football
trying to
game.
demoralize me.
Not at all.
No.
Yes, you are.
No, we're not.
That's good advice. Limits.
I side with Joe on this, and we're not like if you go, all right, when you want to go to the Penn State game? Do you want to come to my wiffle ball game? That's not going to go over so well.
Not at
but if
all.
you say hello, Brianna, or whoever her name is, hey, why don't we go? Beauty and the Beast is at the Benedum, and it's a great performance. I don't know if you've ever done that in high school.
There you go. There you go. And I'm just telling you, I've been in spots in my life
maybe
where
in
my best,
1985 that was the thing to do, but not now.
My best thinking got me to places I didn't want to be. I had to take other people's ideas. That's all we're saying, Limits. It's not an insult.
No, I take it as an insult.
Then tell Bob that.
It's not
I
an
take it as an insult.
Well, then you need to expand your thinking again here.
I agree.
I think it's sound advice. I really do.
And I think it's loving advice on top of that. I'll tell you who's not loving. Is this guy, Ryan Kennedy, the blue-wigged man from Detroit. He has filed a $100 million lawsuit against DK Metcalf and many others. He names Metcalf. He names the Steelers. He names Chad Ochocinco. He names Shannon Sharp's company, Shay Shay Media, podcast network, The Volume, Ford Field. Bob, it would take a shorter time to list who he isn't suing than who he is. So this was filed in Wayne County Circuit Court. And, all kinds of things saying Kennedy suffered physical injury, pain, emotional distress, fear, humiliation, and public embarrassment. Your thoughts?
Well, it's a defamation lawsuit. So I'm wondering how that even affects what did Metcalf do or say? Do we have anything that makes you think there's defamation? If he's talking about Shannon Sharp on a podcast.
He is. He's saying
DK Metcalf on there saying there?
No, but him and I think James Harrison repeated things that they said Metcalf indicated to them. That this guy has said as, caused whatever it is, hate mail, caused people to go after him in various forms.
Again, this is more of a self-awareness case. He was trying to do something that may have resulted in exactly what he wanted here. So,
here's the thing. Here's the thing that nobody even mentioned in their stories today, which is outrageous to me, is where are we with the NFL's investigation? Don't you have to, if you're reporting this story, don't you have to give the NFL a call and say, hey, back in December, you guys said you were reopening your investigation into Blue Wig. Where's that? Well, where are we with that? And then B, not one person who reported this story today went back to Jay Glazer reporting that there was a formal security complaint about Kennedy in September of 24 when Metcalf Seattle Seahawks played against the Lions in Detroit. And Glazer...
That would be key.
Glazer said, I actually have the security communication between the Lions and the Seahawks. DK Metcalf complained about the exact same fan to security. He asked that the fan be removed over very derogatory comments. I'm not going to repeat what those are on here, Glazer said. It says in that report, when we investigated during the game, the individuals around Blue Wig, that's me saying that, corroborated that the fan was being out of line and indeed said these derogatory statements. They even asked us to remove him. Is that not a huge part of this story? So if you're a news organization reporting that this guy is suing everybody in sight, how can you not go back to what was being reported about last year? That to me is unbelievable.
That's part of the story. In fact, that's a big part of the story. If this guy did that, said what he said, and then followed him and was trying to get under his nerves again and do all that stuff, it's more on him than it is anything else. And you're right. If I'm DK Metcalf's defense lawyers here, whatever it's going to take, I would say, all right, let's go back. Blue-haired wig, blue wig. What did you call him? Blue wig.
Blue wig, Mr. Blue
Let's
wig.
go back, Mr. Ryan.
Yeah, let's
Blue
go to
wig.
last year. Let's bring up this communication.
How about your usage of whatever you said to him? And there are witnesses that have been there that said exactly.
That's what the security report said from the previous year. So I don't know. The whole thing.
This is going to get thrown out.
Listen, DK Metcalf enabled this whole thing to happen by losing his cool. That's a fact.
Right. You have
Blue Wig appears to have gone there both years to try to incite somebody.
Which results in money.
And if you're living your life like that, you're living it the wrong way.
Right.
So get this guy out of here. I don't want to hear about him.
It's not going to go far. I think it'll be thrown out. Do you?
Well, if it isn't, part of the discovery phase of this is going to be to bring up what people around him apparently said in this statement that he said last year.
Can you countersue him?
I don't know.
And say, you know what? This all started because of you. Because you defamed my name.
I'm sick of this guy. I really am. I'm sick of hearing about him. I'm sick of looking at him. I want this just to go away, the whole thing, and I hope it does quickly.
And they, those people like that, they kind of ruin the fan experience too going to a game. If you're sitting by one of them, just shut up.
And I wish that somebody had asked Roger Goodell. I don't know for a fact that they didn't, but I didn't see it if they did, because he was available the other day at the Super Bowl saying, hey, one of the biggest stories in the league this year was DK Metcalf and the guy in the blue wig. The NFL said they reopened the investigation in December. What did you find? Because there was an incident last year in which this guy was said to have berated Metcalf with derogatory comments. That couldn't be that hard to find. If Jay Glazer's reporting is accurate, and if Jay Glazer, if he was able to obtain it, have you, Roger? Has the NFL? Have we gotten to the bottom of this?
Yeah.
All right, Bob.
We'll see.
We'll see what happens with that. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. It's 11:01. Make the smart call. Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610. Can you believe that limits went to that limit with me, Bob?
Bob, I think I'm going to get fired.
What an insult that was.
Yeah, I didn't expect that. And we were just trying to help, really.
I think my anger and rage just finally burst.
Finally boiled over.
But again, it's
at your plate or at us?
Would
or
you
at me
rather
in
have
particular?
people not try to help you through these stages of your life?
No, I would love the help, and I appreciate you guys attempting to help. I just don't think that's, a thing that goes on. Dinner is a great idea, but I don't think, dinner in the theater is a thing that goes on in 2026.
Yes, it does. What are you talking about? There are more people at the Benetton. Those things are sold out every single night, and they're not just older couples. There's some younger couples there, too.
I'm not saying anything else after the insults you've hurled in my direction.
I'm sorry. And you'll probably be looking for a new producer by tomorrow.
No, you won't. Limits, you're the greatest. We love you more than life itself, don't we, Bob? And the work that he does back there.
Hopefully that wasn't an FCC violation, because I've heard Pony use that word multiple times. So
you didn't say the word; you said the initials.
Yeah,
right. Thank you, Limits.
But that still counts according to FCC law.
No, it doesn't.
By the way, we were talking.
Bob, I'm very careful about what I say.
Clearly, that's not the case so
careful.
far today, Limits. Speaking of great voices or memorable voices, legendary voices, I get a text. We were talking about that earlier. My friend Skipper from Moon Golf Club, he said, speaking of great radio voices, today in 1923, the legendary Jack Fleming was born. How about that?
Very, very, very distinctive voice, Jack Fleming. Especially with the call you hear over and over on the Immaculate Reception. So
yes.
Sometimes your voice is linked to those kind of iconic plays, too. You may not get
Joe
many of
Starkey's
them.
voice is. The guy from California is linked to the Band is on the Field play.
That's what I mean. When you see that,
Al
you're going to hear
Michaels,
that.
Miracle on. Do you believe in miracles?
Believe in miracles? That was real. Well, he was at his best during that time.
Who else is linked to a specific thing, Bob?
Who did the James Harrison? It was Michaels again, wasn't it? James Harrison 100-yard.
Was that Michaels and Madden?
I think it was.
Was that his last?
That him?
Was that Madden's last Super Bowl? Can you look that up?
I don't remember.
Wonder.
I think
Super Bowl 43 was the last one.
I think it was him. That was something. I don't think he anticipated him going the distance. Many people didn't. But as that play continued, then the exuberance of it got real.
Vin Scully for many things, but certainly the Kirk Gibson homer, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But Vin Scully, just period, he's in the Doc Emmerich kind of mold.
And I would say locally, at least to this point, Joe Block with Will Craig's rundown between home and first.
Oh, the Calliopes.
The Calliopes can be heard from here to Sewickley.
And he has a great radio voice, does he not, Bob?
He does. And that play was that's a play we're never gonna. I doubt we'll ever see a play like that again.
Listen, I've analyzed this and gone back and really put thought to it. And I hate to say this because Will Craig seemed like a nice guy. I think it's the most, to say it euphemistically, I think it's the most mindless blunder in sports history, maybe with the exception of Jim Marshall running the wrong way.
That will always top my list, just because you have to be aware of where you are. That one, I mean, I always talk about the Chris Webber timeout. Again, you have to understand where you are. You can't do that. But that play, he didn't know what to do. He didn't know the rules. He totally lost perspective. It's almost like, what do I do now?
Yeah.
Pizza's
All right.
here.
Pizza's here.
And Kabali is waiting anxiously in the hallway.
The General's here.
The General's here.
All hell is broken loose. General, how are you? It's time for Starkey's Card of the Week. I just said it. every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. I'm going to say that this week's card is somebody in the Super Bowl. How about Mike Vrabel as a Steeler? How about that, Bob?
That's a good card.
Thank you.
I like that card.
What do you think?
I was running out of options trying to think of somebody who did somebody this, some magical thing this week. So I don't really have one, to be honest.
That's okay. Limits?
I'm going with my guy, Sam Darnold.
What do you got, General, and how are you?
Gentlemen, I'm fantastic. Thanks for having me. We did Drake May last week. We're going to anticipate doing the MVP next week. Little market research this week. This is a layup. This guy didn't do anything, but we talk about him a lot. I got a Will Howard rookie jersey card.
I would never have guessed that. But you're right. Big time topic.
Will Howard's been most talked about athlete in Pittsburgh this week. So we're going, and believe it or not, people buy his cards. There was a residual from being a Buckeye national champion, but as soon as they drafted him, people started asking, and I know it's a polarizing topic. Half the people think he will be, half don't. We get a lot of requests for Will Howard cards, very popular. So I got a Will Howard Optic first-year jersey card.
That's awesome. Thank you, General. You're a wonderful man. Who you got in the Super Bowl?
You are welcome. What's that?
Who are you picking to win the
Who do I have
Super
in
Bowl?
the Super Bowl? Seattle.
Me too.
Thank you, sir.
You're
Thanks,
welcome.
General.
Have a good week.
Do the
See
same.
ya.
Bob, at 1 o'clock, I'd like to talk a little Super Bowl if you'd be so kind, because I'm not going to see you. Or am I going to see you tomorrow?
Yeah, you will.
Oh, okay. We can do some today and tomorrow. All right. Kabali in-house next.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Cam Hayward was on with Jim Rome yesterday and said that he wants to continue playing in the NFL for the Steelers, hopes to be with the Steelers. And he went on with Colin Cowherd as well yesterday from the Super Bowl media row and said that he wants to still win a Super Bowl and cement his legacy as the two reasons why he still wants to suit up for the Steelers. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 sportsbook for live betting, is making every moment of Super Bowl 60 count with DraftKings Live Millions, featuring over $5 million in prizes. Here's how it works. Open the DraftKings Sportsbook app, opt in, and get your promo token. Place a live bet of $1 or more on the Super Bowl, and you're in. And every live bet means another shot to win. Once the game wraps up, we'll randomly select our prize winners. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code THEFAN. That's code THEFAN. Bet live for your share of $5 million in prizes with code THEFAN. In partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Pennsylvania only. Eligibility and restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Minimum odds -500. Prizes either bonus bets or single use 20% profit boost. Max bet $20 that expire in 30 days. See official rules at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos for entry period and free method of entry. Sponsored by Crown Gaming Inc.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1979. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1979 or biglou.com.
Temperatures may be cold outside, but the orders are heating up for the spring sports season at Keystone Custom Apparel. Are you happy with your current sports uniform provider? Give Keystone Custom Apparel a try. Baseball, soccer, lacrosse, and more. If you're looking to raise money for your organization through a Spirit Wear fundraiser, Keystone Custom Apparel is your one-stop source to get your team looking good on the field and in the stands. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free uniform quote or to open a Spirit Wear fundraiser today. And make sure you tell them Score and Doran sent you.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
I'm Joe George from the Western PA injury firm of LGKG.
And I'm Larry Kelly. Joe and I have built a reputation of doing what we say we'll do, always.
And because of that, we've earned the respect and trust of our peers and community alike.
If you've been injured in an accident, we want to talk to you personally. Call 724-658-8535.
Ask for Larry or ask for me. We answer our phones. We call you back. You don't get referred out by LGKG. That's 724-658-8535.
LGKG, your home team.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game. Put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives, LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com. SportsForward.com.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan's Fan About Town. Jurgles and Dresky Entertainment is putting the next big thing on stage. Check the calendar for the next Lodo show. Tickets for these are only $1 to see live and rising local talent on stage. Get your tickets now at jurgles.com. Schley Deck and Fence Company. Call today for an estimate on your rotten, rusted, paint shipping railings. Get your railings safe again by spring. Call 412-515-6575. Schley Deck and Fence. SchleyDeckCompany.com. Looking for an incredible Pittsburgh fresh-made hoagie? Visit Tim's Corner Market in Beachview. Fresh house-made bread stacked high with the finest meats and premium toppings and packed with Pittsburgh flavor. The hoagie you didn't know you needed at Tim's Corner Market on Broadway Avenue in Beachview. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
According to the man that joins us next, Brian Angelico is going to be the new Steelers offensive coordinator, the Vikings tight end coach. Joining Mike McCarthy's staff as they continue to fill out the staff, Patrick Graham as the defensive coordinator. And the Steelers, just a couple of more moves to go before they are all ready to go, getting ready for the Combine and the NFL Draft, where the first renderings of what the draft is going to look like on the North Shore was released yesterday for the end of April. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Mark Cabali joins us next.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. I like that word.
It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Mark Cabali has entered the fray, the big boy, dressed in Thomas Jefferson regalia from head to foot, a TJ hat, a Jaguars baseball sweatshirt. You got a pair of sweatpants on that say TJ too, maybe a pair of sneakers.
Maybe some Gutchies. Is that what they call them, Gutchies?
Gutchies. What are Gutchies?
Underwear.
They call them Gutchies?
Oh, my.
I didn't know that.
I've heard that before.
My grandmother did, but she would have been like 105 right now. But I always tell my
just
8-year-old.
Just like Ron.
Go put your Gutchies on. He knows what I'm talking about.
Okay. It's one of those things that are handed down generation to generation. Gutchies.
Gutchies.
How are you, big boy?
Good. How are you?
Drinking Mountain Dew, I see.
Diet Mountain Dew.
If I drank Mountain Dew right now, like a whole thing like you are, I'd have to be hospitalized.
So would I. I couldn't do it.
Does that have caffeine and everything in it?
I don't know.
It does. It has a lot of things in it. I don't want to speak negatively about Mountain Dew.
Nor do I. I'm just saying how it would affect me.
It's just like energy drinks. For me, as a heart patient, I don't need energy drinks.
It says total fat 0, sodium 4%, carbs 0.
It's good for you, Bob.
Sugar 0, potassium 2%. You're getting your potassium out of this.
I'd rather eat a banana.
This guy is a legend. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And speaking of Mark's outfit today, Mark Cabali is brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, the region's premier spirit wear and sports uniform provider. So you've made news in the last couple days.
I didn't make news. I just relayed news.
Relayed news. You're right. That's a better way to phrase it. And one of the things you relayed was that they never offered the job to Tolzien.
No.
Tell us more about that.
Well, they brought him in, Monday for the interview. They were interested in him enough to at least bring him in and talk to him. But I think the bottom line was there with him was I don't think the experience matched what they were looking for at the time he's a quarterback coach, 3 years maybe in New Orleans. So what they were looking for really was what they're going to end up getting as Angelico is a guy that was a right-hand man of Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota for 4 years. O'Connell runs the offense, calls the plays, does everything in that Minnesota, and was pretty good at what he was doing there too, Bob. So I think that's what it was, and I think McCarthy was looking for that type of a guy that could supplement what he does, rather than a guy that has not been there and not done that yet. He had, like I said, last year, he did pretty well with Tyler Shuck, right, an up-and-comer.
Oh, yeah.
But how much was Kellen Moore had to do with that, too? So you could play that game, too. I think what McCarthy was looking for was what he's getting in Angelico, is a guy that can supplement what he does.
So I think when you hear a head coach say, I call the plays, and he didn't hesitate saying that, that's been the way he's done things. I think the 1 year he relinquished that, he said, I'll never relinquish that again. I'm calling my own plays. How much does that affect potential offensive coordinators in waiting, people who want to get the job, but they know they're not going to call the play?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. It should help them out because play calling is not simple. You have to be very quick at
He's
it.
experienced at it, too. He knows
that's what I'm saying.
doing.
You have to be. But
those guys want experience of doing it, don't they?
Yeah, but you can get experience by watching for a year or two. And, I mean, you really think a guy like Scott Tolzien's ultimate job is to be a quarterback's coach or a play caller? No, he wants to be his own offensive coordinator as well. But you have to take it by steps, I do believe. I think that's what hurt Schillhouse somewhat, too, because he was – what was he, a bad pass game coordinator? He never really was a play caller. So until you get in that rhythm and get some, real, for lack of better terms, bullets getting shot around and knowing what to do, you're not there. So I think that's the case there is it would have fit him nice here to sit here and learn from him for a year. But like I said, I think what matched up with Angelico is not only is he can help the offense, he can also help. If you've noticed, a lot of their coaching guys are crossovers. You can coach offensive coordinators, you can coach quarterbacks. Your offensive coordinator now can coach tight ends. Your running back coach is a former offensive line coach. Your defensive back coach is a DC in waiting. So there's a lot of that fitting together right there, and I think that had a lot to do with it as well.
I apologize. I had to leave with a coughing attack.
I know, and that really threw me in
You
the
did the right thing, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had to get a cup of water.
Yeah,
What'd you talk about?
I didn't handle that well when you just ran out.
I'm sorry.
I was like, what do we do?
I had just asked him about when you're trying to find offensive coordinators, young ones, and you're trying to recruit them, how difficult is it to do when they know they won't be calling the play? Because to me, that seems to be the next thing you want to do as an offensive coordinator is be that guy to call the play. But Mark had a good explanation for it.
Well, that's interesting you bring that up because the Ravens pick at offensive coordinator. Declan Doyle's only 29. Yeah. Their new coach is untested. They bring in Anthony Weaver as a coordinator. They went about this, I don't know if it was better or worse or the same. They went about this in a very different way than the Steelers. How would you compare and contrast the Jesse Minter staff, at least at the top with his two coordinators, and I know Weaver's been around for a little bit, and the way the Steelers have done it?
Well, we won't know this probably for years to come, right? I mean, who really knows what these guys are going to be able to produce on the field one way or another?
Would you agree that both organizations want to win? You have to win right now in both, don't you?
But there's a different approach to it. I mean, if you're bringing in young guys like Baltimore that are inexperienced, that could go bad real quick, but that can go good real quick too. What McCarthy looks like he's doing is he's doing a mix of everything. He has those veterans like camping, right? But then he brings Jahar Evans in. So that, like, you know, you got the old guy, you got the young buck. You got Patrick Graham, who's been here around forever, but then you have Jason Simmons, who's an up-and-comer. And I think that is part of that fit he was talking about, McCarthy, last week. That he wants those things to fit. He just doesn't want a bunch of 60-year-olds, and he doesn't want a bunch of 20-year-olds. And I think he's doing a pretty good job so far of mixing those together. Like I said, we'll never really know until we see how they produce on the field. But I do believe there's some more guys coming down the path here that you're going to say, this is really good. So I would keep an eye on that. And what I was told was, or somebody's opinion was, Mike Tomlin just hired people. Mike McCarthy is actually, there's a rhyme behind his reason, or a reason behind his rhyme, however you want to put it. There's a plan. Everybody has a defined role, and everybody fits somewhere. Mike just, what I was told, just hired people.
What do you mean? Can you expound on that a little bit?
Friends, guys he's known. That's
I mean, okay, I hired a wide receiver coach. Okay, that's it. This guy has a role for these guys. I think more of a defined role, more than just, hey, go coach the wide receivers. Now, if it's offensive game planning, defensive game planning, I think McCarthy looks at his coaching staff as one big unit. And I thought Tomlin might look at it as individuals who then eventually come together as one unit. So I could see a game plan session having, everybody in the room for McCarthy.
We broke down, Joe did earlier, his, hires so far. And while they do have a lot of people that he's dealt with in his career, which I find that's a good thing. But there are 5 guys who have really no affiliation with Mike McCarthy, which I also think is refreshing. So he's taking this very seriously about the people he wants. I've never heard, however, of a chief of staff. Now, that to me sounds like just somebody who's going to take care of a whole bunch of details that he doesn't have to be bothered with, so he can focus more on game plans and that sort of thing, right?
Oops. I hit my phone. I forgot to shut off my phone. Yeah, chief of staff was described to me as basically what Garrett Guimont did a lot. He was their strength and conditioning guy forever.
But
past couple of years, he did a lot of other things right there. So it's just probably a different term, a different label for Scarnecchia. I don't think he has anything to do with coaching. He's just going to make sure practices and all the details are loosened up or tightened up. So chief of staff is just a strange way of put it, but that's what he was in Atlanta and New York. So it's just a different
Scarnecchia.
Yeah, his old man was a legendary offensive line coach for New England forever.
Belichick, yeah. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. The big boy, Mark Cabali, is in the studio with us. You can watch on YouTube. The numbers there are absolutely phenomenal right now because people like to watch the show. And who would you rather watch than Cabali? Yeah, there he is.
I was eating some pizza,
downing the dew.
And Bob was hiding because he didn't want anybody to see him eating.
I wasn't eating.
Ron used to eat without any second thought on the air, like a burger and fries and stuff. He would just munch it into the microphone.
That's what we do here. The only thing I don't like is that during the commercial breaks, you can still see what's going on. That's when you can get real sloppy, in terms of eating and everything.
And that's when you were doing your stretches over there.
I do my stretches over there.
I walked in and just saw your rear end. I'm like, what's going on here?
Oh, my God. Bob, I never dreamed there would be this much food in the radio business when I got into it for full time in 2010. Every time I turn around, there's free food around here.
When is the next soup day? I love that.
That was great. That's once a year. They have a soup contest. Yeah.
One of my first classes I had in journalism, was told never take anything for free. Went to my first game and there was stuff food around. I never took anything. I'm like, I was told not to take anything. That quickly wore off, Joe.
Exactly. Limits, do you have a question for the big boy?
Mark, I'm curious your thoughts on just this offense as a whole. the influence that Mike McCarthy is going to have on it is obviously huge. So you're saying then that he is going to take a lot more advice, thoughts, questions from his assistants that maybe Mike Tomlin would have considered?
Yeah, I mean, I think Tomlin took a lot of, things from his coaching staff, some ideas from him, but I think this one will be a little bit different than that. I mean, looking at the offense as a whole right now, it's very hard to be able to determine what it's going to be because you don't even know who your quarterback is 100% quite yet. You don't know how this is going to move forward here of personnel player. But I do like the way that they're approaching everything. Another thing is that people might not think is true, but is, with a 62-year-old head coach, is the guy's apparently really into the analytics and that type of
I was
the
shocked
game more than anything
he told
else.
Me that, and I didn't know I'd get that answer.
Yeah, I honestly, I've heard this from multiple people. You'd be shocked of how deep dive he's into that type of stuff.
Yeah, it struck me. I asked it only because I know he's has some issues like most coaches do with, clock management and how you utilize what do you do on fourth down. And while he did say it's still a combination of what my gut says and where we are and metrics and all that stuff, he said he rattled off this whole thing of what they utilize and how much they utilize it. I just didn't. Maybe it's just me thinking, okay, here's a guy who's been around for a long time. He doesn't look at that the same way that these young guys do, but he does.
Yeah, you got to. You have to have at least that information at your hands,
but don't you think
be willing to at least look at it? Right?
Yeah, don't you think more coaches though being influenced by metrics? It seems I've never recalled so many fourth down situations where you're passing up points.
Yeah, that's just crazy.
And it cost Denver an opportunity.
I mean, a lot of those things are a little bit too far. I hate when they chase points early in games because, maybe it's the second quarter and it's 7-6 or 6-0 or 7-6 or whatever, and they score and they try to make it a 14-point game or a 7-point game, so they go for two. I'm like, why are you chasing points in the second? It makes no sense to me.
And the metrics may say, okay, go for it. But what do the metrics say when you miss it? Then they have to continue to tell you to keep going for things, and then you end up throwing points all over the place. So while I admire that kind of statistical information, Joe, I don't know that I would do everything in my control to utilize it on every single down and distance that I see. At some point, you have to look at reality.
Plus, there's a human element to this, too. If I'm going to go for it and not get the points inside the 5-yard line, how does that affect my psyche? I mean, does that take into account?
How does it affect the other team, too?
Yes, it probably doesn't. So I think you got to be very careful of how you use it. I'm not saying don't use it, but sometimes you just got to use your head, too.
This year, more than any other, it seemed to be going against
tradition,
the aggressive analytics, like going for two. Or I can't tell you how many games I watch where I'm like, why are you going for two now when that's going to force you to have to go for two later? Yeah. And I don't believe in the thing either that when you're up, let me think now,
8, yeah.
when you can go up 8 with a simple extra point, but you can go up 9 and make it a 2-score game and essentially end the game. I get it, but isn't 8 good enough?
Yeah,
like
at least it keeps you in the game, right? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm talking when you're ahead.
Oh.
You're ahead. You just score to go up 7, right? Okay. So you can kick an extra point and go up 8.
Yeah.
Or and force them to do a 2-point conversion just to tie you, or you can essentially end the game going for 9. I saw multiple times in college and pro this year where they went for the 9-point kill, and it didn't happen. I don't get it. I don't get that. That's not a worthwhile risk.
Or the flip side of that too was there's a couple teams. At least one team did it where they went for 2 to make it a. If they would have just kicked the field goal, it would have been a 1-possession game.
Yeah.
But they went for 2 just so they knew what they were going to get. Okay, that's fine. You knew what you were going to get, but now you have to score twice.
Right.
I mean, I would much rather be in the game till the end and have to kick that extra point or 2-point conversion with a second left.
I like
aggressiveness. Analytics doesn't say that.
I like aggressiveness, but there were way more times this year where I thought to myself, what is this guy doing? Notably, Sean Payton in the AFC title
with
game.
a backup quarterback, and he passes up 3 points. With that dumb play call, too. It was not a good play call.
Right.
Well, what about, wasn't it Denver, too? Oh,
That's what
I thought you were talking about, what's his name? Yeah, Sean Payton. It was like, what are you doing?
Yeah, what are you doing?
Plus, you should have probably known it was going to snow here in the second half, too, like it did.
All right, let's move on to Cam. Can we play the little treats, Cam with Jim Rome for our friend, the big boy? Here we go.
This is what Cam had to say about next season, Mark.
I don't want to play anywhere else. That is, a very special place in my heart. But you always have to think about what can happen. Being prepared for every opportunity, being prepared that, the Pittsburgh Steelers might not want me to be on their team next year. That's just the way you have to look at it. You have to be able to, deal with change.
Bob, I interrupt the show to say that in Barrett Media's top 20 mid-market sports radio
where are we, Bob?
midday
Where
shows.
do you think we are?
We weren't
top 20.
We weren't in there last year.
Top 20.
Right?
No, we were in it last year, but we were like 15th.
No, we weren't. We were higher than that, weren't we?
No, we were not.
We're number 8, Bob.
Oh, we climbed up.
Let's get T-shirts that say we're number 8.
We're number 8.
We won a Marconi, for God's sakes. What are we doing here?
Well, that's progress, isn't it?
That's, ever since Bob come on.
That's right.
Thank you, Mark.
That's actually true. Who are we behind? Right behind here. Bishop and Friends from Columbus. That's comforting. And Jason and John from Memphis. Bob, we've fallen apart. Actually, we're getting better and better.
It's actually an upgrade.
I don't care. We won a Marconi. And in this market, well, let's just say we're doing pretty darn well.
Well, the big boys are coming tomorrow then, huh?
Who's that?
2-6. The old defending champs.
Yeah.
They'll be number 1 for a 4th year in a row.
I think they will be. Okay. What do you make of that Cam Hayward stuff? Did we play him the part where Cam, I was just focused on this thing. Did we play the part where Cam said he wants to play here again next year?
Yeah, that's what we played.
Okay. What do you think? Well, will he want more money?
Weren't you just ripping on Bob for watching TV instead of paying
Completely
attention?
I could have said to you what Limit said to you,
This was
insulted
personal.
you with 2 initials, and you would not have heard it.
We're getting judged by R.J. Barrett here. Why are you thanking him, Bob?
J.T. Barrett.
I thank everybody. I appreciate the fact that we're climbing.
Barrett Media puts out that we're number 8, and you say thank you, appreciate?
Well, maybe that will get you to number 5 next year.
I mean, I appreciate the fact that they listen.
I'm going to tell him something else. It won't be thank you, appreciate.
Well, then
I'll
we're
tell
gonna
you
go
that
backwards.
much. Thanks for making us number 8. Bob, there's only 20. It's a top 20.
Well, I'm sure there's more.
But there still was progress.
I'm not so sure. Was there progress?
Austin, come on, there was progress.
Where were we last year?
Yeah, I'm pulling up the list right now. So last year,
I thought we were actually higher last year, if you ask me.
No, we were 16th last year. So we
Climbed 8
rose
spots.
We're better than those shows. You're right. It's all because of Bob anyway. I'm quitting.
Marconi.
It's because of you, too, coming in on Wednesdays. All right, I'll thank him for making us number 8, Bob. Maybe next year we'll get up to number 7.
We're climbing, Bob.
At this rate, what? You'll be up to number 4 next year?
Doubling down, right? We're going the other
then
direction.
Up to 2, then up to
With
1.
Ron, we were in the also receiving votes category.
You're like Pitt.
Oh, man.
How does Cleveland have 2 shows that are ahead of us?
2 shows, and Bob's thanking them. Bob's saying thanks. Thanks, Jeff.
I just want to be
Thanks
respectful.
for putting
That's
2
all.
shows in Cleveland and 1 in Columbus. Anybody else from Ohio?
Number
ahead
1
of
was
us?
Lexington, Kentucky. Their midday show.
What do they do on that show? They don't have Mark Caboli, I can tell you that.
They just call it Kentucky Sports Radio, it says.
Is there a show in Dublin, Ohio, or Sandusky, Ohio ahead of us, too? How many shows in Ohio can possibly be ahead of ours?
Is this countrywide? Is this...
Yeah.
So there's nobody from Wyoming or anything like that. So
Not that we know of.
We beat Baltimore.
Oh,
that's good.
There you go.
We beat the second show in Memphis.
What about the third? How many days do they have?
Wait, how many Cleveland mid-market shows are on here? I see 3 in the top 20.
Is there a little local station in Ashtabula, Ohio that beat us limits that Bob can send a thank you note to Jeff for that, too? Bob, why are you thanking
I
them on
just
our
said
behalf?
Thank you, because I appreciate them listening. I don't...
They don't listen.
Whatever ranking they make, they make. Everything's very subjective.
What do you
I
think? He
appreciate-
listens to every show in the country? He couldn't do it more than once or twice.
All right, what do you want me to do, Joe?
Number 8. Not thank him. I'm not thanking him.
Maybe it was a show that Bob didn't show up.
That's true.
It could have been higher.
That's good. Maybe Dan Bilesma does a show in Bowling Green, Ohio.
Go down the hall.
Maybe he didn't listen to the one. Well, maybe he did a couple years ago when you just fight with Shelty all the time.
And then everyone says I don't ask him tough questions, even though he keeps yelling at me.
You asked him tough questions.
Maybe Clarksburg, Ohio.
He never
has
gave
a
long
show,
answers
Bob.
to begin with, but when that happened, they were really short.
Was there a question there?
There's a little local car show in Cumberland, Ohio that finished ahead of us, too.
How can there's one station in Columbus that has the 5th and 6th place spots. How is that possible?
I don't know.
I
don't know.
How can their show take up that time span from 10 to 2? 2 different shows.
Maybe they're not 10 to 2. Man.
You're
Ask them
asking
a
the wrong
question.
guy.
They put it on Twitter. Ask them a question.
There's a vacation station at Geneva on the Lake, Ohio that finished ahead of us.
Oh, I love Geneva on the Lake.
Bob thanked them, too.
70 shows were eligible for the voting, and we finished 8th.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Thank you.
You guys have a way
Thank
lower
you.
standard than I do. I want to
Thank
be
you,
number.
Mr. Barrett.
I want to be number one. Our station, and we had a big part in it. Obviously, just won the equivalent of an Academy Award nationally, and we only get number 8.
Yeah, morning show got 5. You got 8. What are you doing here? How can that equal up to 1?
How can that equal it's not living up to the Marconi, is it, Bob? Maybe he should re-listen to the shows.
It's a subjective thing. It doesn't really matter.
Well,
you don't take that seriously, or do you? You've been completely distracted here for the last 20
I do
minutes.
take it seriously.
I just said thank you. Appreciate it. Keep listening.
There's a little AM show in Kettering, Ohio, about local softball teams. They finished ahead of us, too. 3 shows from Ohio? Really?
4, actually.
4. 4 shows from Ohio. Bob. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff, for not allowing 5 shows from Ohio to finish ahead of us. Marietta, Ohio. All right, forget it. I'm letting
Hey, nobody in Cincinnati beat us.
Not even WKRP
in Cincinnati.
Bob, was that a great show or
I
what?
love that show.
That's an all-timer.
I'm a big Lou Baxter fan.
With the flying turkeys?
Yeah.
I was a big, what's her name?
Lonnie Anderson.
Lonnie Anderson fan. That's it.
What's your favorite sitcom ever?
Wow, it's Three's Company's up there.
Yeah, we're watching
Probably
it
Seinfeld right now because I was growing up in my heydays, right? I still use Seinfeld quotes daily, so.
Do you know, I told you before I love MASH.
Yeah,
this is
me too.
Last night, so I'm watching the Penguins game, right? They're on TNT, right? And right after that, of course, they go back to their Shawshank Redemption rerun, which has been on 1,000 times.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
No, and I started watching it again, and I couldn't drag myself away.
Nope.
I've watched
It's
it
addictive.
100 times.
It is.
And I'm just looking at it thinking, you know, now that you know how it all worked out, look back and little clues that you
What do you make of the ending, Bob? Did they ever see each other again?
Yeah, they went down and somewhere in Margaritaville, and they did.
Say Juantaneo.
Is that the last scene where they actually are together? or
Yes,
there's
they walk on the beach
walk on
to
the
the bus.
beach, and he's
No,
over
the
there
bus, the
cleaning a surfboard or something, or whatever he's doing, a boat.
Fort Hancock, Texas is where he crossed the border.
Right.
Really? They probably have a show rated higher than ours, too.
Say Juantaneo.
Jim and John in Fort Hancock, Texas. They came in 7th limits. We came in 8th. This is an outrage, Bob.
We also finished below
Don't even tell
a
me.
station in Maine. No, that one I made
A
up.
Jim Colony sports trivia station in New Hampshire.
Why does this bother you so much? Who cares?
Because I don't want to finish 8th, Bob. I want to finish 1st.
So, Bob, this is what happened. Number 1 was the Kentucky station in Lexington. They probably do a lot of Kentucky basketball. The Really Big Show, it's called, in Cleveland on their ESPN station, finished 2. And then a station in Nashville, Baskin and Phelps on the Fan in Cleveland. Have you heard of that, Bob?
No.
Baskin and Robbins, an ice cream
That's always a
station,
good-
finished ahead of us, too, Bob.
And then people named Rothman and Ice finished 5 from Columbus. But then number 6 is Bishop and Friends, also in Columbus, for the
That's
same radio
unbelievable.
station. 97.1 The Fan.
No, they must have like a duopoly kind of thing, 2 stations in once, and they both beat us.
They
So,
just
I'm sorry.
There's nothing else to do in Ohio but
may
to listen
quit.
Oh.
to the radio.
Now I'm going to quit.
And then number 7.
It's time to quit.
Number 7 is a show called Jason and John in Memphis.
I mean, the names are
JJ,
just bad, too.
alliteration.
Bill and Frank in Fort Worth.
Well, I mean, we
The
are
Big
Pomp
Show.
and Joe.
Well,
Pomp and
Pomp
Joe.
and
It's
Joe
a
has
nice
a little
name.
bit of a flair to it. Not
think it
everybody
does,
has
too.
a pomp involved.
No. But Jason and John, pretty generic.
All right, Bob, I'm over it.
I don't
What
think
time
you
is
are.
it? Oh, my God. Is this the first segment of this?
Yes.
Yeah, we got to go.
We're almost done with the entire hour.
You should have told me that earlier.
Oh, you started 15 minutes late.
What do you
Don't
want to
look
talk
at me
about
when you
next,
said that.
big boy?
He's running the ship. Clock management. This is what's
talk
going on
about
here.
your 8th
I
ranking.
need to
This
get
is
some
pretty good.
analytics in here. I want to see metrics to show Joe that you're going way over.
Joe, what time is it?
11:44. Why is
Brought to you by
Make the smart call. Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610. Let's ask Dr. Kabali if he thinks there's going to be another Cam contract dispute in the future of TJ Watt and one Jalen Ramsey. All coming up next on number 8, Pomp and Joe.
Yeah, well, I'm going to tell you about number 1 when it comes to home projects, and that would be West Shore Home, Joe. You know, it's making it easier than ever to really complete those projects you've been thinking about for a long time. They have a very special event, which they call the Winter Savings Event. West Shore Home makes home remodeling really easy for you as a consumer. From the first consultation you get to the final installation, their team handles everything, so you don't have to worry about it. You can upgrade your home without any stress. And right now, you can get started without paying anything out of pocket until the job is done. That's right. With the Winter Savings Event, you can get free installation on your next project and get started with no money down. That includes bathroom remodels. You may need that. How about a window or door replacement? They do that. Full house flooring, they do it as well. When you schedule now at westshorehome.com/Fran, you take advantage of special financing that makes it easier to get started right now. And this is a good time to do it. Hey, we're heading into spring. You're not going to be doing much in your house. Get it done now. Your project will be completed by one of their teams of highly trained employee installers. That's also very big. So schedule your free, no-obligation consultation today. Lock in a price that's good for an entire year. Visit westshorehome.com/Fan for winter savings from West Shore Home. See the website for details.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Penguins yesterday ended up taking a point against the Islanders, but ended up losing 5-4 in overtime. They will play against the Buffalo Sabres tomorrow at 7 o'clock on the road. Final game before the Olympic break. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines that are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
All sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
in there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Frozen pipes, call McVeigh. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? It finally happened. The LA Clippers are sending James Harden to the Cavs for Darius Garland and a second-round pick. He's 36. He's up there in age. And at 36, I think it's obvious that Harden is in win-now mode. Do I think he's going to get that with the Cavs? We'll have to see. I'm Addie Bates.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
You've inherited your uncle's giant house and every weird thing in it. We can help with that. 2menandajunktruck.com. 2 men and a junk truck.
Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's Camp. Let your kid be a kid. Down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1979. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1979 or biglou.com.
Buy 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. WindowNation.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. But I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Sun and clouds this afternoon, the high 26.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Where'd Bob go? There he is.
I heard he's going to personally thank the Barrett guy. He was on the phone.
Yeah, a tweet thanking him for our 8th place finish wasn't good enough. Bob's going to fly to New York and thank him in person. Good old R.J. Barrett.
Why are you so upset?
I'm not upset, Bob. So a lot of people are around here. You just heard from somebody else who's upset about it. We played a win around here, and we won a Marconi.
Instead of looking how far you have to go, look behind you and see how far you've traveled. We've traveled from 16 to 8. Next year will be 4.
Next year we should be 1 on that trajectory, Bob, right? 16 to 8. Oh, no, you're right. 16 to 8 would be 8 to 4. I can never do
Why
math.
don't you just pull out the ratings, the Pittsburgh ratings? Don't you like guys kill on the ratings?
We're not. Yeah, but we're not allowed to say them, I don't think.
Oh, okay.
Are we, Bob? Don't say them.
I don't know what they are.
I
think it's more. It's less stress when you don't know what they are. You know, they are what they are. They're subjective in many ways. A lot of these things are.
Well, we get money based on what they are.
True.
At least I do.
But you're so rich. You don't get.
I've heard they went up since Bob come.
They have.
Can I send you down the hall to meet with a brain trust here and let him hear that?
Well, what do you expect? I mean,
he's Bob.
Listen, all kidding aside, he is Bob. So when I do a tweet of my story the other day and then Bob retweets it, that's a beautiful thing. When Bob joins the radio show, even if it is once a week, that's a beautiful thing too.
Once a week now. What are you trying to do?
What did I tell you on Sunday, Bob, before the showdown? I said, Bob, what's your McCarthy interview? You got him. I said, you got him.
He did get him, didn't he? Why don't we play that for the big boy?
No, you don't have to
question
do
that lives in infamy and the answer that confirmed what everybody had been thinking. This is Bob at his very finest.
Can you recreate the magic that you guys had Green Bay?
That's the plan. I mean, that's the plan. I think it'd be awesome. I think it'd be a great chapter in our career.
Credit to you, big boy, for being more adamant than others that Aaron Rodgers is absolutely the plan.
Yeah, he's the plan.
You've been saying that for quite a while.
The problem is with Aaron is he's absolutely the plan until, the sun doesn't come up right for him on one day and he decides differently. You know what I'm saying?
How good of a chance do you think that would happen, that he says, no, you know what, I am done?
I would not totally rule it out, but I would say that there's a low percentage of him saying he's done. But I can't 100% say he'll be here, be their starting quarterback, and even coming back. I can't say that for sure because it's Aaron Rodgers. I think it's definitely trending in that way. And obviously we know what Mike McCarthy thinks since Bob got it out of him.
Bob, do you have a question for the big boy?
So my question is, just play a little game, though. Let's say that he doesn't come back. Let's say somehow, and like all of us, you get up there in age, you wake up one day and you say, you know what? My back's killing me. I don't know if I want to go through this whole torture.
That's what happened today with my knee. I was like, oh, where'd that come from?
Look, you're a walking example of that. Or with all your Achilles and everything else, you know how it can change. What if he does do that? Then what? How would you see them constructing or reconstructing their quarterback room?
Well, first of all, they have to find out before free agency because you got to move through free agency knowing whether he's coming back or not. There's no waiting around this time. You have to. Because I don't think it's unfair to the organization and the guys behind him. And I think that will happen. He will let them know before that. But I think what you do is, the market's awful. The free agency market's awful. If you want to really give up a pick or two, even if you can get Mac Jones, is that a plan?
How about Malik Willis? You like him?
I'm not a big Malik Willis fan, man. He has 150 career attempts. What am I going to learn from that? Other than giving him $20 million a year, right?
Yeah.
I would go Mason, Will, open battle. And if you're going by strictly who is the better quarterback on week 1, it would be Mason. If you want to give Will Howard a chance to solidify his position for the future, you go with him. I think that's what would end up happening. You bring somebody else in, But, I mean, how many other people out there on the market? I'll tell you one guy who would be very good on the market right now would be Mason Rudolph, considering who's on the free agent market right now. If he was find his way out there, that's the guy you'd want to bring in.
That's a guy you'd want to bring in.
I mean, you understand what I'm saying. You got Art Rooney.
But he has more of a track record than Malik Willis does.
He started 30 games.
If you stripped every team of their quarterback and then you said you got to choose between Malik Willis and Mason Rudolph.
A lot of people would say Mason Rudolph.
25 of them would say Malik Willis.
And one's making $20 million and one's making $2 million.
Forget the money. If you gave him a choice of Malik Willis and Mason Rudolph.
You would say that based on what?
Based on potential. Based on
really the potential I saw in Tennessee did not exist. He went.
I think it's a different story now that he's gone into sort of a different QB school now, and his last 2 performances were amazing. Don't you think we know what Mason Rudolph is by now?
I think we know that Mason Rudolph is a guy who, again, if you're going to look at experience, his last 3 games he started turned out to be all wins. He went into a playoff game and didn't cost them the game.
The last game he started was against the Bears.
Yeah.
And it didn't go particularly well.
Okay.
And it turns out that Bears team was pretty
good. And the one before that was the Bills playoff game, which didn't go particularly well.
The 3 preceding that did, and they all had to be wins to get them into the playoffs. So I don't think you can have much more pressure than that.
I mean, Danny DeVito had a couple great starts, a string of good starts in New York, too.
Oh, I thought
Tommy
you were talking
DeVito.
about Taxi.
He strung a lot of good years together there.
What if you did go for Malik Willis and he returned into the one who was in Tennessee?
Or Justin Fields.
Well, that's the risk, Bob. Okay. But I think if you gave every team a choice and said you got to go with one of these guys as your franchise quarterback.
You may be right, but you may be wrong.
I think money has to come into it. If there's 10 teams looking for quarterbacks out there.
Wait, what song is that?
You may be right,
Billy
but
Joel.
You may be wrong.
Yep. Keep going there. I like that. No? You don't know the next verse?
I don't even know the...
Do you sing Kabali at all?
Absolutely not.
Can we get you to sing anything?
I did that one time. That was really bad. And I left here, and somebody, I forget who it was, looked at me and says, please don't ever do that again.
No, I want to hear that. Bob, do you want to hear him sing something?
Something, yeah.
Sing like...
Why don't you sing that where I sounded like you were at a funeral? That really low, deep roar.
No,
I said that sounded like
I sing enough. Sing a sitcom theme song.
Anything.
Sing "Welcome Back, Cotter."
I don't know.
Try it.
It just says "Welcome Back."
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'm not singing no "Welcome Back, Cotter." Are you crazy?
Come on, there are people out there.
I can't
on
believe
YouTube
we're watching Three's Company. There's Larry Dallas.
That's his name, Bob. We tried to think of that earlier. That's Larry Dallas up there.
That used to be a time when guys would open up their shirts all the way down to almost their belly button to show the hair.
Ron did that later in his life.
Ron loved his hair. Back hair, every hair.
He opened his shirt in the back.
Free light, huh?
It was like George the Animal Steel.
Mosey is so kind and giving. No, we don't want to hear that anymore.
Barrett Media just called me. Put us down 2 notches here for the last 20 minutes. So
it's a wonder we're only number 8, Bob, huh?
Remember that, Bob?
I do.
The original theme song.
That's why people thought the station will be on for a month and we'd all be fired because of that theme song. Can we hear that again? That's Joe Grishecki. Sing.
If you guys do want to move up in the ratings, I do have video from about 8 to 10 years ago of Bob Pompiani dancing at the owners' meeting.
Put it on Twitter right now.
I absolutely do have it.
Put it on Twitter right now.
No. That's a private thing.
Oh, he was dancing.
Did you clear it with me to shoot that? No.
We were in a public location.
That doesn't mean it was a private moment in a public location. You're not supposed to put that on there.
I never publish it, but it's for my own personal
laughter.
No, where I can somehow use it against you if I need to.
Joe, you know why we moved up?
Why?
Now, the fans' Christmas chorus brings you
us up
Mosey the
16 spots,
Snowman.
Bob. Oh, Mosey. Sing along, Mark. Let people hear it, Mark. Sing along.
I don't know the words.
His favorite pitcher was Garrett Cole. Oh, Mosey. snowman. Here's a fairy tale they say. He was made of snow, but the listeners know how he came to life. Here's Bob Solo.
There must have been some magic in that oversized hat they found. For when they placed it on his head, Mosey danced around.
The key word there, and it's low key really, is oversized, isn't it, Bob?
Yes. Oversized.
Yeah,
that was.
It was great writing, I thought.
Really, you
adapted for the screen.
You put that up there pretty quickly, and we did it in one take, Mark. That was one take.
You know, during the opening lines of that, you could really hear Bob's baritone voice.
They made it all come together.
At the end.
Yeah. Very talented.
Go ahead, just try Welcome Back, Carter, real quick, or else we're not going to stop.
I don't know how to do Welcome Back.
Welcome back.
I could do the Seinfeld.
Do it.
There's no words.
Oh.
Joe, we have to go.
I know.
Is Mark going to stick around any longer?
I don't know.
I don't know. We haven't talked about the Steelers for a good 40 minutes now.
You want to talk about the Penguins?
Because it's the same
and
old
goalie
stuff.
Situation and everything.
All right. You know what we should talk about?
All right. Cam Hayward, we haven't talked about him. You teased him about
we haven't
half
talked
hour
about
ago.
Super Bowl. The Super Bowl.
Let's do that. And did we talk about TJ yet?
No, we haven't
All
talked
right,
about
let's do
anything.
that.
We did talk about JT Barrett.
Oh, yeah. We're going to talk about TJ, Jalen Ramsey, Kenny Gainwell, some of the futures around here. How was that?
Sounds good.
Maybe some of the free agent receivers or draftable receivers. You know, stuff we never talk about. All right. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Fan Hotline. Presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 15 years. Nobody should have to face a winter without heat. You can help your neighbors in need stay warm by supporting the 2026 NRG KDKA Radio Warmathon, presented by MetaConnect. Visit warmathon.com now to donate and have the chance to bid on items like joining yours truly and Part-Time Pomp. They might show up for a round of golf. Bob, you game for that? Say yes, and we can move on.
What was the question?
I don't know.
That's it.
I'm not done with the read yet limits.
This is a very important message that we had to get in a timely fashion.
Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
No. Anywho, Joe and Part-Time Pomp may show up for a round of golf powered by Dynegy and brought to you by Junk Luggers of Pittsburgh, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Nest Expressions Window Fashions. Details at 937thefan.com. Is it too late to trade TJ Watt and get any kind of return that you'd be happy with? Let's talk about that with the big boy coming up next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt Hoops was on the road.
Sports Radio 93.7
No,
The
it wasn't
Fan.
supposed
The
to happen.
latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Take two. Pitt basketball lost at Virginia, number 18 ranked team in the country. 19-3 now, the Cavaliers. 67-47 last night. The game you heard right here on the Fan. Panthers are now 9-14 as they were led by 11 from Andrositis and Corhen. Amari Witherspoon, 7 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists for the freshman. Panthers' upcoming game, it will be on a 2-game losing streak against SMU on Saturday with tip-off at 2 o'clock. You can hear our coverage right here on The Fan beginning at 1:30. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines there powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Zero Res's Month of Love sale. Not only is your carpet one of the biggest investments in your home, but it's also the biggest air filter in your home. If your carpet hasn't been professionally cleaned, you are breathing in unhealthy levels of nasty dirt, dander, bacteria, and germs that keep recirculating again and again. Lucky for you, Zero Res is going to spread the love to you in your home. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the fan special.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go on the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for steak on the stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
Hey guys, it's Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers, reminding you that Valentine's Day is just around the corner. Keep yourself out of the penalty box this year with a gift from Lewis Anthony. Shop online at lewisanthony.com or visit us at our flagship location in the South Hills.
Have we met yet?
Think switching to T-Mobile's a whole complicated thing? Nah, it's easy. You can do it almost anywhere in just 15 minutes.
Even poolside like Drewski, you can switch to T-Mobile and unlock savings that are built to last. With T-Mobile's Better Value Plan, you can save over $1,000 a year versus Verizon and AT&T. Save on streaming, satellite, and more benefits that they leave out.
Now I get all the VIP perks.
Start saving from day one, and for a limited time, get T-Mobile's Better Value Plan.
I know you love deals.
Plus, switch right now, and we'll even pay off your old phone up to $800. What do you think of all that, Drewski?
Stay chillin', just switch it. It's better over here.
Check the math at T-Mobile.com/better value. Savings versus comparable plans at AT&T and Verizon, plus the cost of optional benefits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. With 3+ lines of Better Value Plan. 3+ new lines and 2 eligible ports, or 3+ lines and 5+ years on T-Mobile postpaid plan required. Qualifying credit required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Get up to $800 per line via virtual prepaid card. Typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. Qualifying unlocked device, credit, service, port in 90+ days with device and eligible carrier, and timely redemption required. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC.
Wait is over. Time for lunch. Tired of waiting for building supplies that never show? You need a reliable partner. Great projects start with great partners. Get top quality building materials delivered on time from your local expert, Reed Building Supply. They have it all. Visit reedbuildingsupply.com today.
At Pittsburgh Regional Transit, we're not going anywhere without you. We're now hiring mechanics and automotive repair persons, and we're offering great pay and benefits. You could even qualify for a starting bonus. Learn more at rideprt.org/careers. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
Everyone, it's Bob Pompiani. You want to make some extra money? This is the time to do it because the new year is here, and so are stellar rewards from DraftKings Casino. Blast off for a free chance at $5,000 in credits with Daily Rewards Rocket. Log on to DraftKings Casino and launch your rocket 3 times for a chance to collect credits, spins, and much more. Come back every day to launch more rockets and get more rewards. Then enjoy all of your favorite slots, live dealer experiences, and classic table games. The crown is yours in partnership with DraftKings Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Hey, it's Adam Crowley. It's freezing outside, and Pittsburgh's coldest days are still ahead. Luckily, Sullivan has an awesome deal to keep you comfortable all year long. Right now, when you purchase a Comfort Maker air conditioner from Sullivan Super Service, you'll receive a free furnace. That's real savings you can feel right now. And with Comfort Maker quality, you'll get reliable heat for today and dependable comfort for every season. Call Sullivan Super Service today at 412-436-3030 or book online at sullivanservice.com. Hurry, this offer won't last long.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up with care management that ensures doctors work together on complicated conditions. We show up with the latest in online tools to make healthcare easier to use anytime. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Hi,
Hi, I'm Julie Bologna, and I used to bring you the weather forecast to help your family navigate your day. Now I want to help you with the forecast to navigate your life as we age. At Julie & Gray Associates, they have helped thousands of families prepare for the future. Their certified elder law attorneys can help you with important life decisions involving long-term care, asset protection, tax planning, and avoiding probate. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, Sackmaster, and now your host of Free Range. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Super Bowl 60 between the New England Patriots and the Seattle Seahawks is this Sunday, and 93.7 The Fan is your home for the big game with the NFL on Westwood One. You can listen here with pregame coverage beginning at 2 o'clock. The big game in Santa Clara. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Back to Pomp and Joe.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to the Pomp and Cavalli Show right here on 93.7 The Fan. Where Joe goes, nobody knows. I think Joey is really using this ranking as a reason to stay away from he's staying away from the studio. He doesn't want to be affiliated with me at all.
Well, Bob, we improved from 16 to 8. I guess that's pretty good, huh?
Just imagine if you didn't have to go outside and have a coughing fit.
I thought it was 12:40. It's only 12:15.
Yeah.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm. But they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. The big boy is here. TJ Watt, not him, Mark Cavalli.
That'd be great if TJ was here.
What's going to happen with him? Is it too late to get a first-round pick for him? Is he going to bounce back next season? Tell us all about TJ Watt.
I think it's going to be much of the same, and they're not going to try to get rid of him. And I don't even think that if they tried to get rid of him, that they would get his market value back for him. So I think they still have high belief in him, and I just think, sometimes you have down years. Sometimes you get the needles shoved where they're not supposed to be and ruin the second half, a month of your career or a month of your year. So I think I'm a big TJ Watt fan because I still don't think, okay, maybe he lost a half a step, but I think he still had a half a step to lose. And I still think he's very important to what they want to do here. And if you're bringing back some of the old other, if you're bringing back the Ramseys and the Haywards, why wouldn't you bring back that guy? Plus, I don't think you're getting market value for him anyway.
So the whole band comes back at linebacker, or do you consider trading Highsmith?
No, I wouldn't more. Highsmith?
What does he do for a new contract?
Well, doesn't he get you something good? I'm saying they have a surplus there, and they don't have a surplus at other positions.
Man, Highsmith was probably their defensive MVP this year.
That's what I'm saying. Well, you're talking up TJ Watt like he's still a great player, too. Plus, they have Herbig and Sawyer.
Here's another thing. Herbig has to have his contract's up at the end of the next year, right? So they have to make a decision on him by September. So you don't just jettison Alex Highsmith without having Herbig locked up, and that there's no guarantees there. I would just run it back with especially those three. I mean, you can convince me to see Jalen Ramsey and Cole Holcomb and, I wouldn't say Patrick Queen because I still think he has a lot to give.
It would be hard to replace him, too, at this point, right? Because I've seen that thrown out there. What about Patrick Queen? Well, I think Patrick Queen still, he did not, I don't think, have his best season last year, but he was still
up and down. He had good spurts and bad.
But can you move on without him if you decide to make a move? And I guess the answer would be, what do you bring in to replace him?
Well, Peyton Wilson slowed down late in the year, too, by the way.
Yeah, well, they were playing some of those heavy defenses, and they like Malik Harrison better.
Yeah, that's true.
So Malik Harrison was, not bad. But I think Peyton Wilson, where he looked like he was in August, really didn't progress as much as we were anticipating. That's not saying that I don't think he had a good year. What do you have? He had to have over 100 tackles, I believe.
He did.
There must have been some magic in that oversized hat they found. Bob, that's very catchy, is it not? Your solo there?
These songs that you sing throughout the course of the morning do affect me, and I have to stop and tell myself, don't. Right in the middle of a bathroom visit, for example.
I did the same to Ron.
And people are like, what are you doing?
I did the same thing to Malsey, actually, and Ron especially. Ron, I broke in the end, didn't I, Bob?
I think maybe you did. Yeah, I think so. And that was the end of it.
Did I actually cause Ron to retire when nobody thought he would?
Maybe not you. Maybe somebody else.
No,
I think he was so premeditated in everything he did with his retirement.
What are your memories of Ron? Fond?
Well, Ron was a real jerk early in my career.
Really?
Oh, he was. We had a name for him that I can't say publicly, but he really mellowed in his second half of his career and really likable after that. I think I don't know what happened. I don't know if it was age.
What would happen earlier in your career? He wouldn't address you or what?
Yeah, Ron. He could be quite abrasive at times during his younger
You didn't talk
days.
to Bob for 6 months.
Exactly.
Once.
I remember one time in Buffalo, you know how Buffalo to get to that press box was awful. You had to go up a floor, down a floor just to get into the elevator.
Yeah.
And the elevator was full, and they're like, no more. And I'm standing there waiting to go, and they're like, no more. And Ron, shoves me out of the way just to jump in there. I'm like, what's this guy doing?
Wow.
I was like, Ron was abrasive. But like I said, the last maybe 7 or 8 years.
He changed, didn't he?
I think he did. Maybe it was you?
I think it might have been, actually.
Might have been you.
You brought out the best in him.
The worst. I don't know.
I like Ron. I miss him. You should get him on the show.
I miss Ron.
Have you tried to get him on? I don't think he does either. I wish he would.
He should, actually. Now that I think about it, we should get him on the show.
You should.
He's still a paid employee. Tim Hester still plays him, right? So.
Yes, I still hear his voice.
Right,
he probably has more endorsements than me right now.
I know. Apparently, Pump's taking all yours.
Yeah,
no,
that's happening.
Not true.
Yes,
I'm only
true.
here in a part-time level.
I'll tell you what. I don't really care if T.J. Watt gets traded. I'd rather talk about Ron Cook's history here.
Ron Cook in his Ben Roethlisberger days, where you chase him down the hall.
Right.
You chase him down the hall to his car inside Heinz Field.
Would he go all the way to the car?
Oh, he'd follow him all the way down. I don't know. I wasn't going down there. Or it's like, hey, Ben's going to the podium, which means don't bother him right now. There's Ron.
He got some good stuff, though.
Ron, hey, you got to have relationships in this business, and he had one. So,
who are you closest to on the Steelers? T.J. Watt? Do you know T.J. Watt gave the big boy a trading card to give to his son, Bob?
Yeah. And
TJ's a very nice guy. He really is. He does a lot of things.
You would not believe how popular T.J. Watt is amongst the youth. I say this because my kid had a Steelers party or whatever at school, and they took pictures.
Yeah.
I swear to you, 90% of the people were wearing number 90 jerseys.
Interesting, because I was just in a rally house. Where was that? It was in Westview, right around there. And I said to them on the way out, what's the best seller in this place? Expecting them to say Paul Skeens. The guy said T.J. Watt.
Easily. There was a bunch of T.J. Watts and a couple Darnell Washingtons. Because Darnell's kid went to the school, so
is this
he had a couple in there.
Is this year that Freiermuth finally gets a whole bunch of targets and clear-cut number one?
That's what we thought would happen with Artie, because he was a tight end guy.
Well, let's see who the tight end coach is. First of all, you're bringing in an offensive coordinator that has a tight end background, which is good. McCarthy had pretty good tight ends in Dallas.
Not
Schultz
originally,
and
yeah, but what he did was he used
Green
them.
Bay too.
When he first was there, he wasn't using them. He was using mostly wide receivers, and then he got.
There's a revolutionary idea.
But
Use them.
He used them. He adapted, I think, what he did offensively because he had very good wide tight ends.
Yeah, in one of his final years in Green Bay, I believe he had Jimmy Graham, Martellus Bennett, Ricky Rogers. I believe somebody else of pretty high standard as well. Plus, if you're going to bring in a younger, up-and-coming tight end coach as well, if this is not the year, then what is? I mean, with him and Darnell coming back, I mean, you always find a place for Darnell, right?
Yeah, but not as the number one targeted guy. I'm not doing that.
But he fits in basically in anybody's scheme.
Is Jonnu coming back?
Boy, what's he owed? He's owed a lot of money. If you can dump him out, he's an Artie Smith guy, right? Maybe he can.
Yeah.
Maybe he can re-enroll in Ohio State or something.
How about Jalen Ramsey? What's his fate?
If they could keep him in the slot, I would more than welcome him back. I'm not quite sure about this safety experiment that he was forced into last year. I don't think that put him in the best position. But I would imagine he's on the block of being, really scrutinized if he's coming back or not, just salary-wise, age-wise. I mean, I don't think Cam did himself any favors the other day, saying, I want to be the Steelers guy, but maybe they don't want me. I mean, how are you going to get a contract there if you're going to say, well, he wants more money, and rightfully so, too. Last 2 years, we sit here and complain about Cam Hayward moaning about wanting a raise, and every single year he lives up to that. So if he wants some extra money, throw him some extra cash, I think he'll be back, and I think he needs to be back. He's only 4 years younger than our defensive line coach.
I want to ask you guys something. And I didn't watch this, and I didn't want to watch this. The Pro Bowl games.
Yeah, I didn't watch it.
No, I saw the ratings are not good. So
I didn't even know there was a game. I saw George Pickens. Did he get an MVP? Is it a flag football game?
It's a flag football game.
They're fooling around.
I know. My point is, why even continue to do it?
Money.
It must be sponsor related.
Yes.
So you have a lot of corporate sponsors who get access to these guys, and I understand all of that. Mm-hmm. It's just that I always viewed that as sort of a convention of people who had tremendous seasons. At the end of it, they go on this vacation in Hawaii, they bring their families, they chill out, whatever. And it's gotten way far away from that now, to the point where I don't even know, like all these things. I don't know which I like least. The way the NHL All-Star game, I think the baseball All-Star game is probably still the best. But what do you think about the Pro Bowl games?
Well, it's just a joke right now. I mean, it turned into a joke once they took it away from Hawaii. That gives anybody any incentive as a player to want you to go and play. If you're like, hey, we're going to Hawaii, all expenses paid, but you got to play in this game, I bet you a lot of people would still be going there.
And
who wants to go to Vegas? Who wants to go to San Francisco, wherever it was? I don't even know where it was.
Yeah, San
Francisco. Was it San Fran?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know if they moved to Orlando this year or not to play flag football like that. Nobody cares.
No, nobody does care.
And you see some of the veterans.
See the guys who are on the team, and you wonder, so both Shedeur Sanders and Joe Flacco, it was hard to me to believe that Joe Flacco had never made a Pro Bowl, and this is how he gets his first.
Well, I guess if you have something written in your contract, you get X amount of money for making a Pro Bowl.
So therefore, I wonder if that was intended to be that way with these guys and these clauses they have. If you have, it once was valuable. I'm a Pro Bowl player, therefore I get $500,000 extra. When you're the 20th choice because everyone doesn't want to go, does that still apply?
I don't think it should be, but it does. The Pro Bowl, my saying is everybody wants to make one, nobody wants to play in it. It's even worse now. Like you said, Shedeur Sanders, Joe Flacco. I mean, Joe Burrow was there too.
Yeah, he was.
What I'm saying is
but he missed the whole season.
What I'm saying is the entire AFC North was there represented. It's just I don't all those All-Star games.
Who do you think is better, Joe Flacco or Aaron Rodgers?
Aaron Rodgers.
Okay. You said that very definitively.
No, Joe Flacco had a good game or two.
He was pretty good with the Browns taking him to the playoffs recently as well. I think you give both those guys a clean pocket, you're going to get a pretty similar accurate throw.
I would take my chances with Aaron over Joe.
I think I would too.
What's the ceiling with Aaron Rodgers and Mike McCarthy? First round blowout playoff loss?
Put it this way. If you can guarantee me a 10-7 record, I'd take it, but more competitive in the playoffs?
Thanks,
where you
Art.
have a chance?
Thank you, Art.
Isn't that what it's all about? Get
what
to the
is it
playoff,
all about?
Be more competitive and have a chance to win
Yes,
the playoffs.
be competitive,
I would
period.
take that.
Yeah.
You have to help the
competitive
guy
in a
out a little
playoff
bit.
game. I mean, it's a low bar, but at least be competitive in one playoff game for the first time in a decade.
Defend Aaron Rodgers here a little bit. He was throwing the ball to Scotty Miller and Adam Thielen.
By his own choice.
Well, because the other guy wasn't really stepping up very much.
Who, the Roman Candle?
Is he on the team this year or
The
not?
Roman Empire.
Is he on the team this year or not?
I think he will be, but, I think he's going to have a lot to prove to the quarterback because if I'm a guessing man, the reason why he wasn't playing was probably partly to do because the quarterback didn't want him on the field. So, right?
Yes, I think.
It seems like that would be the case. Like he just didn't want to. Yet he spoke glowingly about it.
Well, he can
he's
spoke
just
good.
doing him good
I
there.
understand why, but it's just saying it's.
And nobody in their right mind would think that Marquez Valdez-Scantling's better than Roman Wilson.
Except Aaron Rodgers.
But in a sense of I can trust one guy and maybe not trust the other one, that's probably what it came down to. I'm speculating, but what else? It doesn't make any other sense.
Limits, when are you going to pipe up? Would you like to ask the big boy a question?
I would. What should I theme it around? Football or elsewhere?
I don't know. He asked
Anywhere
me
you
about
like.
100 questions last night.
You were on his show last night?
Yeah, I was in the car, too. It was great.
Yeah, he just got the drive home.
Nice man, isn't he?
Mark,
ask him something.
Ask me
Limits.
something already. Limits?
Okay. With the 21st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select, you don't have to tell me a name, but a position. They select?
I'm going to say defensive line.
What? Bob, did you hear that?
Defensive line?
I'm hoping that it was just some sort of mistake.
What?
Defensive line.
What, Derek Harmon wasn't good enough for you,
don't
last
think
week?
they need? No, it's not that. It's just I want to see receiving help. How else do you get it? But to me, if I'm going to pick something in this, unless somebody falls to me as a quarterback who I didn't expect,
but
I'm going to go wide receiver.
Yeah. In what capacity as a wide receiver came in and was good early on for the Steelers? Juju, maybe?
Juju
But that doesn't mean you can't.
Well, what I'm saying is it's not a.
Just because
What do you
of
mean?
that.
What I'm saying is go find one of the
Martavis
free
Bryant
agents.
was.
Deontay was.
George Pickens was.
Free agent. Well, James Washington wasn't. He had a couple.
May I
big
interest
games.
you in safety Caleb Downs out of Ohio State, trading up to get him?
Safety. I'm not getting a safety in the first round.
Why? If he's a game-changing player.
Well, I think
I
as for
would
wide
never-
receiver, I think you have to explore free agency first. I mean, if Alec Pierce is out there, maybe he's a guy that I would like.
They're doing a segment now on George Pickens. Speak of the devil, right here. He wants a new deal.
Oh, here he goes.
Made $3 million.
Bob.
No, I'm
You
just.
see,
I'm
if
asking.
Bob wasn't harping on George Pickens, you wouldn't be eighth. You would be like fourth.
Okay, I'm not harping. I'm
You did
asking
have
the
a bit of
question
an
because it's on
obsession
this.
with him.
It's on right now. So my question is how much will he get? He made $3 million last year.
He's whatever that franchise tag says, right?
So you think they'll franchise him?
Oh, and it's going to be ugly, right?
How about Denzel Boston from Washington to draft him? Pick number 21. That's what Lance Zierlein has.
Is he any relation?
Receiver.
Any relation to Herman Boone of Denzel Washington fame?
I don't think so. No, but you surprised everybody when you said
I think what their key
line.
is, I think they still want to continue to build out both lines. I mean, you could just pipe in an offensive lineman there too as well. I think a guard might be a little bit too high, but that's something you have to look at right there.
How about Ty Simpson, quarterback Alabama? Would you be stunned?
I would be stunned.
Zierlein has him going to the Rams at 29.
Well, if the Rams are interested in him, then that tells me
Well,
something.
my thing is it's so hard to make these determinations until after free agency.
How about trading? How about making your pick wherever 21, and then trading back into the first round for your next pick and making it Ty Simpson? You like that idea?
They got 12 picks. They're not going to draft 12 players.
How about trading way up
Somebody's
in the
going.
first round and getting, I don't know,
Mendoza,
the kid, the receiver from USC, Lemon. How about that?
Chet.
Yeah, you don't have to trade up maybe that far.
Chet Lemon.
Maybe only 5 or 6 spots. Yeah, Lemon.
Yeah, I mean.
Chet Lemon. Where do you think Jeremiah Love goes, Bob? Would you draft a running back in the top 10?
I like him, but no. Not in the top 10, I would.
Would you, big boy?
I would definitely consider it.
Me too. Bob. Jeremiah Love, are you kidding me? That guy's a stud.
I know, but I wouldn't put him in top 10. I think they're...
People make fun of Bijan Robinson.
Jameer Gibbs.
I think they're both outstanding. I like Bijan Robinson. If I could have him.
Did Jonathan Taylor go in the first?
How about Carnell Tate for the Steelers? They trade up into the top 8 or something like that.
I think.
What are you saying here? Do you think they're going to make a big deal to get up in the first round?
I don't.
Well, what do you think they're going to do? You said they have a bunch of draft picks.
I think they're going to continue to build out their interior offensive and defensive linemen. So when they get that quarterback of the future, whoever it might be, he has a puncher's chance to be able to be protected. Why do you think they're putting so much effort into their coaching staff of offensive line backgrounds? They got now 3 of them. Something tells me that they're quite aware of the situation.
Whether or not
the offensive line is already advancing, Bob. I thought they took a step last year.
But they're going to lose Sayamalu, right? And they need depth.
Maybe
not. My point is, if I were the Steelers right now, knowing that at some point there has to be a new quarterback in here, and you're going to want that guy to have a lot of weapons and stuff at his disposal, you could take care of a lot of that in this draft coming up.
Would you like to hear Daniel Jeremiah's mock draft, Bob?
Sure.
Well, I can't find it, so you can't. Go ahead. Keep talking.
Who would Joe Starkey's pick be?
In terms of position, I think I'm going receiver. I want a bona fide star if I can get one.
When was the last time they took a receiver in the first round? I'm trying to think off the top of my head.
Plex? And anybody after that?
Probably not. Washington was 2.
Was there, Bob, a first rounder after Plex?
Deontay was 3.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't think there was.
Martavis was like 4.
Or is that a bad pick because you can find receivers anywhere?
Oh, you can find receivers anywhere, but you got to make the right choice. That's the whole key of this all. Same with quarterbacks. Same with running backs. You can find a running back in the 6th round, but you better make sure you're going to probably fail on 15 of them before you find the one you want.
Santonio Holmes was a first-round pick.
See, they moved back to get him, right?
I thought they moved up to get him.
The only one they moved back was Casey Hampton, right? They moved up to get Devin Bush, too.
He actually became serviceable this year, didn't he, Bob?
Yeah, he too was a victim of where he was drafted. He was really good to start, got injured. The injury affected him. Sometimes when you're drafted that high, the expectations are kind of unreal.
He was doomed from the day he walked on that stage in New York with that suit.
Who's their highest drafted receiver since Santonio Holmes? Wrong. Limas Swede. No, I lied. George Pickens.
George Pickens, right. Yeah. Limas, though, he was a George Pickens type, a Martavis Bryant type, a big guy who can go down the field and drop passes.
And had issues, red flags.
Man, was that drafted disaster.
That's the problem. When you get those star wide receivers in the 2nd round, most likely they fell to the 2nd round because there's some red flags. Martavis.
Thank you, big boy. We have to go.
Oh, now you're on time. Hey, congratulations on your...
Actually, we're still late. But thank you for coming
Mark.
in.
Congratulations on your 8th place finish.
Thanks, buddy. We'll get the T-shirts. We're number 8 printed out.
Hey, how about this, by the way? Ding, ding, ding. Not that you...
Wait. This might be what I think you're about to say, Bob.
Why don't we reveal it next on the Limitless Express?
Up next on the Limitless Express is going to take up the entire Limitless Express. We have some big pirate rumor news about a potential. Yeah, this is what Bob was looking at.
Yeah.
There is potentially a big name.
May I add
coming
a treat
to the Pirates.
That? May I add a treat to that?
Yes.
I walked back into the sales office and recruited Daniel Zangrilli for 1 p.m.
Wonderful. Perfect.
Bob, you like that? Pitchers and catchers report
This
a week from today.
Big
By the way,
here.
the Pirates farm system, once again, has been named number 1 in the land.
Number 1?
No, it hasn't.
Yes, it has.
By who?
It's been number 4, highest I've seen.
Hold on a minute.
We don't have a minute.
No, yes, you do. You've just wasted about 30
Keith
here.
Law had them, I think, 4.
Baseball America.
Oh,
has the
wow.
Pirates ranked number 1. Up from 16. See, they made progress. They
I
went
bet
from
they
16.
thanked him, right? They sent a thank you note to Baseball America. Holy ostrich milk, Bob.
How about that?
See, you should have saved that for the Limitless Express,
They love Connor Griffin.
All right. And some others. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider. For over 50 years, 93.7 The Fan trading cards brought to you by the Baseball Card Castle, your go-to destination for sports cards, collectibles, and memorabilia. These cards have pics and stats of fan hosts, and you can pick them up at Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry or anytime we're out in the community. Okay, let me tell you about my feet, specifically the joints of my big toes, lots of problems, lots of discomfort for many years. Well, guess what? The discomfort has lessened. Better performance for me because of the Good Feet Foot Arch Support System. So easy. Go in any kind of shoe. You don't have to go out and buy new shoes, anything like that. You got golf shoes, basketball shoes, Bob's tap dancing shoes, just regular work shoes or sneakers. It's so simple, and no matter what your issue might be, and man, these foot issues can keep you from just taking a walk around the block. It's very discouraging, whether it's plantar fasciitis, pain and burning in the needles in your heel, whatever it might be. Discomfort everywhere. This could work for you. It worked for me. You can go to one of the stores. There's one on the waterfront by Panera. The one I went to is Robinson Town Center across from IKEA. Cranberry Township, Route 19 North next to Walgreens. And there's one down in Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center. Check it all out at goodfeet.com. Come on in. Try the Good Feet feeling today. Less discomfort, more energy, better performance at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
According to Mark Cabali late last night, Steelers are going to name Brian Angelico as their new offensive coordinator. He is the pass game coordinator and tight ends coach of the Minnesota Vikings and is expected to be here and work with Mike McCarthy as the staff continues to fill out. Patrick Graham, the Steelers defensive coordinator, expected to lead that unit, especially with McCarthy as the offensive mind calling the Steelers plays. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Brought to you by Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? It finally happened. The LA Clippers are sending James Harden to the Cavs for Darius Garland and a second-round pick. He's 36. He's up there in age. And at 36, I think it's obvious that Harden is in win-now mode. Do I think he's going to get that with the Cavs? We'll have to see. I'm Addie Bates.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Why wait weeks?
weeks, or even months to service your vehicle. Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model.
No appointment necessary.
Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance.
No appointment necessary. No phone call needed.
Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424.
Pellman Electric in Greensburg is a full-service electrical contractor serving all of Western PA. Pellman specialized in new homes, renovations, service upgrades, energy and efficient homes, hot tub, pools, landscape lighting. Call Pellman Electric 724-838-7150 for any electrical needs.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family-owned and operated since 1929, specializing in local and long-distance moves. We also offer packing, storage, and much more. Corrigan is ready to provide you a stress-free and simple relocation. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
What's up, guys? Chris Muller here. It's frigid outside. We all know this to be true. One place you don't want things to be cold or frigid is the bedroom. If they are, heat them up with Blue Chew, because Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And guys, that means Blue Chew can help you be more confident where and when it counts. And Blue Chew really is that good. You're going to have flashbacks to your prime, to when you told everybody you were in your glory days. And your date nights, well, they just got longer and better for everyone. And guys, it isn't just about performance. You know that her group chat is always talking, so give them something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners as well. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Think switching to T-Mobile's a whole complicated thing? Nah, it's easy. You can do it almost anywhere in just 15 minutes.
Even poolside like Drewski, you can switch to T-Mobile and unlock savings that are built to last. With T-Mobile's Better Value Plan, you can save over $1,000 a year versus Verizon and AT&T. Save on streaming, satellite, and more benefits that they leave out.
I get all the VIP perks.
Start saving from day one, and for a limited time, get T-Mobile's Better Value Plan.
I know you love deals.
Plus, switch right now, and we'll even pay off your old phone up to $800. What do you think of all that, Drewski?
Stay chillin', just switching. It's better over here.
Check the math at T-Mobile.com/better value. Savings versus comparable plans at AT&T and Verizon, plus the cost of optional benefits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. With 3+ lines of Better Value Plan, 3+ new lines and 2 eligible ports, or 3+ lines and 5+ years on T-Mobile postpaid plan required. Qualifying credit required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Get up to $800 per line via virtual prepaid card. Typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. Qualifying unlocked device credit service ported 90+ days with device and eligible carrier, and timely redemption required. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC.
Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's Camp. Let your kid be a kid. Down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
Our cheese logs are so good, people complain there's too much cheese. Only at Bubba's Gourmet Burgers and Beer.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
He was the limitless wonder.
I love you. I love you. They call them trolls or whatever, people that just sit behind a computer in their mom's basement.
You idiot.
It was a joke.
Hold on, let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same thing.
Now you're insulting my intelligence.
No, I'm insulting your integrity. That's in Cranky
There we go.
It's time for the Limitless Express. Bob, give me your best all aboard if you had worked at a train station.
All aboard!
Let's go, Limits.
Thank you, Bob. Well, are the Pirates all aboard finally adding a big-name free agent?
Oh, who you got?
We've heard this story before, however.
Let's hear it. Who is it?
Is it changed this time? Ken Rosenthal writes, the Pirates are emerging as an aggressive suitor for left-handed pitcher Framber Valdez, two-time All-Star, formerly of the Houston Astros, a lefty. Rosenthal says in The Athletic, thwarted in numerous attempts to find additional offense, the Pirates have emerged as one of the most aggressive clubs to pursue Valdez.
Wow.
Again, we've heard these kinds of things about aggressive pursuit, and that's fine. But at some point, you have to deliver on those pursuits.
He's pretty darn good, Bob.
What's his price tag? And I'll tell you.
What's his price tag? And Bob will tell you if it's realistic.
I mean, I would think at least $20 million.
Look it up.
You don't think they need a third baseman over another pitcher? I know they have a lot of young pitchers.
That's a good question. I would take Framber Valdez over. I would have taken him over Eugenio Suarez. I'll take another stud in the rotation, and I'll get by for a while with Tree or somebody else at third. You give me this guy? Now, his ERA went up a bit last year to 3.66, but he made 31 starts, 31, 31, 28, 31 in his last number of years. He wins games. I know that's been de-emphasized, but 17, 12, 15, 13 ERAs of 2.82, 3.45, 2.91, 3.66. He strikes out, a batter an inning, went down slightly last year. Give me that guy, Bob.
Okay, fine. Again, my question is how much?
Spot Track says his market value, $33 million.
Okay.
1 year, $33 million?
If they won't do that for Suarez, they're not going to do that for that. I'd give them a big applause if they did.
$33 million average annual value on whatever deal that he would get. That's what Spot Track
They're not doing
projecting.
that.
Well,
No.
That's what I said. I'd rather go after a third baseman than by trade. The Mets have a couple. The Phillies have one. If they're not going to sign one of these guys like Suarez, then do that.
Well, why hasn't he been signed yet?
His price is probably too high.
His price is coming down.
Yeah, price is coming down. He also has the qualifying offer attached to him, which I believe is you'd lose like a second-round pick or a third-round pick if you sign him.
Cares?
It's not that big of a deal.
I would, if they agree to whatever financial framework he has, he's a very nice guy to put in there. He immediately becomes probably number 2 on your staff behind Skeens. right?
Yeah,
Ahead of Chandler.
Everything I'm seeing is he was supposed to get a multi-year deal. That's gone down to.
Well, it could still be a multi-year deal, but because of where his market is right now, maybe it's a one-year deal with a player option or something like that just to reset his market, just like Eugenio Suarez signed.
He's 32. The Blue Jays seem to want him as well. So if I'm betting on who might win that battle, I'm going to go Blue Jays. But
he's predicted to sign a 3-year, $90 million deal.
No, they're not doing that. Not for him.
I don't think so either.
I like him, but there are other lefties out there who.
Now you got me all pumped for nothing.
Veteran experience. You know, again, if you're going to look at guys who have a surplus, the Mets signed Bo Bichette. When they did that, they have guys who are not going to play there, a surplus of infielders who the Pirates could get. And I'm just wondering if they would go in that direction and to fill their third base need. Or maybe they're going to say to themselves,
we're bringing up
Connor Griffin. We're going to start him every day at shortstop, and we'll figure out third baseman as we go.
You know what we can do is ask Dan Zangrilli all about this coming up next. Chances they sign Valdez, I say 10%. Bob? Unless we're suddenly, like sometimes limits guys fly way under the radar for a bargain price. Maybe that's why Rosenthal thinks this.
$15 million for Suarez, I thought was a bargain.
So did I.
Very much a bargain.
So Rosenthal also includes in this story to bring the mood down. However, the Pirates, again, might prove to be a little more than a stalking horse for a more competitive team willing to offer Valdez the type of short-term deal with opt-outs he seemingly will like to command.
Give him an opt-out deal. Then you only have to pay him for 1 year, maybe. Let him opt out. One great year. We'll take it, Bob, won't we?
Yeah, I whatever the money is, just pay it. It's not like they can't pay it. They can pay it. I would have gone over whatever Cincinnati offered for Suarez. And I know he has his limitations, but if I can get some...
It's too late for that.
I know that, but I would have gone over and above.
There's some young, tradable third basemen out there.
Of course there are. And I said the Mets would be the first place to start if you want to do that. But as far as signing this guy, 3 years, $90 million, they're not going to do it. 1 year, $33, they won't do it. They could, they should, if they wanted him bad enough. Why wouldn't you?
Maybe they will. They've surprised us a little bit this offseason, haven't they?
Yeah, but 33 is a whole different ballpark for 1 year.
What does aggressively pursuing mean?
It's a hyped up version of we're trying real hard, but we're not going to try that hard, I think.
Like aggressively pursuing, at least to me, makes it sound like
it means you made an offer.
Really, really want to get this thing done.
It means you made the guy an offer. To me,
that means if you made an offer, you're interested. Like when it's put out there by insiders and sources.
If somebody reports you're aggressively pursuing a guy, to me that means you have made a competitive, market reasonable offer.
So do you think that they're offering like a 3-year, $90 million deal?
I don't know what they're doing, Limits. I just got news of this.
What about that? What if this is out there? What if they're doing with Valdez to sign him to, let's say it's 2-60, hypothetically, to turn around and trade Mitch Keller for a third baseman?
Oh, now we're talking, Bob.
I thought that may have been
it would flip around the money a little bit.
Is thinking,
because Keller's got, $17 million on the books?
He's a bargain.
Somebody wants Keller. You trade Keller for one of these AAA high-end prospects.
Wouldn't you thought that would have happened already, though?
Maybe.
Because I thought when the offseason ended or started, I said that's going to be the first guy because he has a lot of what
I think Limits is talking now, Bob.
Or what if you trade Keller for Josh Young, the third baseman with the Rangers? Or
what's his contract at?
He's got a couple more years left.
Is he available?
In arbitration.
I mean, do they put him out there, or is that something that...
He's been a name that's been floated around in rumors this offseason.
So Keller's at about $17 million this year, Bob. So you offer the other guy $30, so it's basically a $13 million wash, or take a few more million.
And you get something in return who could be a valuable part of your third base plan.
Maybe,
right?
Or you get somebody like... who's the guy who his nickname is the Val?
Tree? Is the Val?
No, the John Brixton something.
Jostinson Garcia.
Yes, exactly.
You get the password.
You get a high-end AAA guy for Mitch Keller that you think maybe can play this year, maybe next year, and you wind up with Valdez. Would you like that, Bob?
Yeah, I would like that, but I think it's going to be that's pretty complicated.
No, it's not. You trade one pitcher and bring in another.
I would do that. If you could trade Keller for a Josh Young, or maybe you finagle a deal for Alec Boehm, who's on an expiring contract, bring in Valdez. Valdez is a better pitcher than Keller, and he's a lefty, and we know how lefties play at PNC Park.
Everything he just said is 100% accurate.
I'm looking at a team that has an excess, and right now, again, because
an excess
the
of
Mets of infielders and people who can play third base. If I'm going to make a trade, that's where I'm going to go.
Yeah.
The guy, what's the guy's name? Beatty in New York. He's the Brett Beatty, I think.
Correct.
If I remember, he had 20 home runs or something of that nature last year, and he's a young guy. And again, because they brought in Bo Bichette, the other guy is Vientos, who is a nice player. He can play that position with a little bit of power.
Yeah, I would love that. I think Limits is onto something here, Bob. Why don't we ask Zangrilli next, shall we? Let's do it. Dan Zangrilli on the Pirates. They report catchers and pitchers anyway a week from today. JP Roofing and Siding, he reports every day. Early to his North Versailles office out on Route 30. What a man he is, and what a mustache he has, and what a resume he's built. An Owens Corning preferred, platinum preferred company, not an easy designation to get. Only 1% of them get it. JP has it. Been out to my house a number of times. They do great work. They're good people. $500 off your first roofing or siding installation. 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
So the news that just came down in the last half an hour or so, Ken Rosenthal of The Athletic reporting that the Pirates are aggressively pursuing Framber Valdez, left-handed pitcher, formerly of the Houston Astros. He's currently a free agent. Valdez, now 32, he'll be 32 throughout the entirety of the season. Had a WAR of just about 4 last year, 3.8, and a 3.66 ERA in 31 starts. He won the World Series with the Astros in 2022, was an All-Star in 22 and 23 as a 3.36 career ERA. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 78 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
This is Stephen Barry Ehrenrich from Petite. Traditions are passed down from generation to generation. And at Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, we have a tradition of making customers' dreams come true.
Over the years, 3 generations of our family have worked with countless customers. We've listened to their ideas and then developed designs for their kitchens and baths.
And speaking of traditions, we've also had the unique privilege of creating generations of satisfied customers the Petite way.
They've seen that upgrading a kitchen or bath adds value to a home and makes it more desirable. And we can do the same for your home with the best designers and installers in the business.
Come visit our newly remodeled showroom. The response has been overwhelming.
Petite Kitchen and Bath is on Route 50, just off the Carnegie exit, or call 412-279-2222. That's 412-279-2222.
Haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
Hey guys, it's Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. You're guaranteed to score big this Valentine's Day with a gift from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Our expert team is sure to help you find something she'll love and you'll be proud to give her.
Have we met?
When you jump on the back of a bull and the gate swings, there's no middle ground. You either ride it out with 8 seconds of pure adrenaline or hit the dirt and run. Bull riding is not just a sport, it's a gamble of guts and glory. Nothing else compares. This is the PBR Unleash the Beast Tour. See the best bull riders in the world face off at U.S. Border Patrol PBR Pittsburgh, presented by Ariat at PPG Paints Arena, February 13th and 14th. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster. It's bull time. time.
Maybe you think you made a mistake and now it's too late. Maybe you think the insurance company talked you out of taking the next step. Maybe you think it's too late to hire a lawyer. Before you give up, I think you should call my law firm. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and if you were hurt in an accident in Pennsylvania, I want you to know that you have 2 years to file a lawsuit. Don't miss out on the chance to improve your life by getting the settlement you deserve. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And remember, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Hey, it's Pony back to tell you guys about Xfinity. When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. That's right, no contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. That would be wild. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration. Now through February 22nd, get your best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call visitxfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
Black and gold fans at Schley.company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
Visit the North Shore Tavern located on Federal Street right across from PNC Park for Pittsburgh's most memorable meal. Enjoy an array of delicious apps, entrees, homemade soups, desserts, cocktails, and of course, delicious steaks and seafood served on a sizzling lava stone. The vast menu changes weekly, offering something for every taste bud. Why not let their staff pamper you while you host a family or work event? The North Shore Tavern, a stone's throw away from PNC Park and Pittsburgh's home for steak on a stone.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. Yes, it is the last call for football, but all week long, FanDuel is giving you a daily profit boost every single day leading up to the big game. Today, it's 30% profit boost on the receiving markets. That's receiving yards, over-unders, alt receiving yards, most receiving yards. Jackson Smith and Jigba's number's 93.5. That seems a little low based on what he did against the Rams. That's not my favorite, though. I like Stephon Diggs to go over what is a very paltry pedestrian number. He's had a quiet playoff run. I think the ball's going to be in the air a lot for New England in this game, and I think he's going to be the number one recipient of it. All you have to do is opt in each day on FanDuel and place an eligible bet to use that day's profit boost. Play your game. game with FanDuel. 21 plus at present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now drawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when needed. We show up with access to convenient care options and coverage that fits everyday life. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins last night were able to take a point against the New York Islanders, but ended up losing it 5-4, 5 goals allowed by Stuart Skinner in the loss. One more game before the Olympics. Sidney Crosby playing for Team Canada, part of 4 Penguins that will play in the Olympics. They'll play against the Buffalo Sabres tomorrow on the road at 7. More headlines can be found at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Dan Zangrilli joins the show next.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Papiani and Joe Stuckey. It's powerful. The Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
They found a way to grab a pickaxe, a shovel, and dig even a deeper hole to a rung of hell that is far past Satan himself.
I love you. I love you.
Yes,
One of the best rants ever in the history of this radio station.
You're not kidding. I found him lurking in the office back there, and he agreed to come on, which was very generous of him. The most knowledgeable Pirates man around, Mr. Dan Zangrilli, has joined us. Everybody give him a hand, Bob.
Thank you very much, Danny. It's always a pleasure to have you here before the season starts, too.
Oh, wow. That's nice. Really, really nice.
Pitchers and catchers report a week from today. Limits as a fresh, hot off the presses here. Framber Valdez, Rosenthal says they're aggressively pursuing. Are you going to make us pumped here or put a pin in the old balloon, Dr. Zangrilli?
Yeah, I'm going to throw a little cold water on it.
All right.
I don't see him coming here being paid at least $22 million because that's what he rejected in a qualifying offer from the Houston Astros. Now, let's just say he really wants to reset his market value at PNC Park, which a guy like Framber Valdez, I think it's hand in glove, most certainly. Maybe he even takes a little bit of a pay cut just to get out of the ballpark in Houston. Do I see that happening? I don't. To me, I think this is more just agent posturing, putting it out there. I ran this up the flagpole a little bit just to kind of get a sense, checking with some people, and it doesn't seem like there's a ton of fire around this smoke. So that's what I got. And listen, the Pirates would also have to give up, in addition to, let's just, for argument's sake, in addition to $22 million. And it's probably got to be a multi-year deal with an opt-out, right? And that's what Rosenthal is reporting, and I'm sure the Pirates would love him right in the rotation, but I don't think it's going to be for $22 million on a one-year deal. And if it's going to be a multi-year deal, which I would think it's going to command that, if you're going to reject the QO from Houston, I just don't see a pathway here where it makes a ton of sense. So I have said that the Pirates need, if they've got money to spend, and if it's hitter versus pitcher, I would go pitcher. And I was on the radio here a couple of days ago saying that I would go on a one-year free agency deal with a veteran lefty like a Jose Quintana, Tyler Anderson, the deals that Cherington has actually hit on to lengthen this rotation. I don't think the depth in the rotation is nearly as good as it needs to be. They traded away 2 starting pitchers this past offseason, but Valdez, I would be very shocked, and based on some people that I talked to, this seems like more of a long shot.
Why did his name come up, Valdez? There's got to be some reason for that.
Probably just agency posturing, and the Pirates, I think, have been as active as anybody, and they still are very active. Maybe there has been some touch points. Maybe there has been some tertiary interest, but from what I'm gathering, from what I'm hearing, I don't think it's as hot and heavy as Rosenthal is reporting.
I guess I wasn't aware they were hot and heavy for another front of the rotation type starter. I think most people assume they were still chasing a third baseman, another hitter here. I didn't know that. So is this a giveaway that they're after another front of the rotation guy?
No, I think Cherington has explicitly said that. I mean, for the last month, that's been on his wish list, and he's publicly stated that. He even mentioned that he wants to add to the bullpen as well. I mean, they want all three areas. I think they're still going to be as active as they possibly can in finding a right-handed bat. They do want to add to the rotation, maybe even another piece in the bullpen. So I think they're far from done, but as it is specific to Valdez, I mean, they want to add to the rotation, but I don't think it's $22 million on a multi-year deal with an opt-out. Now, if he blows up, he gets hurt. They don't want $22 million on the books for 2027 when they're likely not playing baseball for an extended period of time. So I see why it would make a ton of sense for Valdez, but it would obviously have to be on the Pirates' terms, and I don't think it would be anywhere near what his true market value is.
Which is why the Suarez situation struck me when I saw the number of $15 million. I said, it's a one-year deal. That makes total sense, regardless of what he'd actually do here. But you have a guy with some power. Why didn't they go either more money or add something to that? Or do you think strictly it was he went on to play for Terry Francona, he has a history with Cincinnati, plus he can hit more home runs in that ballpark? Why couldn't the Pirates overcome those three things?
Well, I think the last two things that you mentioned, I think were far more prominent than just the actual money. I don't think that, and I've said this from the get-go, I would be interested in Eugenio Suarez on a one-year $15 million deal. Yes, I would be. Would I be interested in a 35-year-old guy that's going to flirt with 200, probably not hit nearly the home runs that he's hit over the last few years, be abysmal at third base? Yes, he can play some first base. Yes, there's DH at-bats as well, no doubt. But I have always looked at him as a ticking time bomb. I would have taken the one-year, $15 million flyer, but all things being equal, the Pirates aren't going to win that. Would they have to overpay significantly? Yes. I mean, do the Pirates need to do that in some instances? Yes. Would that have been a prudent thing, Bob? Say 2 years and $42 million? Would you have done that?
I would have done that. Yeah, I wanted some power for this year for Skeen's remaining time here, wherever that is. I would try to win everything now as best as I could.
If I was going to take $22 million and throw it on the 2027 books, I would do that with Framber Valdez then.
Okay, somebody. I mean, that's also an upgrade that I take, but I just think the hitting and the power is just so
who's going to play?
need.
Who's going to play third base?
Probably Jared Triolo. And the Marcell Ozuna smoke is real, from what I understand.
As a DH?
Probably, yeah.
Limits just groaned back there.
What about the guys?
No, I didn't groan.
What about Beatty? What about Vientos? What about all these guys who are, I think, in situations where they may have their playing time cut and therefore become expendable?
I mean, what about Luis Arraez? That ship sailed. I've been saying that for a year.
I get on that ship.
Why was it only $12 million?
I've been saying that for a year and a half, haven't I, Joe?
Give me professional at-bats every time up.
What did he strike out 12 times all year?
Samoan play hits 300 or plus.
I mean, you're very left-handed heavy with Lau, O'Hearn, Horowitz, Reynolds more often than not. Now, granted, some of these guys can hit left-handed pitching, but you really do need a right-handed stick. Ozuna, I guess, is next up on their list.
What do you think of Limits theory, getting back to Valdez, that if they were to splurge on him, it would be accompanied by a Mitch Keller trade to mitigate the finances?
I mean, I've long been an advocate of trading for Keller.
Trading Keller.
Trading Keller.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I wouldn't do it because I don't think that there's much that you need to free up in terms of dollars. I think they've done mostly the heavy lifting offensively. Maybe they add one more bat. I think they can just add to the budget. They don't need to free up a ton of money by trading Keller. I don't think that you want to have more attrition in your rotation, so that would create a problem. Even though you add Valdez, then, again, you're just moving deck chairs around. Now, Valdez would be, I think, objectively better than Keller, certainly, but then you still have to add another piece to your rotation. You would just be one for one. You want to add one.
Yeah, I just think they got to do something here, and maybe that something is they decide Connor Griffin is going to start here. We're going to pay him as a starter here. We're going to do something we haven't done really all that much. Would that make you feel better about their offense if he were to start here right from the very beginning?
100%.
Because I like that.
I think
I'm
that's
to the point now. I just want to play the kid.
That is the cheapest, probably most effective, instantaneous. You snap your fingers, something that you can control, and you get better. Yeah, I do think there's a cautionary tale that they are concerned with that they followed when you look at the arc, the development, and some of the case studies of Jackson Holliday. That's been basically what a can't-miss prospect, probably just as ballyhooed, projectable as Griffin is, or maybe even more so in some respects.
Is that a Jackson Churio kind of thing too? Similar age when he...
Yeah, but those guys also spun their wheels. I think more so Holliday, because he was a high school guy, than Churio being an international guy. But they're looking at Holliday, can't miss, right? You can parachute him in, and he's instantly going to be a superstar. Well, that has not been a linear thing. And he's been up and down, and it's basically been 2 years of him spinning his wheels. Mm-hmm. Do the Orioles, I think, with, the benefit of hindsight, would they go back and do it a little differently? Would they allow that development process to take root more? I think so. Looking at that as a potential case study, now they're not exactly, symmetrical with one another, Griffin and Holliday, but I think that is something that gives the Pirates pause. Now, there's also a big financial piece of this with 2027 looming as well. When we talk about control, you bring him up day one, you could eventually be down 2 years of control with not so many plate appearances under your belt with Griffin. So, but yes, do I bring him up day one? If it were me, for sure. I throw him into the deep end of the pool. I'm with you, Bob, and from that standpoint.
Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Dan Zangrilli, Pirates pre and post, many Pirates things, has joined us here in studio. Percent chance that McCutchen's back?
Interesting question.
Thank you, Bob.
I'll go 38.5%.
Do you think him and Bob Nutting met, as Adam Crowley reported? And what do you think they said?
Oh, I know they met.
Okay.
Yeah, I have that as well. Sure. They did meet. What they talked about, I'm not sure. Obviously, I think Rosenthal hit the nail on the head with his article and how they recapped it. And this has always been my stance. I think I've been pretty firm and consistent on it. The way that Rosenthal's article ended yesterday has been my stance. And here's how it ended. Quote, if they don't want McCutchen, fine. But it's difficult for them to justify moving on when they haven't found someone better. McCutchen isn't a problem until he's a problem. I've said that ad nauseum. The communication breakdown has been unfortunate and I think wholly preventable. Rosenthal also points out, and I would agree with him, that when was or is a good time to have the conversation with McCutchen and him react positively. There's no real pathway to that conversation where it ends well. Is it at the beginning?
Right. That's right.
Is it at the beginning of last year? Is it midway through the year? Mm-hmm. Is it the final 2 weeks of 2025? Is it the day after the season ends? I don't think that there's a great time to have conversation.
There's never a great time to break up with somebody, but the best way to do it is to tell them we're done, which they should have told him after the season. He was one of the least productive DHs in the National League last year.
Hold on a second.
It's time to move on.
So he's in the 12th percentile in walk rate and in chase rate. His at-bats, I think, were very strong. Now, do you try to make your club better? Is he your first priority? Is he your first option? Absolutely not. But if there's room for Jack Suwinski, Joe, on this roster, be sure and be clear, be certain there is room for Andrew McCutchen.
Well, if the Pirates' low bar is what they're trying to clear by bringing back Jack Suwinski
damning with faint praise,
then fine.
This is all damning with faint praise.
They should have told him after the season, thank you. It's been a 3-year run we didn't even expect. Great. It's time. We're going to try. Yes.
I don't think
they
so.
They have to upgrade. They have to upgrade at DH.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Okay, so if the Pirates are so incompetent that they can't upgrade at DH, then bring back McCutchen.
Okay, and
if that's the rationale.
And as we sit here on February 4th, is there no room for him on the bus today?
I suppose there is today because of their own incompetence, yes.
Okay, so until there's not room on the bus for him, there is.
What is the PR value of him now? 3 years
Maybe
into
by
this?
saying goodbye, they would have put themselves into more of a pressurized situation to get somebody.
Also, or what they're doing is they're trying to have it both ways, string this along, leave the door slightly cracked open, and have 3 or 4 items to try to get to ahead of him before they eventually arrive at him.
What?
Basically, they're going to wait, and it'll be the last thing that they try to do, hoping that there's better options that they can, again, create a situation where they could say, hey, Andrew, there's just no room.
Force themselves into doing that. Force myself into finding a better option.
Why? Okay, yes,
because
that's fine.
It's critical to get a better bat there.
It is. Yes, it is. But until they do that, to sit here and we have all said that you need to move on. You need to move on. There's no way that he should be on the team. Well, as the roster was constructed and now currently is, there is room for him.
But
until
there seems
there's not.
to still be options. What about you mentioned Ozuna?
Sure.
That there's smoke to that. Go get him.
Objectively better.
Go get him.
Okay, if they do, then that conversation that you and I, this conversation, it changes.
But in the meantime, you're stringing McCutchen along and along and along, and he doesn't seem very pleased with that.
Well, that's part of the business
I think you
as
owe
well.
it to him.
I agree, and they should have had that conversation. Listen, you're not our first priority, objectively.
Okay, I'll meet you there.
Here is our list. We need to be better than just replacement level. While you certainly were damning with faint praise one of our better offensive pieces. While you are a legend, while, yes, you were very unlucky, while, yes, you could still
have the conversation.
Have the conversation in a way that is as professional as possible. Now, what sort of consternation does that create? I don't know. Were they just conflict avoidant? Probably, and they shouldn't have been so. They ran from it instead of addressing it head on. It certainly appears that way. And it's now percolated to the point where you've got a lot of hurt feelings, and I think you've kind of put yourself in a real rock and a hard place where there's direct conversations between a player and an owner as opposed to a GM and an agent, which, oh, by the way, McCutchen for the last 2 years has not had. This has been back of the napkin coffee meetings, handshake, gentlemen's agreements. So believe you, I would believe, and I haven't heard this directly, but if I'm Andrew McCutchen and I remove my agent from the equation each of the last 2 years, and I do this on a gentleman's handshake agreement, and I'm told basically by the owner that, hey, Andrew McCutchen can be a Pirate as long as he wants to. That's what Bob Nutting said. Now, okay, now he sits in a position where he still thinks he can play. I think a lot of people believe that he still can play. Well, now I don't have an agent. What are my options? I mean, and he gave you a heavily discounted rate and most certainly for 3 years outperformed his contract.
So when he first came here, the PR value in this was big, I thought.
And the monitor and the production value.
What is it now, 3 years later? Is it still a driving force for a deal to get done? Or do you, and like you said, his offensive numbers, you can make whatever you want to make, but they still need better from that position.
They do.
So how much is that versus the PR value, and how much is that still a big factor in this?
Well, I think it's not so much the PR value or the PR nightmare that it could be if he goes elsewhere, hits 19 home runs, and then pops a 750 OPS.
Nobody will care if they win here.
Yeah, it's winning here versus
now,
Andrew McCutchen and how he feels about it. I think they got to try to win here now, especially.
So if it's a push, right? If it's not necessarily a detriment to carry him on the roster, and it's not so much a huge upgrade. If all things being equal, if his presence on the roster, occupying one of the 26 spots, does you no better or worse, then I'm deferring, yes, to legacy. Then, yes, I am deferring to PR if it is a push. Now, here's option C, which I think that should have been on the table, and this is something that other veteran players have done, and you say, Andrew, listen, right now, opening day or going into spring training, our roster does not have room for you, assuming the Pirates do everything that they should be doing between now and say, March 15th. Things change throughout the course of a year. If somebody gets hurt, if somebody does not perform up to expectations, please stay in shape. And then we need you to go to Altoona for 2 weeks to get your timing down.
Imagine that, Bob.
And
if
then
McCutchen came in August.
Or even June.
Might be better for him and them.
100%. You minimize the wear and tear on the body, right? You don't have to be going from, February 1 all the way to October. You don't hit until June anyway, right? So you can parachute in, gallop in on a horse, save the day, hit for 3 months, and the Pirates are teetering around 500 around Memorial Day, and in comes Kutch to save the day. I don't know. Could that be a scenario? And you play 3 months of the year. You get to be on the bus. You get to go out a winner. Ideally, he wants to get to the postseason one final time in a Pirates uniform. And for all of us, by the way, I'm saying media fan, whomever is in the camp that we need to punt this guy into the sun. Why are we wishing this away? I'll say what I said to the morning show. I don't have a short memory, and I'm also not going to be short-sighted when it comes to this.
The only thing I'd say is punt him into the sun has such a negative connotation.
Well, that's what everybody wants to do.
Well, I don't think part
as if he's the problem.
He was a problem last year.
How so? He was like the third best player.
On the Pirates. That's like me being the third fastest guy with me, Harry Callis, and Casey Hampton.
So much bigger fish to fry, Joe. It is fish fry season.
Fish
yes,
to fry.
Is.
All we're talking about is bats. It's literally the name of that position. A designated hitter.
Right. Who's better right now?
On the Pirates?
Yes.
Again, you're asking the wrong question.
Again, damning with faint praise. So make this a non-conversation.
First of all, Ryan O'Hearn has reverse splits, so he could be your DH.
He's also very good defensively at first base.
Okay, so is Horowitz.
No, he's not.
You don't think Horowitz is a good defensive player?
Yeah.
Bob?
He might be playing second base at this point.
What?
Horowitz is going to play some second base. Lau might be in the outfield. O'Hearn might be at first base.
Geez.
Why didn't you start with that? That's breaking news.
No, it's not. It's just Horowitz did play second base final game of the year. He played some in Toronto. Now he's not good at it, but I bet
thought
you
he was
plays
a good
more.
defensive first baseman. I'm wrong?
He's certainly no Ryan O'Hearn.
Okay.
All things being equal.
Well, if that's the case, then who is your designated hitter?
Right. And listen, McCutchen is taking DH at-bats away from Reynolds, O'Hearn, Lau, Horowitz, a combination of all four of those guys, right? Certainly. And if you bring Ozuna into the mix, then this conversation that we've had, it's really tough to justify a spot on the roster. But if they don't,
clearly they're looking or he would be here.
Correct. And that's why I go back to, Pirates want to keep McCutchen, not necessarily wrong terminology here as the ace in the hole, but they know they have this at least. But we do, need to improve offensive production. So we're going to try to go to options A, B, C, D, and E, and McCutchen, your F. If we get there, we get there.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you.
I think that's a great conversation, and I'm glad
Bob,
that we had it. This is where they are, and they got to figure this out sooner, you would think, rather than later, unless it's that bring him in halfway through the season.
Why can't that be a real scenario?
He has to sign off on that, though.
He does. And listen, then you're putting the ball, not to jump back in here, I know we got to go. Then
it's Bob's fault.
You put the ball completely in his court. Andrew, we have a spot and a roll.
Right.
This is what it is. And if he outright rejects that, well, guess what? You have washed your hands.
I don't think other teams are lining up for his 700 OPS.
And that's the other thing. The market will answer this for you.
Right.
The things that McCutchen has hurt feelings over clearly, well, the market will tell you how desirable and really how much they think that you could still get this done at a high level.
Which is what the market decided on Suarez.
Correct.
Bob keeps extending the conversation. I can't help it.
I had the fewest amount of syllables said in that last 20 minutes.
I know.
I'm
sorry, I did. I monopolized that conversation.
Bye, Dan.
But it wasn't my fault.
It was
Bob.
your fault.
It wasn't my fault.
I sat here and watched the entire time.
Just hit the button, Austin. Hit the button, Austin.
It was a good conversation, though, wasn't it,
because
Bob?
Bob has a message for the people.
It was a good conversation. And before I get to that message from the people, Joe, no, I'm just kidding.
Can I say one thing first before we get to the message for the people, and I'm going to stall?
What? It's
somebody
1:34.
Somebody inside our own building has put out a story about 2 players that the Pirates have engaged in trade talks on, saying that something can still get done.
Are those the 2 I mentioned earlier? Because those are the 2
What 2 players?
from
Say
the
it
Mets.
now.
Well, who in the building said it?
I said-
Austin?
We don't
thought
need
you
it
just
to
wanted me
be
to
now.
tease. All right.
Is
The
it
show's
public?
going to be over, and we're going to
I
get in
said
trouble,
Beatty
Bob.
and Vientos.
Andrew Filipponi says sources, Pirates have been engaged with Brett Beatty and Mark Vientos,
Didn't I just say that?
but have
They
been
both-
uprooted from the position because of Mets offseason moves.
Because of Bo
asking prices high.
Bichette. Bo Bichette moves in there.
Good.
And
Get
so
one
they're
of
going to
those
have
guys.
a surplus of guys.
Now you have a third baseman if you get one, right?
Yeah, they're 18 to
suppose.
20 home run guys, but so what? What could Triolo hit over the course of an entire
Bob,
season?
18 to 20 home runs is more than their entire infield hit last year.
I know that. That's why I'm saying I'd go after one of those now that Suarez is gone.
Jack Sawinski's going to hit 25 next year, right, Dan?
That just moved
In
Brian Reynolds
Altoona,
to
yeah.
I meant not
base.
home runs, like average 25.
Oh, jeez.
That's a good line by Limits, don't you think?
I wasn't listening.
Dan, 10 seconds on Beatty and Vientos.
I mean, depending on who you're giving up, sure, that's appealing.
There's no one listening to me.
Is Keller? Yeah, I know we heard it. That's another
What?
left-handed bat, though, isn't
I
it?
said that back at the
Vientos
very
left-handed.
beginning of this conversation.
I know.
I know.
I'm sorry, Bob,
That's okay.
for everything that just happened.
Vientos, he's left-handed, isn't he?
I don't know. Bob,
I think
talk.
so.
Do your thing.
Okay, I'm going to talk. How would you like to turn $20 into 100? Or, yeah, I mean, seriously, how would you like to do that? Because you can do that. It's that time of the year. Got the big game coming up on Sunday. You can put a wager on that game or the many prop bets that DraftKings Casino offers up. It's a new year. It's here, and so stellar rewards from DraftKings Casino are available to you. Blast off for a free chance at 5,000 in credits with Daily Rewards Rocket. Log on to DraftKings Casino and launch your rocket 3 times for a chance to collect credits, spins, and even more. Come back every day, and you can launch more rockets and get more rewards. Then enjoy all your favorite slots. We got live dealer experiences, classic table games. The crown is yours at DraftKings Casino in partnership with DraftKings Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 launches per day per rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Well, Bob, according to Cavalli, the Steelers are going to hire Minnesota Vikings pass game coordinator and tight ends coach Brian Angelico as their new offensive coordinator. And Cavalli's saying that it could be official as of Wednesday. He said that last night and doubled down on that with us earlier during the show. No report yet from the Steelers, but that's the way it's trending. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1-yard line? 1.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Mulsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Los Angeles Clippers traded James Harden to the Cleveland Cavaliers for Darius Garland and a second-round pick on Wednesday. The Clippers have been one of the hottest teams in the NBA over the last month, and James Harden has played well leading the team. Harden is now on another team chasing a championship, which looks like to me will be his lasting legacy. Always chasing. I'm Chris Black.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, a family-owned and local-based company, is your #1 choice for roofing in Pittsburgh. They do roofing, siding, and gutters with exceptional customer service for all your needs. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today.
Chris Muller and Donnie Football here. And Don, you know what's right around the corner, don't you?
Of course I do, Malsey. They don't call me Donnie Football for nothing. The big game, very, very close on the calendar.
And that means big game parties, and that also means lots of food and drinks. But thanks to Awaken 180 Weight Loss, we can still enjoy all of our favorites, even a few drinks, responsibly. Plus, you know I love to cook, Don, and the recipe portal on the Awaken 180 app has shown me a brave new world of healthy meals and snacks that also have the nice added benefit of tasting great.
That's another thing I love about Awaken 180, Chris. Besides the whole losing weight and keeping it off thing, you have so much help at your disposal. The recipes on the app, the coaching support that's free for life, even after you reach your goal weight, it all helps a ton.
Whether it's a big game party, a date night, or a cookout, Awaken 180 works with your everyday life, not against it. Find out more about the long-term solution for weight loss at awaken180weightloss.com.
We're going to be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're going to miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yup, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over. You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180. Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. I have a feeling it's going to be the Pirates on Framber Valdez, don't you?
No. Unfortunately.
Unless it's accompanied by a Keller trade, as you said. Oh, limitless wonder. And he'd be an upgrade on Keller, and then you maybe bring in a bat, and you save $10 million or so. I think that's reasonable, Bob.
What is your starting pitching staff right now? It's Skeens.
Right now.
It's Chandler.
It's Keller. Ashcraft. Who else you got?
Ashcraft's in it.
And then you need somebody else in there.
Skeens,
they traded Mike Burrows, who I really liked.
Chandler,
Ashcraft,
and you're waiting on. Why am I drawing a blank on the other young fireball?
Well, Harrington was brought up here.
Jared Jones. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's not going to be there to start.
I know.
He will be eventually, so that's good. If he could pick up right where he left off, that would be good. And Chandler realized there's a lot of ifs involved there, so that's why they're interested in some left-hand pitcher. But it won't be him.
I don't think so either. You never know, though, Bob. I think if it is him, it would be via the trade.
Yeah, and I would be very okay with that.
Trade of Keller.
Yeah, I'd want to, that guy has a history, and it's a good history. This is why he's holding out for more money and turned down the $22 million.
To get 200 innings of frontline pitching would be unbelievable for this team.
Yeah.
Because we all just assume, by the way, and as electrically talented as he is, I don't know what's going to happen with Bubba Chandler. Is he going to be great this year? Is he going to be good? Is he going to have 2 phenomenal months and then tail off because it's his first season? Is he on an innings count like all these young guys to where he's barely available in September, or they're saving him for September so he throws 4 inning starts? I don't know what he's going to be like. I want to add something certain.
Right.
And Valdez is about as certain as you can get in Major League Baseball right now.
Now, Dan, I mentioned Tyler Anderson. He's still out there, and he's a guy who was here before, and he did good work with the Dodgers, and he fits that 5th starter. But still, you need more. And no matter who you have in your starting rotation, the offense is still not good enough, in my view. I need more bats.
Of course it's not. I agree with you. Every syllable and half syllable, and perhaps even some of the quarter syllables you just uttered, Bob.
Thank you, Joe.
What's Cooking? Brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Did you do DraftKings earlier, Bob?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. I'm just trying to check on you.
Yeah.
Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. What do you got, Limits? You said you had something to end the show?
Well, yeah, it was just that thing that Pony put out there about the idea of a potential trade with the Mets. Like Bob was talking about Vientos and Beatty, the two bats that are available.
Who do they want?
So Pony says that the price is high. He did not say anything about any potential players that could come back.
We talking about a young pitcher? We talking Ashcraft? What do we talk? We're certainly, obviously, not talking Bubba Chandler.
No.
Could be talking Keller?
Possibly. Maybe. I mean, when you think about
if I'm going to give a Mitch Keller, who to me can fill a lot of
I'd take
voids,
a starting third baseman, Bob. I think that's a fair trade.
I want to. What about Boehm from Philadelphia?
Yeah, he's on an expiring contract right around $10 million.
Okay.
I'd love to get that. But didn't they have a situation there where they now need a third bit because they didn't get Bichette? Or how does that go? I forget.
I don't know.
But yeah, they have Trey Turner, but he is a shortstop. Eventually might move over to third.
I don't know how available he is.
Marcell Ozuna is somebody I would be interested in.
Yeah, even though he had a big decline last year, Bob, but he was still better than McCutchen, and significantly
he hit plus
so.
20. Didn't he hit 20?
Yeah, 22 homers.
So if you sign
on
Ozuna,
yeah,
he's your DH.
Right.
So that would make O'Hearn your left fielder
First
slash
baseman. Dan
first
says
baseman.
first baseman.
So then where does Spencer Horwitz play?
Second
He
base.
said, weren't
So
you
then where does
listening to our
Brandon? I
conversation?
know, but then where does Brandon Lau play? Third base.
Outfield.
Like
They have
I
them
don't
all.
know.
It's like musical chairs. I don't
Spencer
like that.
A lot of
Horwitz is
musical
not going to
chairs.
play second base.
I don't think so either. He has some experience there, but I don't think he's a
This
good
reminds me
defensive
when
second
people
baseman.
thought McCutcheon was going to play first.
Right, like
Well, I mean, with O'Hearn, if Ozuna, I don't know what his splits are, but if he can't hit righties as well as lefties, then you put O'Hearn in there and kind of platoon those guys, I suppose. But if I'm going to give Ozuna the kind of money he wants, he's going to be my regular DH. I want him in there a lot.
Yeah, me too. The more bats, the better. They still need more.
Yes, they do. And
When are you
that's
going to Bradenton, Bob?
We're not sure about that yet. And it'll be Rich who will be going down. But
You don't
we're
get a
not-
couple
we're not-
golf rounds in?
I would love to do that, but that's
Does
it's a lot
Rich?
of work down there. I hope not.
I wouldn't say a lot. It's some.
No, it's a lot. The reason is it's because of the editing.
You
that
go, you
takes
do a
up.
couple of video interviews, you edit them, and
Right,
then you
it's
go play
8 in the
golf and
morning
go to
until
dinner.
noon, but then you have to edit.
I know.
And then once you live at 4 and 5 and 6.
Maybe it's different for TV. You're
Yeah,
right.
So therefore you can't
For
do it.
newspapers, they wanted us down there at like 6 a.m., but then, of course, I didn't play golf then.
Boy, did you miss out. Just
I know.
imagine if you had your thirst for golf the way you do now. By noon, you'd be on the golf course every day afterwards, have a couple of brews, go to dinner,
I love that.
go to bed.
I may go to Bradenton in a couple weeks. I may do that.
play
Can I
golf.
go?
To play golf, not to work.
I have
yes.
a friend that lives down there. I'd like to see him.
If
Can
you're
I
going
stay
to
with them for
Bradenton,
free?
I have a place that you can
Possibly.
play golf, and I can get you on. It's a really good golf course.
Really?
It's one of the best in Florida. Yes.
Consider it done, Bob.
All right. We'll
Joe,
just tell me when you're going.
And consider the
friend-
show done.
Our friend Jeffrey Lewis called in. He wanted to say thank you for the mention of his family.
His
and
family, yeah.
what he's been going
Absolutely.
through.
Jeffrey Lewis, who performs our theme song here on Pomp and Joe, his dad
Very nice.
passed
and,
away.
Yeah. So rest in peace. Feel badly. That's always tough to go through, as you know personally, and so do I.
Yes. All right. Well, I will see you guys tomorrow. I hope you have a good night, Bob.
Will do. And I want to tell you before I go, Joe, about winter is the perfect time to knock out some of those home projects that you may be thinking of. West Shore Home makes that easier than ever before with their winter savings event. West Shore Home makes home remodeling very easy, and it takes away the stress. From your first consultation to your final installation, this team handles everything so you can upgrade your home and not have any concerns. And right now, you can get started without paying anything out of pocket until the job is completely done. How about that? It's the winter savings event at West Shore Home. You get free installation on your next project and get started with no money down. And this includes anything you may want in terms of bathroom remodels, window and door replacements, even full house flooring. When you schedule now at westshorehome.com/fam, you can take advantage of special financing rates that make it even easier to get started right now. Your project will be completed by one of their outstanding teams of highly trained employee installers. Schedule your free no-obligation consultation today and lock in a price that's good for an entire year. All you got to do is visit westshorehome.com/fan. It's the winter savings event from West Shore Home.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, the big news of the day, Framber Valdez. The Pirates are reportedly, according to Ken Rosenthal, aggressively pursuing the two-time All-Star left-handed pitcher of the Houston Astros. We'll see if that ends up being the case because Dan Zangrilli said he has not heard the same smoke, our pre- and post-game host. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books at Westwood One Sports. Both play the Pacers in Indy, and this is a matchup that Pascal Siakam has dominated in each of the first two meetings this year. In the first meeting on November 29th, Siakam had 24 points and 9 rebounds. In the second meeting a week later, he had 36 points and 10 boards. The Bulls have been a bottom 5 defense all year long and a bottom 10 defense against the center position. Take the over on Siakam's points plus rebounds. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Do you have experience working on Class 8 heavy-duty trucks? Consider a career with PGT Trucking Maintenance. PGT is now hiring experienced diesel mechanics in Midland and Blairsville, PA. Support the fleet by helping to maintain PGT's late model equipment, including international and Peterbilt tractors. Technicians should be able to complete a preventative maintenance inspection. Experience in the trucking industry is preferred. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work.
Hey, it's Crowley. This winter has been brutal. Is your heat running more than it should be? It's probably because your window installation has failed, and the pros at Window Nation can help you get new energy-efficient windows at a great price. They've got a great buy 4, get 4 windows free sale going on now. You can get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payment, 0 interest for 2 years, and if you act now, get an extra 10% off. A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, 96% customer satisfaction rating. Hurry, sale ends soon. Schedule a fast free estimate now at windownation.com.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top-quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
When you hear an ad for an injury attorney on the radio, as you know, there's plenty of those. It's not often that you hear the same voice on the radio that you will on the phone with you, directly handling your injury case every step of the way. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. With the injury firm at LGKG, you get the named partner, the big cats, Larry Kelly or Joe George.
We've always built this practice on service. We like talking to our clients. I think it's important if someone takes the time to call me, they get a chance to talk to me. Or if they want to call Larry, they get a chance to talk to Larry or one of our other associates.
Larry, it's rare that the same group will take things from the onboarding phone call all the way to the final resolution, whether it's the settlement or it's trial.
That's continuity. At LGKG, we're a small firm that handles cases on an individual basis each and every time.
What a concept that is. That's service. That's the Western PA way, where you don't get lost in the fold or you become just another number. That's a huge home field advantage, and that's LGKG. Accidents, med-mal, workers' comp, history, trust, service, and results. LGKG.com.
Looking for an unforgettable Valentine's Day experience? This year, trade chocolates for casings at Keystone Shooting Center. Start together in the classroom, learning safety and fundamentals. Then move to the range with Keystone Shooting Center's expert instructors for hands-on guidance. Your firearm and ammo are all provided. One fee covers you and your partner. Limited spots are available for sessions on February 13th and 14th at 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. Give the gift of a new adventure. Sign up today at KeystoneShootingCenter.com.
Coming to the Byam Theater Saturday, February 7th, Rich Engler presents Ghost Hounds. Ghost Hounds, who have toured with the Rolling Stones, Bob Seger, and others, live at the Byam Theater. Also appearing special guest Don Felder, formerly of the Eagles, performing all your favorite hits. Don't miss Ghost Hounds and Don Felder and his band, Saturday, February 7th at the Byam Theater.
Tickets start as low as $35 and are on sale now at trustarts.org.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
Everyone, it's Bob Pompiani. You want to make some extra money? This is the time to do it because the new year is here, and so are stellar rewards from DraftKings Casino. Blast off for a free chance at $5,000 in credits with Daily Rewards Rocket. Log on to DraftKings Casino and launch your rocket 3 times for a chance to collect credits, spins, and much more. Come back every day to launch more rockets and get more rewards. Then enjoy all of your favorite slots, live dealer experiences, and classic table games. The crown is yours in partnership with DraftKings Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Hey guys, this is Pavel with Schlei Deck Company. Winter installation special is here. That's right, 20% off. It's the best time to buy now before spring. We need to keep our crews working. Guess what? You save big money on your deck and fence projects this winter with SchleiDeckCompany.com. To help keep your loved ones safe, don't forget to replace the long overdue paint chipping rotten railings with new maintenance-free railings from Schlei Deck and Fence. That's SHLY.company.com, SchleiDeckCompany.com.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy 2, get 2 free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, the Penguins have an off day before they play their final game before the Olympic break, and that's in Buffalo against the Red Hot Sabres, who came back and actually lost in Tampa last night, but so did the Penguins in overtime to the Islanders. That's a 7 o'clock face-off tomorrow night. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now from beautiful, palatial Studio B Bowser Chevy. It's the PM team.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's so rare as the great player that starts and finishes his career with the same franchise. Is that important to you? I mean, could you see yourself going someplace else and ending your career? I mean, you'll come back and retire as a Steeler, but could you see yourself playing for anybody else?
Oh, that is a loaded question. You know what you did there. But
did I? What did I do there? I didn't do anything, man.
But, I think I don't want to play anywhere else. That is, a very special place in my heart. But you always have to think about what can happen. That's just, being prepared for every opportunity, being prepared that, the Pittsburgh Steelers might not want me to be on their team next year. That's just the way you have to look at it. You have to be able to, deal with change.
Good afternoon, everybody, live from Studio B. Super Bowl week, Patriots and Seahawks. Cam Hayward on Radio Row. We've interviewed Cam Hayward on Radio Row before. That was a good time. Cam back out there. I don't know if he did any of the shenanigans at the Pro Bowl, which looked like it was played like at the San Francisco Convention Center.
Wait, was it?
Like it was not at the 49er Stadium. I didn't really see the game.
They would never have it there that close to the Super Bowl, the actual stadium itself, I mean.
Yeah, right. But it was in San Francisco, and it looked like the indoor facility they were in, that if Flacco uncorked one of his Torrey Smith pray for pass interference bombs,
yes.
that just like punts in Dallas that go off the scoreboard.
Or like a Jeff Blake throw from way back when.
It was going to go off the roof there. Or like Tampa Bay Rays baseball games or Minnesota Twins games at the Metrodome where it would like go off the roof and there were rules for that.
Oh, yeah.
That's what it looked like. We're going to talk about all three teams today because they're all making news. Tyler Kennedy later this hour, this Ken Rosenthal Pirates report that's out there. Hayward saying, I don't want to play anywhere else. I want to know from people right now if what happened last summer is water under the bridge or not at 412-928-9370, because as we learned last July and August, the most popular current Steeler, because of his combination of great play and the way he carried himself and the way he conducted himself, won the Walter Payton Man of the Year award, all of that got flushed down the toilet in the name of this is not the time for him to negotiate a new deal. He doesn't deserve more money. Shame on him. This is what's wrong with professional athletes in 2025. And the goodwill that Cam Hayward had accrued over 15 years went out the window with that one financial career decision that he made. He went out and he delivered a great year. He fell short of his bonuses, so he didn't even get that money, by the way.
Yep.
So now he's talking about what's next, and he wants to stay here even though his guy Mike Tomlin is gone. And in other clips, he did end up saying very flattering things and complimentary things of Mike McCarthy. So I think it's on Hayward's terms to a degree. I think the Steelers want him back because they're trying to win. They're not trying to rebuild. It comes down to if Hayward is either going to play on the last year of his deal, which I think is around $15 million. I would highly doubt that. I would think he's going to want more money again. Mm-hmm. And how is that going to go over with people? My feeling on it is, well, how could you get mad at him now when this is the time going into the last year when you're supposed to negotiate as a player? So, like, you can't get mad at him on the timing argument anymore. You can't say that he's trying to break with Steelers protocol or Steelers code or Steelers unwritten rules. That's not true. Mm-hmm. And he played great. So I would think that people have buried that anti-Cam Hayward opinion 6 feet under, but you've lived here for over 40 years. Chris, I think people get very, very upset at professional athletes in this town when they ask for more money and they don't think it's the time or the place for it. So I wonder if Cam Hayward is back in people's good graces or not at 412-928-9370. What's your read on things?
I want to believe that he is because I never really held it against him. I didn't think he went about it the best way possible. Like, Cam is not exactly some young whippersnapper, but he was very, like, callow in the way that he went about it the first time. Yeah, very.
Donnie, when's Callow Hour coming up?
Oh, come on.
You got Callow Hour planned?
I think Bechtold's doing that around 8:30 tonight.
Bechtold actually is an example of, like, a very callow person, like, innocent in the ways of the world. But no.
Can't get a girlfriend, as we found out on Pop Show today.
More on that later for sure, because he got in classic fashion.
He had to dump himself.
In the process of trying to help him, Joe accurately nuked him, and Bechtold got very mad, scalded dog. Anyway, I thought Cam went about it in probably a suboptimal way, to say the least, like his actual PR strategy the first time around. He did not have like crazy counting stats. I guessed he was going to get like at least 8.5 sacks. It was one of those you're like a ball knower if you realize how well he played last year because the counting stats don't look crazy for him.
The people that cover the NFL thought he was still great. He was second team All-Pro.
I understand
get what you're saying, though. He only had 3.5
It was like
sacks.
one of those, like, you've got to know football to appreciate how good he was. I do, like, it was funny to hear, like, with Jim Rome, though, him try to take this cagier tack, like, oh, you're putting me on the spot here. And Jim Rome's like, no, I'm not. I'm asking you a very straightforward question.
Which is what I would do if I was filling in for that Jim Rome show, which I've done several times.
Which you've done many times. Congratulations on all your success yet again. He is trying to make it seem like in that very brief answer that, hey, if I'm not here, or if they, it's on their terms that they don't want me here, or they don't think I'm a $50 million a year player. I would hope Steelers fans can do the following, I guess. Like, separate the fact that Cam Hayward was really good from the fact that the defense at large was really bad. And as you put it in your opening salvo, realize that this is the time in anybody's contract with this team, or really with any team, when this kind of stuff happens.
Yeah.
He's 36, which complicates matters, because he is at an age where most of his peers are already retired and certainly not playing at the level he is playing
He's
at.
He's going to turn 37 before next season starts.
Right. So he's an ageless wonder. So I think everybody's always trying to play GM, or they're always trying to say, well, what's best for the team? He deserves more money. I don't really know how you could argue that. If you measure him against what his peers make, and how good he is relative to his peers, even at his age, he deserves more money.
Yeah, he should be one of the top 5 highest paid defensive linemen in the NFL, because
interior guys,
that's what the all-pro voting says he is.
I would agree with that.
Second team this year and first team last year.
So there's your benchmark. What would that put him at? Probably $20 million?
Yeah, thereabouts. Look at the money Milton Williams is getting by the Patriots.
And here's the problem. I can respect the following. If somebody said, hey, guys, I think all that's true about Cam. At some point, though, the Steelers maybe have to swallow hard and say, how long is he going to continue to play like this?
Yes.
It's if somebody says, no, screw that guy, he's a greedy athlete. No, he's not. Every one of these guys has a very limited window to make their money. And the other thing that I will always point out here before I let you get back in is there's a double standard here that does bother me. And it's just because fans are always rooting for the name on the front and really never the name on the back. They wouldn't even make exceptions, I think, probably for guys like Roethlisberger who've won titles. By the end, I think people wanted him gone and couldn't believe he took the pay cut. And they laughed when he said it was his idea. People always want the team to do the thing that they feel like is financially and from a fiduciary perspective, the responsible thing to do. No one ever gets mad when a team with 1 year left on a guy's deal where no guaranteed money is there cuts that dude loose if they think he's not good enough. Fans say, yeah, it's time to move on. Like, it almost gets treated bloodlessly, like that's just part of the game.
Well, yeah, look at like Jonnu Smith right now. He's owed $11 million. I pray the Steelers get rid of him. I don't want them to hold up their end of the deal.
Exactly. People root for the team to break the contract. Yeah. And what we heard so many times about Cam in when this was going on was, hey, man, you're under contract. Honor the terms of your contract. Well, the team doesn't have to.
Yeah, I don't want them to.
Right, and in that case, the team doesn't want, to do it with Jonnu Smith. I want them to give Cam what he has earned, but what if he wants, Pony, for example, 2 years, $40 million, because he wants a little extra security on the top? He probably will.
Yeah, I agree.
What do you do then?
Okay, so I would do it, but to me, there are there's one opinion on him that if somebody wanted to call in at 412-928-9370 and say this, I would say, I hear you. And that is, he's going to be almost 40. He's going to be 37. I don't want the Steelers to keep relying on ancient dudes and old heads. I want them to turn the page. And if that means getting rid of a guy a year early instead of holding on to him for tying up money for a year too long, I'd rather them do it that way. That is different from the open dislike and disdain that there was for him. Like you said, greedy a-hole. Like, it's the person who says, I don't want him on the team anymore because I didn't like the way he acted last offseason. So if he goes back and knocks on Mr. Rooney's door this time and says, I want more money, then I really want him gone. I'm talking about the people, of which there were many, who either texted into our show, called into our show, commented on YouTube, and said things last year like, I want this guy cut. And just to really drive home the point, I want his little brother gone too. I want them both gone. And we heard that. That was a legitimate opinion that usually level-headed Steelers fans have because they got so emotional over this guy asking for money. And I just wonder if those people have allowed for time to smooth things over and fix those ill feelings, or if they're still legitimately pissed at the guy. 412-928-9370. Donnie, how about you on this one?
Are you asking how I feel or how I think
Yes, I'm asking how you feel. You can do both.
I still think there are going to be people that are sour with how he went about things last summer. I would think that some jump back onto his side after the season he had. And you guys are right. He didn't really have the counting stats to say, hey, I'm going to pull up his Pro Football Reference, and he really didn't have a good season. But I mean, the guy was a second-team All-Pro, which means he was, the third or fourth best player at his position in the entire league, and he did it in his late 30s. He just continues to play at such a high level. I mean, I for a short time thought, okay, you definitely could have gone about this a little bit better, but I was never going to be completely out on the player just because I know how good he is.
So would you give him more money then? I mean, are you okay with giving him, like Chris said, $40 million this offseason or something in that range?
What, like 1 year, 40?
No. 2 and 40, because he's probably about a $20 million player if he hit the market.
Yeah.
And you could just say, forget about his age. You're paying his performance. Period.
Okay, so like 20 per. Yeah, I mean, I would, but it's not my money. Everybody. That's another thing that Chris brought up. Anytime contracts get talked about, people sometimes act like it's their pocket it's coming out of.
So I actually think this is not even that nuanced. I think it's different for hockey and football than it is for baseball. It's not my money argument, I think, really takes hold in baseball because, yes, there's a luxury tax, but it's such a high threshold. Throwing money at these guys, like, yes, you want your team to get better. A good way to get better is to spend money on players. So why not? Like, I'm not worried about the green and red numbers inside the Pirates organization. I'm just not. In football, though, you rob Peter to pay Paul. So if you say, I'm going to give Cam Hayward $20 million a year, even though the salary cap's going up, there's something that you might lose out because of that. You might not sign, say, Nick Herbig to an extension or something like that.
To be fair,
you know what I mean?
Yes, but to be fair, they don't have a quarterback under contract to a big long-term deal, which gives them a ton more flexibility
100%.
to keep doing this.
Yep.
Here's a quick question that popped into my head while you guys were going back and forth. Aaron Rodgers might come back now, okay? He played for like 13 or 14 million, whatever it ended up being with some of the incentives last year. Let's say he just says, you guys think I'm a top 15 quarterback still in the league or whatever. God. Just for argument's sake, quickly here.
I'm listening.
And says, I don't want top 15 quarterback money, but give me like 18 million a year. Give me a $4 or $5 million raise. I think there would be less consternation among Steelers fans about that. Even
really?
People, yes, than Cam getting one extra year. Or Cam getting the $20 million. I think people would say, well, Rodgers did get him to the playoffs. What did Cam Hayward do?
Hayward was better than him last year.
I understand that, and you know that, and Donnie knows that, and many of our listeners probably do know that, but I still think you'd get people out there who have a personal thing against Hayward. Donnie's landlord chimed in and said this. Hold on. One quick thing, Donnie. Interesting that we got news. One last thought is, he said, Cam messed up. He said, I've got my family to think about. That is probably the phrase that even if you are a beloved athlete, when you say that and you have made what Cam has made in his career financially, people do not want to hear when your career earnings are, I think, in the 9 figures now for Hayward, right?
Yep.
They don't want to hear, I've got to think about my family.
We're going to come back with breaking Steelers news. I also want to know from you out there if you are over the Cam Hayward offseason scuffle. Is it water under the bridge? Are you still pissed at him? Do you want him to come back and play for the Steelers next year on a raise? 412-928-9370. He went on Jim Rome show and said, I don't want to play anywhere else. I want to be a Steeler. Are you still ticked off at him for what happened last offseason? 412-928-9370. And like I said, we have breaking news. Text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. First Injury Law Firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We're live at Studio B. Let's get to a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I will hold off on the breaking news to tell you that the Penguins lost 5-4 to the Islanders in overtime last night. So back-to-back losses for the Pens. They do pick up a point in the loss last night. Stuart Skinner, 18 saves on 23 shots against in the loss. Pens visit the Sabres tomorrow night. Pucks are upset for 7. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, let's talk right now about Mr. Magic Car Wash. Oh, yeah, abracadabra, the magic wand that is Mr. Magic. They get out there. There was a guy resplendent in a Penguins cap who was there getting me set to go. There was a long line, but they were super efficient today getting people that had disgusting-looking vehicles. No offense, because of the amount of snow and salt on the roads and everything else. There's a number on a car. I was driving behind one on my way into work today, and I just wanted to scream out my window, go to Mr. Magic Car Wash and go unlimited. Plans start as low as $19.99 per month, and you can get your car washed over and over and over again at their 23 locations. Sign up in person to go to MrMagicCarWash.com.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Brought to you by Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Your money, your move. The Clippers traded James Harden to Cleveland yesterday for Darius Garland and a second-round pick. Harden packs an offensive punch for the Cavs, but will his defense hurt Cleveland? Harden will pair with Donovan Mitchell in the backcourt as one of the best backcourts in all of the NBA. We'll find out whether or not the defense can get it done. I'm Chris Black.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. After my husband died, the last thing I wanted to think about was money. Ethos made it affordable to get life insurance. Signing up was fast and 100% online. I knew that I could pay our mortgage and have food in the fridge. I could focus on my kids. No one ever tells you how much you're going to depend on that policy. I am so grateful we had coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should all my money be in checking?
Do I open more than one credit card?
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
How can I make a budget and actually stick to it?
How big of a nest should my nest egg be?
Can I mix a little green into all the black and gold?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Buy 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. WindowNation.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Breaking news, Tom Pelissero, Jerry Dulac, Mark Cavalli, all reporting that Brian Angelico is finalizing a deal to become the Steelers' offensive coordinator. Angelico was at Pitt as the tight ends coach there in the Dave Wanstedt era, was Doran's tight ends coach. And after that, went to Rutgers for a year after Wani got blown out of there. Went on to coach in the NFL and has made stops pretty much everywhere as a tight ends coach. The last 4 years was in Minnesota as the passing game coordinator there, in addition to coaching tight ends. He did have a few years. I probably should have mentioned this right off the top. He spent time in Green Bay as the tight ends coach with McCarthy, I think 16 through 18. And
how did you manage to find a picture that you just posted of him that's this low res? It's incredible. It also says
it's him at Pitt.
It says Pitt SID beneath it.
Oh,
which is like our friend EJ Borghetti's old position.
Yes.
You found truly one of the worst pictures I would imagine that exists of Brian Angelico.
I don't think it's a bad. I mean, quality-wise, you're probably right.
Do you
but I think
have
he
a
looks nice
special
in the
Google
picture.
search that is low res, give me terrible quality?
You don't think he looks nice there? He's clean-shaven. He's got a shirt and tie on. He's got a jacket on.
I mean, he's also like 20 years old.
Yes, he's 53 now. He's in his early 30s. This is when he got to Pitt. See, that is one thing about this hire that probably is going to raise some questions among Steelers fans, and I get it. They did not go with a youth movement with their coordinators. You know, so many Steelers fans, the ones that were maybe initially down on the McCarthy hire, said, well, I don't want to come out and rip it yet. Let's wait to see who the coordinators are. Your coordinators are Patrick Graham and Brian Angelico. I
think it's Angelico.
Angelico. Yeah, it is. I don't know why.
Because I was saying Angelico like it rhymed with Frangelico, the booze or
Angelico.
whatever. Angelico.
Yep. Phonetically Leeko for the end of his last name.
Yes, that is correct.
So, 53 years old. He was a valued member of the Vikings coaching staff. Clearly, I've heard that O'Connell really respected his football acumen and his football knowledge and ability to devise a scheme and a game plan. And I mean, look at what Sam Darnold did there 2 years ago. Sam Darnold actually, I would say, had a better regular season with the Vikings in 2024 than he did with the Seahawks, getting them all the way to the number 1 seed and now the Super Bowl. And it got Kevin O'Connell Coach of the Year. And I'm a little bit surprised that it didn't get Angelico then more opportunities to become
maybe
an offensive
too much of
coordinator.
It's Kevin O'Connell's doing and not really his, that kind of deal. Like, yeah, he might have worked with their tight ends, but really the genius there is O'Connell. I have one question.
And he's not young.
No, I have a major question. Mark Cavalli.
A major question.
Well, okay. Here is how the news cycle seems to have gone on this front, okay?
I'm listening.
Several days ago, Cavalli said Scott Tolzien was going to get this job. Quarterbacks coach from the Saints, he was going to come here for a promotion.
And people got excited about that.
People got excited.
Young guy
on the rise. Has just worked with Tyler Shuck, who I think everyone agrees. Even Spencer Rattler was better than a lot of people thought he would be.
Uh-huh.
And then they replaced him with Shuck.
Yep.
Then Hazlitt's kid, Chase Hazlitt, was seen as, I think, a candidate, but not really. Some people made that out to be like a
Mike
favor.
McCarthy worked for Jim Haslett in
but like
New
a
Orleans.
favor to Jim Haslett or whatever.
He's had the guy on his staff before in Dallas.
But here's how this morphed. So everyone got excited Scott Tolzien's going to get this job. Even our buddy Operation Shutdown, Derek Bell, who did the Patrick Graham will be the Steelers defensive coordinator, then it was right, it happened.
Yeah.
Did the same thing for Tolzien, didn't happen.
What did he end up saying about that?
He did the same quote tweet. I don't know what he followed up with. He clearly didn't have it.
Yeah.
Okay?
So something there, you're saying, though, something there maybe changed.
Right. So just
if he had a great source that gave him the Graham story before anybody else,
correct.
The same source gave him Tolzien.
He did the same style of tweet, making me think he felt like it was a done deal.
Right.
Okay.
Because he did accept flowers for getting the Graham thing right, and I thought deservingly so. Yeah, exactly.
So I know I wasn't like high when I saw it. He tweeted that out.
Uh-huh.
And then Angelico, now Doran on, I think, January 29th, so this is several days ago.
Uh-huh.
Doran mentions Angelico as a real good candidate. Like
that
would have been, that was like Saturday, I think.
The 29th was
Friday, I think.
Thursday.
Thursday?
Yeah.
Last Thursday? Okay. So almost a full week ago, Doran mentions that. But that's in the whole time frame
of the Tolzien thing.
Right.
The next day, Cavalli says it's pretty much a formality with Tolzien.
Then Cavalli's tune abruptly changes by the time we start this week. And it's Tolzien isn't going to take this job. He's staying in New Orleans.
Which is similar to how he said McCarthy's here for a courtesy interview and then came back and said, well, wait a minute.
But
that's not true. He's a real serious candidate for the job. He's the favorite, as a matter of fact.
That's correct. the key thing here is Mark framed it as he was not really they didn't want him. Meaning the Steelers didn't want Tolzien is how I believe Mark framed it.
Yeah, too inexperienced.
Too inexperienced.
Yep.
And forget about Haslett, but it was basically the same thing.
Not ready.
Angelico, much older, more experienced, but doesn't work with the position that usually quarterbacks produces OCs.
Yep.
And and I'm not ripping Angelico because I'll tell you in a second why I actually do like some of this. People have now made it seem like a guy who was the third person they interviewed in this little mini window of time was always the favorite all along, up to and including people who said Scott Tolzien is going to get this job. So to me, at least on the outside, it feels like they wanted Scott Tolzien to take this job.
Okay.
And that Scott Tolzien decided, I would rather continue to work with Kellen Moore and maybe more importantly, with Tyler Shuck, a younger player, than work here. And so I think it is being spun internally and maybe outwardly through guys like Kabali that Angelico was the target all along.
But why would Tolzien prefer Saints quarterbacks coach to Steelers offensive coordinator?
Well, in both situations, one, he's not calling the plays in either place because Kellen Moore's calling them.
Yep.
He's not calling the plays here, but I would think, Pony, you would want the job title here.
Of course.
Because if you do a good job and they draft a guy in 27, let's say, and you help bring him along as hey, you're not calling the plays, but you're helping him learn offense and everything else.
Yeah.
You are going to be a shortlist guy to be when the Steelers make their next hire. Their dude.
Unless he thinks, I do this for one more year. I think Shuck is really good. If Shuck balls out in his second year, I mean, look at the growth Drake May showed. He's in the Super Bowl in his second year.
And he'll get interviews because he's a quarterback's coach and everything.
Not only that, but he'll get He'll
probably get a job.
He'll maybe get head coach interviews. Probably won't get a job. I mean, Nate Scheelhaus got head coach interviews, and all he was the pass game coordinator in L.A. He gets interviews for a head coach, but probably ends up getting a job somewhere to actually call plays as an offensive coordinator.
Do you agree with, yes, but do you, in a basic sense, agree that the Steelers have tried, or the narrative that has emerged here is that this was their guy all along when it seems like he was clearly not?
So I think he could have been someone's guy all along, and maybe that was not the vision of, okay, so let me see if I can articulate this in a way that makes sense to you and everybody else. I think it's possible that Brian Angelico was the guy that Mike McCarthy wanted to hire the entire time.
Okay.
But I think it's possible that maybe the front office and Art Rooney preferred or was hoping that they went with a younger guy. And because it's this, right? Because it's the same thing that we would talk about with Tomlin. Are the assistant coaches his hires or not? How much intervention, how much involvement is there from Art Rooney?
Well, this is a time where if your hypothetical is true, then Art should have put his foot down.
Todd Haley, we think, was Art Rooney stepping in and saying, we need Ben to survive and not get murdered. So, Bruce Arians, here's your fake retirement.
Yep.
Dick Haley's son is going to come here, and he's going to be the offensive coordinator. He had been a head coach. He had been an offensive coordinator in Arizona when they went to the Super Bowl, all right?
Yeah.
But I do think it would be getting off on the wrong foot with McCarthy if he takes the job here and then you either force him to keep Arthur Smith around, or you say, you can take this job, but these are the coordinators you're going to hire. I'm going to tell you, okay, this comes with strings attached. You can be our next head coach, but by the way, now they did that with Mike, but Mike was 34 years old.
And also, they had guys who were considered legends in the business, specifically on the defensive side,
and they had just
who were in their primes still as coordinators.
Correct. Yes. So I think it's possible that, maybe in Omar Khan's mind or in Art Rooney's mind, Scott Tolzien was someone that they liked because of all the things you're saying. He's young. He's played quarterback. He's even been on the same team as Aaron Rodgers. So
he could be in his early 40s if you do it right and have the plan in place, and he could be your next head coach for 15 years.
Yeah, but I think it's possible that Mike McCarthy just thinks Brian Angelico is a better coach than Scott Tolzien right now.
Well, I think Mike might be more comfortable with him. I think it's by the way, I think it is very funny that when you just search Scott Tolzien's name, there's a Steelers Depot story citing Caballi, which is kind of classic, where they just take Caballi's words and make a story out of it. He didn't turn them down. Caballi says Steelers didn't offer Tolzien OC job. Steelers now. Top offensive coordinator candidate turns down Steelers job. Right next to each other. I like Mark, but I am very much inclined to believe that the latter is true here, that Scott Tolzien turned them down.
Really?
Yes. And you have a theory that's plausible to me that there could have been division in there and that maybe Tolzien, quote, turned them down because he realized he wasn't McCarthy's preferred pick and, like, Mike tried to tank things a little bit and said, like, yeah, I like you, but I really want to hire so-and-so, whatever.
Well, just did the interview with Tolzien. Is like, yeah, I just don't think he's ready to be an offensive coordinator. And then what do Omar Khan and Art Rooney say then? We'll hire him anyways?
I think that's plausible, but, man, I just still can't shake the idea that this was, at the very least, not some people in that front office's first choice. What I will say about Angelico is this. They have a tight end in Darnell Washington that they clearly feel is still a weapon that hasn't been fully unleashed on the league. I think they think there's more there. Every commentator who did a Steelers game pretty much said the same thing. Look at this guy.
Yeah.
They have Freiermuth, who they gave more money to and then said, hey, we're actually giving you a big raise and like financial security to do less. It's great. They have Jonnu Smith, who we all want to see get cut.
And he will.
He was the literal worst tight end in the league this year.
They'll probably try to do what these G League guys do and go back to Ohio State and play for Arthur Smith there.
Anyway, yes. I do think this guy has a good track record. It's pretty obvious with a position that the Steelers clearly have some money tied up into and some belief tied up into. And so hopefully you would think he's going to get the most out of that position on the field. And who knows, maybe under O'Connell, he has really learned a lot about, like, actually scripting a battle plan that McCarthy can then implement on game day. Because we know calling the plays is a lot different than coming up with the game plan. So it's not a terrible hire is my point.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a bad hire, but I can't get the lingering sense that Tolzien, for one reason or another, should be their OC and now isn't.
I want to know what he's actually going to do.
I would imagine help draw up the game plan the same way we know Terrell Austin helped get the defense ready and then Mike told him what he wanted to do on game day. Don't you think?
I don't know. I mean, this is going to be the first time in our lifetimes as Steelers fans that the offensive coordinator is going to feel like a meaningless job. I mean, I would say Tomlin...
It's going to feel like the defensive coordinator has for years. That's what it's going to feel like.
Yeah, but even like... I mean, we'd still have some people say fire Terrell Austin. They need better than Terrell Austin because people would watch games and see him with a little call sheet and sending plays in and would, blame him or identify him as one of the issues. You now have an offensive coordinator that it's already been laid out for us. He's not going to call plays. So if he's not going to do what every offensive coordinator wants to do on game day,
yes,
then what is his job description going to be on game days, getting ready for games? Is he
just another brain on the sideline to try to give input here?
I don't know. And it's always been, as far as like people that receive criticism as coaches in this town, the head coach won because he was always a defensive head coach, Cowher and Tomlin. And then the next guy that would get bleep from us and from people was the offensive coordinator. Now the offensive coordinator is just, yes.
So it's going to be you would think it's going to be doubly pressurized on McCarthy. You're the second most, you're basically the two most scrutinized positions.
And I think that's why, like, I've not seen the feedback we're getting on the text line or on YouTube. If there are some people that are let down by this hire, I think it would be for the reasons of, all right, if the offensive coordinator is not actually going to call plays, why don't we use that job as an incubator where it's a young person that we're
potential head coach material someday.
Well, I mean, the Bears lost this guy to the Ravens, as it turned out, but their offensive coordinator was 29 years old last year, and they got away with it because Ben Johnson called the plays. Liam Cohen calls plays in Jacksonville. The offensive coordinator there got job interviews, even though he's not calling plays, and people are like, yeah, this dude's 31 years old, but he's a genius. He's like a super sharp, smart...
Linsky.
Yeah. So, like, I've heard positive things and very nice things about Brian Angelico from all walks of life, from people that were around him in Minnesota, from people going all the way back to when he was at Pitt. And so, I like that they brought another I have a question about offensive coach here, but I thought the offensive coordinator job was going to be for a young up-and-coming coach. That's all.
I have a question, and this guy does not have a tie to Mike McCarthy, which maybe goes back to supporting why this might not have even happened. If we know Kevin O'Connell calls the plays for the Vikings, why would you not try to get Wes Phillips, who's been
the offensive coordinator there?
He's been the OC there the whole time. He was a tight ends coach for the Rams before that, so he's McVay tree. He's higher ranking on the staff, and presumably you could wrest him loose from them if you thought that was like a very good offense. You'd pluck the branch closest to the taproot, right?
Did you know that he's actually the brother of the late Lawrence Phillips?
He's not.
Oh.
Wes Phillips?
Yeah.
No.
He's not?
No. He's the grandson of Bum Phillips.
Wait, really?
Wade Phillips is his dad. So you're pretty far off on the old Lawrence Phillips bit there.
The NFL is so incestual. It's the son of Shanahan. It's the son of McVay, the architect. It's the son of Hazlitt. It's the son of Paul Hackett's. Nate Hackett just got another offensive coordinator job. Aaron Rodgers, BFF. I'm surprised he didn't get hired by the Steelers in some capacity.
Wes Phillips also a product of Williamsville North High School in Williamsville,
New York. That's because his dad was the coach there. And was an assistant with Marv.
And who's
still alive at 100.
What famous family of football meatheads went to Williamsville North?
The Gronks.
You betcha.
Yeah. All right. We'll get some of Donnie's reaction to this hire now that it's been widely reported by everybody.
Not the only hire they made.
Yeah, that's another thing we can get into.
They made another one right off.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Tyler Kennedy on the Penguins, who have one more game before the break. That's tomorrow night. Last night, they gave one away. We'll get TK's opinion on all that coming up. But first, the Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Super Bowl 60 on Sunday, Seattle, New England, 6:30 kickoff. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan, all courtesy of the NFL on Westwood One. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, let's talk about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. And let's talk right now about what FanDuel's doing for Super Bowl 60. They're the official partner of Super Bowl 60. That's why I can say Super Bowl in this endorsement. So every day during the build-up to the Super Bowl, FanDuel is offering up a daily profit boost leading up to the big game. Today's is a 30% profit boost on receiver bets, yards, alt receiving yards, most receiving yards. JSN's number is 93.5. I was just talking to somebody about this. That seems low, but I think Vrabel's going to go to the old Belichick school of thinking and like, hey, let's double this guy and make sure anybody but JSN beats us. We can't let this guy go off on us. The guy I like to go over is Diggs because his number is criminally low because he had such a quiet game against Denver and really hasn't gone off yet in the playoffs. His is under 40 yards. I think he gets to at least 50. So play your game with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets which expire. Profit boost tokens, Restrictions apply. I need to check my eyes here, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 78 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Is it time for a new roof, but you're dreading the construction chaos?
Whalen Exteriors has the solution. We combine over 40 years of expert craftsmanship with a strict promise. We treat your property with the same care as we would our own. No mess, no stress, just a beautiful, durable exterior. Get the quality you deserve from the team that respects your home. Schedule your free estimate today at WhalenExteriors.com and be sure to check us out at the 2026 Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show in March.
Chick-fil-A's new frosted sodas and floats. It's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice stream to make a new frosted soda or float. With the mix of the ice stream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson.
We're gonna be so late for the concert at Point State Park. We should be there by now.
I just need to stop for gas real quick. I know a cheap place down Liberty Avenue.
Are you serious? We're gonna miss the show because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is great. It's a free app that gets you cash back when you buy gas.
Wait, you mean I can get money back just for buying gas?
Yep, and it really works. I've actually made around $200 this year already. Now pull over so you can download Upside before we miss the concert.
Pulling over? You had me at $200.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you buy gas in the Steel City. Use promo code PIT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. Get the Upside app and use promo code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PIT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
There's never a fee unless we get money for you. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and you've probably heard me say that over the years. For over 40 years, that's the promise my law firm has made to our clients, and we're still keeping that promise today. We've recovered over $2 billion for our clients and their families. That's money for medical bills, money for lost wages, money for pain and suffering, money that we'll fight to make sure you get. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And of course, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Tyler Kennedy, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing expert. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Flung in by Kulak. He's got it. Brett Kulak off a stick. Off Schaefer. Jailbreak. It's Horvat. Is the game on his stick? We'll see. He scores! Bo Horvat wins it!
Seen that movie way too many times in recent years. The Penguins losing to the Islanders and having a lead and blowing it to the Islanders. I thought through teleportation, Brock Nelson was going to somehow end up on the ice for New York in overtime and score a game-winning goal because he made a habit of that over the years. So the Penguins pick up a point, but honestly, they should have won that game in regulation. I can't believe how bad Stuart Skinner played.
Oh, he let in. What would you say of the 4 goals in regulation?
The fourth one was horrendous.
I would say was it the first one he got screened? The fourth
by his own guy.
Yeah, they do that too much as well. I don't love the first one still, even though there was a screen. The fourth one, you're right, was very, very bad. I'll say this, still a better effort by them team-wide than probably their worst game of the season, especially when you've got like Yoey saying, and Josh is paid to watch these games extremely close.
Yep.
And he's saying the Senators game was their worst game of the year. I thought they gave a largely very representative effort.
I thought they played a great second period last night, and then, it did not look as bad as the 3 periods against Ottawa and then the last period against New York on Sunday where Skinner gave up 5 goals and they almost blew that lead. Our Penguins analyst, Cup champ, Tyler Kennedy, back with us. He is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar. Meet me at Mike's. And brought to you by Julian Gray Associates, SaveYourSettlement.com, helping injured people and their families plan for the rest of their lives. Tyler, how would you rank right now the three goalies in the Penguins organization? Miroshov, who's in the American League, and then Arthur Shelovs and Stuart Skinner. If you were going to rank them from the guy that gave you the best chance to win to the guy that gave you the worst at this moment, how would you do it?
I would go Skinner, Shelovs, Miroshov.
Okay. Why's that?
Well, I still think Miroshov has more developing down there. I do not think he's ready yet. When I saw him come up, yeah, he did well, but he didn't blow my socks off. And has Skinner played great the last two games? Not really, but his, quoting Mike Sullivan, his body of work since he's been here has been pretty good. He's been one of the hottest goalies since the trade and the last two games, but he's a guy that battles. He's a guy that's going to be there. And I know you said those two goals are a little soft that he let in last night, but those are pretty big deflections that you really don't know where they're going. Miroshov, I think he's playing really well down there. And then Arthur, I think he's getting better and better. Last game, he gave them, like, Ottawa could have, like, really crushed them. He made some really side-to-side saves. He kept them in the game when he needed to in that first period. So that's how I rank the goalies right now.
TK, I'm going to ask you a more positive question just because they've got one more game, obviously, before this Olympic break. And apparently, by the way, in the first event of the Olympics, the power went out. So this is going.
Did they even finish the hockey arena yet?
Pony, they literally showed, I think it was curling maybe or something. They showed a dark arena, like the power went out. But anyway, just how much do you continue and, like, give me some new things you've seen? Because the guy is a teenager still. How much have you been impressed with, and what are the new things you've been impressed with from Ben Kindle? Because I watched that there was a play last night late in that game where he knifed through two people, and it almost felt like he glitched out on my TV because it shouldn't have been that easy for him to go between two defenders, and he just kind of did. And I think it was because they tried to take the puck from him, and he just kept it. That guy just looks like he's got superstar written all over him by the time he's like 22 years old.
I'm not sure about superstar, but I do think he's going to be a very good player. I think I can see him slotting in as a very solid third line, second line centerman. What I think I see a lot of him is his speed, right? He actually plays with a lot of speed. He's got young legs. Like, I don't think you notice a difference between the first period and the third period with how young he is. He doesn't get tired. He's got an undercover shot. His shot's a lot harder than people think. It's kind of like a sneaky shot, kind of like Gensel-like, where it comes off and goalies have a hard time reacting to it. I think he's going to be a player.
Right, maybe not a superstar. Macklin Celebrini's a superstar. I get it.
Yeah.
So, but like he still feels like a guy that's an obvious foundational piece for them. As far as like whatever the post-Crosby era looks like, it's going to feature Ben Kindle pretty prominently, I would think.
Yeah, I think he's a piece of the future. Do I see him leading the Penguins in points or even top three? I don't think. But, again, he's a guy that can surprise us. He's been surprising us all year from training camp on.
Well,
So
Chinakov's going to lead them in goals, right, TK? He's a future Rocket Richard Trophy winner, it appears, on the current pace.
Man, he's got a hell of a shot.
That is, one of the only things that pissed me off watching that game was him coming in all alone and not just deciding to absolutely rip one, and they did a classic overpass late in that game.
Yeah, he's what a move by Kyle Dubas for Dan Heinen. Maybe that's why their coach got fired very shortly after in Columbus, but yeah, he's been great. He's come in. He's had some early success that has helped him play better. He looks confident. I think he's got great chemistry, and he's offensively, his mindset's very offensive, right, with that shot. And when you think of his shot, like, he doesn't beat goalies on picking little corners. His pure goal scoring mentality is, I'm going to beat you with quickness off my shot. My shot's faster. If it hits the net, you're not going to be able to react or get down soon enough before it goes in. But again, he's been playing great. If someone's not yelling at him on the bench to shoot the puck, I'll be very surprised.
Tyler Kennedy with us. Tyler, you made an interesting point, I thought, last Thursday when you were on with the midday guys. Anthony Mantha scored a goal again last night. He's on pace for 30 goals. He's got 20. And I think I heard you say, if a team called the Penguins at the trade deadline and offered up, I don't know, a first-round pick for him, what do you do? Because you're a contender, you're a playoff team, but he also doesn't have a contract for next year. So what would you do in that situation? Would you keep him or trade him?
I would probably trade him for not so much a first rounder, but for a younger player.
So you'd say no to a first then? You'd say no to a first?
We have enough first rounders. We have 3 first rounders.
Right.
You know what I mean? And like, we need to get some young guys that have been in the league that we know that can play in the league. First rounders they're like a hope that they're going to be good. Yeah, top 5 first rounders, you know they're going to play. But after that, it's kind of like a guessing game and hoping they develop and come into fruition of what you think they're going to be. But do I see? I can see him signing like a 1 or 2 year extension with the Penguins.
Well, it's going to be more than $2.5 million now. I can tell you that much.
Price went up again.
Jeez.
Yeah, but again, even at $5 million, I'm probably still signing him because he's been a good player. It's just he dealt with an injury that kept him out a long time, and no one really knew how he was going to react when he came back. And obviously, you see now. He looks very comfortable in a Pittsburgh Penguin uniform.
I think he's going to get overpaid, though. I think one of these old school Canadian GMs are going to see a 6'5", 6'6", 30-goal scorer and give him $30 million. I just do. I think that's the way of the league here, TK. I think those guys have always gotten paid.
Maybe that's why Canada hasn't won a Stanley Cup in a while. But that's. Again, if he gets that, he should go, and do I think the Penguins should pay that much for him? No. I think we're in the process of retooling the Penguins and finding younger players, having assets, having room to make moves. If he was a part of a deal for a really good player, yeah, I'm throwing him in a big deal. But to give him 6-7,
you do 5 though. That's interesting.
What's that?
You do 5, you said.
Yeah, I'd do 5. Again, I do think he could probably score 20 next year. I always think, it's like...
It's a valuable skill is if you can put the puck in the net, people are going to pay for it.
TK, we'll check you out tomorrow with Pomp and Joe. That's if Pomp's there. It might just be you and Joe based on the way he does his schedule. Thanks, man.
Thanks, boys. We'll see you.
Listen to the PM Team On Demand, Apple Podcast, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Coming up next, not only did the Steelers hire Brian Angelico to be their offensive coordinator, they just hired a guy and gave him the title of assistant head coach. Reaction to that next. Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment. We're live at Studio B. It's the PM Team. I'm going to tell you right now about Comer and Cross. Concrete garage floor coatings. Same drill today. Wife left early for work. I pulled my car in. I wanted it to warm up a tiny bit before I hit the road. Stella started making negotiations with me over whether she should get a quarter cookie, a half cookie, or a whole cookie before I left, which sidetracked me. Once I got done with that whole, it was like dealing with Scott Boras for 15 minutes. As soon as I got done with that, I walked out into the garage and I said, again, thank God I made this decision to have this garage completely redone and brought back to life by the people at Comer and Cross. When spring gets here, I'm going to have a party in there. Maybe I'll invite you. Get Get your new garage floor now. Lock in your preseason sale price and have it installed when you want it. Not on their terms where they string you along like other contractors do. The day you want and the day you pick is when they'll finish it. It'll get done in one day. That's what they did for me. It is the gold standard, Comer and Cross. So sign up now, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR. Go to COMERcross.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Our cheese logs are so good, people complain there's too much cheese. Only at Bubba's Gourmet Burgers and Beer.
Pepperoni rolls are back at Cohen Markets and now available in a variety of flavors. Step into the roll zone at any participating Cohen Markets location and grab 2 of their family recipe pepperoni rolls for only $8. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy 2 get 2 free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, the Penguins off today. One more game before Sidney Crosby heads to Italy for the Olympics, and that'll be against the Sabres tomorrow night in Buffalo. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, live from beautiful Studio B, Bowser Chevy. It's the PM team.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Know him as well as any coach that I've ever played underneath, and this was obviously a long time ago, but moved to tight end, and he was a tight ends coach at Pitt throughout my whole entire tenure, even before I moved to tight end. And I get with him, and he builds me from the ground up. Like I never in my life put my hand in the ground as a football player. I was always a running back or receiver, a skilled player. So I had to learn how to play tight end. And not only did he teach me from the ground up, he made me one of the best tight ends in the country in college football in 2009. He's a guy, man, honestly, this is a long time ago, and I'm sure that it's probably even heightened now. He's about 99.8% football and maybe 0.1% or 0.2% just outside of football. Like, he's a guy who slept in the office. He's a guy who had an apartment, didn't have TVs, didn't have anything in his apartment whenever he was at Pitt.
Doran Dickerson, you hear him on the mornings. The people who program sports talk radio in America said that morning show is the 5th best morning show in the country. Congratulations on all their success.
Back-to-back top 5s.
Yep. What they say about midday?
8th.
How did Starkey take the news?
Poorly.
Do we have any of those clips, Donnie? Do we have any way of gleaning or hearing how bothered Joe was by the 8th place finish?
Because a couple of years ago, they were much lower than that, and I think there was cause for wondering if the vote had gotten messed up.
They were 18th.
Yeah, Pennsylvania and Ohio have long had just a rivalry, I think, in general, in sports, like a lot of sports team rivalries. I think there's an Ohio component to this that has really fueled Joe's anger. Very
Bob,
much
I
so.
interrupt the show to say that in Barrett Media's top 20 mid-market sports radio
where are we, Bob?
midday
Where
shows.
do you think we are? No, we're not.
We're number 8, Bob.
Oh, we climbed up.
Let's get T-shirts that say we're number 8.
We're number 8.
We won a Marconi, for God's sakes. What are we doing here?
Well, that's progress, isn't it?
Bob, we've fallen apart.
Wow.
He then proceeded.
Did not take the news.
He then, I don't know if Donnie
Limits sound excited, and Pomp took it in stride.
Yeah, Pomp was, like, I think, reasonable about it. Donnie, did you happen to get any of them? Now, the guy who runs these Barrett surveys, the site, Barrett News Media, Barrett Sports Media, is Jason Barrett. He is he's been like a PD or a brand manager in San Francisco and other places, etc. Jason Barrett. Everybody in our business kind of knows
Red
who he
Sox
is.
Marty Barrett?
Yeah, sure.
How about former Expo Michael Barrett?
Donnie, do you have any clips of Joe just trying to identify who the person is and what the name of the person is who runs this survey?
2 shows and Bob's thanking them. Bob's saying thanks. Thanks, Jeff.
I just want to be
Thanks for
respectful.
putting
That's
2
all.
shows in Cleveland and 1 in Columbus. Anybody else from Ohio?
Man.
Oh, I heard that in the car. He was heated.
Anyways, Dorn from a Top 5 show was talking about Brian Angelico, who made him into an All-American tight end. The thing that stood out there, and he's obviously, we're talking about this because moments ago, just about every NFL reporter said that this is a done deal. Brian Angelico is going to be the Steelers' offensive coordinator. I had heard that he was like an ultimate football guy from someone else, not named Doran. I didn't know it was to the degree where, all right, sleep in the office, you hear that about guys. But his house didn't have TVs, and there was nothing in it. It wasn't even, no one came and...
It just was a dwelling where technically if he had to sleep somewhere, he slept there, and then he immediately just got back to the office to watch
No one furnished it whatsoever?
Well, that's that old joke about if you let a single guy have an apartment, there will be a couch, or there'll be like a chair, a TV on a table, and like a PlayStation. The fridge will be full of like pop or whatever. And like it'll look like basically somebody who doesn't know how to take care of themselves lives there. This one, though, like Doran's description of him, which was very kind of evocative and funny, almost made it seem like he's a football serial killer. You know what I mean? Like he has one overriding interest, and like the rest of it is just so tangential and tertiary. Nothing matters to him. I will say, like laughs aside, Doran did jump from position to position at Pitt. It was, I think, recruited as a running back. Then they tried to move him to linebacker. Yeah. He's told me this story a lot. And he was getting, I think, like anybody would, a little frustrated that they couldn't figure out a position. And so I do think it says something that this guy basically said, okay, you're kind of a matchup problem tight end is what we want to turn you into, and turned him into one very quickly. Like, that is impressive to me. You take a guy who's an athlete, you take a guy who doesn't have the prototype size to be like an inline tight end, and he turns him into an All-America basically in 1 year. And that's just one person he has worked with throughout his career. He's worked with a ton of different tight ends. We could go and cross-reference years he's been a tight ends coach and how those teams have done at that position, but I do think the guy knows ball. Like,
well, it sounds like that's all he knows.
I don't know if he knows anything else.
There's only 0.2%. Does he have a wife and kids, Donnie? Like, can you go to the Vikings website and go to the bio? Did Brian Angelico at some point have someone pull him aside and say, you need to find interests other than football? Maybe go date someone? Maybe find someone who will tolerate and put up with your nonstop life is only football?
Hold on. Are you ready? Here, I have this. I have this right now, okay? All it says about Angelico that isn't like basically what he's done as a coach, this is all it says, man. I'm not kidding you.
Yep.
It is, I'm making sure I didn't miss anything. Yep. Here it is. Last lines. Angelico, as a player, was a 4-year starter at outside linebacker for St. Lawrence University in Canton, New York, and he also served as team captain for their baseball team. He later received a master's degree at Ithaca College. That's it, man.
He's married to football.
There is nothing in here on their team bio site.
His wife is Pigskin.
His wife is, what do they call it? The Duke? Is the football?
His wife
is the Duke.
His wife is Mrs. Football, literally, in this case, not just a nickname like Sarah, Donnie's fiance. That's how much this guy digs ball, man.
Do you just think he has a bunch of, like, besides his Minnesota team gear, he's just got a bunch of shirts with the NFL crest on it, the shield, and the NCAA logo? That's all he's got.
I mean, I hate to say it, but if I didn't meet Amanda, I think that's where I would have ended up in life. Like, if I didn't have a wife in, like,
if you hadn't met Amanda,
yes,
and you had gone unsuccessfully through the dating world till, like, what would have been the magic age? Have you ever heard of the people who are friends, like guy and a girl who are friends, who say, if we're not married by the time we're 40, we're going to shack up together?
All right, can I admit something to you guys? And I want to ask honestly if you've ever had this thought pop into your head.
I'm ready.
Have you ever been in a relationship that seemed to be maybe coming to like a dead end? And you've thought to yourself, you know what, this wouldn't be the worst thing if it ended, because if it did, I'd have so much more time to watch games.
Not specifically.
Did you ever say that to yourself?
Not specifically watch games, but I remember distinctly being in a relationship that I knew was heading for a dead end, and me and you broke bread and had beers after that one.
Well, were you thinking to yourself,
no, but it was
a big benefit is now I have more time to watch games?
Honest to God, man, I think the thing going through my head for that particular one was just a Mulsey version of your watch games one, which was, so much more time to play golf or something like that.
Donnie, are you like me in that way, or is that an extreme opinion to have?
No, I would say I've had previous relationships where I have had that thought of like, okay, things really aren't taking
souring
off here, and
if this goes belly up, think about all the football games I can watch without like having
and just
little
like,
arguments at home about it.
Just like general, like, just time to do like whatever.
Yeah. All right, I think that's one of the reasons why I probably like Brian Angelico.
I think we're
going to hit it off.
I want to be very clear, though. I feel like I only ever had that thought when it was, like, officially DOA. The problem with you, Pony, is I feel like you had, like, an argument with a girlfriend at some point, and your brain just skipped ahead to, I think this isn't going anywhere, man. I really want to watch games.
Well, Amanda had to chastise me the other night because I was trying to watch old Super Bowl highlight films in bed again. And she's like,
Facenda's voice didn't turn her on?
No, I've already moved past all the Facenda games.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, I'm already into like the early 2000s Super Bowls.
And you watch these on your phone?
No, I watch them on my iPad.
And I know you, so you definitely don't turn the iPad's like internal lighting down. It's probably blinding her.
No, it's still not good enough for her.
Do you have Bluetooth headphones you put on?
I don't believe in Bluetooth like Aaron Rodgers, so I have the old school ones.
I am just stupefied and sometimes disgusted by you.
Joe Witt is going to be the Steelers' assistant head coach. This is a guy who had a bunch of different jobs in Green Bay going back to the second Mike McCarthy was brought there. Actually, that's not true. Second year of Mike McCarthy, gets hired, bottom rung, quality control coach. Mm-hmm. Next year, cornerbacks coach. He's a cornerbacks coach the year that they beat the Steelers in the Super Bowl. Man, this is a long time to be a cornerbacks coach. He was the corner coach for the Packers from 2009 to 17. He did that job for 9 years. 18, McCarthy's last game there, he became the defensive pass game coordinator. Then met up with McCarthy again in Dallas, and for 3 years was the secondary coach, so not just corners, coached the entire secondary. Same thing with pass game coordinator. Dan Quinn took, because he was on McCarthy's staff in Dallas as the defensive coordinator, obviously, people remember that, then took Witt to Washington with him and gave him a promotion, made him defensive coordinator, and he was the play caller when they went to the NFC Championship game in 2024. I think things got so bad there this year, Quinn stripped him of play calling duties and took them back himself, gets fired, and now is coming back to the warm bosom of Mike McCarthy as assistant head coach and secondary coach. This guy's coached with McCarthy for a while, and he's still in his 40s. So he got this job as a very young guy. He played wide receiver. He's kind of like Tomlin. He played wide receiver in college, and then he became a defensive backs coach.
Pony, he got, if I'm looking at this, what is he, 47, correct?
Yeah.
So he first did that job in 2009 for the Packers.
He was quality control.
But no, I'm saying cornerbacks, just for what I'm going to tell you here. He would have been at that point like
He was in his 20s.
30 years old, 31 years old. Al Harris, who was still on that Packers team, was 4 years older than the guy coaching him.
Yeah, that's like when Tomlin was the secondary coach with the Bucs. Same thing. So this guy's now the assistant head coach. Now, Donnie, what was your witty comment about these gentlemen?
Charles Woodson was also the DPOY that year, his first year as the corners coach there.
But was he playing safety?
No, he was listed as a left corner.
Donnie, what was your witty comment about all these guys that Mike McCarthy's hiring from today?
Oh, he's building a coaching staff like Adam Sandler's putting together a movie cast. And I understand that in the NFL, it's all about your connections, and, Mike McCarthy isn't the first coach to do this, but it is pretty comical to me that I think every single official hire, if they weren't a returning coach from Tomlin's staff, every single one has either a personal coaching connection to McCarthy or a tie to Pittsburgh or both.
Yeah. If it were an Ocean's 11 movie, this is the montage part where they've decided they're going to do the caper, and he's going through piece by piece to get every single person.
All right. Texas on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. Personal law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Coming up in 3 minutes, it is early today because of the way our schedule's set up. Another edition of the PM Team Big Game Bonanza. We have 2 tickets to go see Journey.
Oh, man.
Journey is coming to town next month. If you want to go see Journey, when the lights go down in the city. Well, then you need to call in right now, 412-928-9370. We have 2 big game trivia questions to ask you. One will be something that happened in the big game. The other will be a sound bite. You'll have to listen to it and then tell us who's talking in the clip. 412-928-9370. That's next, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Virginia 67, Pitt 47 last night. The Panthers, coming off a loss, will host SMU on Saturday, a 2 p.m. tip at the Peterson Event Center. You can hear the game right here on 93.7. The Fan pregame coverage at 1:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mosey.
Hey, thanks, Don. I want to tell everybody about Daisy French Onion Dip because I want you to snack well. I want you to eat good. I want things that you're eating for particularly a big game you're probably going to be watching this weekend to taste the absolute best they can. Daisy French Onion Dip helps them do exactly that. So does Daisy Ranch Dip. Why? Well, they just taste better because they're made with the kind of ingredients that you'd find in your own kitchen. No preservatives, no artificial ingredients. They make chips, wings, pretzels, veggies, and even more. Like, basically, your imagination is the only limit. They make it all taste better. So take my advice and look for Daisy French Onion Dip and Daisy Ranch Dip at a grocery store near you.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. During Super Bowl week, there's been a push from NFL owners in the league to add an 18th game to the season. The NFL Players Association pushed back on Tuesday, saying its members have no appetite for an 18th game. I agree with the players. We don't need an 18th game. I'm Chris Black.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Starting to see some heavy congestion on the Parkway East outbound as brake lights start around Technology Drive as you try to leave the city. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
Buy 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. WindowNation.com. Right now, buy 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. Plus, you could get no payments or interest for 2 years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off for Valentine's Day. Don't miss out. This offer ends soon. So schedule your quote right now at WindowNation.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Mike Florio joins us from the Super Bowl in 15 minutes. Mike Florio, in addition to covering the entire NFL for Pro Football Talk, a man that grew up outside of Wheeling, West Virginia, but ended up being a Vikings fan, has worn a Chuck Foreman jersey while being interviewed by us in the past. He adores the Minnesota Vikings. He has great sources within the Vikings. So he'll have a lot to say about Brian Angelico when we bring him on in a few minutes. But that music means it is time for PM Team Big Game Bonanza.
PM Team Big Game Bonanza.
Yeah, the end of that is just weird.
Why did you go with that?
It's like the scene in Step Brothers where the tuxedos were cool at first, but then they just got weird.
And then one of them farts, I think, in that same scene.
Then he says he could taste the onion.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who was that, Seth Rogen?
Yeah, he was the guy hiring.
Yeah.
Who was the woman who's hiring and they just discussed her immediately? I don't even remember what they say. I love that moment.
Pam. Yeah. Is it panned? I believe she's saying panned. P-A-N-D. Yeah.
What does it make you guys say about my wife, Alex, that is like still to this day, I think With a Bullet, her favorite movie.
It is. It's a tremendous movie.
She absolutely loves that movie. And you know what? Whenever she's like, why don't we watch Step Brothers? What am I going to tell her? No, because I know I'll be laughing on the floor like an idiot.
All right, Donnie. Let's get some players ready to roll here. They are playing for 2 tickets to see Journey.
Oh, man.
412-928-9370, beginning with Riley. Hello, Riley.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, Riley.
Yeah, we got you, Riley.
What's the first Super Bowl you remember?
Oh, my first Super Bowl I remember is Broncos versus Seahawks. I'm young.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy, is right. The Steelers have not played in a Super Bowl since that one. Oh, boy. He could be in trouble here.
Here we go.
We'll see how much of a student of the game he is.
Your first Super Bowl's Seahawks.
Let him go,
Goodbye.
Donnie.
Goodbye.
And hopefully, Donnie, you only hit the dump button once because we got to be able
twice, and that kind of ruins the game.
Unbelievable.
So you guys can filibuster, and hey, I'll fill out the rest of the calls. Perfect. Thanks, Riley.
You know what? It's a good time for me to tell you that no one should have to face a winter without heat. You can help your neighbors in need stay warm by supporting the 2026 NRG KDK Radio Warmathon presented by MetaConnect. Visit warmathon.com now to donate and have the chance to bid on items like joining Starkey and Pomp for a round of golf. Powered by Dynegy, brought to you by Junk Luggers of Pittsburgh, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Nest Expressions Window Fashions. Details at 937thefan.com. By the way, Pomp and Joe today told you about Starkey's Card of the Week from Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Contest runs every Wednesday through Friday at noon. 937thefan.com contesting page.
How has the pony card, before you tell us who the card was, how has the pony getting back into cards thing gone? Like, have you decided to go 2 feet in here?
I, every day, spend time looking at either memorabilia or cards that I want to buy, and I can't pull the trigger on any of them. I just get cold feet. The card this week is a Will Howard first-year jersey card.
Now, what is a jersey card?
They took a piece of his jersey from a game.
And put it in, okay, made it part of the card.
But it's not a game he would have ever played in, which I think is interesting. Right?
Yes. Was it a practice jersey?
There's black in it. Their practice jerseys are white, right?
I believe they are, yeah. I believe they are.
So it's a jersey he wore watching the Steelers game on the sideline.
I'm on the baseball card castle website right now, and they got a Ken Griffey Jr. 1989 rookie card. Those old blue and yellow Mariners uniforms. He looks like a child because he was. And then I think about the passage of time. Anyway, Pony,
we're back. It is time to talk to Jeff. Hello, Jeff.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Jeff, first Super Bowl you remember watching?
You know, I'd have to say the 85 Bears and Patriots. I remember watching, like, Wilbur Marshall with those snow flurries in the NFC Championship game.
Right. Good. Well, then we're going to go in that direction here. This Pitt all-time great was the starting left tackle for the winning team in Super Bowl 20. Can you name him?
That's a layup, Mulsey. Come on, Jimbo Covert.
It was actually me that asked the question, not Mulsey. All right.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Is it right?
That is right.
Yeah, it was a layup. You just somehow managed to get that right very easily and couldn't identify
All
which
right,
of us
I
was
want
talking
you to identify the man in this clip. Donnie, I want you to go to PM Team Big Game Bonanza Clip 1 in my folder. Clip 1. Get in my ear when you find it. Okay, here it is. I want you to identify the last person. You're going to hear a narrator. Then I want you to identify the person talking at the end of the clip. Hit it.
When Cowboys safety Cliff Harris taunted kicker Roy Girella, Lambert responded.
I thought that was right on time, and I'm glad Lambert did that.
Who said that was right on time, and I'm glad Lambert did that? Jeff, who is that?
Oh, man. I'm going to say Dwight White.
Jeff, you're going to go see Journey. Congratulations.
I've never won anything.
Well, you
just did. Can't say that anymore.
That was great.
That was very impressive.
Would you have gotten
weird.
that right?
No, I wouldn't have. I don't think I would have. I might have eventually gone with Dwight White, but it would have been guess at least 2 or 3. I do kind of think it's weird that he nailed the Jimbo Covert, which I don't think is I thought that was a medium at most difficulty question, and then I thought that was
other
a
people
harder
have
one.
gotten wrong here in this game.
And then he goes, "Come on, Malsey, that's an easy one." So the one voice he can't identify is the one he presumably listens
you
to
got blamed.
4 hours a day.
All right, Mike Florio next from San Francisco. Brian Angelico, the new Steelers. Oh, Jeff.
Call back, Jeff. You got to call back and give Donnie your
Yeah.
info, man.
You can't just
won.
hang up.
Yeah, you do not hang up.
So we got to have you call back and get those
Please
tickets.
call back, Jeff. Make sure you call us back.
412-928-9370. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. You can watch the show there. We're live from Studio B. And Mike Florio is going to join us in the Super Bowl next. What's the scuttlebutt there on Aaron Rodgers coming back? What does he make of all these Steelers hires? That's all on the way. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
5-4 overtime loss for the Penguins last night to the New York Islanders. That's back-to-back losses for Pittsburgh. They do pick up a point last night in defeat. Pens visit the Sabres tomorrow night. Puck drop set for 7. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, FanDuel is the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. Yes, it is the last call for football. And FanDuel is giving you a daily profit boost every day leading up to Sunday's big game between the Pats and Seahawks. Today's 30% profit boost is on receiver props, receiving yards, over, under, alt receiving yards, most receiving yards, etc. One guy I think is going to go under his number, and he's a guy I thought the Steelers should have traded for, Rashid Shaheed. He caught that bomb at the beginning of the game against the Rams and then didn't have another catch the rest of the game. He was shut out against the Niners other than that kickoff return for a touchdown. He's really turned into more of a decoy in that offense, and I could see him getting involved as a gimmick guy on maybe a screen or an end around, but he's not really catching a lot of balls there, and I think that number's inflated. So I would go under. FanDuel.com/Andrew, the official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60, to take advantage of that today. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania, opt-in required. Bonus issued is now double profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our draft coverage never rests.
It's draft day.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Fan is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know leading up to the big day. Presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office.
This is attorney Ed Shenderovich, and just like you, I love dogs. All breeds of dogs. Unfortunately, sometimes dogs attack people, causing serious injuries. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've represented many, many victims of dog attacks. And as in all our cases that we handle, our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. If you've been injured by a dog, call us at 888-98-TWINS. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up with care management that ensures doctors work together on complicated conditions. We show up with the latest in online tools to make healthcare easier to use anytime. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Doran Dickerson here at PJ Fitzpatrick. You don't have to pick between affordability and quality. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. Plus, you can trust PJ Fitzpatrick with their 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com today for a free design consultation. That's trustpj.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use this directed.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game. Put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
It all comes down to this, folks. Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks Vapo Cool Drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These Vapo Cool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks Vapo Cool Drops. Use as directed.
Hey, it's Pony back to tell you guys about Xfinity. When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. That's right, no contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. That would be wild. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration. Now through February 22nd, get your best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call visitxfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
I'm going to talk to Mike Florio. How about this? Adam Schefter and his effort to be more than just a football guy. We've seen him do sideline reporting at NBA games and stuff, and I think golf he did an event. He just broke an NHL trade. Artemi Panarin, the bread man, to the LA Kings.
Did he actually have...
Breaking news from Adam Schefter, and Emily Kaplan got stapled on.
Here's what sucks. I think Emily Kaplan almost certainly had the story, and they said, hey, Emily, because that's her job. She is their NHL reporter and insider. Hey, Emily, it's Adam's story, really. It's your story, but Adam gets to report it.
Adam Schefter is going to be breaking
Do we
college basketball NIL news?
I mean, I think of all the insiders like that, I think Shefty sort of has like a winking self-awareness of like what he does, and he'll ham it up a little. But do we need him to be a multi-sport news breaker?
He's going to start calling elections soon,
like the Steve Kornacki guy or whatever for NBC.
Mike Florio with us. NBC has got the Super Bowl, so he's out there in San Francisco. Brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing expert. All right, Mike, you've been a Vikings fan since the 1970s. The Steelers just hired a Vikings coach to be OC. What's your take on Brian Angelico?
Well, look, anytime you've got one of the great quarterback whisperers in the league who is running your offense, I don't know what the rest of the guys really contribute to it. Now, that said, Grant Udinski went from being the quarterback's coach in 2024 to the offensive coordinator of the Jaguars, and he's in position to possibly be a head coach sooner than later. And it's almost that Sean McVay osmosis, like how much you learn about the secret sauce, the way things are done. So, hey, it's encouraging to the extent he's coming from a shop where the Vikings have figured out how to get the most out of every quarterback that they have, except for J.J. McCarthy, but that's a different challenge altogether. I think it's encouraging. The Vikings offense is designed very effectively and thoroughly. I'd like to see a little more emphasis on the run, and I'm sure you guys would too. But, yeah, I think it's an interesting decision. And obviously Mike McCarthy's going to be in charge of the offense. He said as much during his introductory press conference last week.
Mike, I had a thought occur to me last night when I was on TV, and sometimes that's the worst time for something to pop into
my life.
Dude,
sorry.
What are we doing here? Two segments in a row.
You're all right.
I told him to have the dump button ready.
Mike, I said last night, all signs point to the Steelers wanting Aaron Rodgers back. But now that a GM change got made in Minnesota, can we really rule out Aaron Rodgers playing for the Vikings in 2026?
No. And I believe, and sometimes when we say I believe, we believe. Sometimes when we say I believe, we kind of are saying I know. But I'll just say I believe that last year Kevin O'Connell was banging hard on the table to have an accomplished veteran to go along with J.J. McCarthy, recognizing that McCarthy wasn't ready to go out there and be the guy, and they needed someone else, whether it was Sam Darnold, whether it was Daniel Jones, whether it was Aaron Rodgers. Now, I saw some reporting that they didn't want Rodgers because they didn't want J.J. McCarthy to learn bad habits. But I think now that O'Connell is in charge, you got to look at the options that are available. Obviously, Darnold's not available. Jones is technically available because he's going to be a free agent, but I think he's going to stay with the Colts. Rodgers is available. There aren't many other guys out there. So I could see Rodgers going to Minnesota. It wouldn't shock me if it happened.
Is the least likely, if the options are Rodgers actually comes back to Pittsburgh, Rodgers goes to Minnesota, or Rodgers just says, I'm actually good, I'm done, is the least likely of those, in your opinion, he says, I'm good, I'm done?
Do we think he's going to exit the NFL with his last throw being a pick six? The guy who puts so much emphasis on his touchdown to interception ratio, I don't think he wants his last throw in the NFL to be a pick six. So I'm inclined to think he's going to come back. He can still play. He's learned how to play within his physical abilities. His arm is going to be there until he's in his 50s. He just needs to get rid of the ball quickly, make fast decisions, and get the ball to the open man. So I have a feeling he's going to play. The question is, does he stay in Pittsburgh or does he end up going to a new team? And I think that's going to be driven by the extent to which he thinks he's going to be able to win in Pittsburgh versus, what a new team may bring to him by way of possibility of not just getting to the playoffs, but winning a game or two.
I mean, my question back to that, though, if he stays in Pittsburgh is this, and you said, get rid of the ball quickly, et cetera. We saw him do that last year, and I felt like watching it, Mike, that it limited what they were capable of offensively. So I would wonder how much that actually affects Aaron Rodgers being Aaron Rodgers in the future, if that's what he's going to have to do every single time.
Hey, you know what? I'm sorry I didn't get the question.
No, that's all right. I'll restate it quickly.
Let me tell you this. So let me brag. Okay. Justin Jefferson came up to me and gave me a big hug, man. It made my day. Vikings receiver.
Wait, that just happened?
Yeah.
Wow.
Can you grab him and give him your headset real quick, Mike, and we can ask him if he thinks Aaron Rodgers is coming to Minnesota?
he kept going. He kept going.
Right,
he had his entourage. He broke from his entourage and came to me and gave me a big hug. How about
Has
that?
that ever happened to you at the Super Bowl before, Mike? Have you ever had someone come up to you and not want to say mean things?
Not like. Well, no. People for the most part are nice. For the most part,
I agree with that. That's been my experience there too.
They'll talk crap about you behind your back, and then when they see you, they're your best friend. So
Yeah, I think that's this business in a nutshell. No, I was just.
I'm sorry I've thrown the interview off the rails.
No, I would rather.
No, you only did that when you cursed, Mike.
You did the right thing by telling us that Jefferson came up to you. That's definitely the receiver on the Vikings more so than Addison that you want to come up and have fist bump you. That's for sure. Yeah, that's kind of a risky joke to go with here in Pittsburgh, where he had very good times with Kenny Pickett before he transferred to USC. Anyway. My whole thing with Rodgers, if he were to come back to the Steelers, because if he goes to Minnesota, I'll kind of tip my hand here and say he's somebody else's, not problem, but maybe hindrance to a certain kind of offense. We saw him get rid of the ball so quick. He can still throw it, but I just felt like it was very limiting as to what they could do offensively. His desire to be rid of the football in like 2.25 seconds, it felt like, on the overwhelming majority of his dropbacks. So how much can he really help a team if that's the kind of style he prefers and really, by necessity, has to play now?
Yeah, look at Tom Brady late in his career, and what it led to is when you feel the walls closing in and you throw the ball away and you throw the ball up for grabs, that NFC Championship game between Brady and Rodgers 5 years ago, the interceptions that Brady threw, I think 2 of the 3 were a direct result of he's about to get leveled by somebody literally half his age and twice his size. He's just getting rid of the ball. And Rodgers is going to have to do more of that. You're not going to get any more mobile and agile as you get older. He's going to have to get rid of the football quickly, and he's going to be chewing more into that thing that is the centerpiece of his argument that he's the greatest of all time, his ungodly touchdown-to-interception ratio.
Mike, you have made waves a little bit here because I think you still have said lately that you're not 100% sure Lamar Jackson is back in Baltimore. Is that still how you feel, or are you now convinced that Lamar Jackson, with the coaching changes there, will be their quarterback in 2026?
Well, it's one thing to say he's going to be the quarterback in 26. It's another thing to say he's going to be there for the next 5 years. They need to get his contract extended. He's under contract for 2 more years with a no-tag clause on the back end. He can say if he wants, I reject any and all offers you're going to make me. I'm going to become a free agent in 2 years. I'll go play for the Dolphins or anyone else. The question becomes, does he want to be there now that they have hired Jesse Minnow to be the head coach? A guy with no head coaching experience, defensive coordinator. What did he want, and what kind of input did he have? We saw last week how much input Josh Allen had and how involved he was in the hiring of Joe Brady in Buffalo. How involved was Lamar Jackson? Are they going to get an extension done? Until an extension's done, I'm not ready to declare he's there over the long term. And if he says to them, I'm just going to put in my next 2 years and go, they have to ask themselves, do we try to find a trade partner and move on from him now?
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. All right, Mike, when you see Cam Hayward out there, say hello for us. Alex Highsmith, too. We like both of those guys.
We talked to him earlier today. He was awesome. Alex was awesome.
All right, see you, Mike. Goodbye. Mike.
Thanks, guys.
Mike Florio.
Isn't Radio Row like way more transactional now, unfortunately, than it used to be? Like, it used to be just send a radio show out and people just stop by and
That's what
chime
people write about it, but I wasn't able to see it before and then after. You know,
like Francesa has lamented that, like, now everyone's just.
Sorry.
Andrew Starkey there. Joe Filipponi. The big sneeze.
I mean, what would you have done in that situation? If I turn,
throw the mic. I think you can hit the mic.
It came on so but it came on so fast. If I don't want to turn the sneeze into you.
No, but you could quickly hit the button, then turn away.
I know, but the bigger priority there was making sure snot didn't fly in your direction. So I leaned.
Oh my God! I just got over COVID. I'm good. Immune system of steel here. I shouldn't call you Joe Filipponi or Andrew Starkey, because if you were one of those, it would have sounded like this.
Donnie, do you think that's actually how Starkey's sneeze sounds, or do you think he plays it up for on-air purposes? Is it a work or a shoot is pretty much what I'm asking you.
I like to think it's a little bit of both. Just kind of like when he does his stretching routine.
What do you think, Chris?
It's definitely a bit of a work. But as with Joe, as with everything, Joe, even if he's doing it exaggeratedly.
Yeah.
There's always truth underneath all of it. Like today might have been an exaggerated, I can't believe all these shows in Ohio got ranked ahead of us. But he's seething with very real rage at his core.
Why are you so upset?
I'm not upset, Bob. So a lot of people are around here. You just heard from somebody else who's upset about it. We play to win around here.
On that, along those lines, you play to win. You don't play to just make the playoffs and get blown out.
Yes.
I'm hoping the Vikings want Aaron Rodgers.
So am I.
And
so am I.
Now that O'Connell's in charge and he's such good friends with Rodgers, if he is ready to just call it a day with J.J. McCarthy, maybe that does happen.
That's what I would want.
That would be like an angel down from heaven.
That would be somebody taking, I said it in so many words to Mike Florio. I said, I want him to be, and he was not like horrible. He got them a division title, fine. But I want him from now on to be somebody else's problem. He came here to play for Mike Tomlin. He conquered the AFC North at least for 1 year. Go somewhere else. Do the full Brett Favre experience and finish your career in Minnesota, possibly by throwing a back-breaking pick in an NFC title game. Although if he got them to an NFC title game, I think I would crap my pants. I'd be so surprised.
The Pirates have just signed a guy who pitched in the World Series. We will come back with that breaking news and what Ken Rosenthal, one of baseball's biggest insiders, is saying about the big ticket item the Pirates are trying to land in free agency. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. Live at Studio B, it's the PM team.
First, though, it's me, Malsey. And one of the things you guys have probably heard me talk about for a while is with Awaken 180 weight loss, how much it helps you kind of reconfigure your relationship with food. And I lost my 35 pounds in 6 weeks. I actually wanted to put a little bit back on because I ended up getting all the way down, I think, to like 170, which would have been 40, maybe even 41 pounds. I think I saw 169 for a day. And then I was like, all right, that's actually a lower weight than I want to sit at here. I want to be in like somewhere in the mid 180s. And so I wanted to put a little weight back on. Now my big goal is I want my 40s to be my like most athletic decade. Pretty low bar given my relative athletic feats to this point. But I've tried to start going to the gym and making a real effort to build some muscle. How does Awaken 180 help with that? Well, guess what? I look in the app. I'm tracking macros a little bit more now, and I can look in the app. I can grab a recipe that I know is going to check certain boxes that I need it to check. I can track everything in the app. I still use the scale to make sure I'm not getting out of whack with like body fat percentages, everything like that. These are all just some of the things because it's a wide suite or menu of features that Awaken 180 offers to help you lose the weight and keep it off for life. So what are you waiting for? Find out more about the long-term solution for weight loss at awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 78 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Square off tonight at the Garden, and I think Jalen Brunson will be dropping plenty of dimes in this one. Brunson's assists this season are down quite considerably from last year as the Knicks offense has changed under Mike Brown, but there's something about this matchup with Denver that turns Brunson into the ultimate facilitator. In the last 3 meetings with the Nuggets, Brunson has totaled 17, 15, and 9 assists. I like Brunson to go over his assist total tonight again versus the Nuggets. I'm Pat Will. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filipponi. How old is your furnace? McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric is searching for the oldest working furnace in the burg. If yours is still hanging on, enter McVeigh's oldest furnace contest for a chance to win a brand new high-efficiency Bryant furnace. To enter, schedule a quick visit from McVeigh. They will inspect your furnace, confirm its age, and make sure it still works. Get all the details at callmcveigh.com/oldest furnace contest. McVeigh and Bryant, doing whatever it takes to keep Pittsburgh warm
warm all winter.
Our veterans and their families make great sacrifices to protect our nation. Now it's time for them to receive assistance in their time of need as they age. If you are a veteran or the spouse of a veteran, contact Julian Gray Associates to speak with one of their VA-accredited attorneys to find out how you can receive compensation for the costs of care you are receiving in your home or a long-term care facility. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Tired of the shower curtain sticking to you? Time to contact BoulevardGlassandMetal.com.
DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 sportsbook for live betting, is making every moment of Super Bowl 60 count with DraftKings Live Millions, featuring over $5 million in prizes. Here's how it works. Open the DraftKings Sportsbook app, opt in, and get your promo token. Place a live bet of $1 or more on the Super Bowl, and you're in. And every live bet means another shot to win. Once the game wraps up, we'll randomly select our prize winners. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code THEFAN. That's code THEFAN. Bet live for your share of $5 million in prizes with code THEFAN. In partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Pennsylvania only. Eligibility and restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Minimum odds minus 500. Prizes either bonus bets or single use 20% profit boost. Max bet $20 that expire in 30 days. See official rules at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos for entry period and free method of entry. Sponsored by Crown Gaming Inc.
Are you struggling with bad feet? Here at the Good Feet store, we hear a lot about foot pain, but we also hear about back, knee, and hip pain. I'd like you to hear what Kelsey, a kinesiologist, has to say about the Good Feet arch support system.
As an exercise specialist, I've seen all kinds of things that people try to put in their shoes to get out of pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that they support all 4 arches in the foot.
So did you know you had 4 arches in each foot? Most shoes and inserts only support 1. Maybe that's the reason all the remedies you've tried in the past just didn't work.
When the foot's placed in the ideal position, everything else up the kinetic chain works better. You have better balance, more energy, you're going to feel better. Being able to move freely means everything to me, and good movement starts with the feet.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township, or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. The only place to get the Good Feet solution is at the Good Feet store. Come in for a free test walk today.
Hello, this is Sarah Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management, where I work with my dad and brother. Lester is a chartered financial analyst, and Dad and I are certified financial planners. A favorite client said to me last year, "Someday I'd love to take my girls and their husbands on a family trip together." This was a physician who'd retired after 40 years, and I said to him, "Someday is now." I shared that my parents did the same for my brother and me when we were in our 20s, and the memories we created are priceless. I was so happy when my client and I met again this year, and he showed me pictures from the trip. We want you not just to survive, but to thrive in retirement, to understand what your wealth can do for you and for the people you love. Saving is an important part of a healthy financial plan, but so is enjoying what you've worked for. In retirement, someday is now. Find out how we help you get maximum fulfillment from your money at BotkinFamilyWealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Want a great way to boost your brand? Custom labels at Staples will help your packages pop, shipments stand out, and takeout boxes really take off. Shop now through April 18th and save 30% on all custom labels. Staples. That was easy.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
5
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1979. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1979 or biglou.com.
Real sports talk for real sports fans. What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and you can catch You Better You Bet with me weekday mornings 9 to noon Eastern on the new Westwood One Sports. From being live from Radio Row for the big game to being joined by the biggest names in sports and entertainment, it's sports talk for people that love sports. Download the Odyssey app and listen from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM on Westwood One Sports.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your nature-made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Hey guys, Chris Muller and Donnie Football here. And Don, we got a ton of snow recently, which means break out the shovels. And I used to dread that because I was out of shape, I was overweight, and I was dragging. It was not good. In fact, back in the day, I'd have to take multiple breaks just to shovel my driveway.
Yeah, Malsey, it was the same thing for me, too. It just was not a good feeling to be out there and not feel like I was at my best. But that's a thing of the past, thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss.
I lost 35 pounds, Don. How much did you lose again?
I am down 54 pounds and counting now, Chris. My last weigh-in, 218 pounds, my lowest ever with Awaken 180.
That's very convenient timing, by the way, with a wedding coming up and all. Whether you're shoveling snow, whether you're playing with your kids, or just living everyday life, it all gets easier when you lose the weight and keep it off with the long-term solution for weight loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hi, I'm Jansen.
And I'm Michelle.
And we're a Henny couple. From the moment I walked into Henny, I felt so welcome. There wasn't any pressure, and sales associate Debbie's top priority was to find the perfect ring for Michelle that was in my budget. Once I had the ring, I proposed earlier than I planned because I was too excited to wait.
Jansen proposed in front of our closest friends on a day that is incredibly important to me.
I'm thankful to Henny for the experience and how special they made us feel.
Check out Henny Jewelers online at hennyjewelers.com or follow them on social. Henny Jewelers, they're the jeweler for life.
Honey,
I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Starting to see delays build on the Parkway East outbound as you head into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel and the Parkway West outbound as you make your way towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel. On the Voice of Pittsburgh 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Renzel.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. The big game is this Sunday, which means parties, libations, and food. The exact scenario Awaken 180 was built for. Why? Because you eat to lose weight. Do it once, enjoy the process, then receive free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, according to multiple reports, the Steelers have filled out their coaching staff. Brian Angelico will be the offensive coordinator. Joe Witt signs on as assistant head coach and secondary coach. And the Steelers are plucking a guy from Montana State to be their outside linebackers coach. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now, live from beautiful Studio B, Bowser Chevy. It's the PM team.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller, Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right. Getting a little Pirates here because there's reports out there, and now the Pirates have also made a signing, a name that baseball fans know. Mike Clevenger, who pitched for the Guardians back when they were the Indians in the World Series against the Cubs, the year after the Pirates' 98-win 2015 season. A guy who pre-COVID was one of the best starting pitchers in baseball, then had a run of injuries, was in a big trade with the Padres, pitched decently there, then went where a lot of baseball careers have gone to die lately, the White Sox, and pitched to almost an 8 ERA last year. Pirates signing him to a minor league deal. Doubt he really factors into their plans. He is 35 years old. He's another right-handed pitcher. Last year, he mainly... he pitched 8 games in the big leagues. He was mostly a minor leaguer. Was a reliever and not a starter. That is a segue, though, into the much bigger story, which is this Ken Rosenthal report on Framber Valdez, who, when free agency started, I want to say was viewed as the biggest or best starting pitcher free agent out there. Am I missing somebody? Is anybody signed as a pitcher? Donnie, look prize. That up. Yeah. I mean, Schwarber and Bellinger and Tucker, there were these big, highly productive, expensive, middle of your lineup bats that were out there. Valdez might have been the biggest name free agent, and he just hasn't gotten what he wants. Spot Trek says he's a pitcher that should get more than $30 million a year. Oh, Cease and okay, so Dylan Cease.
Yeah.
What did he sign for, Donnie? Do you have the money?
I'm looking at 7 years, $210 million.
Where's that, Toronto?
Yeah.
7, 210.
Suarez was
30 a
5
year.
for 130.
Okay.
Also close to 30 a year.
And that's what Spot Trek says Framber Valdez is worth, who's coming off, by his standards, his worst year. Before that, the previous 4 seasons got Cy Young votes every year with the Astros. And
His worst season, he's got a 3.6 ERA, and he still is a 4-win pitcher.
And Ken Rosenthal is saying that the Pirates are aggressively targeting him. It's one thing not just to target and say on February 4th, let's take a look at this guy. They are doing it aggressively. They are not just
thwarted in numerous attempts to find additional offense. The Pirates have emerged as one of the most aggressive clubs to pursue Valdez.
Aggressive.
People briefed on the matter.
Yeah.
Just take a strength that's already there, you're pitching, and make it very, very
So that is not just, according to Ken Rosenthal, just internally saying, do we like this guy? Do we not? They're making a push.
However,
to sign him. Oh, there's a but here.
However, next paragraph.
Here we
go.
go.
The Pirates again might prove to be little more than a stalking horse for a more competitive team willing to offer Valdez the type of short-term deal with opt-outs he seems likely to command.
A window shopper.
What is a stalking horse?
A stalking horse is, I believe, in horse racing parlance, and
always around the lead, but never really winning big races.
I don't know if it's like part of a strategy, like if there's a stable of like horses from all one stable that are in a race, and like by design, that horse is used not to win the race, but it's like a strategic technique, right? This horse is going to do something by, maybe setting an early lead or like forcing a horse that we think is going to win to exert himself early in the race when he otherwise would not.
Okay.
And that's what this horse is going to do, is going to put this pressure.
I've never really heard that term used.
So is it like a jobber horse?
No, well,
in like political terms, Donnie, I think it is.
It's more important, but I think it's a bigger job than a jobber. A jobber is just thrown to the wolves.
A stalking horse is being used to obtain a temporary advantage, or somebody who stands against a leader politically to see how strong the opposition is. That is how I'm seeing it described. So yes, Donnie, I do think that's like throwing a jobber out there against Bill Goldberg.
But my point was, I think it's usually when a trainer has more than one, or an owner has more than one horse in a race. Because why would you just want your only horse to be used as like a ploy?
Right. You'd want to have a second.
It's there to help benefit somebody else who you want to have win.
Okay, now it makes sense to me. Anyway, he also says they might lose out on him to a more competitive team. Okay, competitive on the field, I get it. This part, though, makes me arch an eyebrow. Willing to offer Valdez the type of short-term deal with opt-outs he seems likely to command. Pony. The Pirates will have Paul Skeens this year. They will have Connor Griffin, who is getting talked about, I think, as pretty much the best position prospect since maybe, Juan Soto?
Yeah.
And he's getting mentioned in like the Juan Soto, Mike Trout rarefied air.
Yeah.
Okay. They have him for this year.
Yep.
There might be a lockout.
Yep.
After this year. I don't give a rat's ass if Framber Valdez wants a bunch of opt-outs after each year of a 2-year deal or whatever.
Yeah.
Or 3-year deal.
Yep.
Let him have him. I want him for this year.
I actually think, and every time there's a story like this, the initial reaction from most Pirates fan is met with extreme cynicism and this complete, no way in hell is this guy going to come here. This is like with Schwarber or the stalking horse analogy. They're just trying to get good PR out of it.
Yep.
We were in the back getting ready for the show, and someone that might have been on an earlier show was putting that opinion out there.
Mm-hmm.
Here is why I actually think there's credence to this. Very simple. It's the same reason why Suarez signed with the Reds. He signs with the Reds on a 1-year deal. He knows as a right-handed hitter he can hit a crap ton of home runs in Cincy, do that again, go back into free agency, get more money. If you're a left-handed pitcher and his aim is to get money and he's coming off a bad year, what better place is there if the Pirates actually make him a competitive 1-year offer?
Yep.
Let's say it's 20.
He's not a strikeout pitcher, by the way, in the true sense at all. He's an absolutely pitched a weak contact guy.
Let's say the Pirates make him a 1-year, $25 million offer, okay?
Yeah.
If he can't get 210 or 200 or one, what was Suarez, Donnie?
130.
130. If he can't get 210 or 130, if he can't get $30 million for 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, why not have the 1 year you try to put up the best numbers? Why not make it Pittsburgh?
It's a cavernous left field.
I know.
He actually is a little more of a strikeout pitcher than I said, but cavernous left field, balls that you would hit, that would be hit against you in Houston, for example, where you pitched, that would be home runs into the Crawford boxes, would be lazy fly ball outs to like maybe the edge of the warning track. Stuff that happens every day in Major League Baseball, probably 60 times minimum. So if you're making the play that I'm going to do this for 1 year, I'm going to put up some of the best numbers of my career. And even if people try to say, well, you were in a lefty pitcher's paradise of a ballpark, who cares? Somebody's going to pay him more money. Why? It's like a marriage of convenience that I think makes sense. Like, that's why I want to see it happen, because there's no reason for it to not happen other than the Pirates to get like cold feet or him to say, I really don't want to pitch for that baseball team.
But if you're him,
you should want to pitch for them.
I wouldn't care about,
is the team good or not?
Right.
Because if you're good, you're going to get paid.
Yeah. And, all right, so you even do it for, like, I don't think the Pirates are going to be so bad where they're dumping guys at the trade deadline. I don't. I actually think they're going to be a semi-relevant baseball team in 2026. You get 16, 17 starts at PNC Park. Is there a better pitching park? Is there a better pitching park for lefties in the entire league? I don't know. I don't have the...
It's on the very, very short... If it's not number one, it's not outside the top three. I mean, I just think it's got to be the deepest left field and left field power alley in the league.
And let me say, like, from the Pirates' viewpoint on this, they have assembled a very, I think, good, young starting pitching staff that's made out to be a lot better because of how amazing Skeens is. The guys behind him, like Chandler and Ashcraft and Majinski and... to a lesser extent, Keller. Like,
there's not a ton of proof of concept with the younger
Jones
guys.
When he comes back from his injury, like all those guys might be good. None of them have shown to be good
Everybody likes the way it's shaping up, but there's not a ton of proof.
But those guys all have one thing in common. They're all right-handed. How do you as a team, as an organization that builds a team to play in your ballpark 81 games a year, how do you build a rotation with no lefties?
You might love a bunch of righty power arms, and clearly they do, but you got to have somebody. Liriano was a linchpin for their best 3-year run, and he was lefty.
And it's not just on the grounds of, well, most starting staffs want to be, righty, lefty, like have it diverse where it's not just all one-handed pitcher. You want lefties because of the park you play in.
Right.
And they have none. They have zero.
He's also stylistically, I undersold him on strikeouts. He's a pretty good strikeout pitcher, but that's not like what I think of him for. He's also stylistically a softer tosser than some of these guys. He is I wouldn't call him a finesse pitcher, would you? But he's not Paul Skeens or he's not Chandler. He's not trying to throw the ball past.
Yeah, you're not going to watch him pitch and say, oh my God, this is Aroldis Chapman trying to break the radar gun.
Wouldn't you say there's a little bit of like Ranger Suarez there where he's trying to hit his spots?
He's your... I think your classic left-handed pitcher. There's a craftiness there.
He's the best version. Like he's a very rich man's Paul Maholm stylistically.
I would say
extremely
very rich,
very wealthy billionaire Paul Maholm.
Aditi Kinkabwala is going to join us next. All access with her. I don't know if she's at the Super Bowl. I guess we'll find out together. Her take on the coaching staff. She is perfect. Her take on the coaching staff changes the Steelers have made, the buzz she's hearing on McCarthy and Rodgers at the Super Bowl. All next. Quick timeout, and we're right back live from Studio B. You can text us your thoughts. Edgar Steiner, Associates Fan Text Line. Persons you law firm, they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's get to Donnie's headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
A couple of coaching hires for the Steelers today. They have hired Brian Angelico as their offensive coordinator. Joe Witt Jr. hired as an assistant head coach. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, let's talk right now about Comer and Cross. Second time today. I'm more than good with that. An extra chance for me to tell you about the 10 out of 10 5-star job they did with my garage floor. I bought my house, built a house in 2020. One thing that was left unfinished, my first priority was originally, let's get that man cave going. And then as time went on, I would get home, open up the garage door, I'd look at that garage, and I would get mad at myself, and I'd get FOMO when I'd walk around the neighborhood in the summer, walking my dogs, and see people in their amazing, redesigned, redone garage doing all kinds of stuff in there. And Comer and Cross made that a reality, and I can't wait to take advantage of it in the spring. Gleaming new floor, their premium concrete coatings. You can have it done yourself right now. Lock in your preseason sale price. Have it installed when you want it, on your timeline, on your schedule. You're not going to be a victim to the schedule makers of other contractors, and we know how they can lead people on. That doesn't happen with Comer and Cross. The day you ask for the job, it'll be completely done. They get it done in one day. These are experts. These are not subcontractors. So call them now and do it. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Take the plunge like I did. Lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Go to COMERcross.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. No heat? Call McVeigh.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The NFL Players Association said yesterday that the players have no appetite for an 18th game, and honestly, neither should you. A longer season will lead to more injuries, shorter careers, and some form of labor disagreement. The final week of the season rarely matters, albeit for a few games anyway, but the NFL is a machine that must always grow no matter what the cost, even if that cost is the health of their own players. I'm Adam Abdallah.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite awards show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline nasal spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it. Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here, and this month is all about love. But if you're not feeling the love in the bedroom, if you're feeling more of a, disappointment, Blue Chew can help. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. That means Blue Chew can help you show up when it matters during life's most exciting moments. Blue Chew can help you be ready when she is. And Blue Chew, well, it's a small chew for a big difference. It isn't just about performance either, guys. What you want to do here is give her group chat something to talk about, because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. So discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Cloudy but clearing overnight, the low 12.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Multiple crews responding to an accident on 79 southbound in Aleppo Township as you approach the S-curves. On the Voice of Pittsburgh 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. The big game is this Sunday, which means parties, libations, and food. The exact scenario Awaken 180 was built for. Why? Because you eat to lose weight. Do it once, enjoy the process, then receive free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Aditi Kinkabwala set to join us from San Francisco. Her visits with us, NFL on CBS, sideline reporter, brought to you by Sir Grout Pittsburgh, your local grout cleaning expert. Ballsy, have you seen the drawings for the draft here?
Like the artist rendering type of stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So both sides of the stadium, the Science Center side, the Rivers Casino side.
That's the activity side, kind of like where like people do the fan experience stuff.
The stage will be on the other side of Acrisure. I'm told that, I don't even know if the process has begun with this yet, but they're going to gut some of the parking garages down there and turn them into suites.
So some of the artist renderings, like I was like, aren't there parking garages a lot closer to like encroaching on where the pictures?
Those garages are going to get turned into usable draft space.
Okay, that's interesting. I mean, they kind of would have to because it's so condensed. Here's another question, just very quickly. I saw one of them that sort of implied, and maybe neither of you can laugh at me for this if this is something everybody knew. It looked like on some of them, they were going to be ferrying players across the river.
I haven't heard that.
Like in one of the drawings, I was like, that kind of looks like a green room across the river, and they're just going to have that boat just going back and forth.
It would take too long for them to get from one side to the other.
I mean, I agree, but they also, when they do some of these walks from, like a guy gets called, they had Mac Jones walking for what looked like about, what?
Is that when he did that Vince McMahon walk?
Yeah, he had the McMahon strut when Devin Bush got drafted and had the suit that had the very unique story that Gentili ran down.
Devin Bush actually had a good year with the Browns.
He was objectively a good football player for them.
All right, let's talk to Aditi. He's in San Francisco. Aditi, give us your scouting report on the new Steelers offensive coordinator, Brian Angelico.
Well, don't you know him? Didn't he grow up near your mom?
He actually did. He's from a town
Am I
called
breaking news?
No, I haven't brought it up on the air yet, but yeah, he's like, my mom lives in a town called Frankfort, New York, and he's from the town that is right next door to it. Yeah.
He is all ball. True salt of the earth, genuine, sincere guy.
Jordan
Nothing
said he
about
didn't even
him.
have a TV in his house. It was football all the time. He was living at the
We're not even sure he has any family to speak of. The Vikings bio doesn't list anything about him.
You
as
know,
a person.
it's funny because actually I was on the plane with some people in the Steelers organization and someone asked me, what's his family situation? I said, not married. As far as I know, never been married, no kids. He's really about football, really about his guys. I've never met a player or a coach, a player who played under him or a coach who worked with him who didn't love Ange. He's just that kind of a guy. And I'll tell you what else is super cool. We get so excited right now about these young, super young coaches out of the McVay or Shanahan tree, whatever. This is a guy that has done it the right way. He's just worked his way up and been around every different sort of human. I mean, look, he's worked for Greg Schiano and he's worked for Kevin O'Connell. That's about as two polar opposites as you can get. So yeah. I think he'll be a great fit here. I think his players will love him. I am personally very excited for his opportunity, and I think it's a really good hire. I'm excited.
Aditi, this is a question about Angelico, obviously, but it could apply to a lot of other people around the league, and that's sort of why I'm asking it. So he's not going to call the plays because we know Mike McCarthy will, and we know that Kevin O'Connell called them for the Vikings. In your experience, like covering offensive coordinators who you knew weren't calling the plays for that particular team, anybody under McVay or Shanahan's another example, what is the workflow for those guys like, to your understanding, like week to week, day to day, when they're not actually calling it on game day?
Well, I've always been told that the offensive coordinator is the one that really manages the install, the play script, the day-to-day of getting the offense up to speed. And usually the best teams are collaborative anyway. Whether the head coach is calling the plays or not, the head coach has some sort of input. There's some involvement. I mean, even Todd Haley would talk about the involvement he had with Mike Tomlin, how many points that he thought he needed this week. So that piece, in my experience, has really been that the offensive coordinator manages just about everything other than actually signaling in the plays, calling in the plays, speaking in the plays on Sunday.
Aditi, I want to ask about Minnesota for a second because we had Florio on, and I said to him, now that the GM got blown out of there, controversially, and he said Kevin O'Connell basically is in charge there now. And I asked him, do we have to look at Minnesota as an option for Aaron Rodgers again in 2026 if Kevin O'Connell is really going to be taking over even more say when it comes to personnel with the Vikings?
I'm still so on the fence that Aaron Rodgers wants another year. And I'm not sure. I do know that a year ago there was very, very strong sentiment in that building in Minnesota that we should bring Aaron Rodgers in. It was clear J.J. McCarthy couldn't even throw a football until April. So he was going to have what's essentially a rookie year, but without even a full runway. So there was the rehab necessary, there was the learning, everything. And even in the rehab year, his true rookie year, it's not like he was actually in meetings and understanding the process of being a starting quarterback. So clearly there was a sense with a lot of people in that building, we need a veteran quarterback. We need someone. JJ's not necessarily ready. And there was a strong contingent in that building that really liked the idea of Aaron Rodgers. There was another contingent in that building that wasn't sold on Aaron Rodgers and what he would mean to the locker room and the building and perhaps some perception about who he would or could be, which obviously didn't play out in Pittsburgh. We'll just say that. And so the decision was made not to sign him. But I don't know. I mean, I guess all things are possible because I do know for a fact that the Vikings want a starting caliber veteran to come in there to push J.J. McCarthy to compete with him. So certainly they're on the market for that. I just don't know that that's Aaron Rodgers. And like I said, I'm not sold. I'm really not sold that he wants another year.
Okay. I mean, yeah, that's I was going to dig a little bit deeper on that one. But Aditi, I'm at the point with him where I hope he doesn't want another year for both himself and for either team that would pretty much be in play for him, which is Vikings and Steelers, just because it felt like you got like a decent career coda there for him. Yes, his last pass was a pick six, but he also won a division. I thought that checked a lot of boxes for how he wanted to go out.
For sure. And he's been, I mean, I told you this guy's a long time ago. We had a production meeting with him a few years ago where he said when he's done, he's ready to everyone, just leave and go off the grid for a while. So I don't know that he's dying to bring in that scrutiny, especially now that he's married and suddenly there's all this chatter about who his wife is and et cetera, et cetera. I'm not sure that you're right. I think it was everybody gets to Jerome Bettis, Michael Strahan farewell. Not everybody gets to leave the Ray Lewis leave of the Super Bowl.
Or don't forget about Mr. Deer Antler Spray. Ray Lewis had the same thing. Aditi, your phone's getting a little bit sketchy, so we're going to let you run and have fun in San Francisco, and we'll talk when you get back next week, okay?
Okay, can't wait. Thanks so much, guys.
There you go. Aditi Kinkaball, everybody.
It was getting the, I would call that the mechanical rumble sound. Your call is about to drop if you move like 2 feet in one direction or another.
Our building is terrible.
Oh, it's an atrocity.
Why is, of all the places in greater Pittsburgh, I get the worst service at our office?
I always assumed it was the radio equipment, like in general, that there was maybe interference.
But there's radio equipment where we are right now?
No. I mean like all the different like things on top of our building.
Okay.
That have to exist.
Wait, there's a bunch of stuff on top of our building?
I think there's some, yeah.
I thought there was a site.
There's a transmitter like somewhere off site.
Yeah.
That's why you hear like in a station ID, you'll hear like a random
I don't think that there's big radio tower stuff at our office, Chris. I don't think.
No, not radio towers, but like dishes.
What?
Like
dishes? If so people are going to the top of our building to look at dishes? There's no way.
I'm gonna.
You would see when you drove up to our office building some dishes at the top of the building. You don't see dishes. I don't think there's anything other than...
There are 2 dishes right here. What are these? What are these right here?
Oh, yeah, those are dishes.
Huh.
That's our building?
Yes. Because it and right next to the dishes, it says KDKA-FM 93.7 The Fan on my Google Maps.
I'm not sure those are our dishes.
Pony, it's that they're dishes, period.
Okay.
And that is also literally where you and I, the dishes that I am showing you on the roof on Google Maps.
I saw it.
That is where you and I sit to prep the show.
Agree to disagree. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. You can watch the show there, too. Donnie's biggest football topic of the day coming up next in the debrief, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
5-4 overtime loss for the Penguins last night in New York against the Islanders. Stuart Skinner just 18 saves on 23 shots against. Final game before the Olympic break. The Pens play the Sabres in Buffalo tomorrow night. Puck drop set for 7. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Don. Right now, I want to tell everybody about MHI Roofing. I love being able to do this. I had somebody hit me up, just message me on Twitter and just ask me, hey, like basically what's the situation with MHI? And I am super excited to be able to say to anybody that asks me a question like that, they are the real deal. They're awesome. Xavier from MHI Roofing, when he came to look at my roof, the process that he put it through, that free 21-point roof inspection that they do at MHI Roofing, it was insane, the level of detail. And this person was asking me because they said, hey, I've heard you talking about this uneven snow melt on the roof and these icicles. I've got some of those issues. And I said, call MHI Roofing. Don't wait on this one. Actually call them. They're going to put your roof through that inspection. They're going to go through the course of action, and they deliver, period. And by the way, if it's time for a new roof, if that's what MHI finds out, they offer an industry-best 50-year leak-free guarantee, and that means if anything goes wrong, they'll fix it for free. I can speak so highly of them because I completely believe in them, and I think you will too. So get that free 21-point roof inspection scheduled and make sure your roof is ready to take on another winter. 412-998-8864 or online, MHIRoof.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It all comes down to this, the championship game. Nobody's got you covered like us.
Countdown to the big game begins.
Catch the game here, Sunday, February 8th. Catch all the action here. Kickoff at 6:30. Tide is the official sponsor of Odyssey's big game coverage. Tune in all week long for nonstop previews and analysis leading up to kickoff on February 8th. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Pat Boyle with a Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. In a battle of 2 championship-aspiring teams, New York and Denver do battle tonight, right before the trade deadline. It's a back-to-back for both teams, but New York got a cakewalk win over Washington last night, while Denver grinded it out all the way down to the wire in Detroit and came up empty. Denver is still shorthanded with some injuries, and they will once again be restricting the minutes of the 3-time MVP. That's if he even plays. On top of that, New York has owned this battle for the last 3 years, especially when they are at home. New York has won 7 games in a row, and I think they take care of business once again. I like them to cover tonight. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at MHIRoof.com.
You don't marry the person you could live with. You marry the person you can't live without.
This famous quote speaks wonders. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz of Urbanowitz Jewelers. For over 40 years, the Urbanowitz family has been helping couples get engaged. We have a huge inventory of designer lines and all the classics. Buying an engagement ring online, sight unseen, can be risky. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, you can see it, touch it, and trust who you are buying it from. Let us help you find the perfect engagement ring for the one you can't live without. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
All right, it is time for Donnie's biggest football topic of the day, the Donnie Football Debrief. Let me let you know that the Fan has fan trading cards brought to you by Baseball Card Castle, your go-to destination for sports cards, collectibles, and memorabilia. These cards have picks and stats from fan hosts, and you can pick them up at Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. I'm guessing yours has something about your 9 straight threes, Malsey?
I would hope that it does. Or
you don't know what's on it?
Oh, wait, the one that... Oh, no. Yeah. No, I do. I'm sorry, because I had a hand in writing that up. It was one, and it says, won an actual, real golf event in September.
Which you did.
It does have the 9 straight threes on there. And then the last one is survived working with Joe Starkey for a period of over 5 years. Because I had to just get a dig in on Joe there.
Donnie, what did yours say?
Probably something about wings, something else to twist the knife on Joe, considering what a lot of their show was about today. I think I put producer of the back-to-back-to-back
AAU national champions.
Number 1 mid-market afternoon show in the country.
Hey, wait a minute. Speaking of that afternoon show, I just realized something.
What?
Today is, I think, officially 13 years to the day that I started on afternoons. I think it was February 4th, 2013.
And I don't mean there's many guys in the country that have been doing it longer.
Yeah. I think people like working with old Mulsey. I think I'm pretty easygoing.
I think Mulsey's in demand.
That might be a stretch. In fact, that is a stretch, but I think people like working with me.
All right, Donnie, what do you got, Chaluch?
The debrief, February 4, 2026. I have 2 things, so I was going to let you guys choose. Either more of the discussion about the draft renderings and what you guys were getting into for a minute before Aditi came on, or another former Pitt Panther getting a coaching job.
Do the draft one.
Well, I just wanted to kind of get your take on, first, how you think all of that will work. Okay. What you thought of the actual renditions there. It looks like activities on both sides of the stadium, both on the Gold Lot 1A side where all of the bars and restaurants are, and on the side of the casino. I also wonder, though, and Austin and I have had the same thought about it. I know it's just a drawing, but I think it's a little bit of an overcompensation of how much space there actually is.
An over-representation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said that. I mentioned that when we first brought it up here. I agree with that. I'll be honest. I think it looks very unimpressive.
Really?
Well, here is my reason for saying that. They're going to have that area in that parking lot, and they're going to pack as many people in there as they can.
Uh-huh.
They're going to apparently repurpose the garages as suites, which I think is going to be interesting to behold. And then, and this is the part that kind of gets me, they're going to have all these other activities, but you and I both know, even if they make some sort of a walkway where they try to make it easy to go back and forth, that's still not a short walk from where people are going to be allowed to go, because the stage is going to be right up against the stadium. You're not going to be allowed to walk right by the stage. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Over to the activities area. It just seems very spread out by the very nature of that parcel of land. And then they're going to have stuff going on in the point, I guess.
That's what the picture made it look like.
So they're going to have a triangle of activity here. Here's the main stuff. Here's sort of the fan experience stuff. Here's, a band playing at the point? I don't know. I just think it seems very...
who are the B-list bands that they're going to get to play the NFL draft in Pittsburgh?
B-list, okay.
You know what band just popped into my head? I don't even know the name of their. I don't even know the name of the group. You know that song that's like, I can't live without you. It's like a silencer. I just can't take it no more. You know what I'm talking about?
This life of solitude.
Yeah. Who is that? Always, 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 always. I just can't live without
Saliva. I thought that was Saliva.
Saliva.
You, I hate you. I can't live without you. That's the kind of band they'll get to play there. I don't think they might have one or two more songs. You know that song, Don?
Oh yeah.
God.
Oh, that was used for. I can't remember right off the top of my head, but
God,
it was
so
used.
2000.
It was
right
used
there.
in the mid 2000s for a WWE promo, either like the first Elimination Chamber or a Survivor Series. One of those two.
Didn't the lead singer of that band also team up with Nickelback's lead singer to do a song from like the Spider-Man first movie?
Hero.
I think that was and they say that a hero could save.
I know that song.
That guy is on that song too.
And that song's a banger,
It's like a male
Malsey.
duet. It is a banger.
Should be
I will
no
admit
shock that somebody associated with Nickelback made a banger.
Everything Chad Kroger touches turns to gold.
So I heard Starkey and Limits talking about this, and it turned into a very heated, and then turned into a passive-aggressive debate between them.
Those two?
I know.
No, I think most of their debates today were just outright aggressive.
I originally agreed with Joe, but by the end, I had been swayed to Austin's side. So Joe started by saying that he really was not keen on the idea of going down there for the draft. The idea of being in a crowd surrounded by people in tight quarters, just watching draft announcements didn't appeal to him, which I get that. Is he 50 yet? He's in his 50s, right?
I think Joe might
is
be 60.
He's 60.
Yeah.
The idea of just being outside in that environment at this point in his life doesn't really appeal to him. So that part I thought was very defensible. Here's where he lost me, though. He said that the draft, I believe the quote was, the NFL draft is a boring, uninteresting event. The draft itself is a boring, uninteresting event, and I totally disagree with that.
I mean, I think that they've managed to turn it into something that is like a true made-for-TV spectacle, but I will concede that I will watch it this way. So I have my phone in my hand for anybody that's watching on YouTube. I'll watch it. Okay, here comes the pick. The pick is actually in. And usually if you're on Twitter, the picks are going to get tipped, even though they try to stop that.
Uh-huh.
But I'll
Doran
try.
did that for a while.
Yeah,
and retired.
I'll try not to tip the picks for myself. I watch the pick. And then I kind of put my phone back up and I'm doing other things until the next pick. I don't really need the hardcore analysis that they attempt to shoehorn in the interviews, where every single person is saying more or less a variation of the same thing.
Okay, so I think that what you're describing is probably true of me on the second and third day. Like, you get excited when you get close to the Steelers pick again, and you think about who's on the board and who they might get.
I play that little game for sure.
But I think the first round, I'm riveted to the entire thing. Like, the drama of who goes with each pick. And then it probably does die down a little bit after the Steelers have made their pick. But from the point the draft starts at 1 to the time the Steelers pick, that to me is some of the most, like, glued to my seat, eyes on my television, watching every second of it, sporting event that takes place during a given year.
Wow.
You disagree with that?
It's not up there near any like actual like playoff game in any sport for me.
So wait a minute. Let me make sure I hear you right on that. If there was a Penguins playoff game that was not a win and go home game, let's say it was game 2 of a series, and it was played at the same time as the first round of the NFL draft, you'd watch the game closer than you would the draft?
No, wait a minute. No, hold on. Question. Are you asking me would I watch it just electively with no professional need to pick one or the other? Because obviously I would know that the first round of the draft is going to take precedence.
But okay,
because it's such a seismic.
And I agree, but why is it seismic? It's got to be seismic because so many people are riveted to it and entertained by it the way that I'm describing.
No,
right?
it's because football is so overwhelmingly more popular than any other sport in this country. And like for what we do for a living,
yes,
it is more relevant. But if you're asking me of those two things, even just a random game 2, they're already up 1-0, so you don't even have that like vague feel of desperation yet. Be like, no, I'd rather watch the hockey game, no doubt.
But my opinion has to be the majority one, right? Or Stanley Cup playoff games would get better ratings than I think the NFL draft.
Your opinion's obviously the majority one. The NFL basically annihilates everything it touches. It is not a stretch to say, actually, the NFL is the single most popular entertainment product, sports or otherwise, period, in this country.
Now, if you flip it and that game is going up against the second round and third round, I would watch the game, and then I would check back in when it was around the time for the Steelers to pick. But I think the first round of the NFL draft is one of the best nights of sports television, period.
I think they've turned it into more than it is. I can do without like sitting there and watching all the content that happens in between the actual pick announcements. I just show me the picks.
Donnie, who do you agree with on this? Are you leaning closer to me, Mulsey, extreme like Starkey?
You guys know whose side I'm on here.
Can I add one thing here that's just going to further twist the knife on Joe? Because he's already had a bad enough day with, as he put it, Jeff Barrett's site ranking him the 8th best mid.
So you're going to kick a man while he's down, huh? Wow.
Joe just wrote for the Trib. It was like his second or third column. He went to the 1137 Greenfield Avenue.
Yeah, he told me he was going to do that Friday when we were here together.
Right. And he also, by the way, he sat in the chair I'm sitting in, and I was going to tweet a picture and put it out there and say, here's like in Steve Irwin style, like, oh, crikey, Joe Starkey was here. Because there's a bunch of ripped up balls of paper under my seat, which is what he does when he's nervous. Or during the show. It's like his nervous habit. The thing about Joe being so disinterested in the draft that I will point out is this, that strikes me as odd. He wrote what I thought was a great column on 1137 Greenfield Avenue. He very classically went in there, I think, intending to write one thing and ended up like taking him in a very different direction, and it was great. Like I objectively would say to Joe's face, that is one of the more enjoyable reads I've had in the sports column world in a while. It's a human interest story that he wrote.
Yep.
What I will say about the first round of the draft, more than like your average playoff game, is it's a bunch of human interest stories. I am surprised that the columnist brain part of him that loves that stuff and knows people like that stuff doesn't gravitate more towards it.
He was making fun of Austin and being like, when this offensive lineman was picked, were you in your room or at your house going, oh my God, this is amazing. This is incredible.
But if they found out that the guy if Joe found out the guy rescued his entire family from a house fire when he was 13 years old, he'd be like, I'm going to write about that guy.
I also thought that part of Joe's argument that I certainly did not agree with, he said that it's just a bunch of people, it's a bunch of players that nobody knows.
And then he added on top of it, people pretend to know.
So wait a minute. I watch college football, which is the second. Hold on, Don. I'll let you go here.
I mean, it's the first round of the draft. People absolutely know these guys. They absolutely know them. Yeah, there's going to be people out there that have no idea.
No one's ever heard of Fernando Mendoza or Ruben Bain or what's the guard's name on Miami whose last name I can never pronounce, Mauga or whatever, who's going to go in the first round.
But by the time we get to the draft, you pretty much know, like, I would say, at least for like the average Joe, you probably know 30 to 40 guys ready to go on that first night. Like, you at least know the names.
Dude, I think most fans know 30 or 40 guys that are going to go on day 2 and day 3.
I know people whose like entire sports consumption, I will admit this, I don't agree with it, but whose entire sports consumption from roughly the combine on is like 95% NFL draft, 5% other stuff. Here's the other folly of what Joe said there. College football is the second most popular sport in this country.
Austin brought that point up to him. I thought it was very well done.
Everybody watches college football. Thereby, everybody knows who these players are. Even in the fractured world of college football, the most people watch the most famous teams who, by and large, put the most number of players into the draft.
That was a Donnie football debrief.
Austin got him good there, then I would say, but I'll tell you what, I think Joe won the day. That was like, they're all separate. It's one battle after
that was
another.
yesterday that happened.
Okay, so Austin won yesterday. Joe scored in the rematch today. I think a violent technical knockout. He really did.
Do we have that clip?
Donnie, I hope you grabbed.
Let's hear it.
Right now, play this.
Ask a young lady to a nice night of dinner and then show.
I agree.
Dinner and a play?
Yeah, dinner and a play.
It's a musical. Yeah, you'd love it.
Show that you have.
It will
a
also
little bit
show.
of,
Yeah, that's right, Joe.
Do I
right?
seem like a musical type of person?
No, that's exactly the point. You want to.
I mean, that's the point.
That is the point. You
show
want to
a
show
little
that
maturity. What's the word I'm looking for?
You have an
Bob?
expanded horizon. It's
Yes.
not just sports.
Yeah, exactly. And then you reveal the sports side of you, the Drew Aller side of you.
So going to a musical is the way most
like if you do ask someone for a date, most likely they're not a hardcore sports fan. So
they're a hardcore
I know it's
theater person?
It doesn't make sense, I know, but in your position, you need to start taking other people's advice because your best thinking has you in the spot you're in.
Maybe it, F you, Joe. Jeez.
Joe, Bob, is he allowed to say that on the air?
I think
we're trying to help him.
I think he just.
Listen.
Joe, that was mean.
No, it wasn't mean. Limits.
I'll dump it just to be sure.
20 seconds later, Joe put on velvet gloves, genuinely trying to help him with the kind of advice I have literally given to Austin. Like, hey, you want to meet women? Go, take a cooking class, join a book club, do something out of your comfort zone. You might meet interesting people there.
Yeah.
And his response is to say, do I look like that kind of person? And when Joe hits him with, you've got to take everyone else's advice because following your own path has led you here, is just an unbelievably brutal KO shot. Helped out by the fact that it's true.
I think it is and it isn't. The only thing I don't like about what they said was, so he's going to lure them in by pretending he cares for musicals and plays.
And he really just wants to talk Drew Aller.
And then as soon as, he sucks the woman in, then he's going to be like, yeah, I just
spider web.
I just pretended to do that to get you to date me. Here's my wiffle ball schedule for 2026.
Here's the thing, though. What I think Bob and Joe, I'm pretty confident in saying, are both implying there is, you need to personally broaden your horizons. You might, I don't know what musical they were talking about.
Wicked.
Okay. I've seen Wicked with Alex. I mean, I wasn't trying to, impress her, as I think we were already either close to engaged or I knew we were going to be.
Uh-huh.
But, I enjoyed it. I've enjoyed the occasional theater production.
I'm with you 100% on that.
My brother, was in High School Musicals all the time, so he liked all that stuff. What I think they are trying to say to Austin is that try something like this. Not only might you meet somebody who you end up liking and the feeling is mutual, you might end up liking the
yourself.
activity.
Good point.
And what I think is not a good sign for Austin is that he appears so confident in his approach and closed-minded about anyone else's advice that the first thing he can say is, you think I'm a theater guy? Well, being a Drew Aller guy hasn't gotten you very far, pal. Being a wiffle ball, Mr. Wiffle Ball 2025 isn't getting dates lined up.
Donnie, what's your 2 cents on this?
I mean, I had to side with Joe and Pomp there, and it was an absolute haymaker that Joe laid on him.
Really, it was like Austin's chin turned into it as Joe was throwing.
But I mean, if I was in a similar situation, I would be open to advice from others and open to, hey, I probably should try to do some other things and not just be sports 24/7, because that could absolutely be a turnoff.
Here's the other thing. Here's what I would love to ask Austin. Does he think that women in relationships, committed relationships, who will go to a sporting event with their husbands or boyfriends are just loving every second of that, and that's all they'd ever want to do?
Well, but I do think there are women out there that are hardcore sports fans, so he's got to try to find one of those.
I presume he has been trying to fish in those waters for his entire adult life where he's been looking to date.
Yeah.
So far, he has come up with what? The boot that you find at the bottom of the river in one of those cartoons, or a tin can? He is trying an approach that has yielded, to my knowledge, nothing. Those guys are trying to help him, and his first inclination is to tell them, you guys are nuts.
But I don't think he's actively looking that hard. I don't even know of any dates that have gone wrong for him.
Well, that's my point is it's turned up nothing.
Yeah.
If you broaden your horizons, maybe you start getting dates. You start getting dates, you start realizing that, like, oh, yeah, I've got confident, people skills. I like going to the theater maybe. I'll go see another play, etc.
All right, the Steelers have made their last big coaching hire official. We will debate it and discuss it when we come back. Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment. We are live at Studio B, Bowser Chevy. It's the PM team right now. I'm going to tell you guys about Mike's Beer Bar. 80 rotating taps, great local craft beer. They got an amazing event going on there tonight. It's going to benefit Partners for Quality. Celebrity bartenders from all over Pittsburgh, including Pomp and Mrs. Pomp will be there. Jason Mackey will be there as well. I'm leaving about Paul Alexander. I'm leaving a lot of Cale Berger. Now they're all flooding to me. Greg Brown. We'll all be there tonight. Get to Mike's, experience it for yourself, support a good cause. They'll have all the games on, college basketball, hockey, big game festivities. That's the place to go watch the big game on Sunday if you don't have a spot yet. Mike's Beer Bar right next to PNC Park. Meet me at Mike's.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Our cheese logs are so good, people complain there's too much cheese. Only at Bubba's Gourmet Burgers and Beer.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking, efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Pittsburgh, stop playing defense with your home. When you need expert exterior work, you call Whalen Exteriors, the pros with 5-star reviews. Whalen believes an educated customer is a confident customer. We provide transparent, detailed estimates with a project manager on site from start to finish. You get open communication, efficient work, and a thorough final cleanup. We offer flexible financing options too. For roofing, siding, and gutters, call the pros today. Whalen Exteriors, your home team for total exterior care. Check us out at the 2026 Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show in March.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
This is the Game of the Week report, brought to you by Hyundai.
Sunday night showdown between New England and Seattle is shaping up as one of the most compelling championship matchups in years, as both franchises look to cap their seasons with a statement on football's biggest night. New England is looking to earn their 7th title, while Seattle hopes for their 2nd.
The Game of the Week report is brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
This isn't just how you get there, it's how you arrive. Whatever the day brings, make it epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. A sleek exterior, premium interior, and class-leading space for up to 8 with available third-row power seats that recline to give you room to live big. Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture